Immortals will take Contender Season 0.
have done it. They will fly high. San Francisco shot like a champion. Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met San Francisco's shot. Shanghai Dragons are your champions. Dallas Fuel take their place amongst the stars. Florida Mayhem are your kings for all time.
What's good, fam? Welcome to the main event of Stage 1. My name is Danny Lim. I'll be your host for this week. And of course, I am joined here by none other than my brothers, Johnny and Jake. Guys, we're back. We're so back.
We're so back.
We're so back for like 4 days.
It's like nothing ever happened.
Yeah.
We're still here.
You know, we're back in the studio. I mean, it's great to be back on Overwatch. How have you guys been? Quickly. Well, what do you guys
Life's
been
good,
doing?
man.
Yeah.
Having a little time off, you know, working on some personal projects. It's fun. It's rewarding. It's
Yeah, I'm in a groove right now. I mean, there's Overwatch 7 days a week pretty much with the OWCS Asia region going on as well. So, I mean, there's just a ton of Overwatch.
Content goldmine.
Yeah.
And I also don't want to call you out, but what do you have in front of you? What is that?
What?
What do you have there?
Well, I got notes. I'm an analyst. I need information, Danny. I'm a professional, and I got a pen.
Are we even gonna have time to go through all that?
Well, it's good to have on hand, Danny. I'm trying to know my stuff over here. I'm a professional.
I know you are.
Guys,
I know you are.
It
is day one. I know.
Day 3.
Hey, I know you guys. You guys are all professionals. Thank you guys, and I am going to rely heavily on you guys. It's great to be back, but what's more great is that we also have our very first OWCS drops as well, as you guys can all see right here. Sprays, icon. The thing that gets me hyped is that Diva Winter name card. And guys, I speak a little Korean. There's a Korean word over there with Diva. It says hotak.
Yeah.
Hotak is a Korean dessert. It's like a Korean pancake that you eat during the winter.
Are they as good as Swedish pancakes?
It's Korean dessert pancakes. It has like brown sugar filling inside. Pretty.
I didn't want to those Kyrie skins. Those are kind of fun. The OWCS skins are kind of nice.
Yeah, the
skins are nice,
especially the black shades. I like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. The black and white. It's kind
Those are the drops.
clean.
So get on that, everybody. I mean, they're not gonna sell out, but anyway.
All you gotta do is link. All you gotta do is link your
There you go.
account.
And
Link your
also,
account.
talking about linking and all these stuff. Yes, please follow the OWCS social media as well. SNS as well. OW Esports, Korea side, Japan. All the information is on there. So go and follow go support them by
Join the
following
Overwatch
them.
Esports Discord.
Yeah, and the Discord as well.
Go hang out.
Yeah.
Can look for scrims
Get
and
some
stuff.
community members. Maybe you could meet some people to build a team. Because it's an open ecosystem, baby. Anybody could be here at this event. Anybody could be here. Anybody could qualify.
True.
If you've got the stuff.
It's going to be harder for you if you're not Grandmaster, but you can try. If you're not champion, just try.
Hey,
you can still try out.
Go for it.
Hey, I'm a goal player.
Practice makes perfect.
I'm a goal player. I can
could
still
be
try out.
here, bro.
Yeah,
You can
true.
win.
True. Everyone could be here.
Anything is
Anyways,
possible.
All right. Like I said, we're here.
You could do it. Yeah.
Let me talk. Let me talk. You guys. Okay. All right. I mean, what I want to ask you, Jake, is we're here for the main event, right? I'm gonna be honest. I've been trying to do some research, but there's a lot of information going on. So I want you to explain to me and everyone watching, what is this main event? Like, what are we looking at? What are we working with?
It's simple. Simplicity is beautiful. We got a double elim bracket here for you. The top 8 teams in the EMEA, top 8 teams in NA will be playing in a double elimination bracket for cash prizes, for points to qualify for the majors this year. That's what's on the line. Honestly, the cash is nice, little money in your pocket, especially those top places. But really, these points matter a lot.
Yeah.
Getting those little points, I mean, we're early on in the season, right? So the points are going to be worth more and more as we get closer to the major, so that the best teams at the moment are going to be at the major most likely. But these points, these will be what you're looking back at later in the season, thinking you missed the major by 20 points. It was because of this. So the teams that kick it off with a bang, come out with a strong start, they're going to be the favorites, the teams everybody's going to be watching going into those majors.
Yeah, so obviously that's who determines like who qualifies for the majors. We got in Dallas and Stockholm, and also, you know, if you're competing in stage 1, you can get some amount of points, but in stage 2, which comes after this, the points double.
Right.
And so even though you missed out on stage 1 points, you can qualify using stage 2 circuit points as well. So, you know, you got to be on top of your game. You got to keep trying.
Yeah. But it also means like people who didn't even compete at all in OWCS stage 1, who didn't even have a chance to be here at this event, you could still make it to the next event and make it to DreamHack.
That's what I just said.
I mean, it's not just the teams who fail here or who lose here, right? You could have not even played.
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta be like really on your game if you missed out on stage 1, right? Because that means even it's double points, but it's still you have to win.
It's kind of
all
your shot.
the games,
It's your
right?
shot, right? Like,
but I mean,
you can't mess
with
it
that
up.
being said, you still have a chance, even if you know if you didn't make it in stage 1. But anyways, yes. DreamHack. We're gonna talk about DreamHack. That's happening. Where is it happening, Johnny?
Dallas.
Dallas.
The first one is in Dallas. And the second one later in the year is in Stockholm. Sweden, that is. But first
Sweden,
we're
not everybody knows that.
We're going. Yeah, not everyone. Some things in Switzerland, but first we're going to Dallas, Danny. First we're going to DreamHack Dallas.
I don't know, Switzerland. I don't even know.
Guys, everyone's
Talking
gonna
about-
be
yeah.
Everyone's
Anyways,
gonna be at Dallas.
yes. Buy your tickets, everybody. The information is on there. Come and support us. Come and support your favorite teams if they make it. But anyways, it's gonna be a lot of fun happening in Dallas. I love Dallas. I love DreamHack.
It's also
I'm
just
so
a cool
excited.
event. You know, DreamHack, it's not only Overwatch, but it's like a great gaming event.
Right,
You get
right.
to meet
Yeah,
people who are
lots of
passionate
games.
about gaming. Obviously, tons of Overwatch stuff will going on. So, you know, if you're an Overwatch fan, check it out.
But Overwatch is the best.
I'll be there. I'll be watching a lot of games while I'm there.
A little biased, but yes, Overwatch is the best.
I'm an esports lover. I watch a lot of games, so I'm just stoked for DreamHack. Having so many people from the esports community together in one place, for me, this is the magic of esports, right? Like, the passion builds up online, pent up aggression and tension, and then we
Aggression.
release it all in this one moment. Well, for the players, you know, they got to get their
Pent-up
done.
aggression.
Dude, have you seen these players that standing up and yelling at each other on LAN? That's aggression. That's aggression.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're watching too much TDO.
Everyone again. Yeah. If you have pent-up aggression, buy your tickets to DreamHack
Okay,
Dallas.
don't put it like that. You're making me sound weird.
We're already miss Zoe.
making
Zoe,
me sound weird.
we need you back, Zoe.
All right. I mean,
She's missing
you
it
know,
this week.
the teams that we're going to be seeing this weekend, you know, they all went through group stages, right? So I did some research, and there were some pretty good moments. And I picked out a clip. Here's one from the Asia region. Take a look.
Oh boy, we got Insomnia taking on Namakuji Brothers in Japan.
Guys,
And
there's 30 seconds on the clock. And
30
it's
seconds
on
on
the
the
car.
clock. Yep.
Like, what is going on?
There's one certain Tracer sitting on the cart here in
One of the
Bambi.
worst backups in Overwatch.
Is it the worst?
Are they going to get
This
it
is
done?
the worst I've ever seen. Like, I don't think this has ever happened to me in ranked.
Insomnia are sleeping at the wheel. No pun intended.
Honestly, you could argue this is just legendary BM. It's like, you know what? We're so dominant. Let's just keep killing them. Let this guy cap. 2 more minutes of spawn camping. We got the map anyway.
That's unbelievable.
That
That's
is-
what happens when you're playing against Nozzle, the legendary.
That's the thing. You're
Roto
just
player.
you can't focus. There's a Life Weaver and a Doom
You know,
Fist.
I gotta say, this is why I love Overwatch. Like, you could be losing your fight for the longest time, and then if these kind of backup happens, you can
right.
turn the tide.
Overwatch, you never know what's gonna happen
Yeah.
next.
True.
Kind of like qualifying for the major and starting in the second OWCS qualifier.
and then you know,
Always a chance, baby.
and then talking about pent-up aggressions and stuff. But anyways, you know, all these teams went through a long journey through open qualifiers and a group stage to get here. Some new teams and players, but also some giants returning from the Overwatch League. Who are we looking out for this weekend in the EMEA region, guys?
I mean, there's lots of teams that are looking really good here, Jake. I mean, there's a few extra particular ones that stand out. Twisted Minds, of course, a fantastic team, as you see, the top of the bracket. But also, ence picked up, Booba Spray Check, they announced today. But also, you know, the
Welcome, ence,
Space Station Gaming.
to Overwatch.
Welcome to Overwatch. Good to have you here. So there's lots of competitive teams in the EMEA. I'd say this is quite a stacked bracket. There's some clear-cut favorites. But when it comes to that third, fourth place, there's lots of teams in buying.
Yeah, I think ROC and Oblivion, that's going to be an interesting matchup right there. Could be competitive.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do expect to see Twisted Minds, ence, and Space Station at least progressing on. But with the double elim bracket, there's always that, you get that second chance, right? There's
Exactly.
a way back in.
It's also worth saying that all of these matches will be played roughly the same time, and we'll be covering one of the matches. So if you want to check out all the matches, there'll be co-streamers out there. They'll be broadcasting the other matches. So, you got to find your match that you really like. We'll be showing one here. So, I'm biased because I'm looking out for the match we got in store between ence and Team Peps. But you can check out the other matches too.
Yeah, is there a reason that why we picked Team Peps and ence to broadcast today?
So one factor is that because of Ramadan, we'll be delaying the start for the Twisted Minds match, and I don't know if any of the others will be, and Rocky Sports as well. To give them more time for Ramadan, and then so they might be starting a little bit later. We might be able to hop into those games depending on how things go on the main.
I thought you were just gonna say Kevster. That was showing ence because they have Kevster.
Oh well, that is also that's a good point. That's a good point.
He is a top 3 player in the world. I'm just gonna come out.
Is he a Swedish top 3 player?
I'd say he's one of the best Swedish.
Do you know where Kevster's from? He's from Switzerland, I think.
Oh my god.
All right, you know what? I'm just gonna come out clean, guys. Okay, I messed up. They're just making fun of me because I don't know why I thought it was the last stream hack is gonna be Switzerland when it's Sweden. I messed up, and they're just giving me. They're just giving me a hard time. I know. I don't know why. I'm sorry. I was just being stupid. Okay. Anyways, enough yapping. Let's talk about our first match. We just talked about it. Team Peps versus ence. Let's talk about Team Peps first. Great lineup. Hey, I know. I think I know. Okay, it's ence right now. We're going to be talking about them very soon. But Peps also has a great roster as well. And I know, these couple of the players that we're seeing right now, I've seen them before.
Yeah, there's a few players we can recognize here, of course. If you watched the Overwatch League the last few years, you'll recognize names as Ben Best, FD God, for example, Hybrid even in this lineup as well. But there's a few up-and-comers as well on the bench. As you can see in the bottom there, Stelios has made a name for himself. Naga's had some real pop-up moments, of course, here too. So this is one of those teams that I think they're gunning for one of those top spots. They're not necessarily the favorites because they're not up there with ence and Twisted Minds per se. But you look at the talent on this roster, and they are one of those teams that could upset potentially. So you get a tough first matchup here against ence in the very first round, but it is double elimination. You want to come out with a good first impression and then maybe make it deep in the bracket.
But look at this ence squad, right? Kevster, Kai, so stacked from just like a probably biggest name value. Crimzo as well in the starting lineup. Alternating time with Ghost91, who, as an up-and-coming player, I think a lot of people might not know the name yet, but I think you very soon will. Ghost91 has had huge performances, but Kevster, come on, this guy on anything, man. The Tracer is probably his signature hero, but come on, it's just monstrous. Anytime he brings it out, the pulse bombs just don't miss from this guy. And then Kai, anytime he's on a core hit scan, is terrifying.
So I think one interesting talking point here is that, we've been through a few meta shifts here. We got, the hot fix on Tuesday that fixed some of the Mauga stuff, for example. And one of the concerns going into this event was, maybe Kevster won't be able to play his signature heroes, like the Tracer, for example. Maybe you'll have to put Kevster on the Reaper. Is Kevster, one of the best players in the world, going to have as much impact playing some of those heroes, like the Reaper, for example? Well, because we went through the hotfix patch on Tuesday, maybe we can see Kevster back on some of his most impactful heroes, which could help ence Esports in the rest of this tournament.
And also, I also want to ask you guys about, Jake, you briefly mentioned about the rebranding for ence. Like, what is your take on that? Do you think it's a great thing for Team ence, but do you think is that somehow gonna affect how they play their playstyle or anything?
If anything, it's a confidence boost. I think you look at that squad as like having no organization before. If as an EU organization you want to get a team like it was pretty obviously gonna be these guys. They were looking like one of the favorites for the whole tournament. It was conspicuous to not see them have a sponsor in an org. So I think ence, it's a wise decision for them. I think they won't regret picking up this squad. Even with, guys like Vestola, having a decent performance in Overwatch League, but really, popping off
the
in
World
the World Cup, right?
The World Cup.
Was Sigma Gap. I saw a Sigma Gap on Hanbin.
That was good.
I don't want to call those out all the time, but that was different what he did on that map. So can he replicate that success? Can he turn it into something long term? I think that's still a question TBD. But I'm excited. There's a lot of talent on this squad. I think ence, it's a wise pick. I would have done the same if I was picking up an EU roster right now.
Yeah.
Johnny, how about you? Do you have something to add?
Yeah, I think it's a really exciting roster. Masa's back as well, and Masa's always been a character. Had incredible success with Atlanta Reign, for example, in the Overwatch League. Then went over to the Vancouver Titans. didn't have the greatest time on Vancouver Titans, but Masa did do an interview with Commander X that you can check out on his YouTube channel, where he said, like, yeah, I just need to find my passion again, get back here and watch or play some Overwatch, right? So he's back. He's passionate about the game and looking forward to compete, so it's good to have him back.
All right. Enough yapping for us here on the desk. Let's take a look at the map set before we jump right into the game. We're going first to Lijiang, and then that's gonna be followed by Midtown and then Colosseo as well. What are your thoughts on Lijiang?
I mean, we got to talk about Lijiang.
We've been seeing a lot of Lijiang.
It's a confident pick, though, right? Like, I think if you want to throw a wrench in the works as a team, you could take it to like a less popular map. But you go to Lijiang because you just say, hey, we're better than you. We're gonna take you straight up, nothing special. And that's the way to start a series if you think you're the better team. So I think we might see teams go off Lijiang if they wanted to mix it up, if they don't feel confident. But a lot of these high seed teams are just gonna say, let's come in swinging. Honestly, when they play, two strong teams play each other, I wouldn't be surprised to see more mix-up options come out. Maybe they've hold some strats in the pocket, but I think ence shouldn't really need to pull out the stops for peps. Peps, I think, is a big underdog here.
All right. Johnny, what do you think? Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think ence as well, they're a strong brawl team. They like playing some of these brawl compositions. You know, Cloudy not going to see playtime on the Reinhardt, for example. But Lijiang is a strong map, you know, can play control center, for example. So I think it's just a go-to favorite for ence Esports as well. So they're very comfortable playing Lijiang. Not only because all the teams pick Lijiang, but ence specifically, I think they're a good Lijiang team.
Either way, I think it's going to be an exciting match for ence and Team Peps. All right, enough yapping from the desk. Let's jump right into the game. And for this matchup, we have our lovely casters, Lemon Kiwi and Nekra. Hello!
Hello! We're back! And we come bearing gifts. No more MAGA, at least potentially, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, you should take credit for that one, Jen. Welcome back to the desk for Overwatch. You should take that one as a win. Thank you so much to our very awesome desk. It's so great to have them back. It's so great to be back with everybody for such an amazing event that we have ahead of us. Jen, I'm so stoked to be here with you for this.
Me too. And you know, the last time we casted together was at the World Cup, and I'm like squinting, and yeah, I recognize a few of these names. A big congratulations to Bubbo Spraycheck that got signed by ence like today. So great news. And Team Peps hopefully get to play with benbest or continue to do so. And we'll see kind of how the meta shakes up after a patch that just hit.
Right. I think that that's going to be the biggest thing to keep an eye on is, does MAGA actually stay around? I feel like with the reversion of the changes, we're not going to see him. But, you know, maybe teams got a little bit comfortable playing that last weekend and they might want to try to bring that to the table. But one of those teams that actually didn't was Team Peps. Like, when we actually saw them play last weekend, even though it was a MAGA meta, we didn't actually see them play like too much MAGA. They still felt flexible between being able to play other things like the Winston, the Orisa, and I think that will help them a little bit in this matchup here to continue to play things like that.
I'm glad to see benbest become more of a flexible tank. He's beating the allegations, because I remember back in the Overwatch League, he was kind of subbed in on a map here and there to be in Reinhardt jail. That's actually a nice jail to be in. You're not going to hear me say that too often, but it's great to see benbest be in that spotlight, and hopefully as a mainstay. Team Peps played, you know, half with Hybrid, half with benbest, and the power rankings that you're hearing from the content creators ain't great for Team Peps, but they got to prove themselves here today against ence.
I do think that that's part of the reasoning, right? Is like one of the things that might make Team Peps a little bit lower on those power rankings is the fact that we really haven't been able to see them in full form. Team Peps did play a match with the MAGA meta with benbest, but before that it was Hybrid that was playing in that tank role because of team circumstances. So does that change at all? We can finally see what Team Peps can bring to the table when we don't have MAGA in our server. And if you see what these teams are hovering over right now, there's no MAGA. I think this is great for us. Jen, we're in for a real treat here as these gates start to open.
Guys, I'm so new here. They get to just wear any skin now. I'm used to just the Overwatch League skins. This is so exciting.
You get to judge them for what they wear, you know?
Yeah, well, Peter the horse is here. We got Orissa's across the board. Of course, you're going to see Kevster on the Tracer. That's been his mainstay. And then Naga on the other side matching that. Hybrid versus Kai. That's an exciting matchup. I think that's tough for Hybrid to go up against for now. You're going to see ence try to get on this point to cap it. The Orissa's going to bump into each other, but great space being made by Festola. Susu being used by Cronus, maybe a little too early. The cap still goes through, and Festola wants to go forward.
Festola can push forward a little bit with this, especially because of the sustainability that Orisa provides. She's so tanky and she soaks up so much damage that she is going to be able to play a little bit more far forward. You also have like this all-star backline. How could you not feel confident?
How can you not? But here's the retake. With Ben Best and friends surging on in, and this is a dangerous spot for ence to be in. You do not want to play around this point. You could easily get booped off, maybe javelined off, but with the Kitsune rush of Cronus, surely this seals the deal. And Ben Best proving to be all those environmental kills can be very scary, and that's a great retake by Ben Best and friends.
There you go. Nice spear to remove the mobility that you have with a Lucio like Masa, but the retake looks good here for our beautiful team of Team ence. They've got the sound barrier, they've got the Kiriko, like you've got both of those ultimates that can really help to re-engage in this fight.
Oh, speaking of that re-engage, sound barrier from Masa to save them from the Orisa ult of Ben Best, and that's when Kai gets to let loose. Sort of got buffed by the Kitsune rush of Crimzo, but so far so good for ence. Welcome to the main event, but man, so many ults on the Team Pep side.
Yeah, I think the Peps still have a good ultimate economy here, but, you know, ence, they were able to hold on to quite a few of those ultimates, just expending the support ults in their back pocket. So you still have Festola that can play aggressive here with something like that Terra Surge online.
Oh, everyone run away. Kai's got aim, so does Hybrid. Sound barrier from FD got, though, by that cushion for Team Peps, and that is the boon they needed to overwhelm ence once again. And this is very back and forth. Usually control snowballs into a team that can hold the point for so long, but hey, Team Peps gotta close the gap on the score.
It's they're approaching that differential as well. Like, they're closing the gap. They had used a ton of ultimates here. Festola still has yet to find an opportunity to weave in this Terra Surge, but oh man, there's your opening pick. You don't even need the ult.
Oh, this is where these tracers, the recall being used by Kevster. Has to play a lot more conservative, but he shreds down Ben Best, sliding in his Hybrid just to keep the point alive a bit longer. But a full team wipe in favor of ence, and they won't let Team Peps get away with the lead.
And now you take a look at Cronus having the Kitsune Rush back online, so another really great engagement tool as Team Peps walks their way back in here. And it's been really back and forth so far, based on which team can actually find that value with their ultimate. So Cronus has a lot that they can put forth here in this next fight.
Now Team Peps, Kitsune Rush, just trying to draw them in. Getting close with the Orisa ult too, but somehow FD God is getting flanked by Kevster, who's on fire. Kitsune Rush, trigger pulled by Cronus. There's Ben Best rallying the enemy. And now Festola is separated away from his team. Kitsune Rush from Crimzo just to see if they can fight back while they reunite with their tank. And Soundbear from Masa is a huge supportive ult for ence to reestablish themselves on that point. And with the boops, well, ence comes out on top.
And starting with a very strong start here in our match, but, you know, Team Peps, they really made them work for that one. I was very impressed by the mirror matchup, just how well Ben Best was holding his own against Festola. And Festola is one of those tanks that I think is also one that you could consider as just evolving over the course of so many years. Like, Jen, if you think back to when we used to cast over Festola in like EMEA contenders, Festola was so well known for his Sigma play. He was the best Sigma in the EMEA region. He also was able to play like the Ramatra and just a couple of these other really important tank roles when he ended up eventually making a stop over into the Overwatch League. But he's coming back on the Orisa, and this is just a huge rework that I feel like he's really picked up quickly, and it's working out for them here. Kevster, though, gonna make a brief pit stop to the Genji.
Seeing even brawl against this Tracer better, maybe close the gap against Hybrid, help assist Kai in that matchup. The Orisas will continue. Vestola has Best pinned up against the wall. He tries to break out, using the Fortify, using the Suzu from Cronus, but Team Peps are still just trying to stabilize, and they manage to get a headshot on Amasa. Vestola's very low. Crimzo is too many kids to deal with, just trying to heal everybody. So Team Peps made the most out of that situation and will cap first.
I'm really surprised that Kevster wants to play the Genji here. I guess opting to have something like a deflect available for any of the kunai or maybe a charged railgun shot. I guess you actually can't. I don't think about that one too hard. But yeah, like I'm just surprised when Naga is playing the Tracer, he doesn't want to take that duel.
Yeah, and with a fresh patch and a new meta developing, maybe we don't have to think too hard, and they're probably trying to think of what is best. As Genji can also be a pretty good brawl here to just maybe play front to back, deal with Ben Best, and Kai, gets FD, got low enough, and he couldn't rejoin the team. He really just tried to extend the 34% that Peps had. And speaking of had, ence, we're gonna recap the point.
I love the quick spray there by Kai, verified Overwatch League player. That's such a Giga Chad move right there. But yeah, I think the way that ence is playing, they're locking down so many of these corridors. It's very difficult for Team Peps to make a re-engage here, especially because take a look at how Naga just got speared into the wall. They know he's got pulse bomb. Someone's gonna get stuck with this. They gotta be really careful. And the Suzu just got used.
Ooh. Can Naga make his way on the flank? Maybe that's why Kevster isn't feeling it. So he gets Vestola low, but usually you don't want to use a pulse bomb on a tank. And Peps are trying to help Amasa. Oh, he gets his barrier canceled. He was trying to save Vestola. What a pick from Team Peps. And now they send ence all the way back to spawn.
This is going to be a little bit of a reset here. That is so unfortunate. Not having a sound barrier in that fight made it unwinnable at that point. So you may as well back up, not get staggered, try to come back in as a team of 5. Kevster does have the Dragon Blade, and you've also got Kai ready to hit this overclock.
KFD God almost had the same thing happen to him. He kind of jumped out with the barrier, but now Hybrid with the overclock. Team Peps taking up a lot of space. Vestola tried to draw someone in with the Terra Surge. Didn't work out as ence have to break their way through. Dragon Blade available. That first pick onto Ben Best. Once you remove that pillar of a tank first, it seems like all the rest of the dominoes fall. We'll see if ence feel comfortable enough. And now that they've taken care of Naga, the recap is there for ence. They don't really have to use ults.
No, and that's really good for them too, because now they still get to hold on to the Dragon Blade. They got the sound barrier out of FD God as well, so this should be a blade that can actually make some impact here. It's not going to be as flashy as the blades we've seen before, but still can work here with something like the Rush too.
Yeah, the big advantage of that Kitsune rush from Crimzo, and Naga makes his way to the back and didn't get the burst he was looking for. Dodges the Javelin though, ence returned to the point, 70%. And match point on our first map. Team Peps have their own Kitsune rush, and Cronus is gonna pull the trigger. Kevster has a sound barrier to work with, and a blade gets through FD God, denies a chance at a sound barrier return by Team Peps. And ence, have they done enough at 85+%? Peps are gonna have to race to the point to touch.
It does look like this is going to be enough, especially because they could get the stagger here onto Naga, which means that this would just be a 4v5, and everybody is stuck at the door as Vestola holds the line.
It's panic in the Team Peps camp. Trying to get there in time. Now Hybrid and Naga, don't think they can keep this overtime wick burning. What a statement to make from ence in map number 1.
Looking really good so far, Team ence. I guess it's the rebrand buff maybe that we're seeing come through just a little bit, but it looks like a super strong start for them. I think Team Peps, though, that was still very, very back and forth and still focused on getting value out of those ultimates, but I think we're in for a really good set here from Team ence.
And you saw just the delivery of the Genji and how much more consistent that can be just with the Suzu and how tanky Orisa is and how mobile everybody is. And maybe it's difficult to deliver a good pulse bomb. So you go with the Dragon Blade. They combine that with the sound barrier just so you can go deeper into the team and risk more of your life and deliver more damage in that process while you're brawling. Even if you're not getting kills with the Dragon Blade, you're getting people low enough for that to still result in a team fight win.
Yeah, there was definitely some combo potential there with how much consistent damage Kai was getting out there with the Sojourn as well. So if it wasn't going to be Kevster that actually finishes off those low health targets, then you could tell that Kai was still following up on whatever damage was getting laid down by something like the Dragon Blade. What was really nice about that fight too is that, like, with some of the changes that we've seen to Genji, or just in general, I suppose, just the big HP and shield buffs that a lot of these heroes have gotten, it has nerfed that Genji Blade in just a little bit, not having the Ana Nano boost there. I love that you called out that the sound barrier kind of does something like that, where you do have that extra overhealth to make sure that that Genji is untouchable. But man, I actually thought that FD God, like, he got booped into like the netherworld. It took so long for that sound barrier to come down. I was stressing for him.
Yeah, he almost took another portal 6 feet under. It was, he got me scared, but the canceled barrier came from Masa. But it happens to the best of us. It happens to the worst of us. But it was cool to see Kevster on the Genji. Got a lot more access to hybrid. We were alluding to that. And he was on fire through the whole time and paired up beautifully with Kai. That has to be one of the deadliest DPS duos we have in EMEA.
You're totally right about that. Like, I'm certainly looking at even just like the KD ratios here, and I feel like that sort of speaks for itself. Like, ence was super good too. When you recognize a few times there on even Control Center, I think was some of the best examples, that they would lose maybe 1 or 2 members, recognize that they wouldn't be able to win the fight, and then they just back out. They're like, we don't want to deal with that. We know that if we are able to go back in as a full team of 5 with the ultimate economy that we have, we can take that fight as long as we're able to actually go in and have a proper team fight. So it feels really good there, I think, to be able to see that ence is just continuing to play strong Overwatch fundamentals in these team fights.
I have one brain cell this early in the morning, and every time I see the word ence, I'm just like, ence. It's like a type of party.
It's a dance party.
I don't think peps are having a party, though, with how that first map shaked up. But it is them maybe needing more time with Ben Best. I think ence played that really well, just front to back. I kind of saw Ben Best be the first one to fall, and the tank is the first one to die usually, and that's where all the focus of ence went into, because I saw that Team Peps, well, they couldn't own any space without that Orisa, and that's where people like Hybrid and Naga are going to struggle, especially on that Tracer. If you're on the flank and your team doesn't have space, then your flank is not going to be very impactful.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like, one of the things that I was a little bit surprised by is that, you know, we know that Kevster's Tracer is one of the best in the entire world, and it comes down to his map awareness of, like, health packs where other Tracers might like to flank, and just being able to get the one-up in a lot of those 1v1s in the Tracer versus Tracer. And I wonder if he goes back to that when it comes down to the next map that we have on Midtown, because while this is Team Pep's choice, I think one of the ways that they might struggle a little bit is just this DPS lineup when you do have like this dynamic duo of like Naga and Hybrid. You love to be able to see that for Peps, but how does that go toe to toe, and how does that match up against a duo like Kevster and Kai? I feel like it's Overwatch League all over again when it comes down to those two players.
Yeah, and I think we're going to go back to an Overwatch League type meta on a map like Midtown, picked by Team Peps, where the range duel, at least when it comes to point A, very, very impactful. The Sojourns have to deliver those first picks to at least allow the attacking team to move past that bridge. I think the Tracer presence can be very impactful here. This is where maybe Naga can get his revenge, make his way into the back alley, start harassing, maybe draw the defense out of that main choke. That could be a task for the Tracer. I don't think Genji is unplayable. Of course, you'll have access to the high ground. You can even jump over the train if you're feeling Chad like that, but it wouldn't be a horrible pick. We'll see where Kai wants to end up to. So double long range DPS for ence. Kevster back to the Genji on the attack. So we'll see if we'll be able to gap close. If Team Peps play far enough, that'll be tough for him.
Yeah, I mean, those Genji dashes are really, like, they can go very far and they can bring your team close the gap pretty quickly. That also will help. Wow, not
Shooting heads. W.
Was just
That's
there.
all you need. Kai, go do Kai things. It's in his name. K for kill. Go get him. And now, well, Team Peps MIA. But surprisingly, ence not crushing the point. Kevster would like to do that, but he's dead currently. Ence gonna slowly travel their way to the point. And now the Team Peps, as soon as they see those ducklings cross the road, they want to squash him. Team Peps trying to contest. Kai keeps winning the Sojourn duel against Hybrid. And this is, well, this is Team Peps' choice of map, so you would think you're confident in Hybrid facing Kai, but this has been an ence fight all day and night. Crimzo missing is a bit sketchy, but with Team Peps being dead, you don't have to really heal if there's no damage being dealt.
I mean, if you're worried about the 1v1 when it comes down to the Sojourn versus Sojourn, I think you can play the Sojourn a little bit differently on both sides. Kai is the best Sojourn that we had in the Overwatch League. Maybe bar like a couple of players that were able to stand up there with him. But I think, like, when it came down to the statistics, Kai was putting up some of the best, most consistent numbers on Sojourn, whether it came to charged railgun kills, just KD. Like, he was always looking very strong on this hero. So you know you're always going to be going up a tough opponent when it's going to be Kai on the other side of the lobby. But pay attention to where his focus is, right? Because while he's able to keep that backline busy, that means that they're not able to focus on that front.
What do you got is keeping the team busy with the sound bear and the Kitsune rush to fight back against ence, and that's 3 ults coming out of net. Ence, but no DPS. Kai got pulse bombed by Naga as soon as he tried to go up the stairs. Kevster was 9% away from the Dragon Blade and couldn't pull it out in combination with the sound barrier. So great defense by Team Peps on the bridge.
Yeah, I think you're okay with that, though. I mean, like, Genji Blade now, like, you did get the sound barrier out, so maybe you're able to combo that a little bit differently with just some of the overclock damage that's going to be coming out from Kai in this next fight. But sound barrier is out, like, the biggest tool that you would want to get out with the Dragon Blade.
Oh, Kai overclocking. Oh, right into the video strike. Oh, he got stomped on. Benbes with a big 2 kills, and Team Peps continue to hold ence at bay. And this is one of the toughest parts of Midtown to get through.
Yeah, the second point, it can be really devastating for some of these teams, especially if you get stopped at the door, you get stopped at the mid ground. Oh my god, Hybrid.
It's about time, though. Because Kai was hard diffing at the start of this, and now that Hybrid has maybe some space to work with, he's not getting snowballed by an attacking team. Now he's on an off angle that'll be hard to escape from. Hopefully FD God can escort him back, and he has the slide, of course. So ence walked maybe right into a trap as Hybrid nasty headshot onto Masa. And man, ence are just out in the open too. They're trying to escape back to spawn, and it's not really working out.
No, holding them at the spawn door, though, a very impressive feat from Team Peps. They are going to give up a little bit of space. Maybe just giving some room here for this Kitsune rush to work, but they're still very cognizant of the fact that ence is working up to the next cycle of ultimates. Has a rush of their own too, so you don't want to make sure that they get like too much advantage having to play up against this door.
Kevster Dragon Blade can be used to bring out this sound barrier, unless you delay it in hopes that the Kitsune rush gets Peps antsy. And then be gone! The sound barrier gets canceled by the Dragon Blade of Kevster. Slices through 2. The perfect timing, the perfect delay to read that as soon as you saw him jump up, and ence have broken through the bridge.
Oh my god, these poor Lucios this match so far. We got some highlights, I think, for later to get of those. But what a great way to break through that defense is just good recognition of FD God wanting to use a sound barrier, but Bembes is coming back with a vengeance.
Okay, you forced out the slide and the Suzu, so even though, again, you're not killing anything with the Terror Surge most of the time, drawing out these very important cooldowns may have just resulted in a Team Peps win! It's so back and forth, and Naga's doing his best to make this close. Kevster trades back and forth. It's a bloodbath with only Vestola remaining. Kevster down low is going to rejoin him. Spawns are much closer for Team Peps, and Cronus will be able to teleport in, but Kevster's not leaving them any room to breathe, and ence managed to cap.
Oh my god, Kevster was like 5 HP when he dashed towards like the last couple moments of the fight before rejoining after getting a health pack, but like, oh my god. Not having a support player there, you're like, I need healing help. But yeah, like a great way to once again sort of break through that barrier. They have secured the second checkpoint, and now they've also started to gather some momentum. They've gotten a lot of ultimates out to Team Peps without really seeing a whole lot of value conversion, so ence get to come back in with this one with the overclock as well as the Terror Surge, and that could lock down a bunch of targets. They're also going to get 2 more ults together in this fight.
Yeah, you're right. There's so much wind in the sails of ence with the ults that they have. And they're okay with disengaging like this, letting Team Peps get a little too eager for kills and ence have a better response. They jump on out with the Terror Surge, and this will put a dent to the Benbest. He isolated himself in the room to break LOS from the damage, and ence, once they remove Benbest, we'll see how easy this goes. They lack a tank themselves, so it's a DPS duel where Kevster, he's been able to get these assassinations for ence before. He's a scary guy to go up against, forces out the Suzu from Cronus, and that is the go sign. ence used the sound barrier, and they killed the supports. Team Peps are staggered from each other. At least Team Peps did get to stall out the cart a bit. We'll see if they'll get to recontest soon.
But Vestola's coming back on the Sigma, his signature hero. You're able to put up that barrier, which is going to be way more impactful in this final moments of this fight to even just give yourself a little bit more staying power.
Great accretion, but didn't get the kill. FD got with the sound barrier to help the team stabilize, because that's what I was worried about, retaking with so little space. And still, this Orisa is a good distraction for a Blade, but Naga only gets one, and ence is all of their focus. Shift to that Genji, but with ence's supports being so low, you don't have Masa and Crimzo. This is a dead fight, and that's pretty unfortunate with how you said how successful this offense for ence has been since they won on the bridge phase.
At least they have 30 seconds left. That's one more attempt for them to try to get back into this one, but they don't have a whole lot to work with immediately. So something that we saw Team Peps use already is just this Kitsune rush right off the rip. ence having to walk into that one is so devastating when they don't have something like the sound barrier to keep them up a little bit longer.
A ton of good ults coming up, though. Gravitic Flux and the Overclock. ence need to build space for Kai to work with, and Vestola gets overwhelmed. Kitsune Rush from Cronus, and Team Peps is too good, and Hybrid just gets to play Duck Hunt, and ence. This will be the end of the road for their attack, but still a valiant push. A lot of teams get stuck on that bridge phase, and this could still be winnable for them.
Yeah, a lot of teams get stuck here too. It's so rough when the spawns are right there and you're going to be respawning so quickly as well before that overtime timer starts to kick in. But it's still a great push. As you called out, they did get stuck on that second point for quite a while, so they had way less time to work with heading into this third and final point. Maybe if they had had an extra 30 seconds, maybe an extra attempt there, it felt like things could go their way, but in the panic of things, they had to use the Gravitic Flux as soon as it got online. Vestola got killed before he was even able to land it. And with Kai 2 hitting the overclock, Hybrid was able to just get the leg up there. But now, Jen, I'm really curious about something because we have seen Kevster opt to go for the Genji so far in this match. And I think what's kind of interesting about that one is, like, if he stayed on the Genji, do we see Naga also try his hand at it?
Yeah, Naga tried at the very end, and that's why it's kind of forgettable, because he didn't get like 3 or 4 Ks like Kevster does. And I think Naga has to beat the allegations. I think he didn't get enough trust, resources, and time to develop in that Genji meta way long back. And now he gets to be the mainstay on a roster, gets to be in that spotlight and maybe prove that he is a Genji that can compete. And I wonder if he's gonna fall back to that, or maybe ence's focus fire on the Genji is too good, because Naga did get shut down a lot on that Genji.
Oh, but unless it's so interesting that they've swapped roles now, right? Because Kevster is on the Tracer. Team Peps hasn't necessarily seen that yet, but Naga is still going to commit to this Genji for this first push, and so there's something there. There's definitely something there. I think that Naga is one of those players that we always enjoyed seeing his Genji when it came to EMEA contenders, and I would love to see what he's able to do on a hero like this, especially given the opportunity to play with space that Benbest can create. But this is going to be a null push. They can't go in after losing so many members. They're going to have to regroup.
Absolutely, and this is where Kai's also hit scan has been really helping out ence at a distance. Team Peps are getting shredded before they even put their Genji in position to do much.
Yeah, great point. I mean, like, Kai could just get a pick, and that spells disaster for a push. So it can definitely come down to that, and they're going to have to be very careful about trying to make this rotation as they head through laundry.
Oh yeah, Naga's getting washed in that laundry, all right. Team Peps try these cute little flanks. FD got escorting this Genji around. That's going to be important to get them into these alternate angles where hopefully Naga goes unseen, but he'd rather not be seen on Genji. He's going back to Tracer, where it's just a more flexible and forgivable hero when it comes to mobility.
And Naga was doing great on the Tracer. Think about all the pulse bombs that he was able to land on that previous round, even taking a look at their first map of the series. And one of the nice things about that pulse bomb is that Team Peps have been able to find ways to weave that in around the Suzus from Crimzo. So that is one way that Team Peps can continue to find success here. And you still got this Tracer versus Tracer we get to see.
And it's different because Kevster doesn't have Masa helping him out, so he's technically in a 1v2, so he couldn't control laundry very well. Kitsune rush from Cronus, and Kevster denies chance at a sound barrier at FD God. He was 3% away, and Team Peps could have easily layered that barrier to maybe salvage the fight when the Kitsune rush got matched by Crimzo. So this defense is solid out of ence.
Yeah, that's so rough. It kind of looked like the pulse bomb got attached to Benbest, and then there was just no escaping in time for it to actually go off. So yeah, they don't have the sound barrier for that fight, but they do have it now. So I love that there's being able to have that beat maybe a little bit later than Masa, and then if you are able to get the late beat, usually that does result in a team fight win. So I do hope that's the case for them to start to break through this first objective.
Yeah, Team Peps are splitting their forces, and I think that's why Benbest is just getting hosed down. He's not getting as much support because this Lucio is away, but we'll see if this barrier will rally the troops. Masa and ence always are matching ultimates. Terra Surge will put a large amount of damage into Vestola, but Arissa is just one of the most survivable tanks in the game. It's gonna take a lot to kick Vestola in the face. 42 seconds and a Terra Surge in a tiny room. That is not the club that Team Peps wanted to walk into. 35 seconds. We could see a full hold by ence, and that would put them to match point.
It's starting to look that way. I mean, Team Peps are at an ultimate disadvantage here. They have to walk into a Kitsune rush from Crimzo. And Kevster also could just land a pulse bomb and finish the deal right here. So it is looking really rough for Team Peps to get back into this, and they don't have much time to approach this point as a full team of 5. Now look at the pressure that ence is putting on them. They're just walking up.
And that 10% of Kitsune rush between Cronus and Crimzo could make all the difference. ence get to pull the trigger first on the fight and maybe able to deny Team Peps from touching. No, Naga is there, but not for long. Hybrid, FD God, somebody has to go. They can't reach the finish line, and ence take map number 2.
Wow, yeah, what a like lights out performance there. It was looking really good when we saw Team Peps on the defense and just how many team fights in a row they were able to win. But ence put on a masterclass of just how to play that very first defensive point on Midtown. They had an answer for everything. All the ways that they were able to sort of lock down that laundry room made it so difficult for Team Peps to ever get a chance at having a full 5v5 team fight.
Oh, I'm not used to my full government name being up. Before it was just Necra and Lemon Kiwi. And now we gotta be legit, okay? And Team Peps gotta find synergy the same way we have synergy. You know, matching hair colors. I even matched my sort of background with you.
It's so on point. I saw that and I was like, ooh, the aesthetic.
I know.
Got this.
It's matching. And Peps gotta match the aesthetic, but like in game. Because getting full health, very surprising. I just think Peps kind of split their forces and they played the correct way, but ence just had the better answer of, okay, if they're gonna split their groups, we're gonna focus all on one, putting benbest at a number disadvantage. And again, benbest is getting diffed on the tank, and I don't think there's anything he's doing wrong necessarily, unless you want to put a microscope to the macro. It's more that he doesn't have support from his team when they split up.
Yeah, I think that's a good call out there. I think one of the things that makes this matchup so interesting when you look at the actual mirror matchup is like, where's the healing investment going? Vestola, like Vestola never dies, and it's not just because he's super good at being able to rotate through his cooldowns. As we saw from Sigma, one of the reasons why he stood out on that hero in particular is that he has great cooldown management. But I think when you take a look at just like the amount of healing that ence is able to do, like take a look at that. Where's that healing going? I think a lot of it is going into the tank role, just to make sure that Vestola is alive to continue to have that space for the DPS to work with.
Yeah, ence having more healing tells me they took a lot of damage but didn't die. So you gotta finish your food, Peps. You get people low, you gotta talk to each other. Who are we going after? And if there's people adventuring off like FD God and Naga, don't clutter up the comps. Don't clutter up the comms. Do what you do, because benbest needs to communicate when he needs help and when people need to come back to assist him, because Vestola is getting everyone behind him and benbest is out in the open, being a distraction for as long as he can while Naga is on the flank. And Naga, yes, can push Kevster out of laundry, but what did that result in? There wasn't a sequence that netted them even close to the point on their attack.
I think it was tough too, because the supports were a lot of the focus that ence was putting onto Team Peps' attacks and defense, and that is also something that makes those stats a little unfair. Is like, yeah, you're down a healer in a fight, like, yeah, you're gonna be doing a little less healing. But Colosseo as our next map, I think this is where we can really put those Sojourners once again back to the test. There's so many amazing sightlines to play with. I'm just thinking back to some of the first times we actually saw Sojourn get played in the Overwatch League, and just how many pop-off moments that hero was able to have on Colosseo. That was so much fun to be able to watch. But I think too, you have to take a look at, again, like, where's the healing focus? Can these teams play together? And what are the problems that might be affecting a team to not be able to do that?
You sound like my Genji players in my games of, where is the healing? Let's have a meeting.
No, it's a little more aggressive than that, actually, if you want to call out the players that are in your game. You know, they like stand in front of you, they start like doing squats, like standing in front of you. Hello, like, heal me.
Dude, I'm Ana and I'm purposefully not healing them when they do that, but I'm toxic and I'm not pro like these guys for that reason. Because Team Peps have to bury those memories, especially the ones on Colosseo, especially maybe a specific one against Twisted Minds, but that was with a different tank and a different situation. And I wonder if that's why ence picked this very map against them. They sense a weakness, they smell blood on the water, and I thought Kevster did exactly that when he starts to dash in. And Team Peps, I think, finally realized those important cooldowns of the Genji are out, and they could have punished Kevster, but that almost costed benbest's life. And as soon as Peps get low, ence surge in. Vestola maybe a little too much, but what a boop by FD got to secure that kill.
Huge. That was a huge boop. You isolate Vestola away from the team, but there is going to be revenge in the board here for ence as they start to even up that score. And they have control of this bot right now. Moss is going like sicko mode in the back. Did you see that? Like, two picks onto the flankers. Oh my god.
Yeah, the bigger the risks your Lucio's takes, you know, it could be a liability, it could be a bigger reward. But I'm liking that the Lucios are getting involved to try and reposition some people. But even when the tanks are gone, then it's up to the DPS, and Kai came out on top, and this is even longer range than Midtown, so Hybrid has to keep up.
Yeah, and it's all over this midpoint too, which comes down to just getting a pick right away.
Okay, Kitsune Rush. Sound Bear is available. Crimzo not wanting to mirror this quite yet until the other Kitsune Rush is close to being done. But Benbest just gets run over as soon as Crimzo activates that. And ence always find these perfect moments where they sense peps are at their weakest and ence just run them over.
I mean, take a look at that, right? Naga was so isolated from the team that it was a quick rundown moment. Masa just hits the speed forward, you get to amp it up, and then Naga is sadly taken out. But now he has an opportunity to go switch to the Genji, and we get to see what this Genji versus Genji looks like.
45 meters to 0. ence gonna extend that lead even more after both DPS ultimates were invested. You still have the barrier, you still have the Terra Surge. We don't really care about Terra Surge, but the barrier timing is what's gonna be important for Masa. Hybrid's overclock comes out. You can make him look silly by just barriering it and no one's gonna die.
Yeah, especially with FT God, like, tried to use the barrier in that last fight. Kevster was still able to find value with that Dragon Blade. That's going to be checkpoint unlocked here for ence as they start to make their way around this corner. And look at where Vestola and Kai are holding the line right now. It's right on this bridge, providing so much space for that bot to move.
Ooh, a Terra Surge. Oh, Kai. Okay, Hybrid has a family, I think, so ence have won every single fight so far. I really wasn't expecting a sweep, but Team Peps just apparently need more time together. There is gonna be a lower bracket. It's not Jover, but 90 meters plus. Team Peps are having war flashbacks.
I mean, you heard the desk talk about this though too. Like, this is always going to be an uphill battle for Team Peps. You mentioned the power rankings, and ence overall as well has just had one of the best performances in this entire OWCS format so far. So I think it's so hard to compare the two of them when ence is showing up like this.
Benbest would like to show up to this fight. He had to get healed all the way back up, and Team Peps are just pinned up against the wall, and ence are looking to full cap. What a map choice coming out of ence. They have the meta downloaded, they put their trust in Kai, and Kevster swapped to the Genji, which seems to be the secret sauce to this meta. The full cap, there it goes. ence sweep Team Peps.
That was a dominating performance. You got the full hold on Midtown, you got the full cap on Coliseo. It's all coming up to ence right now. They look so strong. I love what Johnny called out at the very beginning of the show. Like, he talked about the Commander X interview that he did with Masa, and I feel like Masa looked like he was having a ton of fun. Like, Kevster looked like he was having a ton of fun. This team looks like they are enjoying themselves. Being able to play the Genji, just going into the back line, playing the Lucio. Like, good stuff coming up there for Team ence, for sure.
I'm glad that people are having fun because Maga is dead. Well, not like dead RIP, but like dead in the meta, like metaphorically.
Yeah.
I love to see that. I was curious to see if people were gonna feel too uncomfortable running other comps because the patch just hit, so I wasn't sure if we were gonna see it or not. And I'm glad to see the horse back in the race. And what DPS are going to be picked alongside this? Obviously very map dependent. I wonder if Sigma would ever come back into the meta, because that was the best tank to synergize with the Sojourn Genji meta back in the day. But it's so fun to have a tournament like this right after a patch. You get to see what everyone finds out.
There's definitely some room to play the Sigma. I do think that is a hero that could come out on something like Circuit Royale, which I don't know is actually in our map pool because people haven't played it, so probably not. But you know what? I'd love to hear what the desk has to say about this matchup. Maybe they can give us a little bit more insight on the Genji choices coming out from these teams.
Honestly, I love Genji.
Yeah, who doesn't like Genji?
I'll be honest. I used to favor Hanzo more than Genji, but I've
He's the favored Shimada brother.
Yeah, I used to like Hanzo more, but now I like Genji now.
Genji
is one of the most beautiful FPS creations of all time, in my opinion. My humble opinion as a non-biased DPS spammer.
Yeah, we love Genji.
Very biased, you mean?
When I saw Kevster, what you can do on the hero. But also, I mean, talking about Kevster in general, whether it's the Tracer, whether it's the Genji, strategically it matters, but this guy's just so lights out on both heroes. It's pretty rare, actually.
Kevster is Timothy.
Even though they're similar heroes in a way as flankers, like not many players are at that level on both of them. Usually there's a clear favorite specialization, but Kevster elite on both. So consistent with a lot.
I endorse this conversation.
I mean,
I love talking about Kevster.
Oh, this blade, man, the new blade, it feels so good, man. You get the carry out on this thing.
The swing
it's like
speed.
lightsaber, honestly, crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, like I think we talked about how scary ends could be coming into this match. You guys were talking about it, and they were definitely right. They made quick work of Team Peps for this series.
This was a good old-fashioned beatdown.
I got some analysis stored up. I'll show you guys later. But just briefly talking about the highlights, it is a very damage-oriented meta. If you got really strong damage players, you're going to get a lot of work done. So when you got Kai and Kevster on your side, they're just able to cook up so many advantages in every single team fight, right? So, really strong showing by ence. I'm gonna be honest. I was cooking up some telestrations in the back. I didn't even get to see this map. I missed out on the third map because I was too busy working in the back.
This was like a
it happened so fast.
This is like a world record speed run. I don't know if it's actually a world record, but that's got to be top 5 map.
I'm gonna be honest. We're backstage and we're like, yeah, they're not gonna cap right now, right?
Surely they don't.
They're not gonna cap.
It was
oh
over.
no, they capped! Guys, run! But I mean, great stuff from Team ence. Let's take a look at player of the match for this matchup. Or actually, we don't even need graphic. I'm just gonna tell you. The player of the match for this was the person that we're going to interview right now. It is Crimzo from Team ence. Crimzo, hello. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. So, hey, congratulations on getting the win. I just gotta ask, you guys are looking really scary right now. Team ence is looking really good. Is there a team that you guys are currently looking out for?
I think in Europe there's a big 3 going on with Twisted Minds, SSG, and ourselves. So I think it's going to be really, really competitive between us. I'd say that those 2 are definitely the teams to watch, and I think we can definitely come out on top. But it's going to be tough. So we'll see what happens.
All right.
I just want to say, for you guys as a roster, what does it mean to have ence come in and get behind you guys? I mean, I think you probably were clearly the biggest juggernaut in the region, unsponsored to that point. But how has it been, bringing in ence as an org and partnering with them as a team? How's that felt for you as a player and now sort of a coach role as well?
Yeah, it's been awesome. We've been working on it for a while. I think they've done a really good job of coming in and kind of giving us the support that we need. And I'm excited to continue to work with them in the future.
All right, I'm curious about your personal journey, Crimzo, because last year, some things fell apart, and you came out with a tweet as well, and you said all right, I'm retiring. It's goodbye, kissing goodbye GIF on Twitter. It's a great time. But now we're kind of back. I think that post is still pinned on Twitter, but you're playing some flex support here on ence. So what's your kind of situation when it comes to your playing career? How does it feel to be back?
I did unpin it. But
you did unpin it.
I did not honestly expect to be playing at all. I really came in focused on coaching and wanted to kind of learn from Gunba and just work with the team in a coaching way. But as it turned out, things happened where I ended up being in a good position to be able to play and kind of fill a need in the team. So obviously, with my experience in Overwatch League, I accepted my role and came in and filled the slot. And he did my part, and now I'm just kind of I guess that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I mean it's a good roster to get to play for as well. But also, you're playing next to Ghost91, who's an up-and-coming player, in front, of course, a great Baptiste player. So before we kind of wrap up this interview, I'm just curious your thoughts on Ghost91 as well. Up-and-coming name that we didn't get to see in the Overwatch League. Yeah. What's it like when playing with Masa and Ghost91 in the backline?
I think Ghost is a really good player. Obviously, he's very young. He doesn't have that much experience. I think he can definitely grow and become a really, really strong player. And as for Masa, Masa has been, one of the GOATs. He's been around for a long time. Obviously, he retired, but now he's kind of back. And, it's been really fun playing with him. I've always thought he was a really good player. So, it's just overall, it's a great roster. I'm really happy to be here. I think we can do really good things.
Amazing stuff, Crimzo. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Crimzo.
All right. Moving on, I'm hearing that Johnny, you have a special telestration.
Yeah, look.
From this match. It's gonna be good, right?
I've been doing this thing for 9 years now. So first broadcast back in 2024.
The game has been out for 9 years, bro.
Well, you know, beta.
Okay, that's
yeah. It actually has been out for
Has it been out for
anyway.
any-
Yeah, kind of. Well, you gotta count 2020. That's why you miss out 2020. No, I'm just gonna see if I still got it or if I'm washed up. So
You got it.
yeah, we're
Let's
just gonna take a
go.
look at this meta. So we're on Midtown right here. Whoops. Yeah, gotta find my little marker right here.
Use
so,
the emojis.
the emojis. Okay, so Jake is really excited
There's
because
emojis? We have emojis
we got some emojis.
Oh yeah.
The demonstration. So Jake really wants to use these at
That's
some
my
point.
contribution to the analysis. guys.
Yeah, so I'm not going to pull them out this time around, but Jake is really excited about them. All right, so let's talk about the meta, because we had Mauga meta for like the longest time, and you know, they were all playing as 5 and grouped up, but here we got something different. We got the Orisa, Lucio, Kiriko on both sides playing mirror matchup here essentially, and you can't really do a ton in this neutral matchup. Like if you're Lucio, you can help out on the flanks, but like Kiriko, Orisa, you're kind of playing pretty straightforward. So this meta is going to be a lot about the damage players. There's going to be a lot of the Sojourns and the Genjis to get things done instead, right? And turn these fights around. So as we're here on Midtown, we can play this clip out, and I'm going to showcase how they're manipulating some of these angles we're seeing from both teams. So, ence are on the attack here, of course, but as they disengage here, we can actually see that up on this high ground, we got FD God and Naga contesting the high ground where Kevster is. So not only do we have one kind of angle that's been contested right here, in the bottom here as well, we have another angle, the bottom lane, being contested by Hybrid. So Peps has really good like angles right here in this fight particularly. They pop the Kitsune Rush. That's going to force the disengage from ence from this fight. They don't want anything to deal with that. So as we play this one out, it's a good disengage from ence after some really good positioning from Team Peps in this one. Now, as the disengage come through, we of course have the gate here. So this is like a close lane. The positioning here is really cool from ence. So we got Kevster disengaging with Crimso to main, but also we're taking a look at Kai's perspective right here. He's playing Vestola in this angle. So we got two big angles really from ence, and that's going to put pressure from two different sides onto Peps. So now if you're Peps, you can't just engage onto Crimso and Kevster, for example, because you're going to get abused from this angle we're seeing from Kai right here. And the opposite, of course, if you engage on top of Kai. So Benbest going to lurk here for a while. We can play this one out. Pops the Fortify, and as this re-engage comes through, we can see that Kai is going to pop the Overclock. That's going to force Team Peps back from this one, and we see a Terra Surge being dropped, no Fortify from Benbest. And so suddenly, ence re-engage here. They have superior angles now. They use Overclock to their advantage, and ultimately they're going to win this fight. It's a nice reflect from Kevster. So just showcasing how damage players, line of sight, positioning has an impact in this meta, and how it's going to turn some of these fights around. So there you go. Do I still got it, Danny? Thank you.
I totally agree, though. This individual playmaking is so huge in this meta. I would disagree with one thing you said, though, which I don't think it's all the damage players, right? I think it's the support, the Lucio Curie. These heroes can frag in this meta. There's not a shield to clear, and so that's like Curie, Lucio's main weakness is like those off angles.
Okay,
they can
true.
still get in and
That's
frag.
true. But
And the
this is why
Orisa
we
too,
make-
right?
this is a great part.
The Spears, I mean, the individual playmaking from Spears, if you just pushing like that, breaking the Sojourn slide or pushing a Lucio off a wall, these things like that subtly breaks the position and then gives your team this massive opening. So honestly, I feel like especially the openings to these fights, I feel like all 5 players are active. Everyone's looking for their fights.
No,
Everyone's
I
trying to
disagree.
open it up.
I agree with Johnny. It's all about the DPS players.
He's right. He's right.
No.
I'm going to add to it as
Johnny,
well.
stand your ground.
I'm going to add to it as
Now
well.
we all disagree with Danny.
That's also why we saw more Genji, I think, as the match progressed. Because if you're playing Tracer, and you have to deal with Masa. We saw Masa do a really good job on the Lucio on Lijiang Tower, for example. It's just peeling back Naga. And like, you can't really get those flank angles in. You can't really be a productive Tracer. And we saw Naga on Midtown as well. He swapped from Tracer to Genji. Because like, if you have to work around the poke from a Lucio and the kunais from a Kiriko, like there's so much poke damage there. It's hard to really be efficient. Whereas a Genji, you can dash into a Sojourn. You can get on top of people, use the Dragon Blade to your advantage. So Jake is right. The Lucio, the support players, they have a lot of impact in how these comps are being swapped up as well.
I think Genji just has a lot of value to the Orisa
I
as
just
well.
wanted to back you up and
spear
just
deflect.
jump ship like that, Johnny.
This
We're
is
a team.
This is complimentary analysis. We're a team.
We're a team.
All right. This is not first take, all right? We're not
First
trying
take,
to duel over
this
here.
was only the first match. We got more matches coming up right after this break.
Enemy in sight.
Our victory is at hand.
ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of a cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
It's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Dude, guys, I gotta say, that trailer goes hard.
The
and the Cowboy World
fire.
skins are
I've been
so
rocking
good.
them all week. I've been rocking them all week.
The Ash one is top tier skin. Which one?
The Mauga?
Algo
I
one's
love
really
the
good too.
sound
Rocky
design.
Mountain,
I love the sound design. I honestly like the Spike Spiegel Cassidy personally, but let's maybe that does not take. The gun looks good. I like you get like a final blow sound. Like you're like jamming. You're hitting final blows like it's got like a little riff on it when you hit a final blow.
I don't get final blows from Cassidy, so I can't relate.
You can't relate. I know you don't get many final blows, John. It's all right.
I
play Mauga. I just Cody drive.
I haven't touched Cassidy in probably the longest time. But that's because I can't aim. Anyways,
Cassidy was back in the meta for a little bit. Yeah. That was fun.
I think he's still pretty okay. I think he's just below the surface. He could appear at any time.
All right. Before we talk about the next match, guys, I just want to remind you guys, there's drops happening.
Link your account, guys.
Link your account.
Don't be missing
Korean
out.
pancakes.
You're already here.
What is it called?
You're already watching.
What is it called?
I can't remember.
Hotok. There you go. Yeah, you get name card, Overwatch sprays, icon, and the OWCS Kiriko skins as well. Those are really nice. The black ones.
Yeah, the skins are clean.
Very nice.
Yep.
And you
gotta stay watching. You gotta get linked up right now to get your 8 hours in.
Link these up. And also, not only drops are important, but yes, follow the OWCS SNS as well. OW Esports. There's so many. They're on every platform. So just click them, follow them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get updated on when games are happening. There's so much Overwatch these days. Whether it's the grassroots level of the competition or here in the
Discord
leagues.
as well.
Yeah, join the Discord. Get in the community. Find your team. Find your squad.
Are you guys on the Discord?
Yeah, I'm in the Discord.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can find a team on there, baby. Put it together. Compete in the OWCS.
Houston Outlaws?
Houston Outlaws. Don't steal my name. That's my idea. I'm copywriting that. I'm not copywriting.
We're copywriting that. Good luck, Jake. I wish you the best of luck.
All right. I'm hearing that Cavo and Zaroid is covering EXO and ROC. That has happened. Did it already happen, or is it happening?
I think
it's happening.
It is ongoing.
It's ongoing.
Yeah.
We're doing a bit of a red zone special here. There's multiple matches going on. We can report that Space Station Gaming 3-0'd Sheer Cold. So the next match we'll be watching on this broadcast will be Sheer Cold taking on Team Peps, which we just saw lose. And meanwhile, of course, we got Twisted Minds playing their match against Quick Esports.
Yeah, and those are covered by Got Moxie and Dustin.
There we go.
Covering those as well, and OBS Sojourn as well.
There we go.
Yeah,
so those co-streams.
Right.
Get the Bad Parts Mori League covering some matches as well.
Yep.
So we got the co-streamers all over the place. They're deployed. They're watching the matches.
All right. So before we talk about our next match is going to be Peps versus Sheer Cold, right?
Yep.
And I just heard that Sheer Cold didn't have a good time.
It's always an interesting match, like two teams that just got beat down. I mean, frankly, I think they probably took an equal drubbing.
Yeah.
And I mean, a drubbing is really the only term for it, honestly. But who can come back is the question, right?
Yeah.
Like, yes, you got destroyed. Yes, those teams are a lot better than you, but you still have a chance, right? You're fighting an elimination match right now, so there's no time to be moping or to be sad or really to go back to the drawing board. It's all about who can just reassert themselves with confidence into the next match and play their best after such a tough beatdown. I mean, whether your skill is on a level is one question, right? But do you have the mentality for that? Got to be interesting. You've got to think maybe some of these Peps players with the experience in the Overwatch League, they've taken tough L's before. Maybe they can pick themselves back up a little quicker, but Sheer Cold, no slouches either.
Do you have your own know-how? I mean, you guys are both ex-pro players as well, so you guys. I'm pretty sure you guys had these situations where you guys lost and you have to go back up and play again. Do you guys have your own ways to hype yourselves back up?
I think music does it for a lot of people. Different music.
Having your pre-match routine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think for
taking
me,
a walk often helps. Just taking a walk. Go touch some grass. if you're boomed from ranked, go touch some grass. So seriously, it helps. Take a walk. Just 5 minutes. Just move your legs.
Get out of the desk. Just change up environment. I think honestly, individually, it doesn't bother me too much. You take an L and it's like, you know what? Like, unlucky we took that L, but we have to. Like, there's no time to be worried. But as far as the team goes, you need to it's about regaining the team's confidence. It's about letting go of that last match, just putting it out of your mind. Because honestly, if you get clapped like that, you kind of have to accept that the other team's just on a different level from you. You have to look at this new team and say, you know what, we can do that same thing to this other opponent, right? They're much weaker. They also got beat down, right? For me, it's less about. It's not about. Don't worry so much about yourself, right? Think about what we're gonna do to this next opponent. We are gonna be the dominant team in this next match. We're not gonna be on the receiving end anymore.
Yeah.
And so I think that's the best thing you can do is focus on the future. Think about how you're gonna gap your opponent. Maybe make fun of your opponent. Honestly, talk a little smack. Get the team hyped up. That's what you need to do after taking a beating like this. You gotta do something to crack some jokes about it. You gotta break the tension here for both of these teams.
All right. I mean, this is going to be Sheer Cold versus Team Peps. I think I just heard that our casters are ready. Rosters are ready. I'm sorry. first day. Sorry, guys. Let's take a look at the rosters. Starting off with Sheer Cold. Anything that you guys have to say about this lineup?
One player that stands out here that's starting to make a bit of a name for himself in the scene is Will. From Denmark, of course, and also is one of those trash talkers. I remember vividly, I was watching one of the qualifier matches, and he typed to the enemy player just like, "Little bro thinks he's me," when they just dominated someone on Suravasa. So I like Will, bit of a trash talker, gets out there, going to probably play Tracer in this matchup if I had to guess. So that's someone to look out for. Look out for Will, up-and-coming player from Denmark.
All right, well, that's Will from Sheer Cold. Let's take a look at their opponents. We just took a look at them. Team Peps, Jake, what do you have to say for them?
I mean, the name value much higher here for Team Peps, but they did just get clapped. And so I think some of that name value has to come into question now. Composition-wise, it looked like they were pretty much on point, playing mostly mirrors the whole series, but just individually or team execution-wise, getting gapped on a lot of levels there. So the question is, like, how much is this name value going to count? You know, I think for a team like Sheer Cold, they've got a lot more to prove here. But I wondered, does Team Peps not have a little bit more? Is it a lot harder for them to take a loss, right? If you're Sheer Cold, you're a bunch of players who are frankly pretty unknown, like up and coming in the scene. Yeah, you lost to some like really well-known pros, but like maybe you can take that a little easier. So honestly, I'm a little worried for Team Peps. As far as like it gets harder and harder to take those tough L's the more time you've been playing professionally. You can't just say, oh, you know what, we're the underdogs, it's fine, let's get back in there and give them hell.
No, I mean, Sheer Cold are the underdogs.
Exactly.
The underdogs thing is a real thing.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to watch Sheer Cold in this one.
Yeah, I'm a little worried, but at the same time, I do feel like there's just strong. We did see some good plays, at least in the series we watched. Some good plays from Peps,
Dude,
some good openings, some good aggression.
I'm not making any assumptions. You never know. It's OWCS, Jake. Anything could happen.
I like the odds of some underdogs here.
Okay.
You know, I think Team Peps could be vulnerable. It all depends on how mentally strong they are, right? Can they just swallow that tough L?
I mean, before we move on, I know, Jake, you're a big fan of, doing guessing who's going to take the match,
I love Preds,
right?
Jake
loves Preds, and he was very sad that, we don't have a dedicated segment for that.
It's really important.
So Jake, I want to hear from you guys. Jake, what are your Preds for this one? Who do you think is going to take the dub?
He's like boiling. Look at him.
All right.
Eternally, it's just
Sheer Cold 3-1.
You think it's Sheer Cold?
Yeah.
This is why you lost last year.
Because I don't care.
Bottom of the
YOLO.
He doesn't care, Danny. Can you hear that?
Wake up, sheeple.
I'm going Peps. Peps 3-2.
Peps 3-2?
Yeah, I think it'll be competitive.
You might win the Preds, but you're boring as hell.
What is that boring? I'm trying to inform the audience about who is the superior team. I'm applying my analysis, my knowledge, which I know isn't much, but I'm still trying to inform the audience who is the better
team. All right, Preds got the name value. Sheer Cold, they're the underdogs. I got them on this one. I'm believing.
Why are you trusting Sheer Cold for this one?
Literally no reason, because.
Yeah, you gotta, come on, you have to make an educated decision here, Jake.
No, I don't.
They've been through the Swiss stage, they've been through the group stage, they qualified for the EMEA main event, they're competing for circuit points, for prize money.
Absolutely body slammed by their last opponent.
Come on!
Guys.
They got a chance in the, Jake.
Oh, give me something.
Yeah, that's on you, bro.
You're one of the most legendary players in Overwatch League of all time.
Stay mad, bro.
you gotta make an educated decision here. Oh well.
I like the underdogs. I like the underdogs after
Viewer Preds. It's a lot of people are going for Team Peps.
Let's be honest. The name value on Team Peps is so high that like they have to be considered the favorites head to head. But I'm going off pure vibes.
Pure vibes?
That the underdogs could take the 3-0 better than the more established players. I don't think that really matters all that much. Honestly, the player skill is going to matter so much in this meta.
Aren't you happy that I brought this Pred thing up?
Yeah. Look how engaged he is. He gets into it. Yeah. No, but I think that's a really important part about OWCS. Because if you're just tuning into OWCS, you haven't watched the group stages, you haven't watched the Swiss format, it can be pretty easy to just default into like, yeah, I know that guy. Right. I saw them on Vegas Eternal or something. Just like, actually, name value doesn't hold up that much. Of course, there's like Kevster and stuff like that, right? But actually, some of these up-and-coming players, this is their first real opportunity to prove themselves, right? And so I think you'll be surprised by some of these names coming into the competition this weekend.
I mean, really quickly, Jake, you said that Sheer Cold is going to take the win, and they picked Li Jiang. Why do you think Sheer Cold...
Li Jiang King's Row?
Yeah, why do you think...
that's an alpha pick. That's an alpha draft.
It's an alpha.
Alpha draft for Li Jiang. Hey, ence picked Li Jiang and they won 3-0, so I think that probably means the same's going to happen here because Shirko picked Li Jiang, so I think that means they win 3-0. That's my analysis, and I'll stand by it.
Fantastic answer. Great. Great stuff from Mr. Jake
I feel so educated.
All right. All right, I think we're done talking about this match. Let's jump right into the match. Lemon Kiwi and Nekra, take it away.
Hello, thank you.
Well, I've got to say though, I think Jake is right. I think Sheer Cold has a chance here. I want to say with more conviction though that Sheer Cold has a chance because we got a chance to actually talk to NKZ in that tank role after an interview where they had a very stressful 5-map series versus a Junkrat OTP, and like they were saying that they have a ton of versatility when it comes down to that tank role and they can play a bunch of different compositions. So I feel like they're able to kind of crack the code here on the Arista composition that maybe Team Peps wants to play.
I gotta respect Jake just being the most honest guy. Only Jake could say the things that he does on Discord. Just being brutally honest that both these teams got absolutely body slammed. I'm liking that you're gonna be the good cop here, and we're gonna give a chance to Sheer Cold because it is their last chance. And Sheer Cold, yeah, a lot of unknowns, but people that came up through the contender scene, and I don't know if I want to talk trash until I see them play though.
We gotta wait. We gotta wait a little bit and see how they fare for sure. But I mean, Jake, I don't know. What do you think? Are you with us here? Do you feel like this is better? Sheer Cold, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Give you more conviction?
they're underdogs. I think it's mostly just the question of taking a 3-0 beatdown. In the end, though, facing elimination, I do feel like the experience on the players on Team Peps is gonna come in clutch. I'm just memeing because I don't like Preds.
What do you mean? What do you mean you love Preds?
Meme on broadcast?
Guys, I'm fired. They're telling me my year I'm fired, but they can't get me off because we're on camera. So it's cool. It's cool. I'll stick around for just a little bit more. But no, I mean, I think all right. So honestly, the veteran experience on Peps, you would hope that puts them in a position to be like shrugging this off, knowing that they're facing elimination, right? I always felt that there's something to that. Like your back's against the wall, you have to just push those emotions or worries out of your mind and move on completely because it's all coming to this, right? Like, yes, you got stopped 3-0. Yes, you were hoping to make an upset in that first round, but it didn't happen. And now it's fighting for your life. And honestly, you're scrapping for like a top 6. Let's get some points, you know?
Yeah. What do you guys think we'll see in terms
like
of
when it comes down to
compositions?
Sorry.
I was gonna ask about compositions.
I'm
just
say
about
like
compositions.
Yeah, I want to see some Malga.
Yeah, like when it compositions. I don't think we're gonna see Malga, Danny. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think anybody else wants to see that either.
No one like that.
I'm not sure about that one.
I feel like Malga is not as bad as I would have thought. After the nerfs, after the rework, honestly, just the DPS passive change, I feel like Malga is still like kind of okay. I mean, I think the meta, the Orisa, some of these heroes are pretty strong into him, and we might not see Malga at all. But I get the sense that even just that 5% reduction in the DPS passive, for me, that actually has helped Malga a ton. Even though he lost all the buffs he got in this patch, it still is good for Malga. I just think overall, Orisa, no more damage fall off. You sniping people. Orisa is a deathmatch warrior. I honestly I know people meme on like spectating to the tank sometimes, but Orisa is a DM warrior. This hero is like a DPS on steroids. Yes, it doesn't have a shield. Yes, it doesn't really tank for anybody. It's like, I kill stuff. That's why I tank. You have to look at me because I kill you.
No,
this is my type of tank.
Yeah? Yeah? Completely agree.
We love Orisa.
I like Orisa.
I'm here. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Yeah. I think like when you take a look at like both Malga and like Orisa's DPS output, I feel like you have to take account that it's tough. I think it's tough, Jen. When you look at those tanks, you're sitting across from them. We even saw it from watching their Orisa POV, how much damage output she can actually do if you hit those headshots. Like, it's nuts. You can delete people. Those squishies were getting ultra bursted.
I've been an Orisa main since she had it. You would stand behind her shield and still have a bongo, okay? Those were the glory days of Orisa. Now it takes skill to play her, and she's still fun. I've been loving, obviously, the Orisa rework in Overwatch 2 and the fact that she's back in the meta. Because at least if you're going to shoot each other at a distance, like in the Malga meta, you can now throw a javelin. You could do a little spin. You could Terra Surge, even though it doesn't really do much. It's a lot more exciting to watch, at least in my opinion, than Malga.
I like it. Maybe we do get a chance to see a little bit. Actually, like I think we heard correctly that Twisted Minds and Quick Esports played the Mauga in their matchup, and
yeah, cringe, honestly.
1-3-0. So maybe there's some hope yet that we still get a chance to see a little bit of the Mauga if you are into that sort of thing. But I do think that it is Orisa. I think that there's also a case to be made to play some more Doomfist if you are a more dive-oriented team. And in this case, when it comes to Sheer Cold, I expect to see some Zarya. You know, Johnny was talking about the compositions, maybe like hoping to see a little bit more from this matchup when it comes to the versatility in the comps that we see. And I think that Sheer Cold can really offer us that. Even when it came to playing the Mauga patch in this last weekend, Sheer Cold didn't care about that. They played it like once, and that was Sky Tour coming in to play that on New Junk City. And then they still maintained their course when it came to actually playing like the Sigma, the Zarya, the Doomfist. They also play Remacher. Like NKZ is one of the most versatile tanks that we have in EMEA.
I guess my counterpoint is I'd rather be the master of one thing than like mid at everything, or like a jack of all trades, I'll say, as a silver lining. I think there's a little bit too much experimentation from Sheer Cold to adapt to their opponents, and they squeaked by in the group stage. But hey, if you could beat a team like Oh Yeah that are anti-meta, maybe they can pull through here with their own play style. Now it's the Sigma with the Sojourn at a distance. Will has to be careful of Hybrid getting shot up in the sky there, but these Echo grenades are really gonna hurt Benbest. That's some good burst into them, and Naga will hopefully have the chase down on Will, but so far all of that attention has been into the shield of NKZ.
Yeah, but I mean, look at that too. Like, Will can go get a health pack, come back in feeling nice and healthy. Hybrid's able to get a snipe, and now that your main tank is down, you have a way harder time actually being able to get space here.
Yeah, now it turns into the death match that Jake and Reinforce wanted after all, but Orisa's not involved this time. It's the battle of DPS, and Naga and Hybrid come out on top. And they already capped the points, so they've been benefiting from this whole time.
They have, and this is going to buy so much time for Benbest to come back. You have the Sigma, and so like the Sigma versus Orisa here is really interesting because while you have the shield to be able to help protect yourself for these great rotations that we're seeing here from Sheer Cold, the Orisa can just walk in on you. You just go T-pose in front of their face, and there's not really a whole lot that the Sigma can do about that.
At least the Sigma can take pressure really well with cycling the shield and then the Matrix, and KZ has a lot of time on the Sigma, but then as a Sigma, you're not having as much of an impact in the DPS department maybe as compared to Benbest, since Peps can just play further away and depend on Sojourn. So Exodial against Hybrid, tough matchup. We'll see if they can pull it off. First ults by Team Peps though, with the Kitsune Rush and the Overclock, forcing Sheer Cold into a corner. No kills, but hey, space created.
Space created, maybe a cap coming through. There's the Overclock from Exodial just to be able to push everybody back and confirm that point capture. So Team Peps are gonna have to regroup to come back into this, but Will's dead. Will was on a flank. Benbest just killed them. That is a 5v4. You've got the advantage here. And as I say that, there goes FD God.
Yeah, the timing of your flanks on Tracer is very important. If your team is not distracting at the front, everyone's going to turn around on the Tracer flanking if there's not a coordinated pinch. And, well, coordinated backhand from Naga, but good response by Strebor. 3 versus 3 on the point, still capped by Sheer Cold. Sound barrier, though, is massive for Peps to get the extra help they need to take the space and ideally push Sheer Cold off an edge of a cliff, and NKZ is just gonna toss right now, so Team Peps will take back the point.
Yeah, and that's going to bring us to last fight territory as soon as Sheer Cold do respawn. And that, again, is like the kind of the issue with the Sigma, is that you could tell it was kind of getting locked in a corner. You only have one direction for that shield to be able to protect you from. And NKZ is going to switch over to the Orisa. I think you called out something really important there, which is the damage output that this Orisa has. So maybe this will give Sheer Cold a little bit more of a fighting chance with the Orisa themselves.
Yeah, Team Peps just need to not tunnel on the Sigma shield, because then you're just never gonna break through. Gotta find these alternate angles, and Team Peps relying on that Kitsune Rush to just play front to back. NKZ is dead. Peps has somehow assist to Yoham, and this fight is dead. This round is dead. It's a 5 versus 3, and Sheer Cold can keep overtime burning all they want, but they're all isolated from each other. They can't really come back together to rally one final time, even when reinforcements are staggering in. So both these teams got smashed in their first match, but you love to see Team Peps bounce back morally, physically, with a great round win, 100-39.
Yeah, and you have to have that mental fortitude. As they were talking about on the desk, like Team Peps, they have a ton of veterancy on this roster, which may bode well for them to be able to shake off that loss that they just had and come back into this next match super strong. And they were able to do that for this first round. But Sheer Cold, I think we're playing that matchup disadvantage, having the Sigma, and I'd love to be able to see if that Orisa change might be able to swing the tide back into their favor. They also have a little bit of a better echo map, I think, when it comes down to being able to play on gardens, being able to play around the rooftops. But hey, it still might be tough going when you have a DPS like Hybrid that's able to lock down the skies as well as those angles.
Ooh, Tracer versus Echo. I would want to challenge Naga on the Tracer. I'm not gonna lie. We'll see how Will just try to play as invisibly as possible, because yes, as soon as you're on the ground, the Tracer is going to be faster than you. So Will has to time his flights, and Naga is going to wait for that bird to descend. Meanwhile, Sheer Cold are taking shelter in Dojo, and NKZ doesn't have armor, and that is the danger zone for Orisa. Is going to be able to regenerate that, is getting all the attention from Yoham, but is quite literally in a corner, getting kicked into by Team Peps, who can now move forward to the point to cap.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for this Echo to find power if you aren't able to get the setup required to have those focusing beams actually blast down a target. And take a look at this too, like Hybrid is again trying to find all of those angles onto the team. These rotations, they're taking quite a while because what Sheer Cold is looking for here is an opening pick, and Team Peps are the ones that are playing from that defensive position with this wall.
Ooh,
there's one
bit of a sight line for ExoDL. That's opening, but this is exactly why you don't want to play on this bridge. Of course, you got a teleport from Kiri, you got a slide from Sojourn that defies gravity, so Sheer Cold barely hold on and eventually outbrawl Team Peps to regain control.
But there's the opening pick that they need, right? If this is going to be a DPS battle, then you need ExoDL to be able to match Hybrid on the Sojourn. You also want to make sure that you are locking down those flanks. You can see Naga trying to sort of sneak around to behind the team. And that might be able to land a pulse bomb here, or just at least turn the attention of Sheer Cold away from this rotation into right room.
Ideally,
there you
not
see?
ideal, but ExoDL is turning out to be that guy for Sheer Cold, getting first blood. Will, though, trade it out now 4v4, but a lot of good ults from Sheer Cold and Team Peps. Who's going to pull the trigger first? All the weight is on Team Peps' shoulders. Kitsune Rush first from Team Peps, and ExoDL with the overclock and the sound bear from Team Peps. Everybody's pressing Q at once. Everybody run, but Team Peps have forced Sheer Cold back, and they're trying to regain that space as best as they can. Will is even going to duplicate, and it's so back and forth. Team Peps have just spread themselves too thin almost, and even though they used ults first, they lost the fight.
Sometimes the later beat is going to be the one that wins. Sometimes it's just the later picks, especially when you have a Sojourn that just gets ultra over health. She's also can be very difficult to take down, but ExoDL's also not missing the shots. Like those are critical hits. Those are going to be headshots. That's going to be 190 damage to the dome if it's a fully charged railgun. It's enough to be able to delete somebody off of the map. And take a look at this too. This is going to be final fight here for Sheer Cold. If they win this, they've got this round.
And we'll go to our deciding one. Sheer Cold barely have control of the space on this point. It is all up to NKZ. Took a pretty big javelin to the knee, so he's trying to back away as much as possible. Now Sheer Cold have got it to 99%. Will on the flank. Try not to be too aggressive. He's gonna get booped back. Meanwhile, Team Peps with the Kitsune Rush have, well, Naga getting chased around. Benbest is trying to support him, and Hybrid is delivering the final blows that maybe can help Team Peps get ahead in this fight. But it was really Sheer Cold that were ahead this whole time. It's at 99, and Team Peps have a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, I think they're doing a great job now of locking down the Echo, but what I wonder about for Sheer Cold is, like, can they overpower this sound barrier from FD God? Benbest also has the Terror Surge, so you're able to lock people down with their mobility if you or can catch them without those cooldowns. But Johan has his Kitsune Rush. What a great engagement tool here for this next fight.
Yeah, he's gonna pull the trigger on it. Wow, and Exodial pulled the trigger literally. But Naga at least had a response, had the trade. Team Peps, Soundbear is gone. Naga's Pulse Bomb doesn't get the pick, but maybe forces out Will on the duplicate, who goes to the Tracer, hoping to build up that Pulse Bomb quickly. But I think the real difference maker is the Soundbear from Strabor. Later on in this fight, as he pointed out, is such a boon. Team Peps on the emergency Doomfist pick. Need to keep the overtime wick burning. And it's so back and forth. Now 3 on the point for Team Peps, chasing down these last stragglers of Sheer Cold to force it to the final fight.
Team Peps are able to grab it back, but look at how much Sheer Cold had to expend into this fight, and to no avail. That was great target priority there from Team Peps, good target focus, great rotations, and now they may even be able to just win the map here. Cronus is going to have that Kitsune Rush online for this next engagement.
All comes down to this last fight, and then KZ has to make space. Goes up to the left, has Yoham by his side, and KZ runs into Benbest. But that shot from Hybrid could have been deadly into NKZ. He does get healed back up. Team Peps feel in control. We'll see if that remains. The Kitsune Rush was a huge advantage, and they surged forward at the perfect time to make the ultimate comeback, and Team Peps take Lijiang Tower.
That Doomfist pick too, Benbest, I know he's really good at the Reinhardt, but he's been playing a little bit of that Doomfist here and there in the OWCS, and it came in clutch to be able to just have that explosive firepower at the end there to slam a target, take them out, and Team Peps, what a comeback for them in that second round for sure.
It's very close on that last round. I think it came down to just better coordination when those two Doomfists ran into each other. I saw a quicker reaction out of Team Peps, and of course you had the Kitsune Rush, which was the end-all be-all. But I still was very impressed with Sheer Cold staying competitive against people who have had a longer tenure in Overwatch, and I guess bigger names, as the desk alluded to. But this is exactly what platforms like this are about making your name and making a statement. And I like that Sheer Cold come in as the underdog and make Team Peps sweat for it.
Yeah, I think something else that I wanted to mention before about Sheer Cold is that while Team Peps, they have the veterancy and they have the mental fortitude to be able to shake off something like this. Sheer Cold, they don't really have anything to lose. I was talking to the owner, and this is a team that yes, Sheer Cold has been around for a while. They have been a staple in EMEA, contenders for such a long time, being able to build up this new talent. And in that sense too, if you don't have that pressure on your shoulders, hey, you made it to top 8. You're feeling really good about the progress that you've made so far in this tournament. Everything else after that is just the cherry on top. So I wonder if also not having that pressure on your shoulders, unlike a team that does have a lot of that star power and that history to each player's name, helps you out a little bit to just kind of keep your cool and just vibe in a match like this.
Glad to see both these teams have to bounce back after both of these teams just lost, and in a pretty one-sided fashion. And you kind of heard from Jake and having that player experience of how do you mentally reverse yourself after a tough and crushing loss like that, because that hurts the ego, obviously, and all the preparation you did puts you in a situation where if you lose another match, you're out, and all that work for group stage is kind of over. So it's great to see that maybe that's when the experience of Peps really helps out, because the more you play the game, the more you learn how how to lose, because it's not exactly how you prepare to win, but what you do as a team when you lose. Less about maybe the adaptations, but also the attitudes and how you can stay positive going forward. So you love to see that out of Team Peps. Really brought it down to the wire when we thought Sheer Cold were going to win that round 3.
Sheer Cold are still so scrappy though. Like, I think their power to adapt in situations was really tested when they had to go up against their final opponents of last week, because I'm even just thinking back to like the yeah matchup. Like, I feel like that was the one where I looked at and I'm like, you've got to play against some really wacky things, but like, good on you to be able to play against a Junkrat, a Mei, like all of these different things under the sun, and still find a way to carve out that victory in a very close 5-map series. So I don't want to count them out yet, because I think on Kings Row 2 we have the potential to see some other compositions get played there. You know, NKZ at the very beginning of Li Zhang, they had locked into playing the Sigma, and I think like once he ended up changing over to the Orisa, it did look night and day difference when we looked at Garden. So if you just lock into it now, maybe does that give you a little bit better stability when it comes down to playing the map?
Yeah, I think the Sigma was a cool choice when it came to just trying to outpoke the Orisa, because I think their Sheer Cold would have more protection in that poke phase to utilize someone with a shield and someone who could take pressure as well as Sigma, but they realized that they weren't winning the poke war, and Team Peps, every time they had a leg up or maybe Naga was on a cool flank, Team Peps stepped forward and really out-pressured NKZ, and Sigma doesn't want to be in close range with Orisa. He wants to depend on that shield. He wants that gap between them. So now Sheer Cold wanted more options on space taking if the poke war wasn't going to be easily won, and the Orisa was the perfect choice to at least go head-to-head literally against Ben Best in that moment.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I think that like when it comes down to the damage output too, like we've seen Orisa just be able to start melting people, and I don't think that the Sigma has quite the same stability when it comes to that, but maybe with the Doomfist, you have the ability to get that a little bit better, but the shield, if you want to put value into that, can also be very important.
Okay, back to the Ashe. I think ExoDL was like one of the very few people still running Ashe, because it's just tough to. She's got a strong arm, but Ashe ain't Tom Brady, okay? The Dynamite can't go far enough to maybe access someone like a Sojourn. We'll see how that helps. And not as mobile, too, as Sojourn. She's got strong legs to jump further away. Ashe has to rely on her guns, so Sheer Cold still stuck at this choke. Yeah, they take care of the Lucio, but there's a lot of work ahead of them. They do clear Hotel. It's a fantastic job by ExoDL using the Dynamite to flush out the rats from the room. And that is a crazy repeat, by the way, from Team Peps. But either way, Sheer Cold take the point.
That was great communication there. You saw the accretion hit the Lucio, and the immediate follow-up to be able to take out a V-God meant that you no longer had mobility to move the Orisa around or even be able to help reposition that flank. And as you called out there, the Dynamite from the Ashe is one of the reasons why this hero is so impactful in these team fights. You're sometimes all super clumped up, and even if you're not, like you're bursting down, you are limiting the amount of damage that can come through, or limiting the amount of healing that can come through thanks to the damage passive, and it's a lot of targets at once when you end up exploding the Dynamite. So I think great recognition there, and Sheer Cold with the Sigma get to play a little bit more slowly. They get to sort of walk forward rather than having to take these really fast engagements.
Yeah, Sigma doesn't want to play fast at all, you're right. And I like that Will's on the Tracer to just do something better than Echo. That's all I gotta say. Like, you gotta contend against Naga. You can't let this guy let loose, and will have to keep Naga held back. But speaking of being held back, Sheer Cold having issues getting through this choke. They're gonna use the Amp Matrix from Yoham to hopefully get Ben Best out of their hair, and that helps ExoDL win the range duel too. And Pulse Bomb, oh, what a turn! And I think Naga with the Pulse Bomb in that case. ExoDL is online and he's doing great. Sheer Cold now wipe them from the cart and move forward.
Yeah, I mean, think about that too with the ash bullets. Like every time you hit a headshot, it's chunk after chunk after chunk. Like it just has a little bit more potential to be less of like just a sniper, but more of like it's like Cassidy in the same regard, right? Every time you're hitting a headshot shot, you're chunking down your opponents time and time again. Sometimes Soldier doesn't necessarily have that same amount of accuracy because if you're not hitting those headshots, you're not deleting a target. You're not actually getting a meaningful amount of damage down all the time.
Okay, Sound Barrier and Terra Surge from BenBest in these tiny alleyways. That could be, alley-oop! Oh, teleported away, which dropped the pulse bomb right on Hybrid, I think. Sheer Cold are in trouble. They don't have supports. They're not even here, so they'll start some trouble later.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so rough. Oh, that's so rough. Yeah, I think like you just have to back up at this point. It's been a long time since I've seen something like that. The character's just like, I'm so sorry, you have to take this one to the team, bud. But now, this gives him a little bit of, I think, an opportunity here to just like reset up this defense. You're not super worried about like Hybrid having to come back. I think Sheer Cold as well. They're going to be a little bit slower to get going, which is also nice to buy some time for Team Peps' reinforcements. But it's so slow with the Sigma. You gotta keep up with this momentum and this pressure. But look at this rotation they're taking.
Yeah, they heard you calling them slow, and they said, let's zoom into alleyway. Look for Gravitic Flux. Okay, not just the one guy. You want the best bang for your buck. And I think they still only grabbed one person. Got BenBest to have health, though, but again, it takes a lot to kill an Orisa. Speaking of that, BenBest very low, and that could be what spells the end of Team Peps on this defense for point B. But he's brought right back up thanks to that Kitsune rush, and Team Peps look like they stabilized, but so much burst from Sheer Cold came out. I think ExoDeal went forward to try and help get eyes on BenBest and lost his life in the progress. Overclock at an off angle, Hybrid announces his departure after that, and Sheer Cold getting real close to point B.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna cap it here, but like again, it's an accretion into a chase down from Will on this Tracer that completely shut down that overclock from Hybrid. That is the second point unlocked here for Sheer Cold. They get a chance to try to work their way towards this final checkpoint, and it's some smooth sailing. But NKZ is actually going to switch things up. The Sigma, not so powerful on this third point. You want to try to take these engagements fast, especially because you have 3 minutes on the clock. So Orisa works out really nicely there, especially because BenBest also switched over to the Winston.
Yeah, you can bully the heck out of a Winston with Orisa. Just javelin him out of the bubble. You can actually safely go into the bubble because you're so survivable. You have all of that armor. So great swap out of Sheer Cold. Even the Cassidy, very immobile and not very meta. But what is meta is a pulse bomb to the head. Fantastic job by Will, having a great impact in this match. As Sheer Cold up by 1 forces BenBest back. That has to peel for his supports. Not sure what's even going on back here, but you like that Team Peps are going to regroup.
Yeah, ExoDeal is actually going to be going over to the Cassidy now too, so you've got the mag grenade potential, maybe just a little bit more chaos here.
It is very chaotic. The sound barriers exchange. Everyone's tussling in a tiny room, but that's where BenBest can get the most DPS with the Winston. And yeah, the Winston is just gonna get shredded. If there's no bubble, if there's not 100% attention on that Winston, he's gonna get bursted. Last minute Kitsune rush from the defense, but the Terra Surge to zone out any staggers touching the cart. Great push out of Sheer Cold with 2 minutes on the board.
Oh, that's like the best Terror Surge we've seen in a couple of weeks. Maybe a little bit set up there for the slam dunk, but nonetheless impactful with those 2 kills onto the squishies. But what a great push there from Sheer Cold. It felt like such smooth sailing through that second point, even into the third. Like they were just on a roll. And I think a lot of it came down to just the coordination. Like the opening pick that we saw from the accretion into FD God, the opening, the final pick that we saw in point B for the accretion there onto Hybrid. That's how you open up those fights, is just stun locking somebody.
Absolutely.
So valuable.
Yeah, I definitely think the DPS from Sheer Cold put in a lot of work. I think ExoDial single-handedly won Sheer Cold the first point. Like, taking control of Hotel is such an important power position. Then Yoham helped with the Ant Matrix to break through the main choke. And then, you know, there was some stoppage from Team Peps when it came to point B. But eventually Sheer Cold broke through using that alleyway, switching up their composition. Actually, they swapped up at point C. But it feels like Sheer Cold did a lot of studying in this meta and came in with specific compositions for specific points, and they look more prepared.
They look really prepared. And I think the other thing that's going to make this matchup really interesting to watch is just pay attention to NKC Benbest. How do they get the upper hand on the tank choices? Like, this is now the third hero that we've seen NKZ play. Sigma, Orisa, now it's the Ramattra, and the Ramattra versus the Orisa. This is another one that I feel like we've seen before. Just go in and start punching the Orisa down.
Yeah, but it's tough because the javelin from the Orisa will push the Ramattra back. Ramattra doesn't like a poke war. Yes, he has a shield, but it's fraud watch on that shield tank. He really likes to brawl and throw some left and right hooks, and the Orisa dominates both in close range and long range, so it has to be a really coordinated push out of Sheer Cold. And how about some coordinated shots? You love to see that at ExoDial. Who's going to be able to contest that on the high ground? Like, Naga has to go all the way up there, or maybe Hybrid could land some shots too. But for now, Sheer Cold hold on to the defense.
Yeah, they're even going to push up on this a little bit here just to get a little bit more poke as Team Pep start to move in. Benbest is half. So if there's any sort of flank that can happen there, you can see Strebor kind of trying to go towards that Orisa, maybe get a little bit of a flank there. It could be a dead tank.
And Naga finds himself out in the open next to a phone booth, and he's trying to call 911. He does recall and get himself back to full. Kitsune Rush and Hybrid eats another pulse bump for breakfast. Will just has him in the death note at this point. You love to see Will come in and prove that, well, resume, tenure, veteranship, that don't matter. Sheer Cold, they're just scrappy and it's working out.
Sheer Cold has always been kind of scrappy though. Like, maybe not some of the cleanest engagements, but they've got a lot of willpower, both figuratively and literally. I didn't realize that because we also have Will the Tracer. But it is nice to see that, like, Sheer Cold, like, they do want this win, despite maybe just kind of going for just the extra little bits and bobbles of getting a good placement in the OWCS. They're bringing everything they've got here to this match.
Wow, Naga almost just one-clipped the guy before he reacted, but sound barrier from Team Peps. Trevor is holding on to it. Sheer Cold are confident. They want to pair with the Annihilation. And, well, that's a pretty tanky guy. And the Pulse Bomb didn't do much. Sheer Cold, everyone is following up with NKZ. Will got a double kill, but the Terrorist Surge pushed Sheer Cold back. So Team Peps seem to be ahead in kills. Now starting to accumulate that first tick. Will, though, is still kicking. And he's on fire, too. So he'll be able to rejoin the team. On the chase, though, is Naga. Spots the rest of the team. FD God is going to go finish what Naga couldn't, apparently. And Team Peps can push this advantage even more if they want.
I think you don't want to overextend, though, right? Because ExoDial is still set up here around the bookstore. Nice defensive position for NKC to take as well with the Ramattra. I am just impressed that Will has another pulse bomb online. Like, it was not only like 30 seconds ago that we saw him land that one onto Team Peps, and now he's got another one in the bank. This one didn't hit its mark, but you're still, I think, feeling really good about just kind of continuing to see Will put on that pressure there with the pulse and just the tracer.
Yeah, Ant Matrix as soon as Team Peps want to step out, and there's dynamites raining down. This is not fun for Team Peps, but hey, they didn't die, so they get to play the game, so it ends up being fun after all. But good timing by Sheer Cold. Just maybe needed to focus down a target to get a kill off that Ant Matrix. Now Team Peps respond with a Kitsune Rush, forcing Sheer Cold back a few corners, and it's like a chess match between these two.
It's really great recognition on both sides. Just a good disengage here from Team Peps away from the amplification matrix, and now the rotations as the big flanks start to come through. Ash, though, on that high ground for ExoDial is really shutting down Hybrid's ability to just try to get a good angle onto the team. it's great rotations, and I think Sheer Cold 2 are making this one a pretty big dogfight.
Okay, the Bob is going to be behind Team Peps. They want to crunch them from the front and the back. It's a pain sandwich, and Team Peps don't even have a sound barrier to help them. No supports at all, actually. So this is a fantastic place for Sheer Cold to have their defense. Similar to Team Peps on point B, you can take down a lot of time at this point of the map.
You can. Team Peps, like, you've got the sound barrier here from FD God. You might want to use that a little bit proactively in order to give yourself more staying power. And the nice thing, too, from Team Peps' perspective is that Sheer Cold, they only have this pulse bomb to work with. If you are quick on your feet, you can dodge it out, and maybe that's exactly what you need. But look at the pace that's getting set here. Everybody's just kind of swarming them from the get-go.
Yeah, FD God's dancing around. He's like, where did that pulse bomb go? Having flashbacks, but a well-timed Suzu from Cronus came in to save them. Team Peps have a huge ult advantage. They really got to press this, but Sheer Cold disengaging is so smart. You don't want to take any risks. You want to see if you can depend on the sound barrier from Strabor to absorb some of the blunts of this blow, because oh my god, a Terra Surge plus sound barrier is pretty painful. It does an initial dent into Sheer Cold. They already used the sound barrier. Now there's nothing to save Sheer Cold, and you're barely able to use that Amp Matrix when there's a Tracer where the sun don't shine. Team Peps, though, overcommitting and not coming out with all the kills. Look how deep Ben Best is, by the way, on the right. He is hungry for that point B. Team Peps want to ignore this Ramacho shield and access the real threats in this backline. 23 seconds. Team Peps may not be able to afford a full reset, and they got to make that decision quick.
Yeah, I mean, Hybrid's just got to power slide out of there, because if he does get staggered, that is for sure what's going to happen. Jen, you spelled it out right there. Even Ben Best has to come back on the Doomfist, because otherwise they're not going to be able to get back to this card in time. What a commit of ultimates, not able to get anything done. It's all on this overclock.
Okay, I thought
Where
we were
are the
gonna
kills?
have C9 counter. Well, let's look at the kill count first. And wow, this Tracer already harassing Hybrid, who needs to stay focused to finish off these targets. Ben Best is on the emergency Doomfist, which may not be super helpful. And then the Exodial Bob is that extra man on the field. Sheer Cold. Full, not full hold, but hold Peps at point B entire series.
The scrappiness, they've got it in them. Sheer Cold, like, they really want to go further in this competition, and I think you saw the communication, the coordination there firsthand. And the other thing is, like, those DPS, they woke up. Like, XOD hitting all those shots, keeping Team Peps from having a cohesive push time and time again. How many first picks did we see XOD be able to get, whether it was on a flank or just somebody that was holding down main?
Yeah, I think Ben Best isolated himself in that last fight. Like, I was looking like me out there. Just, if my DPS can't kill me, go in and kill supports myself. You saw the frustration out of Team Peps to really take care of Exodial, who's the biggest threat. The fact that he got Bob online that last fight sealed the deal for Sheer Cold. And Team Peps, kind of surprising to see Hybrid struggle in this matchup. Definitely Exodial looked like the real star, and Hybrid is still trying to keep up.
Yeah, the Ashe, like, I think the big thing about it is just, like, look at that headshot damage. You finish off that Tracer with a snap of your fingers. The dynamite damage helps out with that DPS passive so that the healing is just mitigated even slightly. And then you also have the Bob that got a tiny little buff to the damage output, and everything all adds up here for this Ashe in a DPS heavy meta. ExoDL hitting the shots too for sure helps there. Look at how, like, Ben Best got locked down and forced to use those defensive cooldowns. I mean, like, this is crazy. That is not an 11.0, is it? Surely that's not what that
They're
is.
Crazy.
No shot.
11 KDA. Okay, someone signed.
That's wrong. That has to be wrong.
I love it though.
I was like, man, like, I could totally see it being like double of Team Peps, but like, wow. I don't know about that one. We'll have to go back and crunch the numbers again. But it still came up Sheer Cold in that match. I think they've really started to feel themselves when it comes out to this matchup, and I don't know. This third map, like, this will be very telling to see who actually has the power between these two teams.
Yeah, winning control can sometimes be just like a Mickey Mouse map. Like, it's so chaotic, and you have to make these panic decisions. You have no space to work with if you're a DPS, and that I think less experienced teams can really struggle in those chaotic environments. But once I think Sheer Cold looked like they had a more established plan, when they can actually execute a plan and not just deathmatch on control, that's when Sheer Cold looked a lot more decisive. I mean, Will is delivering pulse bombs consistently. ExoDial on the Ashe is cool. I was low-key hating. I mean, I was straight up honest that I wasn't sure about the comp that Sheer Cold are running. You would think in a vacuum, Orisa counters the Ramatra. The Sojourn should be able to win against the Ashe, who has the most annoying reload in the world. Like, there was so many ways I thought Team Peps should have just been able to execute better, but they couldn't.
I think Sheer Cold, one of the big highlights for me and their team is that you might look at them having some unconventional compositions, but like they work. Even just going back to that 5-map series that they had versus yeah, I'm looking at like, oh, you play Widowmaker Echo on Shambali, it's working. That's cool. And then you like Zarya. Yeah, with the Zarya too, like Cassidy Tracer Zarya on a lot of these maps, and just kind of some of these more interesting compositions that not only give us variety as viewers, but might only work out for a team like Sheer Cold, who are so practiced together as a team at this point. And like, it's kind of like the whole maybe Clockwork Vendetta sort of issue, where how do you actually get practice against a team that is able to run such a unique composition? And the Torbjorn, the Orisa, oh, those were the good old days of of that team. But that is kind of similarly, Sheer Cold is Sheer Cold. No one else plays like them.
And you're exactly right. Like, how do you play against a team when you don't scrim against that composition very often? I don't know their experience playing against each other. Sheer Cold have chosen to go to Coliseo. Both these teams have had a struggle bus of a time on this map, but Sheer Cold are very confident in their range duel of ExoDial versus Hybrid. And, you know, to give like a head pat to Hybrid, I would have struggles aiming too if I had Will behind me at all times. Will was harassing Hybrid non-stop, like to the point where Naga and Hybrid had to play hot potato with the pulse bomb all the time. So I don't blame him, and maybe that's just up to Naga to keep Will in his place a bit better.
That's the other thing about the Ashe that I was noticing a lot, is like how ExoDial was playing the Ashe. Yes, you're also getting marked by a Tracer. You've got Naga on the other side that is going to try to lock down those DPS or try to lock down a support, but you've got the coach gun on your side, and you look at the power slide capabilities of the Sojourn, and you're like, wow, that is a great way to be able to create space between you and that Tracer. But then what that Tracer is doing is it's pushing you away from the angle that you're trying to take. Versus the Ashe, you're not actually jumping away too far with that coach gun, and in the process, you're pushing the Tracer back. So it feels like it's a little bit better in those closer knit quarters, where King's Row, you have very few opportunities to take those angles, and that power slide is just not doing you any favors to actually move away and try to grab a new angle. But Coliseo, a little bit more open, maybe a little bit more versatile in that department.
Yeah, it's a bit trickier with on this map to play Tracer, because you have to take these long routes around, and maybe if there's a Coliseo rework that takes care of the glass, maybe that won't be the case.
Mauga alert. Mauga alert.
Why?
We got a Mauga on our team. We also have a Symmetra that's staying. So like,
he's
Symmetra...
bald? Where is Mauga's hair? Bald buff alert. Anyway, Team Peps are gonna play fast, aggressive, and loose. Team Peps relying on the old and true, you know? If the old, what they were running before didn't work, maybe this will.
Hey, I mean, I'm gonna give credit where credit is due. Jake said he didn't mind this. The damage output of Mauga is still pretty effective. And you'll see that too, even just with the overrun. It's a nice stun to be able to make some space for the team.
Team Peps not winning the DPS duel right now, and now that Hybrid is missing, Naga hopes to maybe help the team leave the situation. Actually, he's just gonna go down with the ship, and great. Sheer Cold just dealt with the pressure well again off of that Sigma. NKZ did that well on Lijiang Tower, and I'm glad they brought it back.
I'm sorry, I want to call out too. Those stats were accurate. Sheer Cold had an 11 KD. Holy. Okay, well, they're off to a great start here too. Able to push back the Mauga. We see this in Metro here. The teleporter may prove to be a little bit tricky for Sheer Cold to be able to walk onto some of these targets, but that's what you've got the Lucio there for. You've also got Cronus that's going to be able to have those wall climbs with the Kiriko and help try to lock down some of that high ground. Also, the Amp Matrix.
Benbesh just said come on and slam, but did not get to make any jam. That's really unfortunate. I mean, you have to go in as Valga. You don't have a shield like NKZ. You're gonna lose the poke war, so you gotta try and get past that shield somehow. And Benbesh likes to play aggressive. He showed us exactly that on the Orisa on King's Row. I just think the Orisa would have more survivability in this case. There's been a lot of heavy nerfs to Mauga, the health, the cardiac, which now Benbest is into cardiac arrest, but now he's getting stunned up. He is gonna shove this Sigma back, hopefully away from his team, but look at all the ults that come out of Sheer Cold. Gravitic Flux, Overclock, and Benbest gets tossed back to heaven, and Team Peps are trying to compete.
Oh, there you go. I mean, that is going to help here. Hybrid's able to get the jump there onto Exodial. It does take out that Sojourn that has just been pumping out so much damage, but the damage has still been done. You've got this push bot that is so close to that objective, and you're even going to be able to help keep away some type of contest if you're able to just push that Sigma forward. But you do have this bridge contest now. You're just going to get the overhang. Wow. Nice rotation too, just to be like, we almost have it. We've got a little bit of a lead. Let's back off. Try to play in this neutral fight.
Yeah, Team Peps really have to be coordinated maybe with the Symmetra. It feels like Benbest has an idea and the rest of the team has a different idea. Maybe because these flankers are crazy. Will! Great pulse bomb onto Cronus. You shut down the ability to use the Kitsune Rush. And, you know, the healing, the lack of healing is certainly going to be felt. They protect themselves at least with the Photon Barrier, so Team Peps buy themselves some room to breathe. But now that that's down, Sheer Cold reemerge and Team Peps aren't even here.
That's wild. Symmetra did get a couple of buffs that did not get reverted in this patch. Like, turrets are still going to be a little bit healthier. Teleporter as well, but the teleporter is also so,
in the middle of death. Yeah, like they teleported.
It's so telegraphed. Like, it's so telegraphed.
Yeah. It scared me.
That did scare me too. It still works out for them, right? Because like while it's telegraphed, yes, you get the disruptor shot down onto the teleporter. They still played that beautifully, and so it's nice to be able to see that happen. But was that a back cap?
Oh god.
Is that the point?
Oh god.
Is that the second objective?
Yeah, they did that.
Are we watching Japan OWCS?
Get your counter ready, but
oh wait, no, it looks like it was just barely there. I think I listen, it's hard to tell sometimes when you're taking a look at the map, but no, that was so close.
Oh, he's just coming in like a train. Shoot, get out of Benbest's way, but NKZ is just gonna ignore him. Donowall use the grab flex on the rest of the team. FD God salvages it with the sound barrier, but everyone from Team Peps is dying. Low HP, exit via teleporter, hopefully with their lives. Not really though. Sheer Cold still up 66-13, 5 minutes left, and there's flashes in the pan for Team Peps with the coordinated Mauga Symmetra thing, but Benbest is back to the Winston.
Yeah, Winston, I think, just gives you a little bit more ability to jump on a target like Exodial. You also have Yoham that's playing this Baptiste, so a little bit more stationary than what we would see out of something like the Kiriko. But no, that push bot's going. I don't know. I can't believe my eyes anymore, Lemon. Like, this is a very dominating performance so far by Sheer Cold. We still have 4 minutes on the clock, but
oh wow, what a great place to take the fight if you're Sheer Cold, like in an area with low ceilings, close quarters that this Winston does not want to tussle in. But Strepor still had to use the sound barrier to disengage the team, which is not ideal, but hey, you get to have another fight soon, I guess, and it'll be up to Benbest to lead that charge. The rest of the team are going left. Team Peps want to crush them from multiple angles. They might have collapsed on some supports. They've isolated NKZ with the bubble, but he gets back up on his feet. Immortality used by Yoham Broham, who got pressured on the initial dive. And Team Peps, they just can't afford to lose people like this. They got to bring momentum. There's only 3.5 minutes left, and they'll have to make do without Naga using the sound barrier. They have NKZ low, but Team Peps can't seem to bring the fire.
This looks like Team Peps panicking. Like Naga going over to the Genji off of the Tracer. You're giving up the opportunity to try to mark Will on this Tracer, but like it wasn't working. So you're just trying to throw some things at the wall and see what sticks. And this right now, it just looks like Team Peps throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this one and hoping something is on the wall at the end of this.
Yeah. XODL trying to paint the walls with this overclock, and FT guys is jumping from the left to the right, and not fast enough. XODL has been locking it down on this Sojourn. And Team Peps, I mean, they're trying different comps, and I like that they're not too stubborn on one competition that's not working. They're trying different things, but Sheer Cold are just different.
Sheer Cold are so different. I mean, like they're just like XODL different. I think is one of the things that's been really impressive to me is just how mechanically skilled XODL has been in these matches. Like it's gonna be a big test of strength to see how he matches up against like a player like Kai, for example, right? But this is working out super well. Just Sheer Cold, they might be at an ult disadvantage now, but it really hasn't mattered in a lot of these fights for them. They're just able to kind of do things like that, the snipe out at D-God, and then force Team Peps to use ult, but is it enough?
Ooh. Oh, I thought it was a party on the dance floor. Not gonna have to deal with the immortality, but killing the Baptiste and Strebor is dead. Sheer Cold are in trouble, but Will's pulse bomb killing Benbest. Like, Team Peps just don't have bodies left to even make the most out of this.
They are able to get the cart back, but I think what makes Coliseum so difficult for a lot of these teams that are playing from a meterage disadvantage is that where that cart always walks back to is this middle point. And if you've got a player like XODL that is consistently getting these first picks, those neutrals are always going to go in favor of Sheer Cold. Can Hybrid work some magic with this overclock? It's going to have to be something here to push them back.
Oh, that's frustrating. Benbest went to dive in, gets booped back, and still hasn't been healed. Like, it took forever. Like, he has to pop the primal just to still be involved in this fight. Cronus just has his hands full. There's so many ducklings to worry about. And, not getting that last kind of back clap on XODL is adding to the frustration. I'm feeling him right now. Team Peps, though, still won the fight, and they're getting close to matching the score. They're down 40 meters, but 45 seconds left. It's last fight.
It is, but that was a good fight to take here. Now they get a chance to work a little bit more on the bridge. Benbest with the Primal Rage was able to disrupt that backline enough in order for Hybrid to get some work done with that overclock. But you're looking at the sound barrier here from FT God. That has to be the saving grace, and it's XODL now who has the time to shine. Big accretion into the back too.
Okay, Giga Chat Hybrid with the sound barrier trying to tussle with NKZ, who puts him to bed permanently. 53, I think, meters for Team Peps, and they're barely still kicking. Not having Cronus in this fight is just terrible. Sheer Cold, just so coordinated in these fights, shutting down the Winston, shutting down the Maga. You try everything, and Sheer Cold are gonna dominate, so they take Coliseum.
The back cap. I'm still thinking about that. I hope we get a replay of that a little bit later or a highlight or something, because like after that came through, how frustrating is it to have to play knowing that like you gave up a checkpoint, now you've given them forward spawns. Like it just made the job so much harder after Team Peps had worked so hard to keep them from being able to capture that first checkpoint. So yeah, like Sheer Cold is coming up gold for them. It's looking really good, and Team Peps, nothing that they're throwing at these different team compositions is working, and that is something that Sheer Cold is saying. Like they've got versatility, they've got the ability to play so many different compositions, so many different styles, and they're proving it.
There's also, I think, a clash of play styles on the side of Team Peps. You have Ben Best who wants to WWW, go in, let's get a W, and he's only finding L's. And they eventually coordinated off of a symmetric teleporter, and that was like the flashes of brilliance that maybe Team Peps, with a coordinated plan going in, with a composition they have well practiced, can get past the Sigma and can break that structure apart. But then we went back to the Winston. Winston got booped. Winston got bullied. Winston was dead. So I could see Team Peps trying different things, but Ben Best is playing too aggressive, but I don't think Cronus is giving him the amount of support that he needs for how crazy he's playing. And Cronus is doing his best to also do DPS on his own, but there's a lot of things that Team Peps have to work out, and unfortunately this is one of their last maps to show that they've adapted.
Yeah, for sure. I look, actually, I think this is the back cap. Look, somebody's pushing the push bot. They are just fighting in mid. You get the checkpoint and you can see Team Peps turn around. They turn around and it's way too late. Will has done it. What is it with these tracers in these matchups in OWCS? They're able to get these like insane objectives. I'm still thinking about that Naokuji Brothers back cap from OWCS Japan, but like absolutely crazy that that's come through. And I think you're right, Jen. Like there is this this disconnect that's coming through on Team Peps that is really pulling them apart right now. But once again, like Sheer Cold is dominating.
Yeah, where's that 11 KDA though? Because I thought you were capping. You were not capping. That was an 11 KDA.
That was 11. That was an 11. Like the stats don't lie. It was like so night and day on that map. I can't
Why
believe
no
it.
A plus though?
I was looking at that, I was like, no
KDA.
way.
No A plus for a Sheer Cold. I guess we gotta settle with an A minus. No 11 KDA.
I know. Come on, you're missing the vertical there.
Ooh, New Chunk City. Dude, I had to think for a second what NJC meant. It's a very long name. I agree.
It is. It's a lot of syllables. It's 4. It's too much. Suravas is actually also 4, so never mind.
Our brains are working overdrive right now.
Don't worry about it. Anyway, but yeah, like, what are you gonna pick here? I don't know if it matters.
Maybe Malga. This looks like a Malga map. They just got to play a ring around the rosy on the first point, a lot of close quarters, kind of ready to slam in and rush them down. Maybe this could be friendlier towards the Malga, and we'll see if the Sigma even has real space to operate with. There's definitely some points on New Junk City where you can play distant from the point, kind of watch over it with a Sigma and take angles around, but I'm hoping Sheer Cold maybe go back to a Ramatra if they have to brawl it out. But NKZ also does look very comfortable and unchallenged, to be honest, on the Sigma.
He could play anything. Like, he's been able to play anything. I want to get out the bingo card though, because we've seen basically every tank at this point. I think we're I think we're just missing the Zarya, I think.
Go Zarya,
oh, and
YOLO.
Diva, actually. Yeah. Give us the full trifecta, or the full gauntlet of tanks in Overwatch.
Kind of like Jake's philosophy on the desk of, I don't know why I'm picking this, but YOLO.
Yeah, a Wrecking Ball and Roadhog. Okay. We're missing a couple. Junker Queen. Sorry, there's so many tanks in Overwatch 2 at this point that we're missing actually a lot. But still, the bingo card exists. We might get a full bingo of something.
Yeah.
But
Well, we gotta roll. We gotta roll for some bingo because there's something up with one of the players. So we're gonna throw it to a quick break. When we get back, we'll have our next map.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Well, 2 minutes ago, I just found out that Maga is actually bald on that skin. We were actually just giggling about that.
It's only that one skin. He has great hair.
They did him dirty on that. I'm not gonna lie.
In
The
an
bald buff did not work
alternate
out, though.
space universe, Mauga is bald. So true.
It's crazy. Usually people like spend money to put on hair, not get rid of it. But hey, that's Zarya that she wanted. Get back to a serious topic. That's Zarya you wanted. There.
Maybe just maybe we get to see it. I was saying, look it, we're getting like the whole gauntlet of if this is actually what comes out of these gates, we're only missing a couple tanks, and we still might see them in this match. Oh my god, that's actually crazy. Wait, Bembes has got the
yeah,
soccer
the girly pop skin.
We love it. Girly pop skin, love it.
Girly
Sorry,
pop.
You're right. You're so valid.
Stars emoji, lipstick, nails emoji, whatever. But Bembes is back to his roots. He said, screw the Maga, I'm going way back, time machine style, to the Reinhardt. What he was subbed in to do, now he could be aggressive and it won't be his fault, it'll be everybody else's. If your Reinhardt dies, it's not your fault, right?
No, but this is how you get on the same page. Just play a composition that is meant to play together. You've got the Symmetra, you've got the Reinhardt. This is like the London Spitfire special with the May as well. And it could work out here if they're able to just get in there and get some stuns.
Oh, wow. Well, we'll stun them permanently, stop their hearts, and KZ is farming up energy too. So Team Peps, if they go in, they gotta finish what they started. You can't let NKZ, especially a Zarya, scale like that.
No, you're going to be so high charged too. Like with the projectile changes with that beam, you're hitting so many targets. If you are charged up, you're melting people. And it takes the Symmetra a little bit longer to get online to be able to match some of that DPS output. So it can be a little bit tough, I think, to try to get on the same page. And even though we got some tank buffs to Reinhardt, you've got a little bit more fire strike damage. You still got to be elite with how you actually nail those down.
Oh boy. 50% for sheer cold on this first. Whoa! Will, the carry is dead. They brought one with them. You got like 2 or 3K on the first fight. And you wanted this Death Blossom to go burr. Sheer cold will just have to do damage without him. And KZ is basically a DPS at 100 HP or 100 energy, and Naga is barely getting out. And these right clicks from the Zarya do so much AoE too. So Team Peps are dead in the water. They're drowning. They're not coming back to the surface. It's 88%. Team Peps got a touch. Sheer Cold could easily grab them and force them to C9. You could add that to your counter, but they're not going to force them to C9, unfortunately.
No, they can't. They can't touch. I think this is smart recognition from Team Peps. They know that they're going to have to just go to the next flashpoint. They didn't get any intel until now where that's going to be, but they had a good idea. Now they're able to sort of beat them to the punch, but Reinhardt's going to perma shield just to make sure that they're actually going to get this rotation into Refinery. But sheer cold, like they're on a different level right now. Even with the Symmetra teleporter from Team Peps, like they're just not going to get there to play this defensive position.
Blizzard would go crazy.
Grab Blossom though from sheer cold.
Yeah, I guess whose side is gonna win? Let's find out. Photon Bear is they kind of built themselves a base on 1/3 of the point. So they got good protection, but what about the thing that matters? Damage. Well, that's all sheer cold have with the grab. And there's your death helicopter coming in. That is a great job by Will at the sound barrier, but if everyone presses Q, is it really that good for sheer cold? A win's a win though, am I right?
You take the win. Just take the W. Just take the W. Take the point capture. Team Peps did get a little bit of charge there, but they have to go back to the drawing board. Ben Best is going to give up the Reinhardt. Going to go over to the Ramatra instead, and we're also going to see a bit of a switch up here. Hybrid going over to the Sojourn, and I think this is going to be a little bit better. I just don't know if Reinhardt's like... is it. I don't think he's him with even just the tiny buffs that he did get in the, I guess 2 patches ago. It's not helping. So Ramatra, a good way to still continue to play with this team, play with this May. Naga has a great May too, so you love to see it.
I'm hearing the cope in your voice, but I'm gonna go with it until they prove me otherwise. But Ant Matrix from Cronus, Sheer Cold do not want to be in line of sight of that 74%. They still somehow have the point. So I feel like Team Peps are doing a great job zoning, but not taking the real estate that they have assigned themselves to. And a punish onto Will is a great start. Got that Reaper away from you, and now they can cap the point. But 94% for Sheer Cold. It's only going to take one fight for them to take that round.
Yeah, but you've got this May Blizzard, and this is a fantastic AoE ultimate. It fills up basically the whole point, and if you're able to lock down Sheer Cold into a tiny room, even better, right? So having the Ramatra shield, I think you're able to play around that nicely. It actually, with the Ramatra choice, has forced NKZ to switch. You're giving up all of that Zarya charge, but I think you get more benefit from playing the Ramatra into this composition. NKZ has already proven himself on this hero.
Ooh, Blizzard. Who's frozen? I don't know. NKZ's dead, though. Got walled off. Fantastic job by Naga. And Team Peps just have to conserve this sound barrier if there were to be another fight. Forced and Death Blossom as Peps walked in. Will is trying to even up the numbers. And it's working out. He forced Ben Best back. Naga's in Ice Block. Will is doing the Lord's work, but he joins the Lord at the end. 94 for Sheer Cold, and they don't have control. Ben Best is blocking, and he's got some strong forearms, and that will allow Team Peps to take that second round and even things up.
Oh, that was so close, though. You saw the last-ditch effort from Johan to be able to use that Kitsune Rush, and while I believe in the Kirikos of the world, especially at this level, to hit those shots, it was a panic to try to be able to get that win. And why would you not, right? You saw your Reaper get a 3K with the Death Blossom, if you also include the Immortality Field, but it was still enough to even the score to make that even potentially possible. ExoDL was also still up. You invest that. But it's going to be a switch here. Will's going to go over to the Tracer. Maybe have a little bit better to deal with something like Hybrid in the back, because Will has been very lethal with these Tracer pulses.
There's so many ults by Team Peps. It starts with the Ant Matrix, just to hose down the fire of Sheer Cold. They used the sound barrier when they kind of looked like they were disengaging, so at least they live. But for how long? There's an Annihilation donk walking towards them. What a wall from Naga to shut the door. You're stuck in here with me. And Ben Beth comes out on top. Now, you know, an important thing is the objective, folks, so Team Peps will cap that.
Are you believing in the May now?
All right. I'm on board with the cope.
No, it's see, like I like to call out like the positives of this May. You saw it right there with the wall being able to isolate a target. The ice block from May still has that buff too, where she is healing a little bit more per second as well when she's in that ice block form. So it feels really nice to just have this May plus the slow from the cryo. Just the general primary fire is going to be helpful to just make somebody a little bit more easy to kill. So Team Peps, they've got control. They almost have 50% before Sheer Cold are going to be able to make an effort on this point, but overclocks.
Overclocks. Oh, no shield for Ben Best. Sound barrier though. The extra layer of protection, and ExoDL couldn't slide away. And Team Peps, well, they get to conserve the rest of their ultimates and ideally take the point now that they have Sheer Cold 6 feet under. So Team Peps care about finishing off what they started, I guess, and great immortality in case that pulse bomb from Will were to do something. And Team Peps are still allowing Sheer Cold to accumulate all of this. Now NKZ drops to contest the point one last time. This will be flipped over shortly. Team Peps are starting to lose supports though, so maybe Peps are fumbled the bag. They should have definitely capped earlier.
Oh yeah, that though. Okay, I was wondering what was scarier than Ramatra in Annihilation, and it's apparently a Ramatra in Annihilation on a Kitsune Rush. You talk about the lightsaber action of the Genji just being able to kind of slice and dice with the Dragon Blade on that ultimate, but I think the Ramatra is pummeling you into the ground. Yeah, you're nothing after that.
It's like a Dragon Ball Z fight, which is punches undergoing like light speed.
Exactly.
All right, that's our next collab, everybody. How do we get
Please
Dragon
make
Ball
this
involved?
happen. Oh my god, please.
They would take all my money, honestly.
It's so true, though. If they didn't already.
Well, Sheer Cold are trying to get that bag, too, because they're very close to taking this round and getting themselves to map point, I gotta say. I was trying to find the right word. Annihilation sound barrier, though. Team Peps running away as fast as they can. And Sheer Cold taking back control, being in the driver's seat. Team Peps can't hold on for much longer, so Sheer Cold are ahead by a round.
Yeah, this could be the final round as well. If Sheer Cold close it out here, remember the loser of this map or this match is gonna go home, and you don't want to be ending your tournament run on day number 1. So Team Peps, they've got to bring it back into this one. They have an opportunity to. Maybe it's gonna be Ben Best switching up tanks once again in this matchup to go over to the Orisa. We're playing rock paper scissors now with this tank roll, Jen. It's gonna be the Orisa to beat the Ramatra. Maybe NKZ switching back over to the Zarya or the Sigma or something like that. But for now, Ben Best, he's trying to make this Orisa work here with the rest of the team. Hybrid and Naga gotta lock in.
Last time I said it was a comp diff in favor of Team Peps, I was on King's Row when this matchup happened, and it didn't end well for Team Peps. But it's ending well for ExoDL, winning the Sojourn duel against Hybrid once again. Team Peps are all stuck in a corner. Sheer Cold, they're on the chase. They smell blood in the water, and it's Ben Best hoping to escape, using the javelin well, but they may be staggered, and Naga throws a pulse as Sheer Cold. We're still chasing Ben Best, so Peps kind of using Ben Best as bait there. You love to see it. 30% plus so by Sheer Cold. They've now fallen back after that pulse bomb to defend themselves, and they're losing a lot of space. Ben Best is being aggressive, and it's Sound Barrier versus Kitsune Rush, and Sheer Cold do not have the health to hang.
No, it's a good aggressive push here from Team Peps. They are able to take advantage of Sheer Cold in that vulnerable position of having a little bit of a late ExoDL to that fight. But Team Peps too, like a great sound barrier to be able to actually react to the Kitsune Rush that got layered over the point. So Ben Best is going to be coming up big with this Orisa matchup. Hybrid now having a lot of space, gets that overclock back online, and it looks good so far. Cronus as well. I think the big difference maker between the Baptiste and the Kiriko is like Baptiste doesn't have to play with the team. You can use this high ground and who can actually get you. Yep, that's a backup. That is a go away moment.
Be careful of edges. Don't be close to those. That's where javelins are gonna hurt, and that's where finally that advantage of the space creation with the javelin helps out Ben Best for once. And if all of that focus goes into Ben Best, Team Peps can just use that to their advantage and hope that they can be elusive and try to get behind Sheer Cold. Meanwhile, it's a couple percent away for Team Peps to force the final round. Kitsune Rush. Oh, Sheer Cold couldn't get there in time. They tried to touch, and it all comes down to a final round to see if Sheer Cold will take the series or will Team Peps force a game 5.
A good zoning Terra Surge. I never thought I'd say that, but like it worked out really great though for Ben Best to lock down that front line, so they actually couldn't get there in time for that flashpoint. Now they've got an extra life in this game. See if they can close out that final flashpoint here. But Sheer Cold, they just won that fight. They're able to beat Team Peps to the punch once again if they're able to get there fast enough on this rotation. Cronus has this amplification matrix. I think one of the tricky things about this ultimate though in these types of corridors is like who gets to use it.
Ideally a hybrid. I guess he's trying to overclock through it, and then NKZ just walks up with Annihilation, denies the use of that, and he's getting all the support in the world. And, well, you know, with the sound barrier too, but the whole team was on board, whatever silly plan NKZ was up to. So good first win for Sheer Cold.
Now that's going to be so much percentage as well, just based on how fast these flashpoint maps do tick up in progress. Cronus is right there to get that self reset. Also going to be going to the Kiriko as well. And the Kiriko for Yoham has been coming in so clutch. Whether it's been with those great Suzu timings just to be able to get... Ooh! Okay.
Well, NKZ
no
just
Suzu
got
there.
Ended. Hopefully ExoDL has the clap back. You know? Okay, the javelin kind of hurt. Dealing with a tank is a lot to handle, even for someone as good as ExoDL, but 70% plus for Sheer Cold as Peps scrap their way back. Naga killing support solos, pretty cute, and Will's just gonna try and extend this to 85-ish, and Sheer Cold are still within pretty much one fight to take the map.
It's definitely one fight. Like, if they win this, that is it. Like, Team Peps will not be able to come back. And so this is a great win condition to set themselves up for. Team Peps, they got to clutch up here. They've got to be perfect. They've got to get these 2 team fights under their belt, and they don't have a lot to be able to do that with. Now they've got some ultimates, though. That's going to be a quick sound barrier to try to take this aggressive.
Well, really aggressive, and I'm surprised Yoham didn't want to match that with the Kitsune Rush, and is going to pay the price, but maybe would rather take the guaranteed fight than gambling, trading an ult that may not result in a fight win. And Sheer Cold maybe could just stack all their ultimates, all press Q at once. It worked out in the past.
For sure. It's exactly what they got to play for here. The Kitsune Rush is going to give them a little bit of power to engage on this fight and hopefully get something else to work with, because they don't have a whole lot right now. Team Peps has the ultimate advantage, and they're going to use it here.
Hey, Sheer Cold.
Last
Again,
fight.
One fight. Kitsune Rush begins. Who's back here? Ben Best on the flank with Orisa. Terra Surge kills Axodiol. A big flank. Team Peps making the comeback like they did on Lijiang Tower when things were looking dire. And Naga and Hybrid are locking in. Team Peps diffing in the DPS department when it mattered the most. At the finish line, they will not fumble over their laces. Team Peps take the fight and the round and the map to send us to game 5.
We've got such a good series on our hands. Oh my god. Team Peps, like the mental fortitude you have to have in those moments after you've gotten diffed so hard on the first 2 the first maps prior to this. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's actually just crazy. I'm so stoked. This map 5 is going to be a banger.
Peps were just played so weird. Like, just Orisa flanking with Terra Surge, everyone chasing Ben Best, Naga throws a random pulse at the Sheer Cold. You just didn't know who to go after with Team Peps. They just spread out, and you're actually walking into their traps. So I like the composure out of Team Peps. Definitely some macro stuff I had issues with when they would win fights. They weren't eager to go and cap the point immediately. I want to say they had a maybe because they played the May and stuff, they wanted to just win the war and then go for the point, but I think Team Peps could have won that even cleaner than they did.
You're right. I totally agree with you there. I think there were some moments where like they did want to win the war, not just the battle that's in front of them, and it paid off. Like this is what we were talking about even going into that break, is the fact that they just didn't look like they were on the same page a lot of the time. And I think Ben Best playing some heroes that require a little bit more of that team togetherness really paid off. Naga's May, such a great way to be able to shut off those entry points, isolate a target. You also had just a smooth transition into Hybrid going back to play this Sojourn, and was warm on it. He was so clean with it. Got some great overclocks in, and the whole team clutched up there. Naga too, especially. Just being able to clean up these picks in these final moments. Like Team Peps, they're putting up some fights right now, and this was a much better map from them than we've seen so far in this series.
Yeah, easily my MVP has to be Naga. He helped out Ben Best so much with the May walls, isolating NKZ when he was stuck on the Ramatra, forcing him to other heroes. And Ben Best needed someone to enable his craziness. And Naga's like, well, if you go in by yourself, you're inting, but if I go in with you, it's a strategy. Yeah. And there's trust there. And Naga enabled him beautifully with the May, eventually went to the Tracer, went on more open maps or more open rounds where there wasn't as good of isolation areas with the May walls. And I think Naga had a really good understanding of New Junk City, and it was a huge reason Team Peps won.
I agree with you for sure. I think like Naga as well, like always been so good with those projectile DPS. I saw some random icicle headshots just sniping people from across the map, even if it wasn't going to be just the typical play with your tank scenario, still able to come up clutch in that way. So this is going to be a really tough final map though. Being able to get the split-second decision making on which composition you're even gonna play is gonna be really critical, especially because we're going back to a payload map where you don't have a whole lot of time to like you got the time to set up, but not necessarily a lot of time to execute in some situations.
Yeah, Pep's looking pretty allergic to any map that involves pushing an objective. Carts, bots, got backcapped on. You pointed that out. Lost King's Row and Colosseo. They were really good at point maps, control, and what's that? The other control map. Flashpoint, that's the one. See, I am a little bit washed. But yeah, they're really good at capping. Peps are really good at capping points. Can they push an objective though?
Yeah, it's time will tell, and you've got to figure it out now. But we do have a roster change that's going to be coming through here for Sheer Cold. So we have Ilpi coming in, and this is a change that we've seen a couple of times here from Sheer Cold. Ilpi comes in to be able to allow this backline to play a Zenyatta and a Baptiste. And this is where Sheer Cold gets a chance to shine, is having this flexible backline, being able to play some of these more mechanically skilled heroes. Ilpi as well. Holy moly, so clean with the Zenyatta. I'm a little worried about having something like a competent tracer running around in that backline, but this is your time to shine, Shambali Monastery.
And that's the risk you gotta take, but NKZ, this is an easy Sigma pickup, very strong on Shambali. Sheer Cold have picked this map, and they have a prepared composition special for Team Peps. Definitely expecting the Zen and the Sigma. That was something that they did well on in the past. And Benbez kind of was hitting his head against the wall of how to counter this tank. He tried the Maga, teleporting on top of the Sigma. That hustle didn't go well. Then he tried the Winston, which metaphorically the bubble would isolate the Sigma, but Benbez wasn't getting enough support. So I wonder if Team Pep stick to the composition, something with a Mei to isolate the Sigma if they can get close enough. But Team Pep struggled against the Sigma.
They did struggle against the Sigma, but especially when you're playing on a map like this, on the attack, like Sigma is just so rhythmic. Yeah. With the shield placement, walking forward, just kind of generating momentum that way. You really have to play it super clinically and super clean. But Team Peps are prepared for this, I think. Like, we've seen Sheer Cold on this map a couple of times now because they've had to go to so many map 5s, particularly versus twice, by the way. They have the most map 5s in this entire tournament so far. But they know. Right, they know ExoDL is going to be on the Widowmaker. If they didn't know, they know now. And they have to be prepared for those kinds of moments because this is the comp that we've seen Sheer Cold rock out on Shambali Monastery.
Well, Naga lacked the information, was probably just going in for a jump snipe or a hybrid, whoever. I don't know.
Hybrid's off of the Widow now. Hybrid's like, I don't want to take that matchup.
Benbez D.Va? What year is it? Usually he liked the Winston, and he was better at the Winston when it came to dive, and hoping to fly up and deal with Will and have that flexibility in the mobility department, and you can shut down the Widow pretty easily on the D.Va, but you have to ignore the Sigma, and you have to get around it. You can't play this front to back.
No, I mean, the D.Va is so smart, though, just to be able to use that defense matrix to try to bully ExoDL away. We love seeing kind of that classic counter come back to fruition. But you got to make sure that you're still coordinating with the team. Make sure Naga is in place. Make sure Hybrid is able to help you follow up on that pick if that's who you're going after. The Zenyatta as well. Such a nice target for that dive.
Wow, this has been really cool to watch out of Team Peps. Benbez takes all the attention. He's the first to get demeched, and Naga gets to just go finish off all the low HP targets, get dash resets, and Hybrids along for the ride. So great initial push out of Team Peps. They should be able to cap point A shortly. I don't think there's a recontest for Sheer Cold, so great start.
Yeah, I don't think so. You just set up here if you're the Sigma on this high ground. You could even take this first corner if you want, because this is a very tough point here for the attack. You're so defensively favored when you look at like this window, this bend. You've got some great high ground here as well to play around.
Oh, what is Naga up to? His team hadn't even pushed up the stairs, and he almost got first picked. Oh yeah, he's popping off. So I don't blame him for trying to make the big plays, because Team Peps need big plays. And Ben Best goes up to the window to make sure there's no like Widow or anything shooting his team. He just throws his big old mech in the way. And ExoDL hasn't had that impact since sniping Hybrid. Team Peps have definitely gotten their revenge, but Sheer Cold have sent them away, and as soon as I flame ExoDL, he gets a headshot, gets deflected. So it's hot and cold with him right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be so touch and go, right? Because LP's never gonna be alone, and really neither is ExoDL, because you have that grapple hook to get back to your team. But ExoDL's gonna give it up. You use the sights anyway. Gonna go back over to the Tracer, which is unique. We haven't seen this yet from ExoDL. So let's see. Let's see what he's got.
I'm seeing a lot of colors, including a Kitsune Rush, Sound Bear, Dragon Blade. I'm gonna go Rap God if I name everything. LP is kicking, and still is kicking, because he used Transcendence to save his life and not Yoham's. The Dragon Blade burst too much. Team Peps halfway to point B. Sheer Cold managing to stabilize, but oh god, here comes the cavalry, and Yoham is dead. Not a lot of healing for Sheer Cold, as Will tries to hold his own, but Team Peps looking for the cap. Wish they would also look for the cart, because they're failing to get that going, and it's going backwards. Someone managed to go get that. Now that Sheer Cold's respawns came back, they started to take back over that fight, and ExoDL is going to show them how it's done on the Tracer, apparently.
Yeah, you have this defensive window to play from too now. We've seen ExoDL play this at least once on the broadcast, like did play it on the attack here for Hollywood. It didn't work out for them on that map, but it's looking really great now, and this is another way that Sheer Cold has that flexibility, is just having two very like good flex DPS to play around, just to expand those hero pools.
Oh, as soon as Will jumps out, Team Pep says, that's my time to go in. Yoham is dead, so that means no heals. Team Peps, as long as Ben Best gets back into mech, should be good. Yes, he does. And Team Peps, everyone is on fire. Yeah, it was a bit more of a struggle to get through point B, but the job is done nonetheless. Respawns could be coming back, but since LP is the last one spawning back up, they're not going to have the speed. Sheer Cold are running as fast as they can for the recontest. They will manage to get there in time, and no big ults to worry about, at least quite yet, but Will is a threat, just peppering them down. Team Peps not wanting to overextend, they just want to play their shelter, these walls, and Will went way too deep against the diva, but he's got the support of his healers. But this has been a bloodbath, and Team Peps don't have Kitsune Rush. Cronus died, and FD God doesn't want to gamble the sound barrier. So great clutch by Sheer Cold.
Great clutch, and also some great changes in their composition as well. LP's only played Zenyatta on this map. Nice to know that there's also a Lucio in the back pocket, just to be able to play that a little bit differently. More swaps coming through. Ben Best now going to go over to the Winston, as you do need a little bit of this high ground, just space, anything. Like, the Winston does have this mobility to play with, but we're up against the wire here, Jen. It's 45 seconds left. Team Peps has to get it done here with all of the ults that they have.
We'll see if Team Clutch has it in them, because they pulled through from worse situations. 34 seconds, Kitsune Rush, and I love that ExoDL is contesting the card as the Tracer. Team Peps have to make a move, and it didn't really feel like they pushed their advantage with that Kitsune Rush. With the Winston, they're hiding in cover. They don't want to take poke until they're ready. And FD God uses the sound barrier. It's going to amplify his team for the final time of point B, and a pulse bomb from Hybrid. Say goodbye to LP, and I think that might have even canceled the sound barrier, and Sheer Cold just won't be able to dance much longer on point B. So Team Peps clutch after all.
They do, but now they don't have a whole lot of time to work with, and this is going to be the harder point, I think, even still, for Team Peps to take, just with the respawn advantage that Sheer Cold is going to have. But whoa, big swap here. They looked in the tab and they said they've got the Zarya, they've got the Zenyatta again. We're gonna go back to our bread and butter. It's gonna be the Reinhardt from Ben Best, and the Mei from Naga just swaps across the board.
If you squint hard enough, this could be like Baby King's Row. So I'm vibing with the Reinhardt. This could be very close range. Sheercold don't have speed, so Team Peps have the advantage running a Lucio to gap close. Sheercold will not be able to run away. Sheercold's advantage is out poking them, having NKZ scale, breaking down Benbest's shield before he figures out what's going on. And maybe this grab could help out a lot. And ExoDL is just has to look for picks on the Widow with this team. This is gonna be a tough one. Not a doubter. I'm just stating reality. And KZ says, screw this, Reinhardt. I'm gonna yeet a grab across the country. And an immortality gets placed down by Cronus. So you exchange a grab for an immortality. It's not the worst thing ever. Team Peps are still alive. And dealing with this Will Flake is big. Hybrid is getting well protected by not only a Mei, but also a Lucio. Now with the problem out of the way, Team Peps set their sights forward, pin Exo against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
So good, the swaps we saw come through there, because like you called out, like Reinhardt's got a shield, May's got a wall. Where is this Widowmaker gonna find value? And on this final point as well, if she's not getting picks, you have no point presence either. So I think that Team Peps played a really strong rock paper scissors game there in order to find that compositional advantage. With a full capture as well, there's a win condition on the board for them. Big win condition on the board to be able to win this series, and it's been a slugfest. So many mental games being played.
I know I'm gonna be a hater for a second. I don't love this Widow from ExoDL. I know he thinks he's that guy, but I wish he would be someone else, like a Tracer, or just, okay, well, Will is Tracer, but anything else. It's just not that guy. Or that woman, I should say, I guess. But Team Peps, I mean, just knew that they didn't want to leave that Widow time to get picks. So once they dealt with the grab, Cronus placed the immortality, it was pedal to the metal. And I guess the Reinhardt works out, but I think only on that part of the map.
I think Ilpi has also struggled a little bit, like, as the target for a lot of the focus here from Team Peps. It's just Zenyatta things, right? Like, poor thing got nerfed with the kick. It's a little less powerful and a little less knockback. But I think too, it's just like such a static hero with no mobility that it's a little bit easier to just kind of walk onto the Zenyatta or even just force it away with just something like even the Lucio.
Team Peps are holding close. ExoDL gets off the Tracer to go Widow. I don't think so. At least this Widow is gonna have a hard time, but looks like the front line of Sheercold overwhelmed Benbest after all, and when you have that main protector out of the way, it's all green for Sheercold, especially when spawns are that close. You could escape at any time to get healed back to full, so it wasn't easy for Sheercold though, and it wasn't clean, but a win's a win.
Yeah. This is one of those maps you can totally do that though, because if you get the close hold, you get another hold about halfway through this point, and then you buy yourself a hold there at the final point as well, versus the way that kind of Sheercold played it on their defense, where you get like an attempt, you know, and that's kind of as good as you get. ExoDL though, maybe heard you, gonna go over to the Ashe, showed up in a big way on that in the middle two maps of our series, so I think I like this a little bit better too, just knowing that you have some ability to melt the Mei and do some good damage in the process there with those dynamites.
Yeah, I was a bit of a hater on the Ashe because I just thought there were better options, but ExoDL proved to us on King's Row how good of an option this was and how important that Bob was in these extended fights. Glad he could live for that second while I was hyping him up. And he's gonna be on that high ground, hoping to throw the dynamite over that half wall. And so far, they see that Benbest and friends are extended using the sound barrier. Team Peps have a reason to do so, and through the immortality. Oh, they were depending on the Naga Blizzard, but that got ate by NKZ. And the Transcendence is a huge boon for Sheercold to keep living through this extended part of the fight. Team Peps running out of gas. It's still pretty scrappy, and Hybrid's overclock is what ends it all.
I was gonna say, what's scarier than one tank? It's also gonna be like a Sigma and Ramatra together. But yeah, Hybrid! What a huge clutch there with that overclock. Being able to secure that defense there for Team Peps. And there you go. 2 attempts left here to be able to keep this defensive hold as that cart starts to walk backwards. Benbest is back now, has that Ramatra, gonna get that Annihilation up soon as well, and you just get to walk forward. NKZ's now switched to another tank here on the Orisa.
It's the emergency glass has to be broken for Sheer Cold. It's a minute 15 and they haven't even capped the first point yet. Team Pep showed us how the speed run was done. And Hybrid gets another double kill. Okay, Cronus is dead. This is a little sketchy for Team Peps. ExoDL responds with his own double kill and Sheer Cold come out ahead. But will they be able to cap? There will be a recontest from Team Peps. This is coming down to the last couple fights.
It is, and Benbest gets to come back with the Annihilation as well, so that can be very scary as that Ramatra gets that just extra bit of beefiness to have to deal with, and there's no ultimates on Sheer Cold. You're really looking at Will right now to try to build up that duplicate and get some extra sustain there with ult of his own.
Sheer Cold, few more meters away. It is do or die, and it will duplicate. Yeah, this is final fight, and I had flamed Team Peps. I'm like, they're not really good at pushing objectives, more about capping them, and they're proving me wrong. The Annihilation, Benbest Donk walks forward and didn't get the FD God sound barrier that he would have liked. He has the support of Cronus still in the picture. Sheer Cold have their own Ramatra in the mix, and the cap still goes through by Sheer Cold.
There you go, the cap 2. Ilp came up big too with a couple of kills in that fight. Just some really big flanks that he was able to take care of, and now you get a chance to keep on going. Full cap would mean a map reset here, essentially, to be able to try the attack again on both sides, and that's what Sheer Cold have to play for right now. Benbest is now going to switch back over to Sigma. We got the rotating door of tanks coming through once again for both of these teams. But NKZ has the advantage here with the Terror Surge at the moment. FD God wasn't able to use the sound barrier in that last fight though, so a nice response to have.
And Matrix and a Blizzard that works out this time for Naga and in this tiny area. I thought Naga was gonna get a lot more value, especially when Sheer Cold don't have speed, but this is so scrappy. FD God has a 2-man sound barrier because he's trying to clutch up and not let Sheer Cold get momentum. But still, Sheer Cold came out ahead, and Team Peps are missing some critical ultimates.
I wouldn't have used a sound barrier there. Like, you would have loved to have that for a recontest on this final point, and now you're only 3. Keeping people at bay with the disruptor shot, but you could have had it in this fight. Now it's going to be all eyes on Ilp with this Transcendence online to sink this one over the second point.
Oh, NKZ charging up. Cronus in trouble. Immortality fully charges it up. Will get FD God, who might have been there just to escort Cronus back to safety. Said, get down, Mr. President, but there's no one left in the White House. Team Peps are dead. Sheer Cold, move on.
Sheer Cold still have ults to work with too. Like you look at the Ashe, like that Ashe Bob. Bob can come out and do something in this final fight. You can lock down a big angle here as well because Hybrid's gonna go over to the Widowmaker. We've seen this before, haven't we? It has not looked great, but there is no Mei on the other side. And the Widowmaker does pressure down this Echo nicely if you're able to get a good angle on her. So we'll see if this is able to play out. But you've got 2 minutes to work here with your Sheer Cold, and you've got ultimate advantage. It's looking good.
Oh. Now NKZ can mash just Sigma. And the bomb was thrown early. I guess some space got created, but Team Peps lost Hybrid, and you might need a different choice than the Widow. Sheer Cold are at the finish line. They just need to cap, and they have some extra wiggle room in the time bank if this doesn't work out. Team Peps, the respawn advantage ended up working out in time, and Sheer Cold will have to reset.
Reset, but they had to throw everything they had there. Pulse Bomb goes out just to be able to seal the deal. You had that amplification matrix used as well, but I love this choice of FD God moving over to the Zenyatta. He's going to be trying to get a little bit of poke to get that Transcendence up for this final engagement, but a couple more swaps across. Like, so DL now trying to go over to the Widowmaker to contend with Hybrid, but look at this amplification matrix and how Yoham has really opened up the fights with just being able to plant that on top of the point. That was brave.
Hybrid is just braver, I guess. Great headshot. That is gonna take some time away from Sheer Cold. And I just think the defensive Widow has a lot more options to hide and take funny angles. We'll see if Sheer Cold can scout this out.
Ooh, they know now. They know now. FD God also took a big shot to the body.
Hate that. Hybrid at least has backup of his friends. He's not totally by himself. Sheer Cold. Move forward off the Amp Matrix, force Team Peps into cover. Hybrid has sight advantage over Exodial, so he could get an important headshot if Sheer Cold aren't expecting it. And you have to play out in the open if you're Sheer Cold and try to play behind NKZ, who's taking so much pressure. A couple seconds left and we're in overtime. Tracers exchanged and a headshot for Hybrid paired with the gravitic flux is disgusting. And the Transcendence will keep Team Peps up and running, and so they did. It started with a crawl, a walk, and into a sprint. Team Peps get to the end and finish off the series in style.
What a fantastic series we just had too. It was so back and forth. It really looked like Sheer Cold was going to come out on top after that second and that third map, but Team Peps, the grit, the ability to just counter all of these crazy compositions coming out from Sheer Cold. It took some time for them to get the adaptations and the adjustments, but it worked out there. It was close, but it did work out in their favor. So congratulations to Team Peps for being able to move on through this lower bracket. Sadly, we do have to say goodbye to Sheer Cold, but it's been fun having him in the OWCS, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's cool to see Team Peps kind of figure out what the meta is to them. It's not what the meta is to everyone else, but what works for you. And sometimes that's the Reinhardt, sometimes that's Bald Mauga jumping in. I don't know, but Team Peps are learning day by day. And I'm excited to see what the desk thinks of all these mystery heroes. So let's send it over.
Thank you so much, Lemon. Mystery heroes, I mean, we did see a lot of swaps from Team Peps. And, you know, at the end, it sort of worked out for them because they did get the win against...
They're alive. I mean, better than being knocked out.
I mean,
true. We were sitting in the back, me and Jake, and just like, they have the disadvantage. Wait, now they have the advantage. But they swapped around again. Like, they were just back and forth with the compositions. So.
I still think there's things to iron out in the meta as far as, like, what's the perfect swap for every situation. But as Necro was saying, I think it's important to recognize what's your hero pick. Or actually, sorry, that was Lemon who said that. I'm trolling. But it's like, what works for you? You know, like, yes, there's the meta, but we're so early, a couple days in to having that Mauga patch reverted. These teams are still trying to puzzle through it. And at this level, too, there's also a question of your comfort heroes mattering more and more. Not everyone can play everything. And so I think that ended up coming in Pep's favor, but man, Sheer Cold looked like they had it this series.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point what you mentioned about the tank swaps as well, because I felt especially throughout this series, you know, map 3, map 4, it honestly looked like Sheer Cold were the better team. And in large part, it was because they abused BenBest's tank picks, right? And forced him into uncomfortable situations. Here on, you know, Lijiang Tower got off to a hot start. But later on, Colosseo, for example, we talked about in the green room about how BenBest, he was playing, you know, the Doomfist like he's playing here. Mostly the touch, but also like swapping over to the Winston, I guess the Sigma composition. So, like you said on these Sigma picks, it really like threw a wrench into what Peps were cooking. And I think that's a large part of why they were so successful throughout the series. In the end, Team Peps come up with a clutch win on Shambali, but I thought it was a well played out series for Sheer Cold and something to build upon for next stage, right? Because you're now eliminated, but at the same time, this seemed like a pretty good group of players who might have a chance down the line to improve and challenge some of these teams, Jake.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of bright spots, especially from DPS. Will and Exodial, got to call them out as big stars on the team. I also saw lots of great moments from NKZ finding the opportunities to, you know, shove in aggressively, find his window to push. Not always successful, but still, like, finding those opportunities is hard, especially in a pressured match like this. Still finding the window to be aggressive is massive. And honestly, I think for an underdog team like Sheer Cold, you can take this loss and like you said, build on it, find the bright spots and you know, make those your focus. I will say, though, Team Peps still looking good, right? Still alive. I feel like, though, taking this close of a match in some of the hero picks here, I'm a little worried about them going forward.
Great stuff from Team Peps and also great stuff from Sheer Cold as well, but it is Team Peps going to be moving forward. And here is our player of the match, and it is none other than Naga. He did some great stuff, great plays as well. What do you guys think about Naga?
Yeah, clutched it up. I mean, the
forced to flex more than anyone else on the team. I mean, it's sort of inherent to the role, but really having to play, whether it's the Tracer, whether it's the Echo, the Genji, or like, you know, more of like the Mei Reaper style comps, really playing everything across many different parts of the hit option. So for me, like, this is really impressive. You have have to be this flexible when the meta is in the spot where it is right now, where there's tons and tons of swapping going on. You need to not just be able to service these heroes, but especially when you bring out something like a Tracer, like that 1v1 duel is just so impactful. At the end of the day, you can be the smartest player ever, but if you're not trading efficiently in a 1v1 and you always need your team to bail you out, you could be in trouble. But that wasn't Naga this series. He was producing a ton, whether it was the Genji, the Tracer, the Mei, consistent damage, consistent frags, crucial in Overwatch 2, where yes, your strategy matters, but on DPS especially, you got to produce. You got to give me something. Fill up that kill feed.
And also, I feel like, watching this match, I think we have to like see how important having that experience is. Like, I think that played a big part for Team Peps as well.
Those clutch moments, right, for sure.
There was a clutch moment.
Yeah.
I mean, because Sheer Cold could have closed it out.
Yeah.
Realistically, they could have closed it out both on Flashpoint and, map 5 or Shambhala.
And I think it was an odd choice even to go Shambhala over Circuit, right? Because Sheer Cold did have the option to go either with those bans.
True.
Yeah.
And I'm honestly surprised because I saw, bringing in the flex board in, you're locking into a poke only. Shambhala is not a bad poke map by any means.
You played Sigma comps earlier in the series.
Right, and like that's what they've been winning with. They've been cooking with the Sigma. Benbest not really known as like a Sigma player.
Maybe it was
I'm surprised they don't
banned.
go.
Yeah.
No, because it wasn't. I looked at the bans.
Okay.
So I'm actually, I think I'm probably as a misplay. If you want to force the mirror, I read the graphic when it was on the screen.
No, you read the graphic. I failed to read the graphic.
You always do your homework because I heard that, Johnny, you have another illustration for us.
I do, and it's actually about some of the stuff that Naga cooked up.
That's why they call him Homework Johnny.
Yeah, so I know this.
They do?
Homework Johnny.
Homework Johnny.
I don't want to say it, but I never did homework in school. I just played Overwatch, and here we are. So I know this is a long time ago because we're going to go into Lijiang Tower here, but I think this could be useful for the rest of the weekend as well. So if you're watching this meta, again, now we're coming out, we see a lot of like Lucio, Kiriko, we're seeing some Sojourn, Tracer being played for both teams here. And so it's just about how you clear positioning here and how you set up your team for success. So pretty default stuff here on Lijiang Tower Night Market. What I want you to highlight, really look at here, is how Team Peps are going to engage this fight. They're going to use both FD God on the Lucio and Naga on the Tracer to clear this wide angle. So as we can play this one out, we can see that behind these walls, we're seeing the Lucio, we're seeing the Tracer do work and actually contest Will on the Tracer. And this is going to push Sheer Cold back. So now, as we go ahead and pause around here, we can see that suddenly oops, I don't know. Oh, that happened.
It's fine. It's okay.
Bottom left, Johnny. Cancel.
Stage changes. I got out. But you can see Sheer Cold. 9 years, guys. I'm working on it still. But you can see here that Sheer Cold, they're just clumped up, right? And so when you're playing this Sigma and this Sojourn composition, like, where are the angles? Like, you can shoot like this way, but there's no line of sight here, right? And this is because Peps did a great job at clearing out Will with those angles. So as we go ahead and play this one out, we can see that Sheer Cold, they take their time, they don't have any line of sight whatsoever, but Naga is going to hold down this fort. And I mean, you go into a Tracer duel and you kick it off like this, you're just taking Tracer damage off the bat because Naga has superior positioning. It's just a hard time for Will, right? So Team Peps really holding it down here. We can go ahead and play this out. And ultimately, this is going to force, because they established this side angle, this is going to force the recall on Will in a very short minute here. We're going to use the overclock to once more push Sheer Cold back. And now, because Will, he kind of failed this Tracer duel because Peps did a great job, that's going to force the recall from Will. And he's stuck in spawn while the rest of Sheer Cold has to touch the point and rotate to the point because they didn't have that positioning, right? Ultimately, Will is going to go down here. I know that Sheer Cold, they got the cap, so they are building point control here. But Will goes down, and that means that Peps gets the man advantage. And all because they established that side angle with their Tracer and their Lucio. So again, just showcasing our positioning is really important, and setting up those wide flanks for the rest of your team and the Sojourn.
I think that's a great illustration of Lucio this meta. You can activate on the flank and fight with that Tracer, or you can push aggressively in the mid. There's different options, but you've got to do something with your presence. You can't just sit there and sort of let the fight come to you.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we have a special interview ready now with Naga, the player of the match, to hear more about the match and how they got the win. So, Naga, first of all, congratulations on getting the win. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right, great. Great stuff on the server. I'm just going to kick things off. You guys, first starting off the match, it was a bit shaky, but you guys were able to get the win today against Sheer Cold. So, going into the match, how did you guys prepare for your match today with Sheer Cold?
We didn't prepare much for the second match because we had a match right before that, right? So we kind of took it map by map. We quickly looked what they played in their previous map and then just made some plans of that. And then, yeah, map by map from there.
I'm curious how you feel this meta, going back to a meta where you're swapping a ton. I feel like that's something you're known for as a player, is having the flexibility in the role, bringing out the Tracer a ton these days. How does that feel in a meta like this where you're able to kind of leverage that flexibility and bring out a lot of your hero pool?
It feels good, but we're still in the phase where we haven't played a bunch of the things we're swapping to. So then it still becomes like a little bit uncomfortable for us as like a team, right? So we need to get like past that state where we have like uncertainty in the things we're doing. We need to have like a clear plan. But I was happy we were able to like adapt throughout the match, right? In the end, that's all that matters.
To follow up on that, did you feel like at times on like Colosseo, you know, Ben Best swapped over to the Winston comp, stuff like that, for example? Were there any compositions in this series that you felt a little bit uncomfortable on versus some of the others?
Yeah, that one was a good example actually, because we kind of had an idea of what we wanted to do, but we didn't full commit to it, right? We didn't like commit to the full dive into the BEP, so it ended up being like something like half-assed.
Yeah, it was a bit.
Yeah.
You tried to dive. We saw it. Me and Jake were just like, maybe they should swap Doomfist here, but you know, I guess you could play Winston, but it's weird on Colosseo. So we got what you were thinking. I wanted to follow up on that. I wanted to ask about Will. Actually, you're both Danish, of course. Is there some kind of Danish rivalry, you and Will? Is this someone you've played against before and perhaps have some experience with?
Yeah, actually he wrote to me like a bunch of years ago, so I've known the guy for like ages, since he was like 3.6k player.
Wow.
So he came a long way since then, yeah. And I was really, really excited to see that they made top 8, you know, it was a big achievement for them.
Yeah, but also...
And they played well today.
Yeah, but that's also one of those things where like, oh, this guy wrote to me when he was 3.6. I can't lose to him in an official now. You know, you gotta establish dominance. Yeah,
I'm past that stage. The people who wrote to me when they were 3.6, they're gapping me now. It's over.
Hey, that's why you're here, and that's why Naga's still playing.
Exactly. That's the reason I'm on the camera now. I don't play.
All right, Naga, that's it for the interview. Thank you so much for the wonderful interview, and good luck moving forward.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
all right. That was such a great answer. All right. I think we're before we move on to match number 3, let's take a quick look at our brackets right now. And talking about brackets, I think Jake, you could explain what we're seeing on screen.
So we see Timeless and EXO moving up to the upper bracket, ence and SSG. I mean, these really are your top 4 teams, right? There's still some dogfights to be had in the lower bracket, like we just saw. We could still see more upsets, but really, I think these top 4 look really solid. I think probably of these lower bracket teams, ROC is the one that I'm really, Rock Esports, I'm feeling like they could make a deep run here out of everybody. But still fights to be played out. And it's double elim, so lower bracket, you lose, you're gone. Winner bracket, you've still got one more chance, trying to punch that ticket to the grand finals, get yourself some points for these OWCS majors. It's all about the major, right, for these top teams. Yes, these tournaments are nice. You want to get the win, but really, I think you care more about the points at the end of the day. You care more about that than the cash is nice, but this is about proving you're the best team right off the bat.
Yeah,
establishing dominance.
I think the team you talked about there, Rock Esports, like coming into this main event, I think that people would have predicted Rock Esports to be like a top 4 team. So then seeing them get 3-0'd by Oblivion and then also lose to Quick Esports in the lower bracket, Rock Esports are out. I think that's like, honestly a bit of a surprise, a bit of an upset here in the main event. So that's quite shocking. I did not expect Quick Esports to be beating Rock Esports in the lower bracket there we just saw. So pretty surprising. You never know what's going to happen.
A lot of surprises. Yep, there you go. Say it one more time. Say it loud and clear.
You never know what's going to happen, Daddy. You never know. Anything could happen.
This is why you got to sign up for the OWCS Stage 2 qualifier. Sign-ups open now. Get your team in there. You guys could be here. You could be on this show.
I'm so happy I have these two next to me.
To make
my life so
Can we get Danny as a sub on like a team without an org?
Oh my God, that'd be so good.
I swear, if you make Houston Outlaws, I'll
put you on.
No, I'm saying for like a serious like main event team. Like, could we get to like LFO or something?
Hey, I think we could talk about this while we're on the break. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, last match for the EMEA is coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Enemy in sight.
Our victory is at hand. Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of a cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
Welcome back, everybody. We have one more match for the EMEA region, and this one is going to be fought out between Twisted Minds versus Oblivion. Are you guys excited?
Yeah, I'm excited, Danny.
You guys are just like looking at me. And I'm like, all right, let's jump right into it. Let's take a look at the Twisted Minds roster. Johnny, you go ahead.
I'm taking this one.
You're taking this one?
I won't let you throw it to Johnny, so I'm just gonna pick it up and grab it out of the air. We gotta talk about Quartz and Yubi. These guys are some of the hottest DPS out of Saudi Arabia right now, winning the World Cup, KSA as well. This 3 players winning the World Cup squad coming into Twisted Minds. It's no shocker that we're looking at a strong team here in Twisted Minds with those performances on the cards. Slay, a little bit more of an unknown player, but Kelix with a veteran presence on main support. It's kind of exactly where you want that experience and maybe that depth of history in the game.
Yeah, for Oblivion, some veterans with some young blood coming in here as well. Shockwave, of course, who we recognize from his time in the Overwatch League, and Shockwave is going to be an instrumental damage player here for this squad. Cookie also saw some play in the group stage, of course, so these are some exciting damage players, but I'm keeping my eyes on Chase as well, up-and-coming tank player from Ukraine, just 17 years old, I believe, so, or could be 18. So a young squad here for Oblivion. They're going to be the underdog in this series, but very much looking forward to see what they can do.
Look, it's an underdog map ban. The Lijiang Tower map ban comes out.
Whoa! Yay!
That's like
Samoa, let's go! Not Lijiang!
I wonder if there's some interesting strats in store. I think, honestly, that Volcano map is very unique in the game. Like, very interesting, super fast-paced comps could come out. Even stuff like the Moira. Just that extreme pace is so valuable with that close quarters map. We'll see all new maps here in the series. This is stuff we haven't seen today. I'm excited.
That's true. I mean, after this one, it's going to be Blizzard World as well. I'm excited. Hope you guys are all excited as well. Let's jump right into the game. Tossing it to our casters, Lemon Kiwi and Nekra. Take it away.
That's us. We're
Thank you so
excited
much,
too.
Danny. Yeah, we're so excited. It's exciting because like both of these teams have touted themselves as one of the best in the entire EMEA region. And so I can't wait to see both of them go head to head. You heard the desk talk about it. That upper finals, or the quarterfinals, or whatever we're calling them, the two semifinals we've got right now, are the four best in the region. So like, let's get it.
Yeah, let's get that bread. I'm so excited because, you know, we casted a lot of Team Saudi Arabia at the World Cup and their dominance through that, and then I woke up from my coma and they're still dominant. So you love to see.
You've missed nothing.
I missed nothing except, I guess, the addition of Kelix, Slay, and Skyrippa, which if you've been a fan of EMEA through contenders, through Overwatch League, you're going to recognize a lot of those names. And they're going up, you know, Kelix, Slay, Skyrippa going up against a lot of former teammates on the ex-Oblivion side, people that they've grown up with, scrimmed against. So rivalry, but also a friendship match.
Yes, so such a good point there that a lot of these players have gone through the ranks of ex-Oblivion, whether it's going up to the Overwatch League or just to different teams in EMEA contenders. I feel like ex-Oblivion has really been a proving ground for a lot of these players. So very exciting to see some of the former teammates there go up against each other. But when it comes to ex-Oblivion, I'm really excited about seeing Cookie in this roster because Cookie is actually a player that, like, I listened to the Commander X and Chow interview that happened where they were a little bit nervous about trying to find a place for Cookie on this roster specifically when you've got Cloud that is just such a brilliant flex DPS player that can play so many different things. But it feels like they're gonna lock in right now to being able to play this Sojourn, and I'm pumped to see this Cookie versus Quartz duel when Quartz was showing up so big on the Sojourn in the World Cup.
And paired with Yubi Symmetra, where they just put on a masterclass of teleporting around the map and confusing everyone. Like, look at this dance back and forth. And Chase, Winston, only has one jump at 6 seconds. So if Twisted Minds keep dancing around, it's going to be hard for ex-Oblivion to jump on a specific target. Now that the point is unlocked, Twisted Minds are thinking about it. They'd rather see if ex-Oblivion are going to touch the point and then shoot at them, ideally take the kills, then cap the point. It can sometimes be bait to try and capture a point first. You might think about that as ex-Oblivion are in a bit of trouble. They got a bit low. Surprisingly, not a ton of kills through this chess match that we've seen. Twisted Minds, I think, might have even teleported onto the point to just steal it away, and that was a great job by Yubi. And now Twisted Minds stay hidden and are trying to force the hand out of ex-Oblivion. And if they don't make a decision, Yubi's gonna teleport them in their face. Ex-Oblivion cannot let this happen.
No, they can't. So just tussle at the bottom of the point there. Cookie opens things up there with a big pick onto Quartz.
And finally, we get to see these Sojourns actually start killing things. It can be really tough, though. Generate that charge and hit the shot. It's a tough ask for these Sojourn players. And Chase is bursted down. Twisted Minds don't have a Winston to worry about jumping on them. So it's Shockwave just harassing, especially someone like Yubi, which would be ideal, is less mobile. If you could take care of that teleporter, you're taking away a lot of the mobility of Twisted Minds. And Shockwave is doing his best to be elusive.
I wonder if you even, like, do you care? Do you try to care about the teleporter? It's so difficult because you do have to focus on the task in front of you, which is going to be Cookie's overclock.
Oh, man. KSA goes Burr, though, on the Mauga, and he bursts the bubble of Chase. Got a Kitsune Rush versus the Sound Barrier. Crispy gonna hold his barrier in the bank. And ex-Oblivion are confident coming into this fight. Maybe not in the whole map because it's currently 70% for Twisted Minds, but I think Shockwave is slowly starting to warm up, and KSA is trying to fuse through the wall there. But anyway, ex-Oblivion cap the point.
Oh, could you imagine if that was a skill that they gave to Mauga, was a wall phase?
Oh my god, don't give me ideas.
Sorry, that was a sneak peek of a new Overwatch hero. Just kidding. Legally, I have to say that's a joke. But yeah, like Twisted Minds, like they've got that Symmetric Teleporter to basically do the same thing. They've got Photon Barrier as well. But Cookie's already got another first pick.
Yeah, you're not allowed in here. This is Twisted Minds with the Photon Barrier, and they get to protect, at least try to, actually, they're not even protecting the point, they're still trying to cap it, so Oblivion are fine if Twisted Minds waste their ults and waste their time. Oblivion have still the barrier from Crispy. Shockwave has a pulse bomb. This could be, you would think, easily hit on Yubi, and Cookie wins the duel against Quartz, so Oblivion are in a great position to start closing the gap on the score.
I'm so impressed by that. This is not the first time that Cookie has been able to get the better of Quartz in this Sojourn versus Sojourn, and you're gonna have to keep being able to do that when Quartz has just been so proven and tested as a Sojourn. But it's time for these overclocks.
It's time for the Kitsune Rush 2, and Cookie keeps bragging. Now the overclock is activated. Celebier on top, like Oblivion are chilling. Oh, but Cookie's on fire in that case. And Twisted Minds fight tooth and nail. They're still keeping the point, by the way, so who's really winning at the end of this? Chase and his Kiriko are dead, and Oblivion started off so well, but started tripping up when things matter the most. And Cookie's frustrated. He's like, I killed 4 in this fight. Where is my team? And Oblivion show up.
Still going to be last fight territory here for Oblivion. By the time that Twisted Minds comes back, they are going to make a little bit of a compositional change here as Yubi switches off of the Sim and goes over to the Reaper. And that does give them a little bit more focus fire when it comes to being able to play together. I think the Symmetra had a little bit of a tough time actually getting the damage up and running. And the Teleporter as well stopped being as effective. It's just kind of running into the face of this Winston. That's the big target here with those Reaper Hellfire shotguns.
And a small target of that Tracer. Well, I hear there's a lot happening at the Oblivion camp, so let's listen in.
Okay, let's do it. Go. Look, push him. Slow. Only side low. No shot. Get a push hard. Maga low. Oh, everyone should Maga.
Reaper, can we not TP? Hold on.
Yeah, Reaper.
Can we not TP inside?
Okay. Wait. Let him push.
Maga.
I'm kidding. Push. Kitty PC. Maga.
Maga. Carry touching. Got Reaper coming back as well.
Yeah. It's Cookie. Nice, guys.
For Cookie.
Woo! Hectic at the end. That is what Control is all about, but man, EXO are focused in these fights.
Clean with it too. I was so intrigued to hear a little bit more into how Oblivion operates as a team from Chow, and like to hear him talk about the shot callers, I think is really awesome to be able to hear that like Shockwave is a big shot caller. Chase used to do a lot of the shot calling, but now it really is a team effort when it comes down to who needs to get what out of the team and how to actually focus down that fire. You heard everybody talking in that call. So that's really awesome to hear and see put into practice.
Yeah, and it's all very good comms. Sometimes Overwatch is just about screaming a hero's name 60 times. But as long as it's not cluttered with frustration or other stuff. EXO, it also first time doing a listen-in, at least for me, doing OWCS. That's cool. A really cool feature to get some insight, and I'm glad they were as hectic as it was. But Twisted Minds getting pressured already. Repositioning those Quartz. He wants to play at an off angle, and he's ideally next to KSA. He's getting harassed there by Shockwave. Recall is forced, and the jump. And it will be a stalemate at the end. Symmetric Teleporter down from Yubi from one side of the point to the other. And Oblivion have to keep their eyes peeled. You just never know who's going to be behind you. But Oblivion could be in charge of their own fate. They could be in control of these fights by initiating it. But they just decide to wait for Twisted Minds to teleport into them. And KSA almost isolates himself with that charge. And he's so low. But Slay is by his side. And the EXO have now capped the point. But they still have to win the fight. It's not even over, and soon Slay will have a Kitsune Rush, and that may be what helps Twisted Minds regain the point. Shockwave at the back with the pulse bomb could be having a big splash for EXO, but everyone's so fast because of the Kitsune Rush, so Shockwave got left behind.
That was a really big kite away from the Tracer unintentionally, but it works out great. And so Twisted Mind's able to take back control. That's also the power of the Symmetra. You saw that there, like as soon as she's all beefed up and ready to go, like she's just microwaving people as you would expect out of a Symmetra. She's gonna get that big photon barrier online too, so I think Yubi's able to just lay that across the point. He has a lot of ability here to just kind of zone and create a specific place for this team fight to happen, and so you are looking at that photon barrier right now.
Yeah, and since they're in charge of the point, are ideally going to keep it using that photon barrier. EXO know to not dive that deep forward, especially with the placement of Yubi's ult. EXO gonna wait the sound. They'll have Kitsune Rush to kick things off, and they'll surge forward. Sound Bear from Calyx helps them out, but Yubi is down, and you're missing out on a lot of DPS if you're Twisted Minds, and that's where Quartz was hoping to make up for it, but the flankers from EXO are just too strong. The overclock, you barely heard it even go off. Twisted Minds getting rolled in this fight, and EXO still have to flip the point, and it's not been easy with all these stragglers. Calyx gonna touch one last time to get to maybe 65-ish, and EXO back in the driver's seat.
EXO take back control here as soon as they're able to get rid of this pesky Tracer. Wow, Twisted Mind, they're walking away with so much percentage here because of the stall that came through from Calyx and Yubi. So that is actually going to be very close to a one-fight territory here, depending on how quickly we do see this point get recaptured. Big switch up here, though, as Yubi goes over to the Tracer and Quartz now over to the Reaper. So a little bit more firepower here, closer to this Mauga, so you can fight closer to that Winston.
KSA holds EXO in trouble, but there's still a primal rage. Chase has to use it just in time, trying to get himself out of peril, and he survives. But are you really living? Are you really thriving? Oh, maybe he is. Actually, he just killed two and just divides up no supports. EXO clawed their way back to victory, and with the point cap that will ensue, I'll get closer to matching the score. Twisted Minds are still ahead for now, and Yubi is still kicking, and that pesky Tracer. Oh, man, Cookie just stood and delivered there through the pulse bomb. Great save by his team. Twisted Minds now have to use the Kitsune Rush, and this is just an all-out brawl, and Yubi is clutching up when it matters the most.
Oh my goodness, so good tracking here coming through from the Tracer. Cookie's able to come back in just a little bit though, but Shockwave is able to get the better of Yubi, so it's going to be a very even fight here with the sound barrier though coming in from Crispy.
Yeah, with no Yubi, Shockwave can take angles around this team. Twisted Minds trying to respect that space. Cookie looking to disrespect them with the overclock. Waiting for the teleport. Oh, Cookie, don't do it to him. Turning him into dough. 99% for EXO, and the pulse to send KSA packing. That's going to be all she wrote for map number 1. EXO with a big win against the undisputed number 1 team of EMEA.
Pretty big win there. Pretty big win. I mean, this is a team that is super versatile. They can play basically anything. You want to see a dive, they can play the dive. You want to see a Doomfist dive, you can also do that. You see the Orisa, that's also on the cards. And one of the things that EXO's been working super hard on is being able to understand those comps better and be able to put that into practice here against also a Mauga composition. That's big. I'm still not sure I believe in the Mauga.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are having issues knowing who to really engage on. The first round, they were teleporting all over the place. It didn't look like a decisive plan. They were kind of standing around using photon beers when they didn't have the point. They were trying to force the other team to make a move, and they didn't really fall for that trap. If anything, EXO really reacted instead of took initiative, and that's how they were able to punish. Every time KSA tried to just jump in, or really charge in, I should say, then that's when EXO jumped on top of KSA and dealt with him, and then the rest afterwards. And then the Tracer duel was something hard to pay attention to during all the chaos of these fights, but Shockwave and Yubi really made waves to try to turn the tides of these fights.
I think you gotta give so much credit to Cookie though too when it comes down to opening up a lot of these fights. Like, what a great example right there with the overclock, playing without fear in his heart, being able to just walk into an enemy target, hit them in the head, and it feels really good. Exo's KD, also crazy. You do not, I think when you look at a team like Twisted Minds and the dominant performance that they had winning the World Cup with half of that roster, you're like, oh, yeah, of course they're going to be, like, the top team in EMEA, OWCS. But EXO's first map, giving some doubt.
Yeah, and kind of surprising because, you know, I woke up from this coma like, oh, Twisted Mind's going to be #1, right? I think everyone's alluding to that too, that they are just a strong team when they have one of the best Sojourns. They have previous synergy from previous teams, and not doubting EXO in that department, but now that you're fresh off a patch, it's about who is quicker to adapt, quicker to learn, and sometimes quicker to innovate. And I like that we're seeing hints of Winston every now and then, even though I'm kind of a Winston hater, but it works out.
I like the Winston in this matchup because the bubble was shutting off so much healing from the on enemy team as well. Like if you isolate the Mauga, you isolate anything within that Winston bubble, you shut off those sight lines. And so for the healer, so I think that's really great awareness to utilize that Winston in this matchup. And I like the way that the Winston looked here. I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
I wonder if Twisted Minds are gonna leave the Mauga behind then to find something that's a better Winston counter, like an Orisa that's usually a common swap in that regard. Or I guess we even saw some Diva today, so who knows? Kind of mystery heroes in that last series.
That's the only one.
No, don't do it. I don't like Piggy Man. Piggy Man stays in the ranked games that I don't want to be in.
Listen, maybe you might be onto something about that one. They try. The hook gets you a little bit closer now if you're able to rein in a target. But yeah,
just
that's all.
A feeder. But Twisted Minds, they don't feed, they try. 0.9 KDA tells me they killed, you know, as much as they died, pretty much. It's just EXO are pulling out ahead in these extended fights. These fights did take a long time. Just when you thought one team was ahead, the other one came back. All out skirmish, and sometimes control can be wacky like that. We saw even Team Peps in our last series have come out ahead in that, and then kind of falter in more coordinated environments like payload maps. But here's a roster update for y'all to see if this makes a difference.
Ooh, look at that. Cloud now gonna be hopping into the roster. Shockwave taking a back seat. I'm excited to see Cookie staying in this roster. I think Cookie had a lot of impact in that very first map, and I just coming in to be able to click some heads on the Sojourn has made a big difference for this team to make some waves. But Cloud, like one of the reasons why like this DPS is so good in a lineup like this is just his hero pool. His hero pool is so deep, and it makes a big world of difference when it opens up the doors for you to play like a hit scan, or you get to play a projectile DPS. And like I think Blizzard World especially is one of those maps we haven't gotten a chance to see a whole lot of in the OWCS. We might have to see a little bit more mystery heroes coming out on this map.
And a solid Winston map, solid Sigma map. I mean, KSA, the majority of Twisted Minds dominated the World Cup in a Sigma meta. So I have no doubts that KSA could fall back to that and help Twisted Minds. It's not even their map pick, but at least I don't think so. And Twisted Minds could fall back to the tried and true, what won them such a big event. Never mind, it's Mauga currently, but it could change.
Well, right now they're hovering over the Mauga.
I'm a hater, but the Winston is always something that's going to work out on Blizzard World. Cookie, I was surprised. I've never heard of this player before. I know I've been under a rock, but he's been contending with Quartz very well, considering how hyped up Quartz is. And then Cloud versus UB Tracer has been so entertaining, so I'm down.
It's been super impressive, and I think like when you have to go toe-to-toe with some of the best Sojourns in the world, it can be intimidating. It's kind of like what we've seen out of those Widowmaker duels, but if you're feeling it, you're locked in, and you're ready to go. But it is going to be the Mauga coming up from Twisted Minds on this attack once again. The teleporter is able to help you close the gap a little bit better, maybe take this high ground away from the oblivion defense, but you can also just go behind them. Ooh, Cookie!
Oh. Okay, I was worried about the whole gap closing situation. Turns out Yubi's just gonna help all of that. Professional Uber driver, 5 stars. Twisted Minds can just walk at them. Okay, I was worried about KSA taking too much poke. I don't love Malka without that Symmetra, but Twisted Minds were so coordinated with this at the World Cup that just slotting a Malga instead of a Sigma, I guess, works out.
It's a little bit faster too because you got the overrun to charge forward, so you can make those rotations a little bit faster. You also have some extra stun potential, AoE style when it comes to the overrun as well, but it was really all on Quartz right there to open up these fights. So right here, like when you play this dive a little bit more defensively, you've got to be really careful that you're not giving up too much tempo when it comes to setting up to make that defensive dive happen.
And how good would Twisted Minds be at blowing up the Winston once he does come in? Look at this cleave from Chase. He made Quartz so low for that moment. Good shelter from Twisted Minds, and then they teleport right on top of Chase, forcing him down, and he goes back to the team. Now the defense is where the offense should be, and the defense is contesting the card. Twisted Minds are playing cat and mouse, and it is forcing Oblivion to escape, and if you're the first one to disengage, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Oblivion could play this chess game all day. It's Twisted Minds that have to push the cart, and now that UB's been pulsed, you don't have your professional taxi driver here, so Twisted Minds are not going to be able to easily move around the map and maybe even get back to spawn. There are people dispersed all over the place.
Oh, they're so stuck. Like they're so stuck. You don't even care, I think, at this point about the cart at all. You're about to go get the stagger. They're playing a different game right now, and this also allows you to get a different dive. Quartz has to back off from that, and Suzu's used.
Okay, Cookie on the high ground. I'm glad that Exo stopped the whole spawn camp when the important part is to stop the cart. So Exo did cause a lot of split ups from Twisted Minds, and they rally back. It's Exo on the high ground, gonna drop the Kitsune rush, and Exo have the barrier in stock. Twisted Minds keep themselves alive. Photon Bear, Sound Bear, all chill, taking shelter, taking high ground, now dropping back down because point B is in their sights. Exo kept themselves up with the Sound Bear, but not for much longer. As soon as that expired, so did Chase and the rest of the team. Exo will not be able to defend point B.
There's so many fights that got taken in just bad places for a Winston. You look at a tiny room, you don't want to go in there, you get stuck. Maybe you just get sandwiched between like a Mauga and like 2 supports and there's nothing that you can do there. But Oblivion, they had to give up this point. Now 4 minutes and 40 seconds here for Twisted Minds to sink this one over the line for the third. And they've got so many tools to do it. I'm looking at this Kitsune Rush. The cage fight from the Mauga can be so good to be able to lock down one of these payload fights as well. And you've got to have some point presence here to stop it on that final corner.
Oh, okay, they teleport and start the cage brawl, and Exo don't want that smoke. They've already lost Cookie, but hey, they forced Twisted Minds back down, but with that first pick, Twisted Minds are chilling. They get to sail away. Chase is gonna contest a cart because he has Primal Rage. But it's a little tough. Cloud was hoping to follow up. He was on the flank with a pulse and got immediately turned by Twisted Minds. So I think Exo's defense isn't looking too bad. They might lose a person here or there, but they sure are good at wasting Twisted Minds' time. But you'd love to see some better contests out of someone like Cloud to not allow this progress to get much further because, man, it's 4 minutes for Twisted Minds, and they're so close to the end. It's a Kitsune Rush from Twisted Minds and a sound barrier in the bank that they don't even need to use. And Cloud couldn't make that much of a splash with the Pulse Bomb, and Exo just gotta wait for the Kitsune Rush.
You definitely have to wait here, but do you actually have the time? Because Kellex is going to use the sound barrier to help Twisted Minds engage.
Kitsune Rush versus sound barrier, and Cookie has to carve through all of that overhealth, and now that that's gone, he's a little too focused on KSA, but there's really no other good targets for them to find. Sound barrier, and that'll be the end-all be-all for Exo, as they just hope to hunt for more kills and force more stackers, because there's a lot of time you gotta kill.
It is a lot. They walked into this one with 4 minutes and 40 seconds. At least you've gotten 2 minutes off of the clock here. So you're not feeling too bad if you're ex-Oblivione, but you're still at an ultimate disadvantage. You had to throw both of those supportive ultimates at that fight, even the overclock a little bit earlier. And Twisted Minds are coming back with the photon barrier to help section off a part of this payload. And you also have an overclock from Quartz where you hide if you are ex-Oblivione, and they're also behind you.
It's a big old wall. And some big old shots from Quartz. Woo! That is the World Cup Quartz. I've been waiting to see the 3K to seal this all for Twisted Minds. 2 minutes plus, about to cap. One last contest by EXO. The Widow is not it, but what is it? Is Twisted Minds. That is a respectable time bank on Blizzard World.
The Widow could have almost been it. You did get one before the round
I got my
ended.
one.
Yeah, see? You know, what could you have done, though, if you actually had, like, a Winston Primal, just any sustain there? I totally get the Widow pick if you had more time at your disposal, but 3 points for Twisted Minds. Now we see what ex-Oblivione can do on the attack. Do they stick to this dive? I don't think the dive on the defense felt like it because of how fast Twisted Minds was pushing the pressure and the tempo when it came down to those Mauga engages.
Well, I'm glad that Twisted Minds look a lot more coordinated. Like I said, control is just so crazy. You don't get to really see teams peak on maps like that. You don't get to see what the plans are and what they've worked on in scrims. It's more about your decision making that's really tested on maps like Control, but on more huger maps like this, you get to see Twisted Minds have a second think. Okay, we're gonna teleport here, and we're gonna cage match, I guess, with KSA, and ideally kill Cookie. And they were really aiming to shut down that player. And it was just this ring around the rosy on point B, and Twisted Minds got kind of split up. But once they got the ball rolling, that ball did not stop.
Felt really good to see Twisted Minds work with all of that momentum, but now ex-Oblivione, like, this is where the dive really gets a chance to shine. It's about chases, engages with the Winston, and also being able to follow up with Cloud's Tracer, who is a great Tracer. Like, Cloud has played a ton of Tracer in his competitive career, so you know he has the ability to contend with somebody like Yubi if that is the Tracer that gets brought out, but Yubi's also just playing the Symmetra, so maybe you are able to find a bit of an edge here with Cloud being able to take these flanks.
Yeah, so better watch your back. You don't know when they're gonna sim TP behind you and mess up your back line. So that's why Cookie has to save that glide for the perfect moment, especially if the Twisted Minds decide to engage first. But now the teleporter is just used actually as an escape tool. Actually don't have to worry about that as much. They are still trying to pressure the point and get that first take going, but man, the EXO don't have anybody to fight. And now they take back the high ground. Good initial dive by Chase, and Cookie gets the lineups. So EXO got the first take, but this fight is moving like molasses. Twisted Minds, they're just not even giving them an inch. They're not even gonna contest at all, actually.
Yeah, they're just gonna try to hold the door here, but you give up this payload, you give up this defensive point, so you just have to play around this health pack room, and you can get so low, but here's the rush.
Okay, hoping to just hold the choke, and it's working out for Twisted Minds. Oh, an awkward jump there by Quartz, but he's got his Lucio. Kitsune Rush put fear into the eyes of EXO, but not really much else. Here's the response. Kitsune Rush to heal your Winston. Not as invigorating, but it did force Twisted Minds out of the choke because they were mad respecting that ult. And EXO got a ton of more useful ultimates, maybe, especially that overclock from Cookie.
If Cookie can get some real estate here, maybe on the high ground or even a little bit farther back in main, you've got a great sight line there.
And Cloud has to make their way into the back, find that pulse bomb. And Twisted Minds using their overclock first just to force back EXO. And on the high ground, Cookie's gonna shine, and Chase is gonna line up the pins for EXO to strike down. Okay, now the shots line up. But hey, good win by EXO.
There you go. Hey, so sometimes they're, you know, they little, like, they waddle a little bit, so like you don't hit them in the head. I see it, the strafing, the mild squats, but that is going to be potentially the second checkpoint. Like, Twisted Minds get to come back into this one though with the cage fight, and that is a perfect ultimate to have to be able to on this final part of this second point.
cage match from above. Oh, did they see it coming? About to hit him with the pile driver, drop it down, Twisted Minds. Oh, I thought there was a cage match, and I think EXO have not signed up for that fight whatsoever. They all just fleed as fast as they could, and now they're getting picked at a distance. So Twisted Minds stabilize, and they have the card in deep.
It's gonna be tougher now for Oblivion to get the re-engaged, if only because there's so much distance for them to cover now. But you can take this high ground away, you can kind of bully them off. You've got this Kitsune Rush as well that could force a disengage from Twisted Minds. But you're also looking at like a Cookie to maybe open up another fight with a pick, or just even taking an eco push here to get out some ultimates from Twisted Minds first.
Oh, I thought you were EXO's good luck charm with Cloud trying to back up, and
I wasn't. And
we all saw that, didn't we? But Cloud,
I couldn't.
Cloud got shut down there. Cage match by KSA, and EXO cannot escape. And the Kitsune Rush did not want to be gambled in that case. But plenty of time for EXO. It's fine, right, guys?
Yeah, they have a ton. That was the eco push they wanted. They got out the cage fight from KSA. Now you are really looking at like Yubi and Kelix's ultimates, but Cloud's got another pulse bomb. What can Cloud do with this? Just get a pick. Sounds simple, right? Right.
Simple, right? Yeah, Cloud has been marked very well by Twisted Minds, and you don't even need like an opposing tracer to do so. Cloud can't get away with murder, but he'd like to. He's making his way to the right, and even the sim turrets are gonna reveal his position and where he is, and Twisted Minds are hiding and waiting for EXO to play out in the open to push this cart, and then Twisted Minds emerge, use the photon barrier. They have the sound barrier in the bank, and this alone forced EXO to retreat, even though the Kitsune Rush you think would be a good engage tool.
I think the Kitsune Rush is nice here, but you're also worried so much about overextending into the Twisted Minds territory, but a lot of other ultimates here to work with.
Okay, Court's doing work, and maybe even using the teleporter to take different angles too. EXO, they just can't seem to lock down a single target. Twisted Minds are just so wiggly. They're just all over the place. And EXO are trying to dive onto a single target, and now they have Twisted Minds all grouped up, and the pulse hits UB. He almost delivered that too to someone else. I thought he was gonna take the teleporter and give it to his team, but EXO did cap off of this, and finally, 2.5 minutes, but EXO will be at a time bank disadvantage if they cap.
Yeah, that's the thing. Do they have any time left? You want, ideally, anything. Like, even under a minute, you're giving over a little bit more time to Twisted Minds, but if you cap with 0 seconds left in the bank, that is it, and only Twisted Minds gets another engage. So let's see if they can do it. They can do it, finish it here.
See, when Cookie has time to think, to aim, to do his thing, he delivers. And EXO need that level of consistency out of him if they hope to salvage this map, and he gets second kill in this fight, and a third, and a fourth! Give him the ace. Don't ruin this! Chase. It's fine.
Come on.
Fine. Report him after.
For BM. It's okay. No, they'll work it out after the match. But there we go. Oblivion, like they're opening up this third point for themselves, and they have so much to work with. Like, this feels like it could just be over, and it has to be in this fight. No extra time can be stalled here if Oblivion want to make sure that they get another round in this map.
EXO have a ton of good ults. They could press this advantage. They don't know what Twisted Minds have, though. They'll try their best to ult track. Kitsune Rushes could be exchanged, and Cookie forced Twisted Minds into hiding with the overclock, and the pulse gets Quartz, but the cage match is really tough. Oh, what a Suzu to help Case. They get a little bit more damage in, but Twisted Minds didn't have the ults in time. They hid and gave up space in response to the overclock, and EXO took it all. They did cap, but at a disadvantage. A minute 22 separates these two teams.
Looking good. All right. Well, it's a pretty interesting time differential here, I think, because with this 2 minutes and 22 seconds that Twisted Minds has, they have way more time to get meaningful ultimates online. You love having that extra minute for that reason. Oblivion, on the other hand, though, with only a minute remaining, they do have their work cut out for them in order to just kind of win things in the neutral, just find some early opening picks, and try to get some progress that way. So it's a bit of a bigger hill to climb.
At least EXO just attacked. So whatever you did wrong or whatever you did right is at the top of your mind. It's fresh. And EXO have to be, I would say have to be quicker, but how? Because Defiant just keep running away. And like you said, you don't want to overextend and walk into a potential trap if you don't have everyone marked on the other team. You don't know if Quartz is at an off angle, getting the headshots lined up.
True.
So EXO have to take it one step at a time, and it's costing them time.
It is. So you got to take these engages really quickly. I think Oblivion, though, they did a good job of that on their first attack push. They were able to take the high ground. The Winston's really good at being able to create that space when Chase makes these large jumps in. And the Kiriko's nice too, because she gets to join the fray. You just swift step over to your Winston, heal him up, and ensure that he's going to be able to have the sustainability later on in those fights. So let's see it. Come on, EXO. You've got 45 seconds remaining.
You can do it. Pave the way, put your back into it, because you only got 35 seconds by the time it took you to walk to the point. Big slam by KSA, and Chase couldn't jump out in time. And you only have 26 seconds. Like, I don't know if you have a lot of time for a reset. At least you can't afford any other bodies dropping, and Cookie could not leave the scene in time. It's becoming a crime scene at this point. Twisted Minds chasing every kill. They might have heard this Winston, but Chase has to go for the touch on the point, and that means EXO will have to play for the draw if they don't get a tick going. And he's maybe got his Kiriko by his side, but man, that was quick. He died so fast. Oh, it's actually Crispy hiding for the touch on the overtime. EXO hoping to race back to the point once and for all. Twisted Minds don't have any ultimates, so it's just down to the vanilla brawl, and Twisted Minds just are more organized on this front. So I don't think EXO will be able to get much done. At least the Kiriko is able to teleport out, but that would have been a critical mistake to lose them. Quartz finishes off what he started.
Wait.
And EXO clutching up Cookie and Cloud working together. Twisted Minds now use the Kitsune Rush. It took too long for EXO to fight this through, and now the ults come online, so the defense stands tall.
Like, that's what we were talking about. And like, with only a minute, it's so difficult to get any ultimates online. You saw the Tracer Pulse come online very shortly after. Like, maybe you had the opportunity with like 2 picks on the board, but that Kitsune Rush definitely was the nail in the coffin there. So it's draw time if Oblivion want to keep their advantage in this series. But Twisted Minds, they have 2 minutes, 22 seconds to work with. That's plenty of time to get meaningful ultimates and multiple contests.
Oh, I'm so bummed because like for a second you said it's draw time, so I was like, oh cool, I got my pen and paper. What are we doodling today? But
it's not Inktober yet, sadly.
I know. See if we'll have time to draw after how long this match is gonna go, because Twisted Minds up. It seems like destiny to tie up the series. They got 2.5 minutes. And they only need 33%.
33% is feels like an easy task when you put it that way. But yeah. maybe a Sojourn moment. Maybe Sojourn moment. It was tough for Oblivion to actually find some footing on the defense on their first round of defense. So it just feels like it's only a matter of time before Twisted Minds should be able to get that 33%.
Yeah, it's so rough because EXO have to distance themselves from a team that's going to teleport on top of them and be good at close range dueling. And I almost would have liked Chase to not be on the Winston, but ideally if EXO can take a fight before the Symmetra teleporter goes down, that's the advantage they have to work with. But Twisted Minds going to teleport right to the point. Chase jumps out in time and won't get bursted early. And Cookie and friends are on the high ground hoping to get the picks. But remember, Twisted Minds only need 33%. You need bodies on the point if you're this defense. Chase has the drop, but he doesn't have any armor, doesn't have enough help. Twisted Minds are simply going to flood the point and overwhelm the defense, and it seems easy. Now it's just these little deathmatch skirmishes, and Twisted Minds are gonna win every single one.
There you go. That's the 3%.
That's it.
Simple as that.
Easy. It is easy, Necra. When you got 2 minutes, you just teleport on top of them. Yeah, the Winston existed. It had a jump to escape, but not really a jump to engage and do much with.
It's tough. I think like when you're running the defensive dive, it just requires a little bit of setup, and Twisted Minds are so fast to make these engages. It can catch you off guard, or it means that you're using your mobility cooldowns to defensively rather than to be proactive and try to get the leg up on your opponent. So, hey, hats off. We've got a series on our hands, Jen. It's a 1 apiece. And I may be smelling a nap 5.
Ooh. That's a hot take. I think this is going to be over quite soon, actually. Oh. The sim... Okay, I'll be on the Cope train. I'll try to be on the Cope train. I want a good series. But if we're looking at reality here, Twisted Minds look very organized on their teleporter plays. EXO don't even really look like they had an answer to that besides Cookie shoot something, and then we'll see what's up. And Cookie can only do so much. But look at the highlights of Blizzard World. It was a fun dance of macro between these two teams. And then next map is going to be Esperanza, which is Twisted Minds' choice, which is all about... It's great for teleporting around the map if you're into that.
It is super good. I think like the Symmetra, once it is able to get up and running, she is a force to be reckoned with. It is so difficult to just be able to deal with this hyper beam that's in your face. And so if you're able to use the teleporter as well for some good mobility and engagement tools, you're really set up for success. And this is a composition that Twisted Minds have gotten really good at. Like, they played the Mauga earlier today in order to make it into this semi-final. So they are warmed up. They're ready to go.
I thought Yubi was about to take the teleporter.
I remember that happening, and I was so nervous. Like, you're about to post bomb delivery this to one of your teammates.
That would be the most hilarious team kill ever. Like, funnier than the Kiriko teleport King's Row pulse bomb drop off that we saw in our last series. But Yubi's not. He's a very smart player. I don't think he would make that mistake, but I was hoping he did just for the content.
The highlight reel, like, I think we need to put together like a blooper highlight reel at the end of the season. Production, maybe that might be fun.
Well, we got that like back cap from the other region, so we're like starting that blooper. Oh, and a back cap today, actually.
Keep them coming.
See, you can have the C9 counter. I'll have the back cap counter because I'm at 1 on my first day. So who knows how bad it'll be for me. Cloud almost back capped at some point,
right? But it's like 1 in an attempt, I guess.
Yeah, but Cloud has Twisted Minds have eyes, so they didn't let that back cap go through. But we need to let some players through this lobby, and they're having issues. So we're gonna throw it to a quick break, and we'll be back soon.
It's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to Esperanza soon, and this is Twisted Mind's choice of map, and this is a pretty large map and a pretty fun map to teleport around. I think Twisted Mind's got this.
I think you're right about that. I think you're right about that. I mean, it's funny how many side swaps we ended up seeing from like Oblivion, Twisted Minds. We do have a sub though coming in. Speaking of swaps for Oblivion, it's gonna be Shockwave hitting the roster, Cookie coming out, and Shockwave. Like as we've taken a look at like Esperanza, any of these push maps, I feel like if you're gonna come in, like Shockwave is able to play a ton of different hit scan heroes. So maybe adding a little bit more versatility there, or even being able to like play a Tracer to like Cloud's a Genji or something. I don't know.
I thought you were gonna say like Cloud's whatever.
Or Cloud's
like,
Tracer to
whatever else
Shockwave's like Ashe or Cassidy or something.
Maybe some May if you're getting hard diffed in the tank department, but on Esperanza, and especially with Twisted Mind's teleporting all over the place. Oh, it's hard to keep up. I don't blame EXO for feeling like they're just always chasing shadows and not being able to catch up. And it sucks that Cookie, man, he got pretty much an ace on Blizzard World and then he gets benched. So it's up to Shockwave to take the helm and help out EXO because it's tied 1-1 now.
1-1. Maybe a map 5 on the horizon here. We'll have to wait and find out, but as of now, like I do think that when you take a look at Shockwave and Cookie respectively on the Oblivion roster, this is kind of why maybe Cookie has had a harder time finding footing and as a staple in the roster is that like Shockwave, they've got overlapping hero pools. Shockwave is able to play like Hanzo, Sojourn, Ashe, kind of like everything under the sun when it comes to the hit scan role. And then you have the Tracer from Cloud that just complements maybe this Winston in a different way as we have seen before, and we've got similar kinds of architecture to Blizzard World, so maybe that's part of it.
Ooh, little brawl from Twisted Minds, and I thought they had some teleporter strat ready to go, but this is cool too. Don't have to worry about the high grounds. If you can't reach it, just run at them and shoot. What's the worst that could happen? Especially with a Winston? Yeah, this Reaper is gonna clear, and I think EXO are gonna have to rethink this strat. Twisted Mind says, I didn't even think they needed to swap their comp, but they're gonna go full counter against EXO.
Works out. I think the Mauga was a little bit of a struggle. I think the Ramattra just works a little bit better when you're trying to pair it with something like the Reaper. Maybe not as confident as for the Mauga and like more of these open sightlines anyway. You've got a shield now if you're Ramattra, even though we may be a fraudulent shield, but it's still a shield nonetheless for this tank.
Cosmetic shield. Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, what really matters is fists, and KSA wants to throw down. Kind of like cage matchy, kind of going back to those roots. But EXO are sticking to this comp, and Shockwave is just trying to fill in the shoes that Cookie left behind. And okay, got a coalescence that's just burning everyone alive. That's not a good start for EXO, but at least the glass half full vision of this is Twisted Minds are on a roll.
Right, well that's going to force out some swaps here from EXO to see if they can keep pace with Twisted Minds. It's going to be Chase now going over to the Doomfist. So kind of what we were talking about where Chase is so flexible in this tank role that maybe it's the Winston that's not going to work here. But now you have the Doomfist to have a little bit more individual punch power versus some of these squishier targets.
Ooh. Shockwave. Gets a lot of space made thanks to that Doomfist. Keeps an eye on any flanks, and of course Cloud has done a good job of shutting those down. Twisted Minds. This is a tough area of the map to get through. You're playing out in the open, but you hope to punish Chase. He's already used block, and Crispy has his back with the sound barrier. And ooh, almost had the lined up shot on Quartz teleporting. Annihilation from KSA. He's so low and he's stunned up. How does he live? Well, that's because he's leaving. And EXO haven't found a way to punish KSA before he was brought up pretty much to full health. Speaking of that coalescence that Slayed with just now, he's got another one. And EXO are gonna be in a lot of trouble. Slay's gonna let loose. Twisted Minds can play aggressive off of this, and this is a pain train. EXO are running as fast as they can.
No, they're taking the bot with them. So, like, who's really winning now? It is going to be EXO just kind of thinking things back to neutral, and, well, Slay has been slayed.
Yeah. Finally. And EXO just waited for Twisted Minds to run back at them, and Chase had a beautiful stun with the Doom Fist. But it's not looking so healthy on the Oblivion camp, even though there was signs of life. Twisted Minds will get to extend this lead shortly once Cloud stops being a nuisance. There you go.
Okay, but Cloud took down Yubi too, so he's like not going down without a fight here. It does maybe buy some time here for Oblivion to come back for a contest, but you're walking right into a Death Blossom. Doesn't feel good, and they can't get the recontest either, so they get the checkpoint and they give it up, knowing that they're also waiting for reinforcements anyway that get those forward spawns if they hadn't spawned already.
Oh, Quartz trying to do his impression of an attack helicopter, but wants to land this on the back line if he can. But the Kiriko can teleport out. Crispy has sound barrier. Quartz may be countered, but I like the macro of Twisted Minds. You were at the checkpoint, you go to the bridge, you draw EXO out in the open, and you hope to get the pounce. But EXO aren't going to be stupid. They're not going to play out in the open. They're going to try and match them. Go toe-to-toe on this high ground and fight for it. It's barrier v barrier. Crispy using his second. Kitsune Rush follows, and that is a difference between a Kiriko and a Moira. A lot better utility on the Kiriko side. And EXO, well, I'm trying to give a compliment, but they don't have bot control, but the kills are going their way, and they are managing to deal with that coalescence pressure. Annihilation and Death Blossom, though. Twisted Minds are letting it rain, and they take the fight.
Well, they might be raining on their parade. That's all the rain they have. I mean, 4 ultimates now out of the bank. There's no photon barrier yet for Twisted Minds. So Oblivion, they get to come back in with like the overclock on a nice straightaway here. Even a Terra Surge, a nice way to re-engage.
Yeah, Twisted Minds out of gas. Gotta get some more. And it's tough because Oblivion has some really good ultimates. Keep an eye on Shockwave. There's a reason he's subbed in. He's got to be the go, and he has to show up. But there's flanking Symmetra? Like, what is UB up to? Didn't get the teleporter in place, and now that is dealt with, so will the rest of Twisted Minds. Shockwave delivering the pain, and that will give them some bot control and maybe control back to this map because it's 60 meters to 8. Kind of a gap.
Yeah, but still so much to play around too. Like, we still have 4 more minutes of this map left, and it's not too big of a meterage gap. If you can get past this one fight here on the bridge, then you have a really good chance of being able to match that progress and maybe then some. But just in mind, they made another adjustment here. It's going to be KSA switching off of the Ramatra and heading back over to the Mauga. So going back to the tried and true so far for them.
Ooh, KSA tried to stomp his way forward, kind of stopped halfway. The javelins from Chase are going to keep him at bay, and the coalescence. Oh, ooh, he Terra Surging. I don't know. I think they teleported out. Twisted Minds trying to reorganize themselves, and that's where Quartz, through all the chaos, can thrive. And this is not great for EXO. They haven't been able to win back-to-back fights. I think they've won maybe 1 or 2 in a row, and that got them to 30 meters, but Twisted Minds just feel like they have full control of this map.
You do. The teleporters helped out so much in order to make those fights even more chaotic. Getting the teleport away from the Orisa Terra Surge, great example. And then you're also able to see how they're just able to kind of wrap around the opponents as well with a ton of these different rotations. Chase is going back over to the Winston. It has been hero roulette for a lot of these teams right now, but it is the name of the game when you're just trying to get the upper hand on an opponent that is so close in skill.
I was like, is it raining? Where's this lightning bolt coming from? And it's Chase who messed up his jump. Wanted to go over top of the roof and then got stuck. Oh man, EXO needed to converge with him, and losing that Winston, it's just turning into a hemorrhage as Twisted Minds are up 76, 78 and more. And they're still winning the fights. EXO are just trying to die all at once on the bot and respawn as a team, but this is getting out of hand.
This is becoming really, really rough. Now this is a meterage that might be insurmountable unless you are going to have the absolute god map of your life.
So many things are ending right now. Overclock, barrier, coalescence, polar course, Twisted Minds walking forward. They look like they're the ones that are winning. And Shockwave isolated himself. And now Slay is showing us what a DPS Moira looks like. Do not do this in my ranked games, but Slay is making it look like it works.
It surely does. That biotic grass goes way much farther than they always think it does. Like, if you're a Lucio, it's very difficult to escape that sometimes. But this is the home stretch. Twisted Minds, they have a minute and a half left on the clock. They could just full stop, full cap here. Photon barrier and the cage fight into this next fight.
Oh, no one wants to dance with KSA. It's the last one picked. And he's gonna cage match us right on top of the bot. And now EXO are gonna have issues contesting this. The Twisted Minds doing their best to just get to that finish line. This is their map pick, and they sure are proving they know how to run it. KSA taking a while to kneel on Chase's body there. EXO tried so many different comps. The Orisa. Okay, everyone, let's absorb what just happened there.
Pause, champ.
I don't think we need. Do we need to see the ending of that? Oh, we're gonna let them play it out, but
it's not over till it's over.
Okay, but EXO tried so many different things. I actually liked the Orisa, and I'm surprised that Chase didn't want to stick with that.
I think it feels bad. I think it feels bad when you have the Mauga. It feels bad when you just don't feel like you have the ability to sort of put the line in the sand and hold it down. But it has looked good.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're getting almost a little too dizzy though with kind of like the comps that they're throwing at it. But KSA is here to play ball, and they literally, well, not ball, wrecking ball, but you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I knew what you meant, but I knew chat was gonna be ready to correct you. Oh, he's not playing ball, lady. But yeah, that match was so fire that someone's mouse died. I don't know if it's one of them wireless mouse issues. I'm gonna flame you if it is. We always have a backup mouse if you're a pro player, but hopefully that mouse issue is resolved, because aiming is quite important, especially in one of the probably final fights that we're gonna have.
Yeah, that's a lot of chaos to come back to as we get back into it very shortly here. But there's a lot going on in this team fight, so have fun, Jen.
They look like they're having way more fun than me. At least Twisted Minds is, and a few more meters to go. Everyone's mice are working correctly, and hey, look, EXO will get to play more of the map.
I'll continue to rush, okay? It's a way that they can push them back. I think you can, there's also a pick. Feels good.
Okay. I think Twisted Minds are trying to draw them out into the open, and then killing Slay is huge. Deny that coalescence. EXO have to make the miracle run, though. 17 seconds, 110 meters. Nothing is impossible, I guess.
No, it's not, and they've got a full slate of ultimates to do this. As long as they don't use everything here, and they're smart about this, it really could work out for them. But they just can't, like, throw everything at once.
Please
don't do that.
Just gonna do their impression of a Christmas tree. Everyone light up at once. And it's the overclock first, but the coalescence plus photon barrier. What is this combo that I'm seeing? You couldn't even stop Slay from killing you. You know you have a problem when the Moira has time to do DPS and not heal in a Lucio Moira setup. And maybe that's what cost them in the end, because EXO's DPS fragged out.
Oh, where's Winston? Chase, come back. Please. Please.
Winston.
It is overtime. They can't get off the car, please.
Where's Winston?
Cloud, you can't move. You
At least Cloud is
please.
there.
Cloud, stay glued to this cart, please.
Oh, became roadkill. And now Bald Man has taken over the bot, and EXO's chances are slowly dying out. They gave us hope for a second, but now that the last couple of ults from Twisted Minds are coming out, that will be the nail in the coffin. Twisted Minds, match point.
That was good stuff. They almost got the full capture there as well, so they are showing that not only, obviously we knew this looking at KSA, but they can play the Ramatra comp, they can play the Mauga still to a high level, and they can figure out how to adapt against Oblivion's team coordination in order to get the victory. So we got to see more of that, and looking at the 6 map and looking at how Esperanza went, like, Sarabasa looks good.
Yeah, EXO won a game type similar to this, capturing points. That seemed to be EXO's thing. This could be a good map for them where they thrived in that chaos, but maybe Twisted Minds were just sort of coming out of hibernation. They look organized, they look like coordinated. They're going for silly plays. The coalescence is aggressive as heck. It was really fun to see how Mauga is apparently not dead, but it's innovative. They're repositioning, and this was on a different map, but we got to see some rush and different looks to Twisted Minds, showing that the meta won't be stale after all.
No, the meta's been so interesting to watch in EMEA, because I think when you look at NA OWCS, it's going to be, I want to say, a little bit more like just kind of cut and dry when it comes down to the type of compositions we might see. But Overwatch and EMEA has kind of always been like this. They've got great tanks across the board. I think EMEA has always put together and they've kind of fostered a lot of the tank talent that we see in Overwatch. And I love that we're getting a chance to see this battle between, like, what is Chase gonna play? Is it gonna be the Winston, the Orisa? How does KSA adapt to that, playing the Ramatra or the Mauga? It's been really fun.
Maybe the silver lining is, okay, Shockwave got his warm-up map, and now he has to go crazy. He has to go X Games mode next map or it's over. Like, literally over, because it's lower bracket.
Yeah.
So, last chance for EXO.
Upper bracket.
Oh, we're in...
I know, we've been flip-flopping. We've been flip-flopping.
Flip-flopping.
Don't worry.
Okay, good. Okay, so there is a second chance. You got many more warm-up maps to go.
Yeah, don't worry. They also have like a whole night. They can like get some beauty rest or whatever, come back in. Yeah, it's been a lot of different matches. We've had a lot going on our co-streams as well, so make sure you also go check out all of our partner co-streamers that are helping to get coverage for this event this weekend. But for Twisted Minds and Oblivion, not only is it like the chance to showcase who is the best, because this is two of the best teams in the region, but it also gives you an easier road to the finish line, and you can't say no to that.
Yeah, and if you guys are ever like, where's this team? I'm a fan of this team and they're not on stream. Well, there's actually other people streaming like the other matches too. Like you brought up, like OBS Sojourn has been observing and like putting out VODs of POVs, which has been awesome to study. And Leg Day is going through that too. So it's so awesome to see all the co-streamers kind of cover all of our bases here. Yeah. But for now, we'll focus in on Twisted Minds Match Point. This is EXO's choice. There's not a lot of Flashpoint choices, but this is the one they have to live with.
Saravasa, well, when it comes down to a Flashpoint map, like, there's so many, like, just small differences. I don't know. It's like, what do you want? A reskin of a super beautiful Saravasa or New Junk City? Which is just not a non-fun map. It's Junkertown.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, New Junk City seems so cage matchy, and you don't want to bring those Malga vibes. I like to go somewhere nicer.
That is so funny. That's so true.
It is. That first point is so cage matchy. Like, I'm surprised there isn't. Okay, now since we're coming up with Overwatch ideas to implement in the future, we can have that first point be like a dome, and that's where they can deathmatch. But hey, who's up next for this deathmatch is Cookie. Back in.
Let's go. Cookie's coming back into the roster. We have a wonderful stats person that's helping us for this weekend that was able to point out that Oblivion got their first... That last map that we saw Cookie in before he got subbed out was actually Cookie's first loss on a map this entire stage. And we have seen Cookie get playtime. So maybe this is just like keep adding wins to the bank, right?
Yeah. And now you take out Cloud, and so maybe it's just a double ranged hit scan situation. Maybe Shockwave picks up the Tracer. Like, EXO are trying different things, getting playtime out of everybody. And it's going to come down to a Saravasa to see if if EXO are going to take a trip to the lower bracket. I hope I didn't call that too soon. But EXO were successful in the first map. Was it a warm-up diff? Was it a game type understanding diff? Who knows?
I think part of it was just like the Winston being able to bring the chaos. Like you just didn't give Twisted Minds an opportunity to actually get set up. And I think that's something that the Symmetra does a little bit better. Or maybe it's just something Oblivion has identified could be a weakness of the way that Twisted Minds plays this composition. But nonetheless, it is going to be a different take here onto the dive as Shockwave stays in this roster. And we do see the Echo.
I find Tracer to be really important on maps like this when there's chaos. That's the perfect time for a Tracer to flank, but EXO just deciding to play this front to back, and the Echo to be perfect. You can just put all the sticky nades into the Mauga and hope that you can just burst them down that way. I find Echo to be a really good anti-tank DPS, but you have to contend against Twisted Minds doing the Symmetra teleporter dance, and you just never know where to look. EXO have to stay organized.
Well, they gotta stay organized around this point too. That Suzu already being used there by Slay, and Shockwave is stuck without his team. But is that enough maybe to create some chaos on the front line where Oblivion can start to stabilize?
Yeah, like Echo's not the best flanker. Like you'd need a Mercy, but at least like Kiriko can teleport. You can justify the off angle, but Twisted Minds haven't let EXO get away with flanks. That's why Cloud has been looking like he's struggling on the Tracer when otherwise he dominates. Twisted Minds are good at marking everybody on the other team, and EXO getting their backline torn apart as KSA runs out of that situation, and Twisted Minds hold on to the point.
Yeah, KSA was getting a little low, but it was really good pressure onto Oblivion's front line so that they couldn't come back in. And they're also buying so much time to just capture this first flashpoint outright. There's a very little pushback here from Oblivion, but the duplicate here might be enough.
Okay, Shockwave gets his revenge. And oh, there's another Mauga. That's 1-2 too many Maugas, but they're gonna try and cage match it. Or really not without the ult, but metaphorically. And EXO come out on top thanks to Shockwave.
Big opening pick, and you also got the duplicate, which is a way to be able to play this Echo a little bit more aggressively. And then yeah, like why not take advantage of the fact that there's a Mauga on the other team? You know, I'm okay with Mauga being in like small doses, right? Like we get a little bit of like interesting mix-ups with Twisted Minds wanting to continue to play the Mauga, but it's not every team that's doing it. So like it's fun, it's flexible. We like that. But now it's time for Twisted Minds to make a re-engage here, and while they have the opportunity to do that with the sound barrier here from Kelix, they also have to walk into a Kitsune rush from Kaneo.
Yeah, this will be the last fight for the first round. Yeah, it's taken that long. Twisted Minds may have met their match. You like to see EXO staying competitive. Ton of bolts. Who's gonna press Q first? Twisted Minds step up. Chase jumps in, places bubble, has the primal. He can be competitive, and everyone's letting loose. Quartz with the overclock is the one you gotta watch, though. Targets are in his sight, and this sound barrier from Crispy can only last so long. And this all comes down to maybe one final cage match there by KSA, and man, all the ultimates gone, and Twisted Minds win the fight and the first point.
All right, flashpoint under their control. Now we gotta look forward to where next we are going on Saravasa. And it looks like they've got a good idea of where we're headed. But it's gonna be Garden. So they've already got the jump here. So Twisted Minds starts to get set up on the flashpoint, waiting for it to unlock. But Oblivion, like while they used a lot here, that leaves them very vulnerable to Slay's Kitsune rush over this point.
They're just waiting for EXO to actually show up. Kind of took them a while to get here. So, but it's not like Twisted Minds benefited. It's gonna actually just unlock now. EXO will have the duplicate. I think that was fairly successful for Shockwave when he copied the Mauga. Didn't even build up to the ultimate. Oh, maybe that wasn't the one he wanted. They were all clumped up. And that's embarrassing. But he flew back, right? No, he didn't fly back. Unfortunate. Unfortunate flop. Uncharacteristic flop. Flop era. Twisted Minds have the point.
Yeah, that was very uncharacteristic and maybe a little unlucky. The move of lockout for Lucio still really hurts, and it does look like that elimination platform is a little bit closer to the edge than people may like it to be. But Oblivion are still going to be coming back here. A little bit of a pushback, but they gotta come in with ults, and it's just gonna be so difficult to do that when Kelix is in yet another sound barrier. And geez, Quartz.
Yeah, Shockwave took a nasty right click from Yubi, and then Quartz just sneezed on him. Tracer's gone. All the heroes got more health, so that's when you think that a Tracer may last longer. Not the case. Twisted Minds in the driver's seat. Like, they're seconds away from taking this for a second point.
I don't know if you can come back in and contest here if you're EXO. Like, you have the opportunity to, but is it going to be everything again thrown at this to no avail?
Oh, so close to getting some picks. EXO's Kitsune rush is big, and they're trying to carve down the sound barrier. And Crispy, huge boon for EXO to get established on the second point for the first time. And Chase is having fun with Quartz, and he's not enjoying that. So EXO will be able to win this fight, but then they have to claw their way back 0 to 100 to tie things up. So that's a big ask for the investment that they put out.
It is, but I think like if you're in that situation, you value more just trying to be able to get that flashpoint. You still find yourself in a similar scenario to what you did in that flashpoint number 1. A couple of ultimates on the board here on both sides. The fact that Crispy had to use the sound barrier in that last fight, though, means that there isn't really a great natural response to KSA having this cage fight for this next one. But maybe it's just a cookie diff. It gotta scatter though as Quartz gets the overclock online first.
Team Diff with Twisted Minds, just Giga Chad walking up, Kitsune Rush throwing out every ultimate. Everyone press Q at once, you win Overwatch, right? Well, it's now round point for Twisted Minds and match point. All comes down just on these last couple of points to see if EXO can claw their way back.
Hello.
Oblivion have their work cut out for them at this point. Like, this has been a shutout so far by Twisted Minds. And heading over to the next flashpoint, like, they still have utility. KSA did not have to use the cage fight to be able to secure that second flashpoint. So now when you look Palace, just lay it on the point, lay it in this small groove. Cage fight is going to be very devastating here if you're going to continue to fight in this small corridor.
Couple of seconds until the point unlocks, and Quartz was on the chase. KSA leads that charge just right at the doorway, puts the ult down, and no one's even in it. So no one wanted to come to KSA's birthday party, I guess. So EXO gonna Kitsune rush to see if they could outpoke this Mauga. Now that he was kind of stuck, didn't work out for EXO, but it kind of worked out. They got the point in the end.
Right, so off to a good start here on this next flashpoint. Cookie as well, just continuing to pick up the pieces. Chase gets taken down, but like that is a sound barrier investment by Twisted Minds.
Yeah,
they must be really confident.
3v4 when they popped that sound barrier, it was clutchable, and Twisted Minds pulled it off when EXO just didn't know how far outside of the point they wanted to go. And a lot of trades happened, and Twisted Minds clutched up in the end. Chase just jumping in to extend this to 72, but it's a good start for EXO.
It's really good. Like, this is one fight territory if they're able to take back control. Maybe even like take it out from underneath Twisted Minds. But you've got the sound barrier here. You got out a couple of key ultimates from Twisted Minds as well. So you're coming into this one with the ultimate advantage. Chase as well has been going off with these Primal Rages. And where Twisted Minds is playing right now, nice target there for the Winston jump in.
And Slay will have the Kitsune. Oh, he's trying to use it. Okay, finally teleported back to his team. Chase is tossing everyone, causing so much chaos. And Cookie wants a second to use this overclock, and he's got a photon barrier in his face. Twisted Minds are just countering everything they do, and they're about to take back the lead. Twisted Minds teleport out as soon as the dive arrives from Oblivion. The sound barrier helps keep Chase going, and he keeps jumping after this Quartz fellow who is being kept safe by his team. And Chase doesn't want to tussle with KSA close range, and especially the Symmetra that's going to build up DPS over time. Oh, it's an absolute bloodbath, and Twisted Minds come out ahead. They take the map, they take the series, and they move on.
That was a fun semi-final to watch. Oblivion getting the first map. It gave me so much hope that we would be able to see on map number 5 between these two teams. But Twisted Minds, they turned it up a notch. They were able to get those final 3 maps in the series and shut the door. So they're moving on to the winners finals already and continuing to show people why they are considered one of the best teams in the EMEA region. So feels really good to be able to continue to see them have that type of dominance, and can they keep it up for the winners finals? There's going to be a really tough opponent on the other side looking at the other semifinal that we have.
The Twisted Minds definitely proved that they're not invincible, but they showed a masterclass. They're always innovating, and they seem to become some of the best people at executing metas like this one, and so close to the patch. It's great to see also the variety of comps, and I'm wondering what the desk thinks about how this match went down. So let's go say hi.
Thank you so much, ladies. I do have to agree. I think Twisted Minds, by getting this win, really sort of proved to us that they're one of the top teams in the EMEA region.
It looked shaky. Off to a shaky start with the Mauga composition, and we're like, oh, are they one step behind? But they were able to figure it out, Jake.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. They're still leveraging the Mauga, with most teams choosing to walk away from it, play something else. Twisted Minds still feeling like that gives them, enough advantage. I think it shows that this patch revert was really warranted. That Mauga still works. I kind of have felt that playing in ranked the last few days after the newest patch. Like, hey, this hero's not bad. Maybe it's not the juggernaut dominating the game that it might have been, but it still has a place. And I think if you're a team like Twisted Minds, where their execution is clean, they're very coordinated as a team, they can really get a ton of mileage out of the sim TP. It's very easy for that comp to fall flat on its face if you make one mistake, one misstep, things don't work. But that sim, the coordination, it was on point throughout the series.
Yeah, and they were also able to improve upon it throughout the series, right? Because you come off the gates here on Samoa and you're playing against this Winston composition, and taking some pretty big losses here onto the point, but as the series progresses, you're figuring out what is going wrong, what do we need to do better, how do we need to adjust according to what we're being thrown our way. And honestly, the story so far today in EMEA, as we wrap up the EMEA, has really been that we've seen a lot of different compositions. In the very first match with ence, we saw more Orisa, kind of Sojourn, Tracer compositions being played, and I thought that, okay, well, that's an indication this is going to be the meta. We're seeing two teams mirror. But as these matches have been played throughout, we've seen a lot of different compositions, Jake, and I don't really think the meta is settled at all. So if you're going to be a good team this weekend, I think you have to be one of these versatile, smart teams that are able to adapt on the fly.
Yeah, exactly. Orisa looks like the strongest individual comp, of them all, I think, from the most popularity, but I still feel like that Mauga has a place. Honestly, the Sigma that Sheer Cold showed us, I think there is some potential there for the BAP Sigma, maybe punishing some of Orisa's lack of shielding and damage mid. Such a great aggressive hero, but trying to rush into a Sigma can be so difficult. I think you're exactly right. I think there's going to be a lot of counterpicking at the highest level. Going to be less forcing your will with raw skill, and more, having the right strategy for the moment. Because honestly, at this top level, we heard it in one of the interviews, that there is a real top three going on in Europe with Twisted Minds, and then the next two teams rather in our upcoming match, right, that we'll see next time we come back to EMEA tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds is probably the hands-on favorite in this region. They've been dominant in this region for a long time, especially throughout all of 2023, right? And boot camped prior to OWCS, so player of the match is going to be Quartz. Yeah. I don't think that comes as a huge surprise. One of the best hit scan players we have in the entire esports system, of course. So yeah, great win for Twisted Minds, and they advanced to the winner bracket final.
Yeah, I think players like Quartz and I think all of Twisted Minds, they were just they were too good. They're really good. I think I was very impressed by the things that we saw from Quartz and even Yubi as well. So I think just moving forward.
There's no panic in their plays. Yeah. They're very comfortable, right? We saw that in the last fight there on Flashpoint, where yes, you're diving me on Winston, but it's a very patient beat from Kellex. He's not rushed into it. He's not forcing it off the rip on the first play. He's letting the fight develop, and that's the veteran presence. And you've got young superstars like Quartz and Yubi, where you're most often in the driver's seat. You can be aggressive when you need to, but then I just think this team is so well balanced around their flexibility, around their options about how to approach the fights.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I think we got to talk more about Twisted Minds and this match as well. Johnny, another illustration maybe?
Yeah, but this time actually,
you're looking at
highlighting Oblivion.
Oh, okay.
They were the underdog coming into this series.
I mean, they had some great plays.
Yeah. They had some great plays. And Jake, would you agree that the Winston composition is the hardest of the two to play.
Yes, especially in Amalga. I mean, they're cooking to play Winston in Amalga. I don't recommend that at home.
Yeah, it's hard to play Winston in this composition, but I want to highlight what a great job that I think Oblivion did. So Chase is going to be on this Winston. We're playing a dive composition, and what we're going to see them do here as they're trying to cap point B on Blizzard World is a Twisted Minds. They have a lot of ultimates. They got 4 ultimates coming online here. Of course, they've already used the cage, but they got the overclock, the Symmetra Wall, the Kitsune Rush, Soundbarrier coming up. So if you're playing the Winston composition, how do you deal with this? How do you withdraw all these ultimates? Well, they're going to use their own mobility. So as we can play this one out, we can see that they're going to inch forward and they're going to drop Oblivion, that is. They're going to drop the Kitsune Rush, which is going to trigger the Symmetra Wall. What's your advantage as a compositions? You have mobility. You can disengage. A Mauga can't really disengage that much. Of course, you have the overrun, but compared to a Winston, I mean, that's no match for that. So quick disengage from Oblivion, and as we go on to the next fight, okay, we got out the Symmetra Wall. Now we can try to get some more ultimates out. So Cookie has the overclock. Now what do we do here to use the overclock really to try to put ourselves in a really good situation here? So we have a couple of options. We can swing and try to open up this angle, or we could like hard swing and take a super wide angle. Not that close, but you get my point, to really get around this corner here. But what they're going to do instead is they're going to put their Sojourn on the high ground and instead shoot down, because Mauga can't get up to the high ground, right? So we're putting our Sojourn in a good position to succeed. We can play this one out. This is going to force Kellex to use the sound barrier to protect his team, and suddenly we've kind of like pushed back Twisted Minds here. So now we've gotten out 4 ultimates from Twisted Minds, and finally Chase on the Winston has built up this Primal Rage, and now we can use this to go on the offensive because we got out all of these ultimates. So we can see here that Mauga is going to overrun back to peel from this Winston bubble. That is going to give Oblivion point on the card. They're going to get them position on the card. So suddenly they find themselves in a position to win this one out. So you can go play this clip out. We see a nice pulse bomb coming in here from Cloud as well. So we played around Twisted Minds' lack of mobility in this composition and really set ourselves up for success here. So despite the fact you're playing a really difficult composition, a lot of players we haven't seen before on Oblivion, they do a really good job setting themselves up for success in this composition. And ultimately, they only got a map win in this series. But I think I saw some things, Jake.
No, me too.
I saw the potential.
I agree.
They did look solid. I do feel like going into the lower bracket, I still think there's more matches to be played here for EXO. Being not out of it yet, I could see them making a resurgence, maybe being a team to survive out of that lower bracket and still give. I feel like they are the team maybe just outside the top 3 that is the biggest contender to maybe break into it, to be a top 4.
It was, I agree. I think, it was an unfortunate loss against Twisted Minds, but they had some great plays, and I'm excited to see more of them in the future as well. All right, that's our first day in EMEA for the main event. Let's take a trip down memory lane and see some excellence, shall we? That wasn't from me. I'm just reading. Excellence?
Excellence?
Excellence.
Wow.
Anyways.
EMEA region, excellent plays.
Yeah, just like this from Quartz.
Full Quartz.
Quartz is kind of a monster.
He is.
Who is cooking in the production?
There's some Chef Boyardee situation going on.
Wow.
He's Himothy.
I will say,
of course it's really good.
I mean, having the superstar talent, I feel like this is something you really need at this layer of the game where Overwatch 2 these days is mechanically heavy. Every single player needs to be deathmatching well. And that's not just the DPS, right? You got DPS like this fighting you. You need supports and tanks on the other side who can receive that well and actually fight back, actually keep pressure on the DPS. The best way to deal with a hit-scan player as strong as Quartz is to suppress him and attack him. You can't just dodge him all day, right? We've seen this guy's aim. You can't let him free shoot on you. And so I think that's what we've seen from the best teams is constant pace-taking and aggression, with Lucio being really the only truly dominant hero this meta. The hero that I just don't think we've seen a couple times. Maybe the BAP Zen comes out, but almost always we're seeing Lucio because speed, aggression, super, super valuable. And as you mentioned, being able to disengage, right? Those Kiriko ults, incredibly powerful. But if you just completely escape from the fight, you reset, allow the ult to expire, the Kitsune Rush feels like a waste.
That's a fantastic answer. All right, before we move on, let's take a quick look at our brackets one more time for the EMEA region. Of course, Twisted Minds will be moving forward, getting the win against Oblivion. And the other match is going to be Team ence versus SSG.
This is going to be a banger.
That's going to be a banger.
There's a lot of history between all these players. They all know each other. Known quantities maybe, but this is a new year.
Yeah. And in the lower bracket as well, we got Peps taking on EXO. That's going to be a good match right there. So, and don't count out Quick. You know, we didn't get to watch Quick Esports in today's matches.
True.
But you took out Rock Esports in a 3-0 fashion. I mean, you don't know what's going to come their way. Sorry, I don't know if it was a 3-0, but they took them out real quick. Yeah. So we don't know what's going to happen in the lower bracket.
Yeah. This, EMEA region is shaping up to be very exciting. But everyone, don't go too far because we're taking a short break. And then when we come back, we're gonna go into the NA region. In the meantime, link your Battle.net account so you can get drops. But you can also fill time by checking out a new graphic novel. Oh, that sounds interesting. Head over to overwatch.blizzard.com to download and read a friendly rivalry.
I'm a lore enjoyer. Any lore enjoyers in the chat? Me? Smile?
Me? I like lore.
I like these graphic novels. These actually crush.
What's your favorite lore?
My favorite lore? Well, that's like my favorite fact about the characters.
Give me anything. No? Whoa, guys, it's okay. It's okay. Just a nightmare. They hot fixed Maga. Everything's fine. They did.
They hot fixed?
Don't worry about it. Go back to sleep.
Immortals will take Contenders Season 0.
have done it. They will fly high. San Francisco shot like a champions. Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met San Francisco's shock. Shanghai Dragons are your champions. Dallas Fuel takes their place amongst the stars. Florida Mayhem are your kings for all time.
Welcome back, everybody. America!
Hi.
We're moving on to the NA portion of the day with another double elimination bracket. Hello, everybody. Danny Lim here.
You're so excited.
I'm so excited with Jake and Johnny. Aren't you guys not excited?
Yeah, baby, NA Overwatch.
EMEA
Into my
was great
days.
too.
You guys were great too.
Yeah.
I was excited for EMEA.
Yeah.
Why are you making it sound like I wasn't?
I'm in NA Overwatch.
Okay, you know, you were just really excited about
I'm
North
not
America,
scared to say it. These guys are scared to say it. I'm an NA Overwatch fan. Let's go. We're stacked.
I'm a fan of all regions. Asia,
Oh my, look at
EMEA, NA. Love everybody.
Japan, Pacific.
That's Asia.
Well, sure. Okay. Oh, you're right.
All right, this is getting awkward. Okay, let's talk about drops because drops are important too. You know, get on there, everybody. You can get the sprays, icon, Diva Winter name
Pancakes.
card. What is it called? Korean word?
Hot dog.
There you go. Ah, yeah, you're learning. You got it. Hot dog.
Say hot dog.
It's like almost.
Hot dog, good. And also some amazing Overwatch skins as well. So yes, drops are very important. All right, not only drops, but another important thing, socials.
Yeah, so
Very important. Very important. You see-
OW_esports. And Overwatch
And?
Esports
Okay.
Discord.
Okay.
OW
And how about Asia?
_KR.
How about Asia? Asia, okay. Japan?
Overwatch JP.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it on your screen. If you're wondering what we're talking about, you can see it on your monitors.
You guys can read. I trust you.
Yeah, we don't have to read
Those
it.
are the social handles.
You guys can read. It's there. Please follow us. We love you guys.
Keep up
Thank
with.
you.
There's so much Overwatch to follow these days.
Yeah?
You got to be on the socials to keep pace with them.
I can't even keep up with it all.
Let's be honest, I can't either.
there's
I'm
so
following
much.
all these things, and
There's
it's not
so
happening.
much.
If
But
you're
that's
not
good.
following, you can't keep up with everything.
Yeah,
you
we
need
got-
notifications.
Content, baby.
Yeah.
We got Jaws, our resident Overwatch Japan.
We're looking at him.
Commentator
All
later.
All right, guys, let's talk about what we're doing here, right? This is the main event, right? What is it, Jake? Explain to me
All right.
clearly.
What is
If
this?
you're here, you're in the top 8 of NA,
Okay.
right? For what we've had so hard. This is the OWCS qualifier number 1. These teams are fighting for points and cash in the top 8 in a double elim bracket. The higher you go, the more cash you make, the more points you get. The points, they send you to Dallas, they send you to Stockholm. The cash, that goes in your bank account, or you know what? Blow it on a night on the town. We don't care. It's your money. You won it.
I don't know about the second part. Don't blow it on any. I mean, if you're a gacha gamer, I'm just kidding. All right, don't do it. Don't do that. But anyways, yeah, points are important. The cash is on the line as well, and also you get the chance to go to, for stage 2 as well. But hey, the important thing is DreamHack Dallas.
Yeah?
Seriously.
And if you feel like you
Major,
missed
baby.
out on stage 1, there's double the circuit points
Right.
in stage 2.
Right.
So you still have a good chance
Yeah.
at qualifying for DreamHack Dallas. It's not Jover.
Yet,
It's not Jover till it's Jover.
it's not by done
Danny.
until stage 2. All right, like I said, this is all important because you have to go to DreamHack Dallas. I'm gonna be there, I think, maybe, hopefully. Jake and Johnny's gonna be there, and your favorite teams are gonna be there. I think Jaws is gonna be there, maybe, hopefully.
Maybe. Wait, we don't know.
Jack is nodding.
So yes, please everybody, purchase your DreamHack ticket.
Come see
it's
us.
It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Say hi. Say hi.
Come see some of us.
Some of us,
Smile.
maybe.
No, it's going to be a big event. I mean,
is,
to
yeah.
have more
It's
than
not
just
only Overwatch, but yeah,
right?
there's just so
exactly,
many
like
games.
a multi-gaming event, getting the esports fandom all together in one place. I mean, this is, as an esports fan, this is what I live for, right? Getting the people together. The hype, it builds and builds. That's
Grassroots.
why esports live events, these tournament events, they're always the hypest around because you know we got that passion, but it builds over the course of the year, and then you get to come off to a DreamHack and
DreamHack is where I got
stand
my
up
start.
on land and taunt your opponents from across the stage.
DreamHack in Sweden. Yeah, good times.
All right, let's talk about the NA bracket first. Are we gonna see a graphic?
We are.
There you
indeed.
go.
We are indeed.
Yeah, we are. I think we're going to be showing the Toronto Defiant versus LFO, right? But there's many other games happening at the same time. So if you're following other teams, LG versus Shiki co-stream is on leg days, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and so you could tune into whichever one you want to look at.
Yeah, you got leg day for Timeless versus Pirates in Pajamas. You got Bot Pachimari League. They're broadcasting as well, putting in some nice production work. And
Students of the Game versus M80 on Avril's channel on Twitch. You can check it out. But we, here on the main broadcast, we're going to be watching the Toronto Defiant versus LFO. Looking for org, for any org shopping around. There is clearly a suitor here in this game. They are, though, going up against, I think, the undisputed titan of NA Overwatch right now. I mean, Toronto Defiant look like the one team that is a little bit above the rest. I do think this is a chaotic moment in the meta shakeup. Who knows?
Right, save it for right now.
All right,
later. Let's take a look at LFO roster lineup first, and then we're gonna go into detail with Toronto Defiant. Let's take a look at LFO first.
Yeah. So the thing about LFO is, you look at this roster, and it is stacked. It is stacked. You got Mirror. Yeah. Obviously, you know we know a lot about Mirror from his Overwatch League days. Liar obviously played in the Overwatch League previously. So did MCD. Seeker, you know, a standout. You know, really putting in good work in the World Cup, for example. I was on his team in Toronto when we beat Jake's team. That was a great time. Seeker, fantastic hits in the player. And also, Zero is someone I'm looking out for to be a bit of a come up here. We're not that familiar with Zero. You know, hasn't had a ton of time in the professional Overwatch scene, but you know, now building a name for himself here in Tier 2. I got the chance to observe some scrims, and I was really impressed by his Tracer player in particular. I believe he got player of the match in the group stage at one point as well. So that just tells you, when you're in a stacked team like this, alongside individuals like Seeker, Mirror, MCD, like Zero getting player of the match, that just tells you how skilled he is. So building a name for himself here, but
they are going up against.
This is going to be.
Look at this team.
Yeah, this team. Yeah, I don't know any other teams. They look familiar.
Gracious. Wow. We've got 3 Overwatch League champions from last season. We've got Sugar Free. Arguably, I think he was like second place for Rookie of the Year last season. I think that's pretty fair to say. And then Vega, who is one of the hottest talents coming up out of North American Overwatch on the main support role. But honestly, these guys make stuff like main support obsolete, right? He actually does play all the supports in reality. We're going to see a ton of Lucio from him just because that's where the meta is today. But I mean, these guys, 5 players on the team, they don't have subs and they don't really seem to need them. These guys can handle any hero on the highest level. This is truly a team built for Overwatch 2 and a team built to dominate the world.
All right, let's take a look at the maps, and we're starting things off with Ilios, selected by Toronto. What are your thoughts on that?
You know, I heard this from Cass, right? He talked to us about this, about even though they look like one of the strongest teams, they know they're one of the strongest teams, they are still going to push for a bigger advantage and a bigger advantage. And so they're going to be the team who, even though they're dominant, they're still going to throw a wrench at you and still going to make you play maps that you might not have prepped on. Yeah. They're still going to, like, they want more. And I think that's exactly, that's the humility, really, that I want to see from these teams who,
they want to
Toronto's aspirations are bigger.
They want to
yeah, exactly.
Put them to the ground.
Their aspirations are bigger than this. Of course, they want to win every game here, but they want to be going into the World Championships, right? They want to be the best in the world. They want to go beyond NA, I think, more than any other team, really. Yeah. It's clearly.
I think there's something to be said that if everyone just plays King's Row and Lijiang Tower all the time, they're probably practicing those the most. So if you're a really good team like Toronto, ban those maps. Yeah. Play maps that people haven't practiced as much. So maybe that's the case here with Ilios.
Oh, that's good. I feel like it's going to be a lot of fun. All right, let's jump right into our first match. And this match, it's going to be brought to you by Jaws and Mr. X.
Wow.
Yes, I know. They're unlikely pairing.
Did he forget who I was there for a second?
Yeah, no, I'm going to be honest. I was like, Jaws, and then I was like, who's that guy?
Who's that guy?
I almost said Costa, and I was like, oh, it's not him. I was like, what?
Yeah. Costa, your beard is fitting so well. It's really, it looks great.
The other Australian analyst, Danny.
I mean, this is, what, 8th or 9th casting partner now? Thank you, Matt. So I appreciate that. Thank you for joining me. It's been a great time.
I mean,
I didn't get forced to do this at all. Didn't get forced. Not at all.
Well, you know, you look fantastic today. I'm excited. I think we're gonna have. Yeah, that's it. Look, I am very nice to Jaws always, and he's always very. You just saw he literally was just mean.
No, so I have receipts from 2020 all the way up until this year,
This will be a fun day.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day.
That's not true. That's not true. This will be a fun day. Toronto Defiant versus LFO. Like, I've actually been pretty impressed with the LFO team. I thought they performed quite well. It's just Toronto Defiant. I mean, you look at the roster, you expect them to be on another level in terms of what they're able to do.
Yeah, dude, they got champions on their roster. Like, they said it perfectly well on the desk. Like, yeah, LFO, they've got a lot of talent, and they always will do. No matter who you have on the team, it can really just pale in comparison to the Toronto team. Like, no matter who they face, it's like, okay, Toronto are going to have the advantage. Merit, someone, RuPaul, just champ, Sugar-Free is one of the most hyped players coming into the Tier 1 Overwatch space last year. Dude's a god, and Vega was, who was Jake was pointing out on the desk earlier on, is another very, very hot prospect coming out of North America. And LFO, they got legends as well, like Lyre, Seeker, Valiant, Goats. I mean, Mirror's been around the scene for a long time, same with MCD. A lot to prove here for Zera, I think, and for Vega. And this match will really start to prove it now as we, Ilios, of course, Matt. We're going on to Ruins, so seeing a little bit of Widowmaker, actually, from Merit.
Yeah, two completely different looks as they try and put some pressure onto someone. It doesn't really work as they're able to just kind of run him down. I mean,
he still got it.
Just silly stuff here at the start. So like LFO, they go really aggressive, Jack. Obviously the Sigma in the mix, you want to just run that target down, and they just get wiped up. I mean, it's not really that close. So I'm gonna set up the same thing here again. We'll see if it's any better.
Yeah, the Queen is actually a really interesting look for LFO. Not something we've seen today. Of course, the meta did shift quite considerably after those Mauga nerfs, after it was perma Mauga, but with Zera already going down to a headshot from RuPaul, I mean, this is LFO just kind of falling over. They have to kind of int in, try and find additional kills, because a lot of their damage now missing. LFO taking a lot of damage in this corridor, and this spam coming out from Toronto Defiant is just a little bit too much for Mirror, especially with that DPS passive, Matt. The Flux comes out, I mean, it's all over, at least for this fight. Mirror, Seeker down, same with Lyre. Nice little stagger onto MCD there, but Toronto just diffing it for LFO right now.
Just the amount of damage that LFO takes just like crossing the point, like they obviously need to get across the point, you know, put pressure on the Sigma. We get a clip from Mir there from, I mean, Zero just did again. You know, watching from Mir's POV, he gets across the gap of the point, which they're probably like, great, we're here. He's at like 100 HP at the time, as, I mean, this is just...
What? Is this OD? Is this like round one in the bracket, in the Swiss bracket? Toronto Defiant almost spawn camping him.
We've seen so little of the Defiant, because they just keep beating everybody terribly, that you were like, all right, this is going to be a game, right? You know, Overwatch League players on the other side here. And so far, it's been a good old-fashioned spawn camp.
Good old-fashioned stomping. Okay, Queen ult coming up. They got the rush to utilize first, and there it goes. They do rip it. RuPaul's holding on to his. As Toronto Defiant do end up just retreating slightly, giving over the point, and now it's only one fight. Someone is going to be the target for LFO. Lyre tries to get in there and help his team speed forward, but Toronto Defiant instantly use that rush to try and turn the tide. A sound barrier onto 4 for LFO as they do dash to the skies to take care of Merit, and eventually they do find the team wipe, or close to. Looks like Vega's going to get out alive, but it'll do. But somehow, someone, Sugar-Free, still come up with kills to Vega too. An overextension from LFO. Overextended looked like miles. Toronto Defiant were as good as dead, Matt, but LFO have come back.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto Defiant, they back all the way back up to their spawn. They are still just kind of battling back in this. That's a first round if we've ever had one right there. As you know, if there are any questions about how the Defiant would look against a team you know, like LFO or like some of the other teams in NA that you think can kind of play up at the same level, I think at least that first round is a pretty convincing answer.
That is demonic stuff from Toronto Defiant. And that
demonic stuff.
Demonic.
Okay.
Yeah, you like that one? You like that one?
Yeah,
been playing a lot of Doom recently.
I gotta tell Mitch to add that one to his vocabulary.
Oh no, I stole that one from him probably at some point.
Oh, really? I mean, that just shows how much I listen to that guy.
Yeah, I think the same could be said for him to you, to be fair, Matt. Gotta be honest with you. All right, Mauga,
yeah, it's
okay.
incredible. We're like Neuralinked connected, but telekinesis, right?
After that many years, it wouldn't surprise me.
Here we go. Maga Wars.
And Torb.
This is what everybody's been waiting for.
Maga Torb. Oh, yes. I'm in it. Not for the Mauga, but for the Torb. I mean, look, Seeker's done it before. Maybe he can do it again, but Torb just suffers here, man. You don't get dived that easily. So Toronto Defiance comp's going to be a little bit harder to kind of execute onto the Torb, but, I mean, you're just going to get poked out before you even touch the point.
Yeah, and I mean, Maga just needs to use his just physical body to just create space, you know, enter the point. You know, the Maga diet is just eating just raw cake batter out of the bin. As he just charges on in there. Big slam
just
down.
Raw cookie dough and bullets. Like, that's all he eating right now. Nice little Susie to kind of keep the Mauga alive, but the point is going to flip over in just a moment as Toronto Defiant end up capping. Mirror down, yeah, Mauga front line on a little bit more of a diet now back in the spawn as Toronto cap, and they got a duplication ready to go straight off the rip here. They could go super quick if they wanted to.
The one thing that's been, you know, obviously the Defiant extremely impressive is it looks like they've actually caught Zero out here, so they'll finish this up. Is that like, it seems like whatever LFO is running, like the Defiant just don't really care. Like, they're just gonna just like they're not gonna switch. We're just gonna like figure it out. As you know, Mirror just taking damage from all different directions. They just get a focusing beam and take him out. Oh, here we go. Maybe something here for LFO.
Straight Cheeto there from Seeker. Let's find Merit's head at least. There is a rush here available for MCD. Could definitely help getting many cardiac overdrives down. Both rushes already been used. There's the turret. It's already gone, so Seeker's going to have to find another position to land that one in.
Oh, yeah.
Although, look at this. It's just, Mauga in the rush is hilarious, but unfortunately, Sugar Free lets their health pool, of course, with their ultimate, the copy. Lai gets a nice boop onto someone, but Toronto Defiant still controlling the point. Everybody from Toronto right now just barreling on there to get some additional percentage. They do get 60 after that engagement, and LFO don't use too many ultimates for this for that last fight, so at least got a pulse bomb maybe to weave in there, maybe pick off Vega.
Yeah, and I think if you see that the Defiant like leap in, right, you know, Mirror at this point, you know, you're going to be able to build up that cage fight pretty fast. You could like cage fight Torbolt players inside of it, you know, looking at probably
the
trying to
forbidden
capture
combo.
like someone.
The cage and the molten core, the forbidden combo. Pulse bomb in the Merit's hands. He's currently playing a little bit of Overwatch over Seeker and Zero right now. He's getting checked a little bit. Same with Liar, who jumps into the sky. He's trying to look for him, but Sugar Free almost takes him down. There's the pulse bomb thrown out. It does end up hitting the floor, as I hear the molten core's been ripped too. Looks like it's a bit more of a space creation rather than paired with a cage there, as LFO continue to kind of juggle the points. Mirror, full HP though. Luckily enough, that molten core, enough for Toronto to be dissuaded at least somewhat in this engagement.
And this point just goes like contested for ages, right? So the fact that you're up to 50% here for LFO, you're probably going to end up taking the lead, and that time they actually catch someone inside of that cage. So finishes off that tank there of the Defiant, and now maybe Maga is not as dead as we thought. Maybe he's still got a little bit of life left in him.
No, surely not. Surely not, he says, clueless. Look, I mean, if you got the cage and you're just waiting for someone to engage, it's a pretty easy kill. Someone's going over to the Doomfist now, full picks. Not bad. Don't mind seeing that on whatsoever. Sugar Free almost falling over, but duplication is available. Someone goes pretty low. Focusing beam on the Tracer, narrowly missing him. But Vega gets a massive boop onto Mirror, who tried to make their way to the back line by the looks of it. A Kitsune rush for both teams now, as Toronto Defiant try and settle this score. A pulse bomb blocked out by someone's power fist. And with Merit and RuPaul cleaning up, this is LFO getting near 99% as Toronto find the flip eventually.
Yeah, and the bad part for LFO is they've used just about everything here. So Cassidy swapped, kind of go about that Doomfist on the other side. I mean, you're reliant on a sound barrier here. This is probably going to be the only ultimate you have the rest of the game here for LFO. So bad use of this ultimate, and you're going to drop map 1.
I mean, the economy is looking good for Defiant, the opposite of 2008. They got Copy, they got Pulse, they got Beat, only against LFO's Beat, like you said, Matt. And Vega even maybe looking for another cheeky boop on Mirror. That would definitely help turn the tides. Pulse bomb for Merit here as overtime does approach, and MCD already dead, already caught out. Pulse bomb does go wide, but it doesn't matter. The main source of healing for LFO is now dead. They had to pull the beat early and another boot, but this time it's Liar. Someone off the map, down the well, I presume. Mirror does end up also falling, but it's all good. Toronto don't have a tank, but they got a dupe. Seeker there on the cast, trying to stall out for longer as Liar comes back in to get the retouch for OT, but MCD only now just making it back. Zera does die to the sticky bombs, and that should just be it. That will be Toronto Defiant taking that game quite easily, Matt. Like, that didn't look that close. I thought this would be way closer. LFO have got some legends on their team as well, but I mean, Toronto are just head and shoulders above the rest right now.
I mean, maybe there's a possibility where if LFO gets a map that you can play, just kind of boots on the ground, just play the Maga, maybe there's a shot there. But yeah, I mean, Toronto, there's nothing surprising about this. There also shouldn't be anything surprising about this. I mean, they have like a stacked roster. You know, they're probably like able to play in the same vicinity of each other, right? Like, there shouldn't really be a surprise. Like, with this talent, no, they should live up to the expectations.
Yeah, 100, like 3 champs on the team. Like, what more can you really ask for going into a brand new format, a brand new season of competitive Overwatch? Toronto Defiant look great. I mean, LFO, fortunately, falling by the wayside here, but, you know, map choices coming up next, of course, Matt. We'll have to wait and see where we do end up want to go, because I missed the screen from before, and it's Hollywood, actually. I'm just looking at the lower third.
It's Hollywood. It's literally on your screen.
Okay, in my defense, the screen's a little bit far away. My eyesight's fine, but, you know, we're all good. Let's have a look at some highlights from that last map, though, because especially on this first point, like, Merit just plays Widow, and yeah, if anybody did forget, he can aim extremely well, by the way. And I mean, this was just a shutout.
When you're moving backwards that close to the spawn, you're never in a great position, I feel like. Nobody has moved backwards. Nobody has held S towards the spawn and been in an advantageous position.
Put that on a statue.
Yeah.
That's an inspirational quote right there.
Yeah. Anybody who held S from this point on was losing the fight. As we get the duplicated Maga here at the end here for Sugar Free, just for, just to add insult to injury, pretty much, is a nice finish off there just towards the end. Like, these KDs are going to be pretty lopsided in a lot of these.
Yeah.
This is very lopsided. The damage mitigated is kind of funny. I know Maga's physical being doesn't count towards this damage mitigation. That would actually just contribute to the damage dealt on the opposing side.
Yeah, it would be the exact same number as the damage dealt. I mean, the damage mitigation, maybe Cardiac Overdrive counts for some of that, not sure. But we are going into Hollywood, like you said, Matt, is our next map. This is LFO's choice. Are they going to still run the Mauga? Because is Mauga that dead? I know a lot of teams were also running the Orisa before the Mauga kind of exploded into the scene and just kind of blew the whole meta wide open. Like, a lot of teams are playing the Orisa, and then people are like, oh, maybe Orisa is actually better than Mauga right now in certain maps or with certain teams as well. Like, oh, it's tough to say, but if LFO have been practicing this one comp like for the last couple of weeks, like, maybe they just stick with it because that's what they got most practice on.
Well, so Maga got buff, right? And then they reverted the buff to Maga, but they still changed the DPS passive in that time, right? Which that is still a pretty, pretty sizable change. So, like, I think everybody saw the Maga, like the unkillable god, the cardiac overdrive, and everybody's at 100 HP, probably dead. But Maga being pretty good, the amount of damage that he can output, and then also the survivability, right? You reduce the DPS passive, but then you add, to the other team a way to generate more HP. Like, it's still going to be pretty viable, right? You just might not be unkillable.
Yeah, and he's still good at, like, kind of just sitting there tanking damage, like you said. And he's not, like, perfect against the dive, but you saw there with the Winston on Well, it's like, okay, I dive it, insta-cage, and that's like an instant kill, right? It's very good at, like, isolating one person, or maybe a couple of people, and just blowing them up. So maybe there's a bit of viability there, but for Hollywood, it's like, I think you just want to run dive. On first and second, like, maybe third you run the Mauga, but I don't know.
You can probably run it like first on defense.
Sure.
But after that, if you're just going to give up the high ground and just be like, you know, mogging out down there on the low ground, you're not going to be in a great spot. You know, giving up, although it's Overwatch and everybody rages at like loads of different things, giving up the high ground is still terrible. You need to control that. Like, it's just kind of a staple of any shooting game, where if you give that up, you know, if you set the mog up on the high ground, maybe you do some crazy stuff, but no, you're going to need some ability to get some verticality.
Yeah, looks like we are jumping to a quick momentary not break. We're going into the game, actually.
A quick game.
A quick game, yes.
We're going
to a quick game. Will it be a quick game? Toronto Defiant made that first one look pretty quick. Hollywood coming up here on screens in just a second. Yeah, I mean, maybe you run the Mauga on first point defense, but dude, they just gotta run the dive, it feels like. I mean, Winston, it's funny actually, I was talking to Jake and Johnny in the green room just a minute ago. It was like everything just leads back to Winston at some point. Like, we have these sustain and brawl metas, rush metas, whatever, but eventually everything ends up Winton. And honestly, not mad about it at all.
Because everybody's had like thousands of hours playing him at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And he's fun. He's cool, man. Like, he goes primal, he hits people. It's pretty wicked. It's pretty sick.
What's wrong? You know, Mauga pops cardiac overdrive and is pretty much in primal at that point.
Yeah, it feels like he does have about 1,000 plus effective HP. Immortal is definitely a word.
So what do we got here? You know, we lose a little bit up top. Okay, there we go. We're back. So Defiant on defense. They just kind of keep running Sigma.
Right.
Nothing wrong with the Sigma, especially being able to control high ground. LFO, you know, screw it. We played this all weekend last weekend. Let's just keep going.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like the name of the game. And obviously, with the sim, don't mind it at all, especially if you kind of knowing you're going against a more static tank in the Sigma. You can teleport on to the cafe. Yeah, it's exactly what they're going to do. But quick rotation there for someone, but not enough, not quick enough to save RuPaul. Wow, their backline is mincemeat. That was
RuPaul just needs to try to live better, you know. Just needs. I can't believe he did not play that.
Damn,
there.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. There's literally nothing he can do. I mean, the teleporter comes down, just a huge slam from the Mauga. Like, before you could even get out like an immortality field or something, you're just dead. Still able to put down some damage. RuPaul now comes back on the Ana there. Biotic Grenade going to force back LFO just a little bit.
They're so close to capping though. Yeah, without someone, I don't think this is doable. Maybe if they killed the Mauga there, Mirror, it might have been doable, but unfortunately not. Toronto Defiant do end up losing that first point. And yeah, I mean, who needs a big leap from a big Winston when you have just a teleporter to teleport the Mauga around the map?
So what kind of like ruined LFO there? We talked about it on the first point on Ilios, like against the Sigma. They were playing Queen at the time. But like, you couldn't close the gap without, you know, the Queen basically just taking her full bar of HP like down to 0. The sim allows you to just teleport the Mauga around and get him into spots where he can be extremely effective. This is important. They got to control the high ground here. So you get Mirror set up. They're just putting down some damage, denying that space from the Defiant.
It's still so tough for the Mauga. Like you said, it's just an ult battery. Whoa, oh, okay, Mirror, wrong way, turn around.
Fake.
Cardiac overdrive as they do run it down with the rush. That was kind of funny. MCD does help Mirror come up with a kill on Sugar Free, but there is the cage. Caging the Sigma as the Sigma's ulting. What a worse place for Sig to be. Don't worry though, because he got Nano. He's surviving, at least for a moment, as Mirror does dash out of there. Cage does end up falling apart as Toronto Defiant wondering what just happened. They are going to resume control of the high ground, but LFO are going to continue to move the payload. Wall here for Seeker though, could be a bit of a difference maker. Stops a lot of that poke hitting Mirror.
You know, though, this is how you win if you're LFO. You just make the game a little bit silly, right? Nice Suzu there. It looks like that protected that pulse bomb connection. As Mirror not going to be able to live through that. I mean, they use just about everything to try and make it happen.
Anti-rock. And honestly, I'm a big fan of this Ana pick. Ana's not seen a crazy amount of play over the last couple of metas, but I mean, RuPaul, literal world champion, like world-class Ana player, but it also kind of dominates the Mauga, although I say that, it looks like RuPaul is kind of switching up now, which is kind of sad.
I was going to say, he heard you talk about how much you liked it. And
that sucks. Well, I don't mind it against the Mauga at all. Kiriko, a little bit more mobile. I think he's kind of scared as well that what would happen to him on first point would happen to him now, where he just gets TP'd on and insta dies. So not too shocked there to See him switch over to the Kiriko, so he doesn't get TP'd on. Here comes the wall. TP up to the high ground for RuPaul. Duplication available from Sugar Free. Just trying to wait this wall out now. You don't want to get split up from the rest of your team, nor the heals. There we go. Wall down. Expect an engagement in just a moment, I'd imagine. Seeker and Sugar Free. They do end up trading there. His blade's available from Zera. Still pretty low. Spots the Doom in the skies. Misses the Kiriko there as RuPaul blinks away. Still with that blade in hand. Maybe wants to wait for everybody to bunch up on the payload first before they end up doing anything. So he's just trying to find kills and trying to find people to slice away at. And there you go. Vega already down. High in the sky is Sugar Free. Dupes the Genji of all characters. A free blade on the horizon, perhaps, but I don't think you're going to survive all too long as Mirror's got something to say about it right at your back. But that duplication, I would say, wasted somewhat.
Yeah, I was surprised he used it, considering how many players down they were. But it looks like that LFO's forced to back up. A few of their players also fall here. So you're very close to a second point completion. 2:15's a really good amount of time to have. So when they see the Doom on the other side, they decide to now go Sombra.
Soundbar available from Vega. Doesn't want to get randomly insta-killed by this rush. Still got the sound barrier though, can use it whenever they choose. Someone needs desperate help though. There's the Suzu. Vega's got to use it. Hits it. Only hits 4 though, as someone ended up going down. Vega a little bit too late on that one. Mira's going to get chased. Sly's going to help Mira get away, at least for the time. This rush doing a lot of work though for Sugar Free. Just pumping up those damage numbers. That beam is just way too much for the Genji and the Mauga, to be fair. Like you pointed out a minute ago, Matt, the beam from the Echo is just ridiculous against a lot of these targets that are just so susceptible to it without shields.
Yeah, they do have to layer, though, the rush and the sound barrier on top of each other to end up winning that fight. And you think Seeker, can just kind of poke around, do some damage. Liar, can just kind of farm his Maga up. And you can get, sound barrier, cage, and EMP here, and the cart's basically at the goal line. So I still think LFO in a pretty good spot to capture this point.
There's the cage from Mira, but it might just be a death sentence. He did get taken pretty low. Luckily, the heals are incoming. Still, it stops Toronto Defiant making a big engagement. EMP comes out. Seeker trying to teleport as fast as they can away. EMP was good, but where's the kills? Someone's going to come back in just a moment. Here's the sound barrier from Liar. This should surely be it. Mira still ends up going down to Sugar Free, although. And with 2.71 meters to go, someone's still going to be able to stall this one out. Just one pick is all they really needed. With MCD dead, Liar really hasn't got any say in this fight whatsoever. Zera with a pulse bomb almost gets the clip kill onto Merit, but has to hit the recall before he can. 30 seconds to go as Toronto Defiant miraculously hold on to that point.
They kind of fumbled that a little bit. I mean, they needed to kill Sugar Free. So he's just kind of like sitting above the point, just putting down so much free damage, and they're not able to do so. They lose Mir quite early. Now, it looks pretty good for LFO. Turns into a pretty terrible scenario. Is just a pulse bomb available? You think that could get Suzu, though, by RuPaul.
Seeker is the one to touch here. Tries to get the hack on the Tracer, but Mira does not allow for it. That's a little virus throw there. It did end up missing, but here comes Mira. Pulse on available from Zera. It's the only ult LFO have got right now. The stick from Merit, though, will send Mira pretty low. Seeker also pretty close to death. Sugar Free and RuPaul are just going to be able to clean this one up. Just the overwhelming amount of ultimates. Apparently, they didn't even need the sound barrier to end that one. MCD's rush coming on just a little bit too late at the very end as Toronto Defiant make a hell of a stand on point B there.
I mean, almost 2 minutes and 30 seconds for LFO to take that, where they basically had it right at the checkpoint. They're not able to get it over the line. So better performance from LFO, right? That's kind of what we wanted to see them come out, play a little bit better than we saw in Ilios, although up against a tough opponent. And they did, just not enough in the end. I'm curious against like a team that hard, commits to, Maga. Like you are seeing the Maga have success against the Sigma. I even think against the Doom, like a team that is just basically saw the hotfix and just said, screw it. Like we're just going to keep just running it down. Maga, Sim, whatever. And see how they perform. Because I actually think you'd probably still see them do quite well.
Yes, especially if you play the Sim. I think Sim, especially on these kind of maps, is just so strong with the TP. And then you have the speed as well. I mean, you saw how they executed on point A. Like, they just TP onto the back line. And the thing is, Toronto Defiant were ready for it too. They were so ready. Someone like rotated as Sig up to Cafe to try and help his supports, but it just didn't matter because they blew him up too quick because Mauga just charges in, hits everybody with a stun, and that was it. I want to see if Toronto is still going to run this though. I mean, Orisa, it makes the most sense. Honestly, people, like I said before, people were playing Orisa with and against the Mauga, and it felt like Orisa was eventually going to win the meta war out between the two picks. So, I mean, Toronto Defiant thinking on their feet, changing things up.
Yeah, going with the Sojourn as well, I think probably just had merit in the spawn, kind of like which, hit scan or tracer you're going to see, him come out on, but he's going to, mirror Seeker as wants to put a little bit of pressure on that high ground. Look at this. I mean, LFO just comes right around.
Someone shoots Zera. Zera's in your back line. Zera's in your back line. Someone shoot this man. Okay, eventually he ends up going down. Merit and RuPaul are able to pick up some kills. Seeker ascending to the high ground now. Spots Merits. This should be Seeker's death. There we go. Quick as you like. Toronto Defiant, even though they let Zera live a little bit too long there, they do end up pushing on forward, and someone getting back momentarily. This should just be the cap. Looks like LFO recognized that. They're not going to go for anything crazy here.
It feels like the Echo has been so good for the Defiant throughout the series thus far. Looks like Sugar Free just takes some shots. Mirror's been the one who's like on the side of LFO who's been like able to get a few kills onto the Echo, like put pressure with that Mauga, right? You land the left clicks, they land a few right clicks, and the damage just kind of starts to scale. Now the Defiant, though, they realize they need to kind of take this high ground, so that's why you have someone go over the Doom here. And really what they're probably discussing is like how to win just kind of like one fight, quote unquote, like naked, right? Not really use a ton, and then have a lot of ultimates the next one. Look at how
this is ridiculous.
What is going on?
What is going on? What is Blood doing in the back line? They just swapped sides.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, Vega did a very good job of surviving there, and you're just gonna
zoned out the Lucio though.
They did. They definitely zoned out the Lucio. Well, Matt, they're all dead. There you go. Don't need too much analysis after that one. They're going to push the payload.
That was pretty effective for the Defiant. I was mentioning how they needed to win a fight without really kind of using anything. Just being like given the payload and just kind of like turn the opposite side of the map. Not exactly, obviously what LFO wanted. They probably wanted that kill onto Vega, but he just went so far back that there was no reason to continue to push. That's a nice shot there from Seeker.
Yeah, good kill. All right, it's going to halt the silliness for now. Don't worry, it will be back. 4 minutes to go. Merit, I don't think Merit's going to be able to continue holding this high ground. No, he gets forced off. But still with the pulse, still pretty nice. They can just ult dump here, Matt. All they need to do is just run into the... Okay, well, ult dumping to the floor. That's not exactly what I meant, Merit, but all good. You might die too. If you die here, I mean, that's another big stagger. Ooh. Overclock from Seeker. Okay, you're not too mad about this, honestly. Merit ends up dying late. You have to go for the reset anyway, plus Seeker uses Overclock. Okay, not the worst.
And I mean, you have an eternity, right? 330.
Right.
330 to go what? That's like 19 meters.
Math.
No,
math's
like
gone.
20 something meters.
Yeah, something like that, Matt. Yeah, yeah, you're right.
But it's look at this. I mean, they're gonna get across. Like, you can't keep letting someone just put pressure on the cart and then just. What are you going to do here? Zero gets really low. They're going to need that blade. He needs to stay alive.
Cardiac overdrive, but Seeker's already dead. Duplication on the Mauga and a beat for Vega. Lias B's going to have to just save the whole team, but unfortunately only saves 3. Blade's been pulled, but Zera's already low. Sugar Free with 1 billion HP and then some on the Mauga is going to unlock a free cage in just a moment too, but they don't need it. All good. Toronto Defiant end up taking map number 2. LFO. They are just not showing up today, man. But I also think this is just Toronto Defiant really just being that much better than the competition.
Yeah, I mean, LFO had a tough time in groups, if you remember. They went to 3-2 against Citrus Nation. They ended up, like, absolutely dunking on them the next week. But that was, when the meta switched, from everything we had to Mauga, right? So maybe Citrus Nation just didn't have a lot of time, where now LFO, you thought maybe with some more time, they'd be able to ramp up a little bit. They are just running into a buzzsaw though, head on. I mean, this is not the best matchup here for round one.
Yeah, really not the best. A 2-0, just like that. I mean, maybe LFO can kind of come back, but have they got anything else in their back pocket? Anything else in their armory? Like, are they going to pull out something that's not the Mauga? Because right now, Toronto Defiant just on equal, they're just kind of diffing them.
You probably feel like the Mog is the best way to go about it.
Right.
I mean, like if you're LFO, you're like, oh yeah, let's play, you know, Winston v Winston against like someone. Like, yeah,
you don't want to do that.
A great idea, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, I feel like the Mog is the best chance in terms of like change the game and like the pace of play, and you know, maybe have them come away with a, you know, win or keep some maps close, which they are. You know, at least with this you know, Hollywood map, it was pretty competitive. I think that they had a few opportunities to take this second checkpoint. They just kind of fumbled them.
Yeah, exactly that. That was a miracle hold, it felt like, from Toronto on that second point. Okay, Esperanza is our next map. Again, you can still play the Mauga. I still think he's going to be viable, especially with the sim. And like I mentioned before, I really like the sim, but the adaptations also that Toronto made, Echo and Soj, especially at the start, it's just so easy to get free railguns. Echo also does 1 billion damage against the Mauga because there's no shield, nothing to stop her from really just raining hell from above. It's a rough time.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the stats a little bit closer in terms of all the metrics across the board. Just I mean, you see Toronto, it's like the less healing, more damage. I mean, just getting these fights done so fast in their favor. So to go up 2-0, to say this is a surprising result, it would not be. No, with how good the Defiant have been so far this year, and these players historically. And I think it's good that we get to see them, right? I think a lot of people were like, oh, no, it's going to be Toronto. They're going to fumble it somehow, whatnot. But like, no, they've looked awesome.
Yeah, yeah, that's, yeah. Did you get that one from Mitch as well? Awesome. That's a good one, Matt. I think that's new to your vocabulary, no? The word awesome.
I mean, it's a lot of letters, you know, so... You know,
your max is normally around 5, so that's why it surprised me.
I think a while on that one.
Yeah, we're gonna jump to
sometimes a 5, or usually keep it around 3 or 4.
3 or 4, yeah, that checks out. He normally sticks with the word great a lot. Watch out for that one. We're gonna jump to a quick break though. Teams are just setting up for the Esperanza. We'll be right back.
It's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
All right, everybody's in the lobby. They're ready to rock and roll. Esperanza, map number 3. Oh man, is this a Toronto map? The way this series is going so far, it feels like it.
Nah, that's a bold statement you made there.
I know, it's crazy. I'm one for predictions.
But the way this series is going, Toronto might win.
It might win, yeah. I play it like Johnny. I play really safe to make sure that I can get the Preds right at the end of the season.
I was watching earlier, and Johnny made a point, and then Jake kind of like somewhat disagreed, and then Johnny immediately was like, yeah, I agree with Jake. I was like, wait, what just happened? I was like, did he just, you know, just brainwash you?
All
right, LFO's gonna try flip-flop. Gonna try the Orisa here.
Okay.
So Hey, we need to make a little bit of a change. Let's go Orisa. Orisa's, the Terror Surge gets buffed, I believe, in this last patch. So, see how it fares against the Doom. The Orisa has been actually pretty good against the Doom, in the past, but this is not something that the Defiant, have never seen before, right? I imagine they're going to have to figure out a way to play around it.
Yeah, historically pretty decent. Doom goes to the block, you in with a spear. Jobs are good, and you can also get him off your backline too with a spear spin. So,
you want to hear a crazy stat?
Just
got posted in our Discord. Someone died more in map number 2 versus LFO than he did throughout all of groups.
Wait, what? All of groups? Dude.
Yeah, he had six deaths on Hollywood, and he had 4 in all of groups.
Oh my god! Wait, he's just that different? Holy!
That is a crazy stat there.
That is disgusting. He really is him. All right, LFO doing what their comp does best, and that's sit on the point. But Toronto Defiant are making them kind of work for it here. It's hard for LFO really to find an engagement. They need Seeker to kind of rip someone's head off first, and then they can push on. But Toronto, they're happy to just farm ults here. Sugarfree's close to that dude.
Yeah, and Toronto, wants LFO to try and push into them with the Orisa. Like, that's not the strength of this composition, right? And kind of play a little bit of like a counter dive almost setup as Zero gets in, gets Sugarfree quite low. That's not going to give them any more space though on the map.
Yeah, and with that recall happening too, you can kind of step up. There's the dupe, it's on the Orisa. Vega's actually the first one to fall though. Early Suzu as both rushes are ripped on the point. So the 5v6 making that 3-on-5 as Merit also ends up going down. First ult be damned apparently. Toronto Defiant just getting steamrolled right now as LFO take it in their stride. A complete team wipe, no deaths on their side, and they get the ball going.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you, for the Defiance, right, if you're able to have Vega live, you get Sound Barrier, kind of like extend that a little bit more, but losing that Lucio first, I mean, that is a really big blow there as LFO playing a little bit more defensive. It's going to actually work out for them. They're going to get the car moving.
Yeah, and Seeker's got this railgun now as well. Vega desperately needs this Sound Barrier. You got to think if you're LFO, Vega's not going to be on par with Liar. Oh my god, RuPaul just got destroyed. Attempted spear there from Merit, does end up going wide, but I mean the ult was really the thing that won them that fight. Toronto Defiant, yeah, not able to contend with this Orisa. I mean, someone's Doomfist, someone as a player himself, exceptional, but the Doomfist into the Orisa, this is really tough for them. And because LFO won that first fight, man, they just pull ults early, and then they might get the checkpoint as well.
Yeah, I mean, the longer these fights go, right, the better it's going to be for LFO. Like, with the Doom and the Doom Echo Tracer combination, like, you need to go in, burn one of these 2 targets down, really fast, and that's how you're going to kind of win these fights. The more prolonged fights, and especially when LFO can play defensive, it's definitely going to work out for them. That's a recall for us quite early.
Yeah, it means Merit can't go for any funny business with his pulse bomb. Someone just punching towards Merit there, just tried to get out of the way of Mira. They got to try and take this high ground control away from the Orisa, but it's actually Seeker falls down to low ground. A potential boop there from Vega to dislodge the Sojourn, and now Merit is going to look 2 different ways. Look at the payload, then look at the split members of LFO who have managed to find themselves in the Mega Health Pack room. I mean, Mira dead, Sugarfree picking up a nice few kills there as they regain control of that bot. LFO just got completely split as Seeker ended up falling first.
Yeah, and I think the worst part here for LFO is that Toronto Defiant comes back with 5 ultimates in this next fight. You didn't get that. You got really close to that checkpoint. It looks like
they got it
right before it. They did get it. Okay, they did end up getting it in the end. So getting the checkpoint's pretty massive, right? But now kind of running into, like, if you just trade support ults here, you figure that Toronto Defiant comes out on top with everything else in the end, and they've got the cart in a position, the bot in a position where you win this next fight, you're probably going to beat LFO in terms of meterage.
It's going to be quite tough for them to kind of break this small chokehold here without just throwing ults at the problem. But like you said before, the longer this fight lasts, the longer LFO have got a chance to build up some ults of their own. There's the engagement. Someone in the back line. Seeker already just eviscerated. Those pulse bombs just tearing him limb from limb. That beam as well, just kind of destroying Mirror. And with Merritt's holding onto this pulse, so might need to use it, throws it out anyway, forces the cleanse. Now someone is in, no ult, no, and so many problems. That Terror Surge right on top of someone. Meteor Strike used straight in that room too, and it didn't pick up any kills. Mirror does end up going down as the bot continues to move for Toronto Defiant. Sugar-Free gets chased away, but with the trade of tanks, this is going to be good for Defiant. They actually push on forward with the sound barrier, so that means Zera can't even try and contend with this payload. Are they going to be able to get checkpoint? Doesn't look like it. And it looks like Zera is going to find his way into the fight as someone does rejoin the Defiant.
Yep. The Defiant just want to hold high ground here, and they are going to have the Kitsune rush advantage here, right? So it's just like, can they kind of like bait them into a fight, maybe in the low ground, or maybe LFO trying to challenge up high, and end up using this rush and getting a clean sweep?
Just perma-juggling bot right now. Again, this rush just has to be pulled. The Seeker's now got that overclock. Getting him to the high ground will be quite important, or he can just go for the flank. A double hit on the Lucio, but it's not quite enough to find the kill, and now he's trying to find the heads. The rush has been pulled, Matt, and RuPaul is being able to heal everybody up. Seeker on the high ground, still a little bit too scared to peek, however. RuPaul just going a little bit invulnerable there with the Suzu, making sure Seeker can't turn him to paste, as they've once again ended up flipping the point almost. Vega going super low, but still worming his way out of the fight. Vega has got 9 lives and them some, it feels like. A later rush here from LFO as MCD pulls it under the bridge and they find the kill onto Merit.
Yeah, I really like though how LFO kind of like circumvented the Kitsune rush that came out, right? We were looking at that as like a huge win condition, a big advantage for the Defiant. They end up popping the rush, and then LFO is able to like speed out, get to like the opposite side of the map, and end up winning that fight in the end. So look at this, you just get a spear onto someone, get him weak. I think the biggest thing is dodging Sugar-Free with this focusing beam. That's been crazy. Is this going to be a Tracer duplicate? It's going to be a sound barrier response for LFO that only connects with 3.
It does, but it does get them out of there. Curious if Sugar-Free is even going to get a free pulse bomb here. 60%. Looks like LFO playing a little bit timid right now, but I would as well if I was against Sugar-Free's duped Tracer with 3 pulse bombs. Oh, MCT narrowly getting away from that focusing beam. Just walking away as Sugar-Free basically AFK and looked at him.
By the way, he just Suzu'd and stood there. I was like, wait, what?
No, he was walking, bro. He was holding S. All right, someone tries to go for another engage. The rush from RuPaul, it's just not finding anything. These last couple of fights, it's just falls flat.
Yeah, it's no, this Orisa has looked really good against the dive. So you were like, okay, maybe it's Maga, maybe there's some other things that they've tried. They tried the Queen on, Ilios against the Defiant on the Sigma at that time, but with someone on the Doom, it's really been this Orisa now for LFO that has given them a lead here. No, not a huge lead, right? 13 meters and counting, but a lead with under 2 minutes to go here on push. I mean, pretty nice stuff here from LFO.
Yeah, and the checkpoint too, worth keeping in mind, which gives them forward spawns, which is always nice. And they just need to stall out here, that's all they need to do. There is the rush from MCD, and now they can push. Any kills here for Toronto Defiant would be nice, but LFO, if they find 1 or 2, it will be disaster. Meteor Strike coming in, Mirror trying to escape, but not today. Oh, actually, I take it back. I'm sorry, Mirror. I wasn't familiar with your game. Sugar-Free ends up going down. Mirror was 1 HP, and someone slammed into him with a Meteor Strike and did almost no damage. Mirror and LFO are going to now charge on forwards, railgun in hand, same with that pulse bomb. Toronto Defiant can't come up with any answers to this test. LFO are putting them through.
Yeah, Mir actually like kind of doubled up on the Fortify there. Fortify, then ended up using the Terror Surge just to get that extra Fortify, just to like live. It's a nice stick there. That's actually going to be Sugar-Free using the duplicate to negate that. So sound barrier on both sides here. It's a huge fight for the Defiant.
I was going to say, how does Vega get out of that one? Luckily, he doesn't. Laya was there to help him out. Here's RuPaul's rush yet again, and finally, the raid boss is dead. Loot everywhere. Laya, Mirror, Zera, finally they fall. But what cost, Matt? 30 seconds to go. LFO have managed to stall out basically this entire map on this point right here.
And they've definitely, look, you go to a flashpoint map, right? You can definitely run this Orisa's type of setup. So maybe we have a series on our hands here, but LFO still has to close it out. So ahead by a healthy margin. It's not like a crazy dominating unbelievable kind of comeback scenario here for the Defiant. They can still definitely do this.
Looks like we're going to have a quick listen with LFO in the last couple of moments of this game. We'll see how they're feeling.
Wait, make Curio, make Curio.
Under me.
I'm with you, I'm fighting with you.
Right side.
Nice.
Walk now, make Curio. Get punch.
She walk out, she do. Lucio side.
I'm blocking. Go on.
Oh, nice. This is the first map they've lost.
This is the first map that they lost. Only W's from here from LFO.
Let them know.
Let them know. Wow, that was a ridiculous turnaround. Considering how maps 1 and 2 went, Matt, like, what was that? That was a completely different team.
LFO on map 2. I mean, map 1, they got kind of dominated. You know, map number 2, they had an opportunity to take that second checkpoint. They just kind of, you know, 2 minutes 30 plus on the clock, and they just kind of like dropped the ball there. This one, it felt like they were in a commanding spot from start to finish. In what a lot of people thought was probably going to be the biggest blowout here in round 1 in NA, looks like it could be a pretty competitive match. We already have, what's crazy is we already have 2 other series in this first round of winners already done.
Right.
M80 gets a 3-0 over Students of the Game, and Luminosity gets a 3-0 win as well. Which is, you kind of expected Toronto to come in, make clean work of LFO, but they put up a pretty good fight.
Yeah, I mean, this could really just go all the distance now as we're going on to Flashpoint, and it feels like the Orisa's just working. Also, yeah. I would say on the flip side of that too, that Doom was not working at all. I'm surprised we didn't see a little bit more Winston there, because someone is kind of known for the Winston play, but...
There's also, when you die 4 times in group play, what is the quality of like kind of the scrim or you're getting at the moment, right? Like you have to kind of like be challenged a little bit. Like the worst competition's like no competition, right? You're like not really getting better, you're just kind of existing, which Toronto's obviously awesome. Like, I mean, they could easily win the series 3-1 and we're just kind of gonna move on with the day, but having other stiff competitions going to make you better, where maybe they haven't been really tested that much playing that Doom. Like they haven't really had any trouble regardless of what anybody else is doing, and now you run up against a team with 3-4 former Overwatch League level players, right? And then now you kind of find yourself maybe in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I really like that. It's like they just haven't been tested on some of these picks because you're just kind of running over everybody.
But you die 4 times in group play.
Yeah, that's
four times in like essentially like a mini double elim.
That's criminal, like actually criminal. Like, how is that even possible? And then, like you said, just like, oh, now I have double my deaths, but it was 1 map or like 2 maps or whatever, right? Like, it's
now
ridiculous.
The Defiant, I mean, this is a massive loss for them as they fall to 26-1 for their overall map count through Swiss and groups in the main event. I mean, unbelievable. No, this is completely unacceptable. But no, I mean, they're still incredible. Like they could easily win here on Flashpoint. I think you see that maybe they are struggling a little bit going up against this Orisa-based composition, but you have some time here to maybe figure it out. Yeah,
I mean, I'm sure Kasaurus in the back room there is head in books, just ready to go to the next map and just making sure they got the perfect strat going. And look, if the Doom's not working, I mean, they can definitely play whatever. I mean, someone's hero pool is basically limitless. I mean, honestly, just stick on DPS, bro. Like, I'm sure he can play that as well to the highest level. Like, the guy is a nutcase. And I think when it comes to the Orisa, maybe you just end up matching it, because pound for pound, you're thinking, well, Toronto are probably just going to be able to win that too. But, I mean, hey, maybe LFO got some secret sauce. They got cooking. I don't know, because on Saravasa or like just any, or New Junk City or any kind of Flashpoint map, you do really want to go fast. But I just don't think the Doom is really going to work here. And if you are going to go dive, Monkey is just way better, especially in the different elevations of New Junk City. But we'll have to wait and see as we load in just a second.
I mean, what else is a potential option, right? You can go Winston. If you still want to play aggressive, if you want to play fast, like you can match the Orisa, which at least so far seems like they don't want to do.
Sigma, I guess.
Could you play Sigma and try and poke? That's kind of like, Sigma with maybe like the Sojourn in the mix, like Sojourn and then just throw a Tracer in there, right? You just throw Tracer in every single comp and you're kind of like good to go. Where either of those paths, if maybe if LFO wants to play a little bit more defensive, you kind of just like poke constantly with the Sigma and just slowly take up space. At least so far, that looks like what Toronto's probably going to end up on.
Yeah, the poke wouldn't surprise me at all. You can definitely play poke. There was a time where people were only playing Sig, especially on these kind of maps. But LFO, it's up to them to really set the tempo here. They don't want to get poked out too much. The Sim is exceptional against the Sigma, but it doesn't like a Tracer swap. No real surprises. As like you mentioned, Tracer is just OP. She's extremely good. For good reason, too.
I mean, what? You have Tracer and Lucio, and then just spin a wheel on everything else, pretty much, and you're in a decent spot.
You're good to go. That was a really early cooldown usage from Mira. Yeah, I was going to say, Fortify, running at them, Spear Spin. That was a lot used almost instantly. And, I mean, Toronto Defiant basically got tickled there. And, wow, that's first fight. And Mira insta-switches to Ram.
Well, where LFO is having success with the Orisa, right, is, not being the team that's going to go first. Like, kind of just like playing a little bit slowly, just kind of like playing in that type of area. And with the Orisa trying to go in, that's when the Sigma can just kind of like do loads of damage. The accretion, the shield, the kinetic grass, like soak up all that damage. If you're going to play aggressive, now the answer is Ramatra.
Yeah, Ram is definitely good, especially playing Brawl. Not as hardy as the Orisa is, but and he pulls out those fists, it can be quite devastating. But MCD already dead. Okay, LFO have to make a decision now. They got to go fast. They got to try and end this fight or die because we're already up to 50%. Looks like they're going to choose the former. It's just
they're going to be able to do both. They're going to end the fight and die.
That's so
end the
smart
fight
from
via
you.
death.
Damn, that's crazy.
So they're going to get a 2-for-1 there, Jaws.
Yeah.
They're going to die and end that fight. As they'll be able to bounce back here. You're in position to probably just give this one up.
Yeah,
I mean,
you just leave.
You're in a pretty terrible spot for LFO. You're not close to any ultimates. I mean, you're gonna lose this first flash point.
Genji was the one to touch. Yeah, Zera. I heard the deflect in my ear. Yeah, you're dead. He dashed into deflected before he hit the floor by the sounds of it, and yeah, that's point over. It felt like you just
also
go to next fight on that one because you just gave Toronto Defiant ult charge. But I mean, they were close to us anyway.
I mean, they already had ults, so
Yeah,
there's you're really not giving up anything else. If anything, you're just trying to like make the fight long. Like you get first pick there, right? Maybe they're forced to use an ultimate or two.
Yeah.
And then you come back with a slight advantage in your end, but still, it's going to be LFO, way far behind in this next. You're almost going to lose this second checkpoint basically off of that too.
Could also catch them on the rotate, to be fair, if you did end up backing off. You don't want the SIG team to set up, which is exactly what Toronto want to do right here, right now. Point unlocks. Toronto already capping. That is Sugar-Free on points. Kitsune rush, speaking of which... Oh, Sugar-Free, unfortunately, forced a recall there as a later rush pulled by MCD. Seeker on the high ground, trying to find some railgun headshots, and that's enough to dissuade Toronto, at least for the time, as someone tries to rotate up to the high ground. Liar with the sound barrier available, ready for this flux. Seeker already taking care of Merits, though, as both sound barriers have been thrown out. Seeker gets pulse bomb rocked. All good, though. Suzu moment, as he is saved from everything. Now, Toronto Defiant have to turn tail and run. Vega pretty low as LFO continue to hold the point.
I mean, that's got to be a trip for Seeker, right? I know Overclock goes in, gets brought up in the sky by the Flux, then hit with a Pulse Bomb as this is going to be Dragon Blade here from Zera, as that's going to be LFO winning yet another fight. And this is where I think the Defiant, where their comp will struggle a little bit, yeah, is moving directly into kind of this Ramatra. So someone busting out the best skin in the game there on Orisa.
Oh, 100%.
Got that rubber duck going.
It goes crazy. Rubber ducky. You love to see it. I want more of those.
You should cosplay Rubber Ducky Orisa at Dallas.
Yeah, I should do that, Matt. Maybe you can help me put the cosplay together. I know you're very good in the stitching department.
I'm excellent with cardboard. I can.
Well, that's the overclock from Merit. Not finding too much success. Did find the head of Mirror, but was blocking. And here comes the Ram. That Annihilation doing a fair bit of work, but Mirror already going pretty low. Merit struggling to find anything here. In fact, it's Seeker Sojourn extraordinaire that's finding infinitely more than Merit. I mean, it's kind of insane. Two of the best Sojourns in the world facing off against each other, and Seeker right now is just lights out over Merit currently. Nice point take from LFO. Quick rotation here is Toronto Defiant just all the way back in spawn.
Yeah, and you're going to get sick value out of the Ramatra ult, right? If they have to push into the point in a close vicinity and then contest it, Mir just pops the Annihilation, then just, you know, does the block and just stands there basically the entire time, just soaking up loads of damage on the point. I tell you what, Jack, this is a huge fight for the Defiant. I feel like you got to win this fight. You lose this one here to LFO, you give them a position, maybe you take a second flashpoint. And then you're like even worried about a game 5.
Pulse bomb in the hands of Sugar Free. Seeker just high in the sky. Wow, it just got picked out. It's like Mero's going duck hunting there. Both sound barriers have been used too. Sugar Free just hounding down the back line. These rush fights. There was 2 rush, 2 sound barriers, but it will be Toronto Defiant winning that out. And I think more importantly here, this railgun for LFO is going to be the difference maker. He has to find big value. You know RuPaul, Vega do not have ults here. You've only got one Suzu to kind of save your front line. Seeker is going to be the one for LFO to try and turn this one around, because Toronto also going to want to go quickly with this Terror Surge.
Well, you're also going to have this Dragon Blade here, where because you end up using your sound barrier, Vega ends up dropping his in the last fight. This is going to be the Terror Surge there from someone.
Yeah, just
trying to put down some damage. Gets some good damage on the Zero and Seeker, but yeah, it gets healed up right away.
Yeah, almost instantly. And there's the overclock, but everybody carrying a corner. I would be too, to be fair. A couple of little body shots there from Seeker, but not too much. But the space was created enough, at least, to get the point. There's the blade from Zera straight to the back line. Slashes adorned by an extra bit of damage from the rest of his team. Sugar Free comes up with a clean 2 with a pulse and just a pulse pistol kill onto Zera, but I don't think it will matter. Tried to turn it around, but Toronto Defiant end up falling over 62%, as Hugo seems to agree with us.
Yeah, I mean, Hugo is just hyped. Anytime he sees a Dragon Blade on broadcast, he is absolutely nuts. He also goes absolutely nuts if anyone is vicinity of, you know, the home, he also goes nuts. But this time it's definitely for that blade, as this will be Merit with the overclock.
Oh, there's a chance for a triple collab there. I was ready to relive one very, very fun moment back from 2022, but not to be. But I mean, the collateral damage was still there for Merit. Luckily, what a clean fight from Toronto Defiant. A dangerous flip position too, as LFO are in one fight territory of this point now.
Yeah, but it's not going to be the worst fight. Like, you think with the Orisa you're able to get to the point, and then you're going to have double support ult here. Double support with the Terror Surge, so you kind of get that extra 4 to 5 from Mir to live. So LFO still in this. And also, you know, we're still going to have another flashpoint to play no matter what. Oh, nice headshot there on a RuPaul.
That was nice, yeah. He's already going pretty low, has to... Oh, okay. Walking through a disruptor shot with random spheres being thrown at you. Yeah, we're going to the next point. That's a very unfortunate death. You saw MCD was kind of looking one way to help Zara, and then straight back, and then disruptor shot spheres and just all the spam. All right, 2-1. Toronto Defiant firmly in the lead. This could just be the series here. It's LFO's last chance to come back and take us to another map.
Yes, this next point's going to be kind of just similar as how the last one kicked off, right? Both teams ended up just investing all their support ults at the beginning of that fight with our last flashpoints, where they're going to have the same exact setup here yet again, as MCD just takes a huge shot coming around that corner there. And, you know, once you lost your Karigo, you're screwed, right? I mean, Suzu's so important, and also the rush.
It's going to be a tough way to enter, especially across this long bridge. Perfect position to plant the rush, like you said. Point unlocked. Sugar Free contesting, but Seeker trying to... Oh, that was close. That railgun narrowly giving Sugar Free a haircut there. There's the rush. It's actually on the point now, as now Toronto Defiant really can't drop in. I mean, Sugar Free there to contest for a little bit, but LFO more than happy to take that trade. Second rush this time from RuPaul puts Toronto Defiant on the point, and they end up capping. That has got to be the shortest percent I've ever seen on Flashpoint, an 8% on Flashpoint. Here's the overclock. Okay, LFO's chance now to get onto the point and find the flip randomly. However, sound barrier from the side of Toronto Defiant didn't quite hit someone who's still pretty low. Merit ends up just taking to the skies and taking the high ground away from Seeker. Seeker, but it's actually MCD who's filling the kill feed. Zera with a nice melee kill onto Merit as Toronto still hold the point. As LFO, they continue these trades in their favor as Toronto, well, nice stick, but Sugar Free, I don't think it's going to mean all too much. No recall and no help as they end up backing off.
I mean, both teams just go round and round on the point. I mean, you know, one drops down, does a rush, then they give it, the other team gives it up. The next thing happens is they're putting a lot of pressure. I mean, that's a huge kill there. And look who's back. It's Mir back on the Maga. So high ground, being able to do some damage here. And that's huge. I mean, that's going to give them the lead there, that death from Sugar Free.
Yeah, easily. Yeah, that death was so late. Tracer, so they will get back quickly, but I mean, still, they're worrying a little bit, I'd imagine now. Look how fast they're going. Blades pulled. The Flux too. I think it's already done someone, unfortunately, son. Merit and Vega are already dead. Toronto Defiant still miraculously, though, managed to cap the point. Just keep it going. Everybody just keep flipping the point. All right, roughly 60% for Toronto Defiant. Important flip, though. They do, I maybe gain an extra fight there. LFO still trying to hold this one down. They cannot go down here, Matt. Otherwise, the series will end.
Yeah, I wonder if LFO wants to get aggressive here behind this rush, right? It looked like they were going to kind of play up a little bit closer here, but maybe, yeah, maybe once they drop. No, here comes the rush combo.
Merit is outie, bro. He's outie 5,000. He doesn't want anything to do with that fight, and Sugar Free's dead. Overtime here for LFO. A TP from RuPaul up to the high ground, but the point's already gone.
Oh, nobody touched, yeah.
This fight.
That is kind of, and now what? We have like a fight that's going to end up going LFO's favor here, you know, on this last point. And you know, the objective's now like the other side of the map. So we'll kind of get an idea. I mean, what, you build up some ultimates towards that? I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a dub there for LFO.
What a silly point.
They have an opportunity to force a game 5.
Yeah, they really do. Toronto Defiant, well, looking for a game 4 first, I think. Oh wait, no, this is map 4. What am I saying? wait.
I was like, if Toronto thinks they're looking for a game 4, they don't realize that they're currently in the game 4, which could be a bit of a problem.
Yeah. I added the scoreline up. Okay, I got caught out. My bad.
Look, you're catching up. You know, you're about 4 weeks behind on sleep. You know, according to the broadcast. So
that's true. Thanks for making the excuse for me. All right, rush. Overclock.
No problem.
Mirror taking infinite damage in the front line, but all good. Sound barrier and, of course, Seeker just filling the kill feed. I mean, look, at the end of the day, especially with that sound barrier, Seeker has a little to no fear when he pulls the railgun, even more so when he has that overhealth. What a clean fight, but Toronto already up to almost 60%.
What do you do if you're Toronto here? Like, do you keep running this Orisa just like head on into the Maga? It feels like we kind of know how that's going to play out. It feels like them going Doom at this point in the game is not really an option, right? It feels like you're kind of stuck on this for at least the rest of the game, which, you know, with the way things are going, you know, what, 1-2 more fights, you know, is probably it.
Yeah, they definitely start right now. LFO have a tendency, yeah, to pull the rush first, then instantly pop the blade. Looks like they want to try and find some straggler kills first, trying to make this final fight, or close to 55%. Good disengage from Toronto. We're taking a lot of damage, but here comes the cage. I'd imagine there's a blade too. Vega up in the skies! Oh, almost hit the Ajax, but it's all good. My heart leapt, and I'm sure so did his. His duplication from Sugar Free could be rather large, but I don't think it's going to need to be after that terror surge from someone just tears everybody asunder. Toronto Defiant, a heart-racing couple of seconds there. Managed to win that team fight. LFO, though, put themselves in a good spot. 88% now to Toronto Defiant 70.
Yeah, and a lot used there for the Defiant, right? You know, Terror Surge, Duplicate, and Sound Barrier. You can come back for LFO. What do you have? Just this, you know, cage fight? I mean, Zero's going to switch over to the Tracer here just to kind of like get a touch. Also, Tracer way better against the Echo than that Genji is. It'll be Zero to get a touch to send us into OT.
OT's here. Mirror. It's just like so much damage. I mean, that's going to be the big problem. There's the rush from RuPaul. Zera trying to find an entrance. Well, the cage fight does get deployed back, but it only catches someone. He just hits the instant fortify. Looks like Mary's trying to get out of dodge rather fast, using that rush to get away, but Toronto Defiant They're going to have it their way this time around. They're going to wipe LFO. And what could have been a map number 5 is cut rather short. Toronto Defiant taking that series 3-1.
I tell you what, though, I mean, obviously a great performance from Toronto Defiant. I also think LFO is going to be really difficult for some teams to beat. We know that Mirror didn't really see it throughout this series, but we know he can play, the aggressive style of tanks like the Doomfist, and then you also saw really nice play on the Orisa in the Maga. I think some nice things from Zero in the support. So big win for Toronto Defiant. Also a win against like a quality team, right? They're just not beating up on people like Johnny signing up with their friends, right? They're this is a real team that Toronto handled today.
Get out of the shop, man. Go back to your
Hey,
desk.
bro, come over here and see what's up. Yeah, try and flex through the screen.
It's like Zoltron over here, just taunting people, and they cut the screen. I couldn't see. They don't want you on camera, Johnny. You're not paid enough. Get out of here. All right, take it away, Tess. Toronto win that 3-1.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Mr. X as well. But hey, I mean, I'm gonna say I think I was pretty impressed with LFO because Toronto Defiant, they won every single map, and this is their first time losing a map.
Yeah. To show David, someone's got to be David to show that Goliath can bleed. I feel like, honestly, these LFO guys, there's serious shooters on this team. I think every player mechanically is super strong.
Right.
And when it comes to the real challenge here is just how much backing is behind this Toronto squad. Yes, the players are extremely good, but they've got coaches, they've got analysts, they've got support and resources. And for LFO to play them as close as they did, almost taking us to a map 5, right? I felt maybe it would go that direction.
Me too.
Johnny, for me, that's really exciting.
Did you get anxious at any point in that series? Did you get anxious for Toronto?
No, not really. Because I knew, right? Like, honestly, guys, I was saying this backstage, like, if they go escort, it's really rough because Toronto's going to take you to like circuit or something and make you play a Sigmar. And, I think that's going to be really rough. Escort in particular is going to be a game type that will, I think, really allow Toronto to shine. These brawlier, more deathmatchy game types, though, we do get to see how good individually the LFO players are. And with time, they could even be a team to contend, right, with someone like the Toronto Defiants of NA. But as of now, not quite yet, and we can see how good Toronto looks like. It's like, for me, I don't criticize LFO, though, after this game. I still feel like this was great. I love this little play here, though, from Vega. Dancing all alone. Look, they give up on the kill.
2v1,
They're like, this isn't worth it anymore. They come at the car's pushing. We got to go to the objective. And then they just get clapped by someone. Unfortunate for them.
Yeah, I think you got to look at LFO. There's so many experienced individuals on this team, like you said. I mean, Overwatch League level, so they clearly understand, everything it takes to win a team fight against some of the best teams in the world, right? But I thought these Toronto Defiant matches are so entertaining because Toronto Defiant arguably has the most pressure on them of any Overwatch team maybe ever, because they have this incredible backing, right? This roster was handpicked by Cazores in the off-season when no other teams had really been put together, because Toronto Defiant can offer so much when it comes to benefits, when it comes to preparing for the OWCS, right? So obviously they get the 3-1 win here today, sugar-free, player of the match, much deserved, but LFO gave them a series.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Respect to them, and I want to see them back. I want to see them, fighting in that those lower bracket matches. I think not many teams are going to want to be up against LFO. Mirror, I think, is able to be in a really great comfort zone this meta with a lot of those deathmatch heavy, mechanics heavy heroes.
Do you think there's a team that could match Toronto Defiant in the NA region?
I think you got to look at the M80 just because of the name value of the players on M80. Yeah. And also, if you've been spectating some of the scrims, we got co-streamers out there co-streaming some of these scrims. Toronto Defiant, they have been given, some tough scrims once in a while. Also, shout out to Timeless, who they might be playing in the next round. I'm not quite sure if Timeless finished their maps against the Paris in Pajamas. But Timeless and M80, I think those are the two other teams you'd look at in this region that could compete with the Toronto Defiant. So by all means, I don't think Toronto Defiant, even though they are the #1 team in the region, I don't think that they should count themselves,
they're not untouchable.
By far, they're not untouchable, yeah.
I mean, they get touched.
I want to show love to students of the game as well as LG. I think both of those squads as well are pretty competitive. I think in contrast to EMEA, where the top 3 are really have differentiated themselves, I feel like in NA there is a pretty hot competition, even for teams like Toronto Defiant, who might be the overdog, but I still think you've got to take your competition seriously, and I think they have been, though, to their credit.
Is overdog a word?
I don't know.
I just made it's a word now.
Over.
Language is common usage, so if you understand it, it is a word.
All right. I mean, talking about words, we gotta hear a word from the myth, the legend. We got someone from Toronto Defiant for an interview.
Who is it gonna be?
You're moving.
Someone.
You're on the screen, Danny. I've been so much.
I've been doing this for a couple of years. I'm a bit rusty. I took a couple of months off. But anyways, yes, he is here. Someone from Toronto Defiant. Hello, someone. Congratulations on getting the win. And, it's good seeing you back. 자, 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 오랜만에 뵈서 너무 기분이 좋습니다. 서먼 선수.
네, 안녕하세요.
All right, someone says hello. Let's jump right into my question. So, you guys are definitely considered as one of the strongest teams in the NA region. And because of that, there's people are gunning for you guys. They're trying to put you guys down. Does that sort of affect your gameplay, do you feel like? Do you feel pressure to perform? 자, 일단 첫 번째 질문으로 아무래도 지금 저희 북미 리전에서 우리 또 토론토 디파이언트가 최강의 팀으로 지금 불리워 오고 있기 때문에 좀 그런 거에 대한 부담감이나 이런 데에서 좀 이제 경기를 치를 때 이런 게 좀 어떻게 멘탈적으로 좀 영향이 있나요?
저희가 잘하면은 물론 1등을 할 수 있다 생각하지만 사람들의 평가는 저는 그렇게 막 생각을 안 하고 저는 진짜 지금은 도전자 입장에서 성장하려고 노력 중입니다.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if we play well enough, and if the record shows that, of course we could get the first place. But right now, I'm not trying to think about what others think of us or others think about how we play in game. We're going in as challengers as well. So we're all starting from the same place, and we're trying our best to grow as a team as well for the OWCS. All right. I also want to ask you about your teammates. You have great teammates that are playing alongside you. Most of them are from the Overwatch League, but there's Vega, who is a brand new face that's joining your team in the Toronto Defiant. So how is it like playing with Vega? He was a great, fantastic Lucio today. So I just want to hear your thoughts on Vega. 자, 두 번째 질문으로는 일단 이제 팀원들 중에서 굉장히 잘하는 대단한 선수들이 굉장히 많은데 아무래도 이제 새로운 얼굴이죠. 베가 선수가 제가 봤을 때는 되게 너무나 잘하는 힐러 선수이고 또 어떻게 좀 이런 합을 맞추는 데 대해서 아무래도 좀 더 어린 선수이기 때문에 좀 어떠신가요? 좀 새로우신가요?
네. 일단 베가가 생각보다 많이 열정적이고 그리고 이제 얘가 피지컬이 애초에 좋다 보니까 서브 힐러, 플렉스 힐러도 되는 것 같고 그래서 좀 팀 분위기 좀 잘 살려주는 것 같아요.
Definitely, Vega is very passionate, and he definitely has the skills to back up his passion as well. He's just a great flex support. He's a really great support player that could also play flex support heroes as well. So he is very versatile, and also he's just a great guy. Really brings up the vibe when we're in matches as well. All right, one final question. I know there are a lot of great teams in the NA region right now. Is there a team that you are looking out for in the region? 자, 마지막 질문으로 일단 저희 또 북미 쪽에 굉장히 잘하는 쟁쟁한 팀들이 많기 때문에 서먼 선수가 이게 한 팀을 꼽자면 좀 이제 라이벌 아니면 좀 이제 이 팀은 정말 잘하는 것 같다라는 팀이 있을까요?
아직 대회를 많이 못 봐서 모르겠는데 솔직히 아직까지 저희가 잘하면 없는 것 같아요.
너희가 토론토만큼 잘하는 팀이 없다.
네.
All right. I can't really say for sure because I haven't seen a lot of matches, but I would say I believe, I don't think anyone comes close to the Toronto Defiant level. Loving that answer. That is it for the interview. Someone, thank you so much, and I'm hoping to see more of your great plays moving forward. 자, 인터뷰 감사드리면서 여기서 끝마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
I don't know, Jay.
Just hearing Danny saying, 승리 축하드리면서, it gives me goosebumps.
That felt great, dude. My Korean's still there. My English, not so far. It's okay, but Korean's there.
축하드리면서.
Did you know a quick story? Win in Korean, there's two words. There's 우승 and 승리. I didn't know that until the third season. I got in a lot of trouble.
Wait, what?
You can't say there's two words for win. Anyway, yeah. But I was saying the other one. Yeah. I was saying the other one that I wasn't supposed to say. And anyways, yeah, you learn as you go. All right, where are we going? Bracket. There you go. Let's take a look at the bracket. Quick update. Let's see.
See what happened in these matches that were happening on the co-streams.
Wait.
All right.
Is
so
Timeless
Toronto win.
faded?
Timeless lost.
Wait,
Okay.
no, is it? It just says TBD. I can't tell about that one. Is it though?
Is it? I mean, it's
Did
great out.
Pirates in Pajamas
it's
beat
out.
Timeless?
I'm confused because it's not.
Cheeky is out. LG.
They're still
it's-
going.
It's
Okay,
still
they're still
going.
going.
Oh,
That
okay,
one's
okay,
still
okay.
going. But it is
TBD.
80%.
My heart. My heart.
That would have been crazy. Although I think Pip is putting up a fight. That match is still going on.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, in the lower bracket, I think you saw that Luminosity as well. They advanced alongside MAD. That's going to be a banger match. But here in the lower bracket, as you can see, LFO, they're demoted. They're going to play either of those teams. And meanwhile, Students of the Game against Shikigami.
I mean, for me, Students of the Game is a clear favorite in that match. I think they look pretty solid. I'd be super curious to watch back the VOD of that MAD game. Students of the Game, just a lot of up-and-coming players, very exciting rookies to watch compete. Yes, there's very stacked teams they might lose to, but there's a lot of players we'll be seeing, I think, in the future of NA Esports.
Very exciting things.
Yeah.
A lot of great matches coming our way. We have match number 2 coming right after this break. Welcome back, everybody. Match number 2 is going to be fought out between Students of the Game versus Shiki, just like we saw in the brackets. Who do you guys think is going to win?
Whoa, straight to the press.
All right.
Straight to the
Slow your roll with these press. All right?
Hey, I have all the power.
I love it.
All right.
I have all the power.
Who do you got, Jake?
I mean, all right, students in the game, I got a lot of love for these guys. I think these are players that I've been seeing in ranked for years and years and years, from when they were little kids and I was like, these guys suck, and now they're way better than me, and now they can play me in the ranked game because now I suck compared to all these guys. So, you know what? That's that. Age comes for us all, guys. The hands of time are brutal. But we got PGE and Scissors. Yeah. Hands of time have been good to these guys so far. They've been on the come up, improving. The Dark Lord, PGE, as he's known. Scissors also putting the grind. These are like non-streaming players, infected as well. Rakitek and Cal, you probably already know from the Overwatch League. More veteran presence there, but a ton of talent in the DPS and tank line here.
And of course, they're going up against Shikigami. Johnny, what do you think about this team?
Yeah, so Shikigami is going to be one of the underdogs throughout this entire main event. But, you know, we've seen throughout already in the EMEA that upsets do happen. And once again, like, these are players that we haven't typically seen in the Overwatch League and Tier 1 Overwatch Esports before. So this is the real chance to really come through here and try to make an impression, right? So you're playing against a team that now Jake has hyped up to be such up and coming. Oh, they got great rookies in ranked. Oh, they're so good. Oh, check out these guys. PG, Scissors, whoa, Infected. Well, Shikigami, this is your turn. This is your time.
Oh, all right. I feel like it's going to be a good
friendly Shikigami.
I mean, we're looking at the map. We're looking at the map selection right now. Guys, Nepal. We're not getting Lee Zhang.
Oh, I like Nepal.
I like this
Nepal
from students.
Yeah.
I like this. Throw a wrench in the works.
Another new map, I mean, that we're seeing today. Exciting stuff. Anything else you guys want to add before throwing to the casters?
I just want to see these guys pop off. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Show me some Sojourn. Show me the PGE Sojourn.
Same. Me too.
More Overwatch.
Jaws, Mr. X, take it.
Yo, thanks, Danny. Beautiful. Danny, you know what? You've done a good job today. I think you've done a fantastic job.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
Welcome
true.
Back. Let's go.
I don't like you're being sarcastic.
I'm not being sarcastic.
I'm gonna beat you up.
Danny's doing a good job.
Okay. Whoa.
Watch out in the parking lot, bro.
Yeah, what? I've been nothing but nice to you today.
I tell you what though, Jack. If Danny swung on you, you'd be on the ground in seconds.
Absolutely. Have you seen him? He's jacked. I'll be snapped in half like a matchstick. No. Leave me alone, Danny. Go away. We're doing the game now. Goodbye. Students of the game versus Shikigami.
I'm excited for Students of the Game. Yeah, I'm excited. Students of the Game, they've been a team that a lot of people have talked about really throughout the entire tournament. You know, going up against Shikigami, obviously a losers round 1 matchup, but I think it's Students of the Game. It's a team that I think a lot of people expected to go relatively far, right? I know contend with some of those top teams, kind of like in that same bracket probably with LFO.
Yeah, I had Students of the Game as one of my dark horses coming out of North America, so it's good to see them kind of progress, of course, to the main event. And like Jake has said on the desk, some of these names on Students of the Game side you would have seen before if you watch Overwatch League. Rakitek, Cal, but Infected has been around for quite a while now and is definitely the most hyped, or one of the most hyped upcoming tank players in North America. And PG too is just an unbelievable Sojourn. If you get PG on your team in ranked, it's a free win. It's a carry. Like, that guy's a bit of a nutcase on it. And Shikigami,
yeah, believe he talked some trash to Custa as well, so some
excellent stuff. That's an
pluses up there too. Yeah,
that's a +2. Oh, 2 Aristas though, no Mauga. Good to see. Oh, okay. Noctis almost got deleted. Okay, Vintage definitely stepping a little bit too close to the edge there.
I think the Sojourn in this type of like composition is so much better than having the Cassidy in play.
Yes.
Like I think the Cassidy, like you can obviously do some damage to like the Tracer on the other side, but like the Sojourn can just chunk through the Orisa armor and then the Orisa's dead, right? You can't exactly do that type of burst damage there with the Cassidy. So I think just inherently off of compositions, like it's almost a mirror, but like Students of the Game should have a huge advantage.
PG hiding away there. You can see their little outline. Cal also flinging in some kunais. Yeah, Vintage is going to have a little bit of a tough time. Oh, maybe not with the Tracer, though. That was a nasty flick from Vintage.
It's like a mid-roll flick.
Yeah. In fact, it's going to even it up at least, killing Vintage. And with the tank dead, I mean, even Solo going down, a bit more of a scrappy fight, but Rack should just be able to kite around. Shouldn't be too much of an issue, especially with PG just being alive and existing. It's going to be tough for Shikigami to really come back in. Rather scrappy. No deaths here for Shikigami is the imperative. Oh,
and now we're going to get a... I mean, hey, that's pretty bad. Oh, well, okay. Well, we got a little bit of a trade here. But now you have Vintage switching over and actually going to play the Sojourn. So, you know, 2 spawns with the Cassidy, nothing really working out. Now going to get a full-on mirror.
Oh, what a spin from Infected. Good follow-up, too, from Scissors. The rush is coming out. There is... Oh, is that... That was an AJ, I think. Karak hitting the Ajax. Terror Surge dragged him in and boom! Straight into the floor. No sound barrier for students the game now. Infected using their own Terror Surge, killing Noctis, who's 3% towards the sound barrier there, and might have just turned the tides of that battle. Rack, sound barrier,
like
it didn't matter.
Modern Warfare 3.
All good.
Just like it's just like a TDM game. Yeah, it's just like just players just flooding the point. Just like, you know, we had one team fight at the beginning, and then everything else has just been kind of like, you know, sporadic deaths. Okay, Scissors goes in, tries to pulse bomb Vintage. He falls on the way out. Let's see, I mean, in fact, to get right in his face, want to put a lot of pressure on the Sojourn. That's Suzu already in sound barrier.
How do they deal with the sound barrier though? They're still going in. Oh, stole the health back away too.
Into the health back.
Luckily managed to slide away, but no, Infected's going all the way to the spawn doors for that one. They lost the point, but where's the damage now for Shikigami? Hey, this is TDM. Devs, new game mode just unlocked. Unlocked TDM again. 15% for Shikigami and counting, but it doesn't really matter. Students of the game just sweep him under the rug, and that should be round number 1.
Yeah, and I think you see from students of the game POV is PG the kill there at the end. Whenever they see Vintage, like, they are so fast on collapsing on whether it's the Sojourn or the Cassie, right? They're Infected and Co. They just, you know, push them all the way out to the spawn. The rest of the team's probably like, you know, in the comms, like, hey, we flipped points. Like, well, that's great. Like, you have no damage now. Your Sojourn's like in the spawn. So have to do a little bit of better job of trying to protect, you know, Vintage in some of these fights.
Yes, it really felt everybody was just kind of everywhere. Very sporadic movement and positioning. I mean, look, you do need Noctis a lot of the time. The time that Vintage did get saved, they used the sound barrier and the Suzu, and then they still got chased to spawn. Really rough. All right, Village next. Okay, we'll see what they can do. Both teams TPing out. Same kind of compositions, though. Complete mirror on either side. Oh, okay.
That is fast.
That had to have been a spear.
Must have hit with like a spear. Yeah, I was going to say a spear and just some, you know, Lucio primary fires cross map. And hey, that's going to get a Shikigami like this high ground here control really early. The issue is like the kills happen so fast that like it's like way before the point even unlocks, right? So it doesn't really even, you know, have an impact here on who gets the point first.
Yeah, Solo taking a lot of damage here,
actually,
despite losing.
Pick and then students of the game gets a point anyway.
Despite losing Cal at the very beginning, they've taken the point and taken Dan Twist's life too. Students of the game ascending to the high ground. PG doesn't end up getting booped off, and yeah, the target priority right now for Shikigami is PG, but no one can touch him. No one. The peel is just too good for students of the game.
Yeah, I mean, have really good support help there for PGE, and then you see Infected just basically just chasing the Sojourn around on the other side, just running down Vintage. He does not have much help. So even though you did see Shikigami get that first pick, the kill happened like so fast that the point was, you know, it wasn't even close to being unlocked. That students of the game still gets back in control first. As this time Solo starts off with a kill here on a PG, so that's huge. Let's see if Shikigami can get to the point.
Get microwaved a little bit by those turrets. There's a teleport there too. Don't think anybody's gonna dare use it. There's a Kitsune rush, and Scissors in a little bit of trouble. Nice little spin there for Infected. Almost baiting Solo in, who has to back up to the point. Shikigami do end up going for the flip there, but Infected, well, he can just jump down on top of him if he really wants to. Terror Surge available, straight on top of the point. Solo's in trouble, getting microwaved. Terror Surge available, they're gonna be able to dodge out of the way of Solo's ones. He drags everybody back in. That sound barrier, that overhealth gone in a blink of an eye. As students of the game now firmly plant themselves on that point and find the flip too. That wall from Scissors just separating Shikigami there, and Infected's positioning was just stellar.
Yeah, the wall is massive, right? You know, support ults used from both sides, Terror Surge used from both sides. The wall there at the end to kind of split off. The damage coming down from Infected's Terror Surges. Look at this, they're kind of like setting up in a sneaky position. They're going to speed him into somebody.
Oh, Vintage trying to find some headshots. Everybody retreating to Kitchen, but PG comes up with a kill onto Twist. All right, Dan Twist dead again. A lot of backline pressure now disappearing. Solo is having the worst time possible dealing with those sim turrets, and now now. PG got an overclock of their own, but no, it's actually Vintage that shuts them down. A beautiful shot from the high ground there onto Rack Attack 2. As soon as the game's still in control, Vintage finds his third of the fight. Someone's got to end this for Shikigami. Okay, there it is. Dan Twist comes back, kills Infected. They get the flip, but Students of the Game still sitting at 99.
Yeah, when Vintage has had some room, landing some really nice shots. That's PG's overclock used there. Vintage, I believe it's actually probably Solo who like lands a spear, kind of like shoots PG up into the sky, and then no, Vintage takes him out. But huge pick off there, and then he's able to find 2 more in the fight. So Students of the Game looking to maybe trying to set a TP up here to kind of cross the point. They're actually going to go TP cross and then high ground.
Vintage is so low. They got speared mid-slide there, so they got some extra air time. Tony Hawk would be proud. The rush available from Graveyard too. They just rip it straight on the point. Got to deal with those turrets as well. Annoying for Solo, but they just rush straight on past them. Splitting the team is the aim of the game. Students of the Game are in a little bit of trouble, but they actually end up managing to kite away quite quickly. And now Shikigami with control of the point, but not control of their health bars by the looks of it. Cal's got a little bit something to say, rips their own rush. Scissors just darting around with his teleporter. Shikigami can't land a kill. They can't just look at someone and actually kill him. They eventually get PG, but at what cost? 75% and counting for Shikigami. The Students of the Game, they lose 1, but with Sim on the point, so Shikigami had to bundle on top of him. And with a 99% flip, is anyone there to touch? I do not think so. And that'll be map number 1 going over to Students of the Game.
Yeah, no, they close that one out pretty convincingly. They kind of like pinch Shikigami into the point on both sides. And then that Sim just starts to ramp up from one side. I'm kind of like looking here because Hugo's just kind of like standing in the, he was like face in the monitor. He was glued to his seat watching that one. He's also trying to eat parts of the microphone underneath here, but what a first map there from Students of the Game. I thought they looked great as expected.
Yeah, no, they look really good, and PG especially. I mean, the support that he's also getting is just extraordinary from the back line. The Kiri and the Lucio, all you got to do there is just help your Soj, just find value and just stay alive. And same honestly couldn't be said for Shikigami. There was a lot of time where as soon as the game, they see 1 pixel worth of Vintage character model, beeline, instant into the backline. And I think this clip sums it up perfectly. Just straight to the sport.
Yeah, I mean, that's Infected with 1 support just running all the way into the back, dealing with Vintage. They've done that like numerous times. They'll TP directly on top of the opposing team's Sojourn. I mean, it's crazy to think like he was trying to play Cassidy, right? Considering how fast they were collapsing on him when he was playing the Sojourn. The Cassidy is even just more of a stationary target. I thought Students of the Game, especially in this type of mirror, I think they definitely know how to protect that Sojourn a little bit better. I think you're gonna have to see Shikigami adjust.
Yeah, it was very TDM-y. It's like the devs didn't unlock the TDM queue again, right? And it was just very back and forth on the first map. But as soon as the game finding their footing now, felt like Village was a little bit more in control as we move on to the next map, Hollywood, in just a moment. But yeah, Students of the Game kind of living up to what I expected them to be. It wasn't the toughest group in the world, Group D. Like, obviously, Toronto was in Group A, which demolished everybody. But this is really time for Students of the Game to really show people what they're worth. Nice little stats on the screen too. I mean, not too much of a surprise to see Students of the Game with higher KDs. Like, there's no shocks there. No. Damage mitigated is whatever. Damage done similarly, quite close, but you're going to be pumping out a lot of damage anyway as the Sojourn, who's the main damage dealer. So you're expecting those numbers to be fairly similar anyway. It's more just about surviving, and you can really tell the story there from the KDs.
And like you said, I think it's awesome we get to see Students of the Game here on broadcast. Give this team some love, a team that a lot of people are excited about the players on this team. A lot of kind of just people within the competitive community and like look out for this team. Like, so everybody I think knows how talented these players are. In that with time, in the competitive scene, now that it's like completely open, right? Anybody can play, anybody can compete and qualify. Like, this is a team to look out for the future, right? This is a team that's not going to hit their ceiling today, but you think in a few months' time, consistently playing against the top, these players have just the natural talent to keep going higher and higher.
Exactly that. And I think it's funny that Jake eloquently put it, like he was calling them bad in ranked and now they're calling him bad in ranked. Like this new generation of players is just getting so much better than what we've seen.
You know what
over the
Jake
last
should
few
do?
years. What's that?
Jake should have a team that basically everybody on the opposing team is you know, I appreciate it though. Vintage took some damage and was like, you know, screw it, I'm gonna jump around the corner and challenge this anyway. I think Jake needs to sponsor a team that like uses the Jake course and see how far they can go with the Jake course.
That would be sick.
And achieve victory.
That would be really sick. What a stamp of authenticity if they make it all the way to the main event, bro. That's crazy.
Right. Main event guaranteed if you take the Jake course.
Wow.
That would actually be probably impossible considering there's probably lots of people who are taking the course and not a lot of spots in the main event.
Exactly. That'd be too many players in that regard.
Jake should go do a main event guarantee or your money back.
That guy be losing money in that case. Or did I spit it? Oh!
Yeah, you've been in the hole a bit.
Spirit and pause. All good. Brief pause.
You know, judging by the health bars, there's a lot of people weak on Shikigami and a lot of people healthy on Students of the Game. So, looking like a first fight pretty good for Students of the Game. But a pause, maybe DC, maybe something happened. So we'll get an idea and we'll get back into it.
Yeah, we'll get going. I can see a little brief screenshot over there, but yeah, it sounds like it is a small tech issue, which we should be able to get sorted momentarily. One of the players maybe mouse disconnected or something, but yeah, it's all good. We'll get into the game in just a moment. But it looks like both teams are running in the Orisa, by the way, which again I think is going to be the meta going forward, depending on the map, of course, and depending on the team. But I think Orisa really is just going to be the cornerstone right now. Extremely survivable, and while the DPS passive exists, like that decreased healing, Orisa just has so many tools to stay alive that it sometimes doesn't even matter. You don't even have to pay attention to the tank at all. So you can do more healing for your DPS, or even go on small flanks as well as the Kiri. Yeah, it's all to be seen though. We are going to jump to a quick break though, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with Hollywood after this.
Our victory is at hand. Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of a cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
We're back. Don't worry, Hollywood is underway. We're all good. We fixed the tech issue, whatever it was, not sure, don't care, didn't ask. We're in game. Hollywood and Aspect starts us off with a cute little kill on Scissors. Oh,
what do you think about the Ashe here? The Ashe is even harder to protect, I feel like, than the Sojourn or the Cassidy.
Yeah, not as hard as the Cassidy. I think a little bit better with a coach, but still pretty tough compared to Sojourn. I would say dealing with Scissors on the Echo is going to be a little bit easier, so maybe that's
yes,
the choice that they went with. Rack Attack going down isn't all good news, though, for students of the game. It looks like they are going to lose this first point. Of course, it has been about 2 minutes since we jumped back in, almost. So Shikigami with a lot of ults. Only ripping the rush is really nice. But yeah, I really like the Ashe. I think the Bob provides a lot, although it does get sometimes insta-deleted, but if you can keep it alive and just kind of bundle on the back line with Bob, it could be an easy kill. Oh, wait, he still gets that kill? There's no way.
2?
They don't touch, but...
Yeah, they're just too far away to contest. So that'll be the first point going to Shikigami. I think the Ashe is definitely like way better against like the Echo. Like if you're looking at like against Echo, like I mean, what you'd want Tracer and Ashe, right? Two heroes that historically have always been pretty good against Echo. So here is an interesting scenario though. Shikigami gets first point, but students of the game pushes all the way up. They're going to basically play in their spawn. That's going to be a dupe out of just necessity. I feel like Scissors is getting pushed out.
Yeah, Scissors pushed out, forced to dupe. There's the sound barrier. It does end up hitting Scissors too, and Fader going super low. Nice little spear there on the Lucio, but only one tank. Well, half a tank, I suppose, as the Echo duplicate eventually fades away. Dan Twist, unluckiest Tracer I've ever seen. That's twice they've...
360 kill there.
Yeah, that was nice. Vintage and the rest of Shikigami breaking the spawn trap, but I really like that. It burnt off a lot of time, and Shikigami made almost, well, zero progress, in fact, as soon as the game were holding their spawn.
Yeah, for Shikigami, they need to control this high ground, right? This is where the Ashe can like start to do tons of damage and really take advantage of the long sight lines against that Sojourn. So you see they do have their Orisa up on the high ground. That's a nice dynamite long range there from Vintage. Is look at this. I mean, PG just not able to get, you know, he's gonna sit up here on this high ground, but try and access the one with the bridge. That's the one he really wants. It's gonna be difficult.
The Angs are bad. They're not great right now. Oh, nice little recall. Scissors hunting for the enemy Tracer. Oh, nice. The blinks through the rush. You go so far. Nice little blink, smack, and repeat. Aspect going pretty low, though, after using that Terror Surge. Should be a matter of time before they end up isolating the Orisa, and they do. And with PG's Railgun too, and this is going to be the hard part, Matt. Shikigami, only with this Bob, they can control the space with the rush, but ideally you want to rush on the point and then fight around it. The Bob's going to be almost useless, and getting up into the high ground, even more difficult now. Although switching to the Winston is going to be nice. But
yeah, you're gonna
only one person that can follow up, and that's the Tracer.
And I really like the Tracer switch from students of the game. I think that Echo is just going to get punished constantly as he has to try to take some of that high ground. The Bob out as well. Bob not really doing too much at the moment, but they do create some space. But you see how scary this is for Vintage, right? He's got the Tracer coming from one angle. Other players also looming here. So it looks like that students of the game, they pick up one. They probably want to try and push out the saloon.
Nice headshots there from Vintage. Dan Twist down again. Real rough time on the Tracer so far. Oh, nice little spear. Oh, goodbye. I have to wait for the lift now. No one there waiting for them, so safety is on the high ground currently. Aspect just taking so much damage though, and you can see constant rotations from students of the game trying to get Shikigami dislodged off of this high ground. It's not working out for them thus far as they see Aspect jumping into the backline, and that's the kill that you want to see. PG down is great, but losing your Winston in the process too, this is a reset from Shikigami.
I mean, that's a trade that I think students of the game will take every single fight, right? Like, if you're going to trade your Sojourn for the opposing team's tank, I mean, especially with where the payload is, and especially going up and against an Orisa, Scissors switching over the Tracer has been phenomenal. But if you're going to trade your Winston out to go get the enemy Sojourn every single time the other team has an Orisa just standing on the point, I mean, you're just going to have to reset every single time. There's no way you're going to be able to win those fights.
And look at the ultimate students the game stacked up too. They can make this last fight as well. The payload is so far away at this point. It's going to be a free touch for Shikigami. Shouldn't be an issue for the moment. But it's just so rough. Down to is going super low too. Forced to recall that early on. Not what you want to see, and Scissors knows it's going to try and follow the tracer. Down to is picks up PGE, but Scissors hot on their trail. And now the Winston's also trapped. A Pulse on the side does force the Primal Rage, but with 15 seconds to go. And what do I see in the kill feed? Oh, Infected. Oh, yeah, don't worry. He's pushing towards Spawn. Of course he is. Cal does end up going down to the Primal Mat, but I think this is really just about it. Aspect picks up 2. Payload still moving back when with 3 seconds to go. It's Aspect flinging himself towards the point, and they don't touch. They just don't touch. 2 pixels away, and students of the game are going to halt them there. No point B, and that is rough.
Yeah, that is tough. As I thought, Scissors was tremendous on the tracer. I mean, we talked a lot about like PGE and map number 1. Shikigami, I think, did a better job at trying to put some more pressure on him, but in the time they've done that, they've allowed Scissors just go crazy in their backline. I mean, the Echo, very difficult to play into the Ash. They switch off of it right away when the Tracer pays off.
I mean, Tracer feels like a must pick right now, but if you've got someone like PG on your roster who's a lights out Sojourn player, stick him on the Soj, also an incredibly strong pick, but the flexibility, what you need from Scissors, they're providing that in spades. Tracer or Echo, both phenomenal right now, and they're phenomenal at those picks too. So yeah, as soon as the game, roster extremely well-rounded when it comes down to it. Shikigami they just can't seem to hold on to fights for much longer than a couple of seconds, it feels like. Students of the game always trading up. Dan Twist as well has had a rough time on the Tracer, not being able to find too much. And when they do, they instantly get traded back. And yeah, it's a rough one. Rack attacks in slow motion, 1 frame per second. That looks cool.
So we'll see Shikigami on defense here. This is so Sigma.
Yeah,
Baptiste Zen. So you are gonna have to. I mean, Infected obviously gonna take some damage on the way in, but I mean, trying to protect some of the backline is gonna be really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very greedy comp playing the Zen here. There's still a decent sightline, but as soon as the enemy team takes this high ground like this, it can be really tough for you to do much. They've already burnt the lamp. They take care of PGE, but look at that. Infected's already in. Infected's killing your backline. I mean, Aspect did rotate around to try and force the DPS of students the game away, but it doesn't matter. You got no supports left. Graveyard does switch to Kiriko, Noctis to Lucio to get back in time. Vintage finds their 3rd kill of the fight, and this first point is as good as done.
You'd think Infected's like playing like Winston, like he's like always in the backline, like picking up like a kill or 2. He just speeds on in on the Orisa. They just let him go right on past, and I know they're able to deal with that backline. This is to be a touch here for Dan Twist as Shikigami want to fight this. They don't want to give up first point so fast.
Honestly, if you put POV of Infected running your backline and the Doom music over it, I believe it's a trailer for a Doom game. Aspect does take care of 2 though, so okay, a little bit of a turnaround here. 99.2%, couldn't have been closer. Yeah. They still managed to land the hold. 2.5 minutes to go though for students of the game, and they need to regain that 33%. Maybe spoke a little bit too soon.
I mean, it's going to be very difficult to hold this, I think. I know Shikigami with some changes as Vintage will play the Cassidy now. And then moving away from Zen Bap right away. That was just not going to work as it'll be Noctis moving over to the Lucio as Racktag up here on the high ground. This is probably, you just try and speed out of this. You just want to try and disengage, keep Infected up.
Oh, that's so rough. No soundbite for Rack Attack, but doesn't want to use it anyway, even if they did have it. Cal, too, ends up falling. They do have the
But is that fine,
rush.
though?
That's fine. That's
like
more than
using
okay.
The Flux there at the end?
Flux, rush?
Yeah.
You've got 4 odds. You just run in, you have the beat, and they also have beat. You can kind of force it that way, or you can even just try and rush, hit the Terror Surge, and then Sound Barrier super late after Noctis's overhealth does end up fading away. So 1 minute and 30, students the game in a very good spot, and Dan Twist in a whole lot of trouble. Noctis to the rescue, though.
I think if you're students of the game, if you can win this and get the beat out from the other side, you come back in the next fight with a PGE Blade.
Okay, already.
Suzu saves everybody.
Suzu beats Vintage, again, having a rough time in the back line. As soon as the game managed to find these isolation kills. Oh, we'll ignore that one, Scissors, no worries. They're pulsing the payload, never happened. Aspects, yep, they're just gonna get pushed out. Oh, differential there from Students of the Game as Infected finds 4. He's a beast.
Vintage is gonna block Infected. I mean,
He actually is.
Just like he just does this spear spin and just runs at him in a straight line, and nothing.
Like I said,
do.
dude, you put the Doom music over that. Infected, he's wearing the Predator suit right now, just demolishing demons in front of him. Crazy. And they've taken high ground too.
Shikigami. So, and they end up using their beat in the last fight as Aspect gets really low. Same with Vintage. They end up using their beat in the last fight, and then now you're going to have PG with this blade.
Infected. Oh, can they hold on to the high ground? No. Looks like they're going to back off. Yes, sound barrier for PG, like you said. Might be a little bit difficult to get off, although if you can beat with Blade, like it is good, but ideally you don't want to use them at exactly the same time. But they looks like they're trying to set up for something. The Blade has been pulled, instantly backing off though. Hainu coming out from Vintage, does let it rip, but no, of course. Who's there? It's Infected. 2.5 minutes to go. Everybody from Shikigami just straying away from PG, and rightfully so. Noctis in a little bit of trouble, and Infected still controls the high ground. And there's the Terror Surge. Well, a TP out will be good enough, but you got to heal your front line. Aspect manages to get away by taking the lift up onto the high ground, but Infected is still on the point and making it a punishing task for Shikigami to really do anything. As soon as the game now walking on forward, I mean 2 minutes to go, Matt, and not many meters left. Shikigami got their work cut out for them.
I mean, no, you see the golden box of victory. I mean, who could potentially touch like Noctis, but it does not look likely. Baboop's probably gonna knock some players offline. Yep, and that should do it as Students of the Game get off to a fast 2-0 start.
Yeah, that was a little stomping there on Hollywood, honestly. Like, Infected looked sick on the Orisa. I did like the change up from Shikigami switching over to the Sigma, but the Zen, it's so greedy. Lucio feels like a must pick right now, and even though you have got that space, Infected gets amped once, and Infected kills your backline, and then, well, PG, you do whatever you want, bro. Like, I've already won the game.
Well, you've had a tough time, like, protecting the backline or staying alive, so to go with a composition that, like, even puts you more, like, flat-footed and just stand in the ground, I mean, it doesn't really make a lot of sense at the start, but maybe you thought that with Discord and some damage at range, you could make it like costly enough in terms of HP pool to get pushed, not get pushed back.
Right. Yeah, and that's the big advantage of Zen, right? You output a lot of damage, you can put a Discord on the tank. Orisa's pretty susceptible to that. No shield, so you were just tanking damage, but she has so much mitigation and so little space to cover, especially with the Lucio speed boost. It's really hard to make the Zen work there. Just how fast that composition is. Rough stuff for Shikigami. I mean, as soon as the game, they do end up going up 2-0, 3-0 potentially on the horizon. They did end up coming out of Group D in first, so a lot to kind of live up to here. Their group, not the hardest comparatively to a lot of talent in the other groups, but a real big chance, like I mentioned before, to prove themselves here on a bigger stage. Shikigami, I mean, Matt, what do you think they need to do to turn this one around? We are going to Esperanza next.
I mean, look, push, I think first fight is so important. Like, winning first fight, I think, would be huge for them, like giving themselves a little bit of a lead, a little bit of like breathing room.
Right.
And then otherwise, I mean, they got to try and protect Vintage. I mean, you cannot allow the other team's Orisa to just stomp into the backline and just live throughout just about everything. It feels like, you know, Cal and Infected just go back there and they're just, you know, uncontested. So I think you need to figure out a way to punish them. Like, if that's the way that Students of the Game is going to play, you have to be able to punish it.
Yeah, maybe you play a little bit faster there. I can't imagine we're going to see the Zen. I don't think that's really a possibility here from Shikigami. Esperanza, you need Lucio. You just got to have it. But, I mean, pound for pound,
you
if
need
you're
Lucio
running
in every single comp.
Yeah,
like,
right.
like even the comps that you don't even really love Lucio in, he's just too, like, group speed is just way too strong.
Yeah.
Like, amp heal also is like not terrible. Like, it's like decent.
And Lucio does a lot of damage now with the new projectile changes. I was speaking to Astra about it, and he's like, you can sometimes, not all the time, especially you've got Kevster on your team, right? Sometimes you're going to be up there in terms of damage, rivaling some of your DPS, because Lucio's projectiles were big anyway, but they feel a little bit bigger now, a little chunkier size of planets almost, and you can really rack up some insane damage, which really helps, especially against comps that don't run a shield tank, which a lot of the time now we're not. It's been Mauga, Orisa, a little bit of Sigma, but yeah, Lucio is just so strong in almost every aspect. We do have a small change though, Matt. Noctis and Graveyard in now in the backline.
Okay, so a little bit of a change here for Shikigami, as I believe we'll have Aspect being subbed out there. So Graveyard coming on in. We'll see what they're able to do. Not an awesome scenario like, hey, we just lost 2 maps. Do you want to come in here? Try and get a reverse sweep. I mean, Lucio also, like, Sound Barrier is a ridiculous ultimate too. Yeah. Like, just really, like, between like Lucio and Kiriko, like, you kind of have everything you need in terms of support covered. Like, you know, there's like some arguments for others in some situations, but I feel like those two are just clearly above everybody else at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the Suzu is so important too. Like, with the amount of tracers running around, even if you don't catch every single pulse bomb with the Suzu, like even 50% of them, and honestly, most of the time you're catching 100, especially if you've got a keen eye and you're ult tracking pretty well. Like, yeah, the Suzu and the Rush is also a fight winner. We saw a lot of the Moira with the Mauga, but the Kiriko was just way better even in that comp too, because the Rush just beats the Cole 10 times out of 10, or maybe 9 times if the Cole's insane. But the Rush is just so sick. Fight-winning ultimate, and normally you have to match their Kitsune Rush with your own Kitsune Rush, otherwise you just lose. So yeah, Kiriko, Lucio, name of the game right now in this meta. Junker Queen.
What do you think about Queen here into the Orisa?
You're going to get, I think, slain pretty quickly. You have to go fast. Like, you have to just int into the backline and kill PG. Right. Like, that's what you have to do here with the Queen. Otherwise, you're just going to get infinitely chunked out. You've got to force that dash, which is exactly what they've done. And, yep, straight onto PG, or at least they're going to try to. Again, Infected, just playing goalkeeper. Spear spinning in front of everybody and then pushing everybody back. Scissors, unfortunately, though, an unlikely first kill coming through for Shikigami as Abstract finds first blood.
Yeah, I mean, neutral fights, you're going to lose is the Junker Queen comp here against the Orisa, right? You're just going to get kind of like chunked down, and by the time you could do anything, you're just going to lose. Is a nice spear there by Infected. Maybe even potentially end up saving PG's quite low, as Shikigami does get control of the bot first, though, which is quite big.
Oh my, Aspect is just getting bullied in the corner. Like, he just can't do anything. I mean, that's the big thing about the Queen too. Yeah, like, against the Orisa, you just get rolled by Spear and the spin. Like, it's so hard to get and stick onto the backline, and you pointed out perfectly, that Spear saved PG's life from the Genji, and Infected's accuracy must be nearing 100%. Like, that guy he's hitting every single Spear.
Yeah, like, Queen, you know, you kind of want comps that are just going to kind of like, you know, be up in your face, right? Like, I think Queen is even pretty decent against like Reinhardt comps, right? You're not really gonna see Reinhardt comps in the tournament, but like Queen's pretty good against those scenarios. In like the Orisa comps, though, I feel like where she loses out is like the ability to just like output damage over time. Is Scissors with a pulse bomb, PGE with a headshot there onto Vintage. No overclock even needed here. This will be another cleanup for students of the game.
All right, that was quick. Shikigami with no real ults in that fight. I mean, B and the Rush, but you've already lost your Genji to a pulse bomb, and then it kind of all just tumbles down and falls apart. You really want to open the fight up with the Rush.
If you're gonna play fast, I'd almost rather see them just like play the Winston, right?
Sure,
like, at least it's a little bit more versatile. Like, I think it kind of like, I mean, obviously it doesn't sit in the same kind of niche as Junker Queen in terms of a hero, right? But I think like it's a little bit safer, and if like the play is to try and access backline, like playing like a Genji type of comp, like I think you're probably better off playing the Winston.
Oh, Aspect's looking for yet another knife onto PGE. And then a forcing of, oh my god, that was a big terror surge. Nice Suzu though by Graveyard. Sound barriers used from both sides as Aspect lands the giant Carnage swing only onto the Lucio mine, so there's no real follow-up there. And Aspect is isolated too, away from their team. A one-person rampage? You have to kill Rack for that. All right, there's the kill. I mean, even in this up-one-up PG, not quite on the cards for you, unfortunately, even with the overclock in the backline. Aspect finding some value there on the ultimate, but Infected still claiming kills. Infected still claiming kills. How does Infected kill 3 at the end of that fight? Like, how is that possible?
Yeah. I mean, he gets 3, and because they got the checkpoint that spawns a little bit closer, yeah, they're gonna keep coming. They're gonna keep coming, yeah.
Oh my god. Infected does it again. God, talk about the cornerstone of the team. Oh, nice knife. Not quite. Not today.
Also, you see how good the Terror Surge is against the Kitsune Rush? Like, the Rush, you're going to have to obviously play inside of it, right? And then when everybody starts to, like, come in with that Rush, you end up using the Terror Surge to force out that, you know, Suzu and beat right away.
All right, a wraparound here from Aspect. Trying to pay attention to the high ground again, but Rack to the rescue. Just boop everybody away. And oh, what was that? Oh, we switched sides. Yep, that's all right. We're pushing the bot now, and then you have high ground. We don't care because we're already around the corner. Scissors trying to find their way into the back line. Forcing the Suzu's going to be quite important here before the pulse bomb lands, but just harassing the back line might be more than enough. Blade's been pulled. Cal ends up going down to a knife. Abstract waiting for that boop to come in before they end up going for that dash. Goes down to PG, but Aspect still putting up names and numbers here, as Scissors overlooks the rest of his team just getting decimated, but all good. 81 meters and then some for students of the game.
Yeah, but you're fighting just to even get back to the bot, right? You're not fighting for any progress, it seems like, as another nice knife there from Aspect. But what, the bot will probably get back to mid-map, and because of these spawns, you're going to have another quick fight for students of the game.
You lost all your damage, you lost the Sojourn. I mean, Aspect on the high ground. Scissors just playing ring around the Roseby, and now Aspect has to contend with this rush, has to drop to the low ground, and is almost completely alone. Receives the Suzu, hits the Rampage to actually just get out of there. Sound Barrier 2 from Noctis was thrown in to try and save Aspect. Infected now ascending to the high ground as Scissors controls the bot and has the pulse bomb in hands. A little self-defense if they need it. So Shikigami going to have to pay attention to the bot, so now they're completely split. I think the call just came there from students of the game. They can now push in. Yes, they spot Vintage alone on the high ground with no slide. PG takes care of Graveyard, and Shikigami's focus just not quite there.
I mean, they use so much to get back to the bot. They don't have anything like left for the fight, right? I mean, they end up using their sound barrier to be able to save like Aspect in that type of scenario. I believe they end up using their rush too. It's like, and then by the time you get back on even footing and like, okay, now we can take a fight. Like, oh wait, we don't have anything. We use everything to kind of get back to like this, you know, midfield type of scenario where Abstract, nice dash there. That's gonna have the recall come out. That's gonna be sound barrier.
I've never seen a big fight in this small room.
PG up on the high. Up on the high ground.
Oh, good shot from Vintage. Nice little double tap there. They got to make this a clean fight, Matt. Do not let Infected get another kill. Okay. Ray boss down again. Students of the game, they finally end up getting wiped there. A very, very interesting fight in that small room. You saw Rack using that sound barrier as Infected was moving the bot, but they got a lot of free cart progress, and everybody got forward spawn, Matt.
Yes, now you'll be able to kind of maybe get up on this high ground here for Shikigami for just a brief period. I mean, you need to win a fight here. You know, by this kind of bridge is Scissors does have pulse bomb.
Doesn't need
maybe
it. Maybe
it's a kill on the Noctis. I mean, that's all your speed. You can't get away from
Terror
this.
Surge is huge. That was the go button. Oh, your Lucio's dead. Terror Surge instantly. What you got for us? No, show us the
Terror Surge.
Scissors. There we go. He's got the cube.
Oh, well, a souvenir.
Oh, he's got the cube.
Look at that.
So the trick room cube there. Little lore drop. All right, Shikigami, you've got the you've got the blade, you've got the rampage coming up, but Cal can just pull this rush, and it's going to be hard for Shikigami to really see anything in this fight. And Vintage is already dead. He just get one clipped by Scissors.
It had to have been. I mean, he was dead so fast. It looked like Infected turned and put like a bullet. Look at this. This is an Orisa on the flank here.
They call you know, they call Diva Big Tracer. Bigger Tracer is the Orisa who just walks to the back line.
They call Orisa Omnic Winston.
Ah, that's so true. Omnic Winston.
Yep, this is just taking some damage in souvenir mode here.
Just watching Cal trades though. To be fair, you know what? Worth. Absolutely worth.
Value.
Hitting the
Even though
souvenir.
Cal did have rush, that is value right there.
It doesn't matter. Infected lives, bro. Look at him. He's just beelining for the spawn. He's down. He's down. He's dead. 131
you
meters.
ever play those games
Whatever.
with like a horde mode, and they just kind of like have that one bot that just runs at you in a straight line, and just like it's supposed to be the scary one. It's like that's kind of like Infected just sees like vintage or support and just beelines it.
It's one of the dogs from COD Zombies. Just beelining for the back line. All right, overclock on the high ground. Everybody's all split already from Shikigami. Good sound barrier. PG is going to receive the same treatment, though, as he's pushed down from the high ground to low. Graveyard had to teleport away. And here comes the rush. The rampage's decent. PG and Infected. It was interrupted, but it's still got value. Anti onto PG. Infected also in trouble. Hits the Terror Surge. Boot back in. Oh, not quite enough to kill Aspect, but it doesn't matter. Noctis and Vintage are already dead, and now, a sad Junker Queen life when you can't.
Comes Infected around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. You can't even touch the front line. It's just getting permanently booped away. I mean, they're just delaying time here, Matt. With 131 meters, Shikigami need 5 fights to win.
Well, that's the thing. You have these fights that Shikigami wins, and you're like, awesome, here we go. But the fights are so deep in their territory of the map that it pretty much just allows them to get back to like mid-map, like, you know, exactly where they have their barrier. It doesn't really net them any progress.
30 seconds to go. Still winnable. 100 and a bit meters there for the win. Oh, that was close. Vintage is just receiving so much punishment from Scissors right now. Almost cut him in half there with a one clip. Infected, pushing away the tank. Aspect in trouble. Kind of dancing around the bot right now as the blade has been pulled. That was a stun onto Noctis. Missed Abstract, which did result in a kill. Little deflection, a little bit playing scared there, it looked like. Didn't want to mess with Scissors all too much as overtime arrives. Scissors takes down Abstract as the bot keeps on moving, but Shikigami, they're bleeding. Students of the game with the closest spawn points as well, Matt. This is it, they're in trouble now. With the OT here, you cannot leave the bot for a brief moment. And we're going to listen into the comms for the last few seconds of this map.
Shoot Carthy. Did you shoot low?
You shoot card, the Majesty non.
Queen one, no scissor.
Oh.
This ends.
I give up.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, good shit.
I give up. Me emoting. No.
Oh, yeah. Best described.
I give up. I give up. Everybody hit Q. I give up.
I give up. Oh, yeah. As that is a win for students of the game. As they looked great.
Yeah, they looked sick. Yeah, a W for students of the game. I mean, a 3-0 like that, you gotta be feeling confident. I mean, honestly, right now they're not losing to anybody. Maybe some of the higher.
They lost to M80.
Oh, okay.
They lost to M80 in round 1.
That does make sense.
Really tough, round 1 game for them.
Yeah.
Although they do lose that 3-0. They bounce back in a big way. I mean, they deal with Shikigami rather quickly.
Yeah, that 3-0, pretty one-sided right now. But yeah, a lot of good talent on students of the game right now. My dark horse for North America currently, and I think they still will be. And yeah, we'll have a look what the desk have to say about that one, because I wish we did Preds. I really do, because it's fun to see people get things wrong, Johnny. But you know, Preds maybe taken out of the segment because people get them wrong a lot.
Jaws, I got you. I will bring back the Preds. Just for you, for the last
make me. I mean, you sort of can.
I'm gonna make you, don't worry. But hey, students of the game, taking the win against Shiki. Yes, Johnny.
I wonder why no one likes Jaws.
Whoa! I love Jaws.
This talks smacks about me and Matt. Let's talk about Mitch.
Johnny, all that stuff everybody says behind your back. None of it's true. You're a great guy. You're a great guy.
Johnny.
First wrong. I was the Pred champ last year. Put some respect.
Were you? Wasn't it Zoe?
Respect on the name.
It was you.
Johnny's
Right.
got that one up in the trophy case.
right,
He's got that one above his
It's the one
bed.
thing I want recently.
On the
It's the one
mantelpiece.
thing. Come on.
You come into the home and it's what's that on the mantelpiece? It's like that's the Preds trophy. It's like there wasn't a trophy, but Johnny like had one commissioned, you know.
Okay. All right, guys.
Anyway.
Let's talk about this match.
Let's talk about the match.
Yeah. I mean, student of the game coming in. You know, I think Jaws and Mr. X were talking about it. They did suffer a tough loss against M80, but they came in twin. They were looking clean.
I mean, oozing confidence there in the end in the comms. They're just having fun with it. They know there's not really any way to lose that game for them with the individual skill gap. I think we saw this series and the team play across the board. Infected putting up huge numbers on a hero like Orisa where individual mechanics have so much impact. PGE, big plays as expected. Honestly, everyone on the team looking rock solid here. But Shikigami, they are eliminated here. Their journey comes to an end in the OWCS qualifier number 1. Could see them back in the future. I think there were a couple bright spots there, but yeah, big gap in this series.
Yeah, I mean, the competition is stiff, here in North America. I mean, there's just so many good teams, so many stacked teams, and the fact that students of the game, they find themselves in this lower bracket match because they're playing M80, who is of course one of the top 2 favorites here in this region. It's a tough beat if you're Shikigami, but then again, like you said, Jake, I mean, the fact that you qualified for the main event in the first place, that's an achievement to build upon, and we will see some of those players back at it again for stage 2. But yeah, this was a really confident students of the game. Looks like they figured out kind of what they want to play this meta, and this is sort of similar to what we saw ence play in the EMEA region earlier today. So if you got a good Orisa, like Infected just walking on the enemy team, and then you got a good hit scan and tracer to back you up, seems like you're good. You're in a good spot for this main event.
Yeah, I feel like we aren't seeing them as much in the kill feed, but the supports as well, crucial for enabling that. Like if you're wasting your carry ult or even just like an amp speed from Lucio goes awry, this comm can really fall flat on its face. And, you know, for heroes like Orisa, you've got to produce, you only have like this 5 to 10 second window to produce frags early in the fight. And if you haven't done enough damage and disruption by that time, you will just run out of cooldowns diving into the enemy team. So Infected with the individual mechanics, able to put up some huge numbers here. 66-13 for the series.
Dang.
That is a beatdown.
Orisa player of the match, you'd love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, Orisa is one of those heroes where it's just a deathmatch warrior. Like, you have to have very good mechanics.
It's the second time you've been saying that.
I love that. It's like, I mean, look at this hero. It just comes in from downtown, throws the fastball.
The javelin is a real skill.
Dirty, man.
Yeah.
And now you can snipe with the left click. It's like no fall off on the left click. It's pretty sick.
The left click not having fall off, it is crazy.
It is
like the fact that you can just shoot all of them.
It's still not that good at long range, you know, but it's got potential.
When I'm tank, it feels like I'm doing stuff. I'm like, oh, I'm shooting the backline.
Oh, you got to get in there,
It makes
bro.
you feel like
in there.
Look
at what this guy's doing. You got to do like, be like this kid. Get in there.
Yeah. I will say the Junker Queen Orisa matchup, it's,
Just way too much disruption.
With the emoting, you know, they kind of told it.
This is the most emotes I have ever seen in a pro match, I think. This is an early emote. This is like, you haven't really won yet, bro, but this is, you know, with the confidence I'm sure they're all feeling.
Also, I mean, Infected getting the player of the match, very, you know, well deserved. I also like this team because, you know, the players comms that we were hearing at the end. Oh yeah. I give up. The guys, you could tell that they're having fun. They're enjoying this, right? And I think that means so much. And I think, you know, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of students of the game.
Losing confidence.
Yeah, and they might have more to climb as a team. I think they still have more growth ahead of them. Yes, he took a tough loss to M80, but this is still a really strong team with a lot of high potential players that I think we will be seeing more of, especially while continuing on in this qualifier. Still alive, right? Still surviving and still potentially battling back from the lower bracket. Starting to earn some points here. Every point counts towards these majors.
Right. Yeah.
And they're looking...
So they will,
promising, and I think it's about time to do a post-match interview. We have PGE on the line to do a quick chat with us. PGE, congratulations on getting the win, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I have to ask, you know, of course, this is your second match of the day. You guys lost to M80, but you guys really bounced back in a huge way. So how were you guys able to do that?
Well, against our match against M80 was really difficult for us, and then you know, we tried to regain against this match. We knew our opponent very well, played our game, and it was good.
All right.
You guys, we got a little listen into the comms there at the end of Esperanza. What was that like getting into the third map? It seems like you guys were playing with a ton of confidence there, bringing that back after a tough loss. How is the vibes on the team? You know, like who's the leader? Who's getting people excited? Who's making the jokes? Like, I'm curious about sort of the personalities on the team.
I think the leader is infected, and you know, he's always keeping up the energy. I'm a little down sometimes about the loss, but he really made me bounce back. So it was,
so we didn't actually get to see that match when you played M80. Sort of what kind of went wrong in the match against M80, and what can you do better in the future to improve for the rest of the event?
The match against M80, we just weren't playing like ourselves. We were very nervous, tensions was high, and we just didn't take our angles. We didn't play our game. We're just very nervous, very nervous.
You got a second opportunity. You got one more chance in the lower bracket, so you know we can always bring it back now.
I mean, if there's no better, more dark horse team, I think, in NA than Students of the Game. I think they're the team that a lot of people called as like a team that can make upsets and can bring it back. And so maybe being in the lower bracket is where you're meant to be. You know, like rising up out of the ashes there. I'm still excited. I think you guys can have a lot of potential to show.
I agree too. I think hopefully it's going to be a good run in the losers bracket, and we have a lot to show.
All right, PG, that's it for the interview. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck moving forward.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, thanks so much. PG from Students of the Game. Students of the Game. I like that name.
It's a good name.
Do people say SOG at all?
No.
They don't.
Stupid question. I'm sorry, guys.
PG though, hell of a come up, you know, making a name for himself here. I feel like 2024 is the year of PG. I feel like we've started to learn more about him, you know. Even starting with some of the scrims we got to see before OWCS kicked off, you know, we had people streaming the scrims and stuff like that, and PG streaming himself. It's really kicked off in 2024, so I feel like this might be the year of 2024, or the year of...
If you're watching,
it is definitely the year of 2024.
Yeah. It's a long day, Dan. It's a long day.
If you want to see more PG on Twitch, give him a follow there. He is streaming a ton, putting up a ton of gameplay, his rank play, and you get to see a lot of, you know, what goes into players grinding and becoming, you know, reaching this level where they're finally able to make a berth here on the big stage.
Yeah, I mean, now we're seeing the updated graphic. It's going to be Toronto Defiant versus Timeless, LG versus M80 as well. Oh, that's going to be...
I will say these look like top 4 NA, right? Like, I think this is kind of as expected to be top 4. I still think there's a lot of excitement to be had in this lower bracket, a lot of potential.
Right.
You know, I think LFO, Pip, both could look threatening.
Sure.
And then, you know, whoever comes out of that lower bracket, I think will be a threat when it comes to the lower bracket final.
America! Exciting.
I was like so caught off guard by that.
It's been a long
time. But it's such a competitive region.
North America.
That's true, North America.
Yeah, it's such a competitive region. Really. Like, I don't know who's going to win. You know, we could all sit there and be like, oh, Toronto Defiant and whatever. But, like, in scrims, M80 and Timeless have been really good. So I really don't think there's going to be a clear-cut favorite towards the end of this main event.
And I think LG has been playing together for a long time. You know, like those players, maybe the name value isn't quite as high, but still a lot of experienced players with a lot of fragging potential, and they have a lot of synergy. So yes, it's been a big shakeup in the meta recently, but you know, having they've played through many metas before, they could be a threat as well.
A lot of great teams. We had 2 great matches. We have one more coming up right after the break, so don't go anywhere.
Victory is at hand. Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of a cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
Welcome back, friends. Match number 3, the upper semis, is going to happen right now between Toronto Defiant versus Timeless. But before we get started, I'm just here to remind everyone to sign up for Stage 2.
Of course.
Guys, Stage 2 right here. Why is that important, Johnny?
Well, because you need to sign up and compete if you want to qualify for DreamHack Dallas and DreamHack Stockholm throughout the Overwatch Championship Series circuit throughout the year.
There you go.
And important, if you missed out on Stage 1, there's twice
double points. There you go,
double
baby.
circuit points in Stage 2. So don't feel like you missed out just because you didn't qualify for Stage 1. You can still qualify for Stage 2 and qualify.
Yep.
And Dallas.
Sign up for
Some
Stage 2.
of us will be there.
Right. Maybe. I hope to be there.
Yes.
Get your name on the big screen at least. Maybe you won't make it to Dallas, but you know what? Like, all the teams fighting, mad respect.
I'll be there no matter what.
I'll be there no matter what.
All right, let's get started for the final match of NA side for today. It's Toronto Defiant. Looking at this roster, I mean, I just talked to someone their first match. They are looking scary.
They look scary.
Yeah, very terrifying. I think if anything, this meta shakeup creates some kind of opening. However, even for Timeless, who I think is one of the stronger teams in NA, maybe they're one of the teams who could actually give Toronto a tough test. And, you know, LFO did as well, made at least won a map against Toronto, the first time that's happened so far in the OWCS. But the question is did they just wake the beast? Like, is Timeless walking into a very, very angry Toronto Defiant? That's the question we'll have to see.
I feel like with this matchup, though, we're like getting to the meat and potatoes. Like, this is where compositional matchups could really matter, because I do think in the first series we saw Toronto Defiant, they like to lean on these kind of dive compositions. We saw someone play a lot of Doomfist, for example, and then they had to make that late swap over to the Sigma to counter some of this Orisa gameplay coming out from LFO. And, you know, it was a back and forth, even though Toronto Defiant were most dominant. Timeless, could they now, with Icy playing tank for this team, throw in some of those compositions. Make it difficult for Toronto Defiant to play their own game. They certainly have the talent, Jake.
As well, I think one of the toughest tests for Toronto's dive is going to be Chopper and Rocket. Rocket, one of the best tracers in North America, up-and-coming player, but already elite on the tracer in particular, and Chopper on the Sojourn is really where I think we've seen him shine the brightest. And those are two heroes that can really punish dive, right? You're not really running shields or stuns, things to control these heroes. You have to beat them in a straight-up deathmatch, and I think, Chopper and Rocket, they really have potential to take that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking at the maps. I mean, we're going to Nepal first, selected by Toronto. They banned Ilios, and then Timeless banned Samoa.
This is so interesting for Toronto, showing they really are analyzing things, playing around, punishing their opponents, because they picked Ilios last time. And now they're going to Nepal. They're just trying to throw wrenches at their opponents, even before the game starts.
All right, the players are ready. We're going to jump right in. Before we go, really quickly, who you guys got? Because Jack wanted this.
Toronto.
All right, Jack, Matt, take it away.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you, Danny. Yeah, Toronto for both Johnny and Jake, Matt. Well, you look at that. That's a good pred.
I mean, it's the safest pred, right? But
too safe.
No, this Timeless roster is like tremendous, right? We know how talented they are top to bottom, and we just saw Toronto, like that series against LFO, like could have very well have gone 5 games. It was not exactly the most convincing performance that we've seen.
They lost a
map. This one should be very close, right? I mean, saying they lost the map, right? I know, crazy, but like
it is crazy.
Obviously, as we've gone through, Swiss groups, the competition like ramps up. I feel like at this point, though, like this is where you start to really figure out who the best teams in the regions are.
Yeah, Toronto is definitely up there. I mean, this is Timeless's chance, and like Jake was saying, Rocket and Chopper's chance too, to really elevate their game against some of the best to ever do it. And I think them being mad prospects in NA, this is really their time, because Overwatch League wasn't attainable for them, clearly, right? Because they didn't end up making it, but maybe if it went on for another year, like they would have been up there messing with the very best. And you're going against champions now, and there's no slouches in the backline either. CJ and Opener are other stellar players. And also, they're a team that is not afraid to use their substitutions either. They were the number one team to use subs coming out of groups into the main stage, taking full utilization of it. And with the ever-evolving meta, you expect that to be such a boon for them.
I mean, look at that. I mean, 8 viewers, 88%.
There are Timeless believers out there, and I appreciate it.
They're Jake pilled right there. I mean, that is like, Jake could have said Timeless, and this would have been 88-12 the other way. But no, I also think, I think part of this is that a lot of people obviously know the Toronto Defiant brand. A lot of people obviously know a lot of players on that roster, right? From last year, maybe some people haven't seen a lot, of the players on Timeless, where, I think, regardless of who wins this series, I think the next time these two teams play, it won't be as lopsided as you think, see here via like a fan reaction.
Yeah, it feels like Toronto have had a little bit of a head start, especially with the talent, but everybody's creeping up there. Every single stage that we have and every single year that kind of passes, the competition will get closer and closer and closer and closer. Let's jump into map number 1 though. Toronto Defiant take on Timeless. A team that everybody kind of expects to win and potentially win one of the lands too, against a team full really of up-and-comers, sprinkling a couple of vets in there, of course, as well, in terms of Opener, of course. But as we go on to Nepal, Matt, what we expected. More dive. I think that's the name of the game for Toronto. Their wheelhouse is just like, they want to play dive. They want to play quick. They want to play fast. Maybe less of the Doomfist. Someone on Winston is a scary prospect, or maybe after seeing the last game, maybe thinking Arista's the go-to here.
Yeah, well, look, Arisa obviously is really good on Nepal, just in general. I agree. I think their dive was probably better, right? They looked decent on the Sigma type stuff as well. So this is like Toronto Defiant coming out on a reset and like almost like a direct counter here from Timeless. So they're gonna have the Symmetra in play, fight on the point there with Rocket, and then Chopper just for that consistent damage.
Yeah, it's definitely an easy target to get your beam charged up off. That being the Orisa, if you are the Sim. Chopper taking a little bit of damage there, a little bit of a reposition. Oh, Vega was so lucky to survive there. Unfortunately, Opener not quite as lucky. as Merit with a headshot onto the enemy Lucio player. Had Disruptor Shot doing a whole lot of work too, that ticking damage. And Rocket went one way, Icy went the other, and no protection for the Sim on the point. It's going to be quite a quick fight, you'd imagine, although Chopper's still clearing up here. An additional kill onto someone is going to be nice, but Toronto still controlled the point. A boop onto Merit to force them back, and I mean, this isn't over. Although Toronto are very firmly in control of the positioning.
I think now that Sugar Free's back, I think it's probably a little bit of just like a hold here for Timeless until, yeah, they get Icy back in the fight.
It's just back in. Sugar Free dragged back down to earth there. That Vortex just
point flips,
catching them. As the point does flip, yeah, you're not half wrong, Matt. Sugar Free finding a lot of purchase on the side here and a lot of free ultimate charge too, nearing that duplicate.
No, CJ just builds up this Kitsune rush so fast as they're going to decide to use it. Probably feel like they're a little bit too weak on the point. Didn't want to allow Toronto to kind of like sit around and build up towards them. So they end up using that ultimate push on in, but the kills traded rather quickly. Chopper, though, comes up with 2.
I mean, the rush on the point, I mean, there's no CJ. It's only opening with the heals. There's 5% towards that ultimate too. That sound barrier couldn't come quick enough. But it's actually RuPaul, another champion. Just taking names and numbers in that kill feed. That was a really nice rush. The tempo play from the Toronto Defiant was so sick there. As soon as the CJ kill came through, someone stepped up on the bridge. They laid down the rush. They just quite literally ran over them like a 4-ton tumbleweed.
Yeah, and they were like down a player or two before that push even came through. So I definitely think it caught Timeless off guard a little bit. Is Toronto 4 ultimates in this fight? Gotta use that.
Nice TP
out already.
Oh, the TP, but opening uses the sound barrier. I think they were all safe from that too. That's a beautiful trade from someone. Terror Surge for beat. You take that any day of the week. Rocket already dead to Merit on the entry. Chopper still wants to move in with the rest of the team, especially as they've got this wall to utilize. Sugar Free and Merit both still have ultimates though, and they can juggle the point pretty easily. Well, there's the overclock, and there come the kills for Merit. Nice little 2-piece. Make it a 3rd. Toronto Defiant, that should be all she wrote. 65% in building. Timeless still with a decent amount of percentage, Matt, and a couple of ults in their bank. But Toronto's Defiant ultimate economy is just sublime as well. A sound barrier and a duplicate for this next fight.
Yeah, I like the switch off of the Sim though. Like, you know, Rocket moves over to Tracer. I think just the Sim is really difficult to protect. Like you see the early Suzu there, and then you know even having to use the sound barrier to get everybody out with a TP. Where the Tracer you can play, you know, a little bit more on your own on an island. You know, put some pressure on the back line. Also good against the Echo and just a bit safer.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with you. It does feel like Tracer's a must pick. What's more scary than 1 Sojourn? How about 2? Oh, RuPaul is a little bit worse for wear, but Sugar Free still evens it up. There is a rush. Should be a surefire win for Timeless. Ideally not losing anybody else and not using any more ults either. As Toronto Defiant do see themselves in OT, as Rocket just chases down the rest of the stragglers.
And I like this comp for Timeless. You know, obviously winning that fight, they end up using the rush. They'll have to go against a rush in the next one with nothing to deal with it. But I think this puts a lot of pressure on Sugar Free on the Echo, and that's going to force them to swap. I think this is a good decision for Toronto as well. Like, you're kind of flying into that Tracer on the Echo. You decide to just make the switch right now.
Right, trying to push out on the high ground. Just trying to get Icy in a position on the point is beneficial for them, but also beneficial for Icy in a weird way too, because he's got Annihilation. His point is definitely going to hurt, regardless of which way it swings. This Annihilation could just be
a recall, though.
The round winner. No recall on Rocket too there is a pulse bomb in hand, but Icy already goes down. Nice stick from Rocket, but the Annihilation was just nowhere to be found. Toronto Defiant just steamroll over Timeless there. Clock's ticking now. I mean, you've got Rocket to touch, Matt, but that's about it. Oh, okay, narrowly didn't touch thanks to someone. He's going to get the retouch, still has recall, but CJ's already dead. A slow bleed out now for Timeless as, yeah, that sand dial firmly running out of sand. And boom, straight on top of Icy's head as he pushes in. Dude was half HP before he landed in there and got just obliterated. That's a nice round win there for Toronto.
They never got any chance to use that Annihilation, Josh.
Yeah, it was died so fast.
Yeah, I mean, someone using the spear spin.
Yeah, that spear spin just pushed them away, and then they couldn't use the Annihilation. Yeah, that was A little rough there from Icy. I mean, you're thinking in that situation, like, okay, this is last fight for sure. Maybe we can get 99%. We pop the Annihilation. Maybe I have a Nemesis form, and so I can kind of time those up so I'm even stronger going into these fights and more sustainable too, because you can just kind of cross your arms through both. But yeah, it didn't end up working out. Sanctum, next map. Up next, or next round, I should say. As Toronto Defiant and Timeless both running out here with a Sigma by the looks of it.
Sigma's on both sides. Okay, so I got disconnected there for a brief second, and I come back, and now everything's gone sideways. So we have Sigma for both teams, and then Timeless decides to just run the. I think just running the Tracer, like Sugar Free was so good in our series we had earlier, playing the Echo. I definitely think you need to counter that. You cannot allow him to just kind of like reign free in the sky. So I like the idea of consistently playing the Tracer here.
Oh, opener's chill. He's chill like that. He manages to get away. Mary taking a lot of damage. Good healing coming out from RuPaul. Focusing the right target there. Mirror was trying to cap the point. Should be able to as well. Rocket really doesn't really have anything to say there. Did manage to blink onto the point to stop the cap going through. Same with Opener now. Doing a good job of just holding on to this point for as long as possible, but they are just getting focused out one by one. Front line's taking a beating as well as Timeless end up having to walk all the way back to that mega health pack room as someone now pushes up. World-class tank player indeed. It's tough for Icy to stand tall against someone who's already got a Flux coming online.
Yeah, it also feels like a little bit when you play this, when we saw someone on the Sigma earlier, we saw like a Risa comps go into it, and that's an early kill there with some just stickies from Sugar Free. But like playing the Mirror feels like it's like kind of what Toronto would want you to do, like play like the safest way possible, where, you know, they kind of know every way to kind of play against these types of compositions, where like earlier we saw like Mirror play like the Maga, we saw, you know, the Orisa, right? They really like made them think.
Flux still there, but dodges the rock out. All good. Here's the rush on the high ground. Someone's now in a little bit of trouble. Heard that pulse will go, and there it is. Hello. Goodbye. Dodged out of that one. All good. Two Traces now on the ball for Toronto Defiance. The duplicate comes through for Sugar Free. A free pulse bomb at hand. That Flux not finding too much, though, but Sugar Free at least finds one. Rocket somehow weaves his way into the backline and kills RuPaul, but they're losing this frontline duel, and they have been since the start, or what it feels like at least. A nice little kill from Rocket, again killing someone. I mean, Assassin Rocket right now, but his team just can't win this frontline duel.
Yeah, they push them back with a Kitsune rush, and the Toronto Defiant, they back all the way up in the corner, and then what happens, RuPaul uses a rush of his own, they come right back around the corner, they fight Timeless, and Timeless is so deep at that point, there's nothing they could do.
Flux available from Icy now. They're still struggling to push on this high ground. No rushes on either side, but a sound barrier for Vega. It'll be important for him to hit this if this Flux is anywhere near deadly. But Icy just gets run down. A nice rock from someone as he peeks through Icy's shield. And this is final fight. Icy once again, a complete fish out of water with no chance to use his tank ult at the end of a round. He's going to come back in just a moment, man. But Vega's still got the sound barrier, and they need to perma touch too. With Rocket dead, who real touches now? The sound barrier comes out. I mean, Icy can rip it, but it's not enough. Toronto Defiant beat Timeless back. I mean, Icy is just struggling to get much done here, Matt. Toronto just running him aground.
I mean, the first round, right, he has that Annihilation, which would have been incredible on the point. They just get into a position where he gets, like, spear spun by the Orisa, like, out and just focus down real quick. And in that time, I think, like, he pushes up, probably doesn't expect Toronto to, like, rush in. Yeah. They rush right around the corner. He gets hit with an accretion. There's nobody else on Timeless, like, in position, right? There's nobody that far up around the corner. I mean, also, they push that far up around the corner. Those players are dead. So he just gets kind of, like, soloed out on his own and ends up falling there. And Toronto, a little bit of a statement there in map number 1. They look strong.
Yeah, looks super strong, and someone just showing how flexible of a tank he is. Not just mechanically gifted, but his hero pool is just ginormous. Every tank he's got locked down. I mean, I like the adaptation going to the Sigma, but it's just Icy kind of getting bullied in that 1v1. But Rocket, still, every single time we see Rocket in the server, it doesn't matter if they're winning or losing, he's still coming up with really important picks, really important kills in a lot of these fights. It's just unfortunate that the rest of the team can't just use that momentum to push them through. Because, I mean, at the very ending clip there, you saw, like, Rocket picked up both someone and RuPaul, the Kiri and the Sigma at the very end. And man, if those kills come through a little bit sooner, maybe they end up turning that one around. But Timeless right now looking a little bit outmatched.
Yeah, I mean, even like for a pretty close round number 1, the stats would tell you, like just looking at this screen, that it was like a complete wash, complete blowout. But what I would like to see Timeless do, Jack, I'd like to see them run the Orisa-based compositions and like an Orisa kind of like head-to-head. And then I would like to see them play the Tracer. I think playing the Tracer would be pretty beneficial
Rocket
for them.
on the Tracer, so good at that pick. And if he can just still put up those kind of numbers, like, yeah, it's giving his team a little bit of confidence too, right? You're taking down some of these juggernauts, like, the rest of your team's going to rally behind you for sure. Hollywood is our next map. I really like Hollywood. I'm glad we're seeing a lot more of it. We saw a lot of Kings Row before. It was actually banned out by Toronto Defiant here, and Blizzard World was banned out by Timeless. And Hollywood, I feel like, is not too much of a surprise to me, and it's actually something that Jake said on the desk earlier on today, was a lot of teams we've seen in the group stages, and obviously in scrims and stuff too, they pick these one maps, and now we're kind of getting the spanner thrown in the works because we've never really seen Hollywood. We saw it sprinkling, but most teams opting to go to Kings, so it can really shake things up.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're playing in groups in Swiss, right, you're probably playing whichever map is most comfortable and not necessarily like trying to, you know, strategize, like counter pick the other team, so to speak, like maybe kind of get out of groups in a game. But now, once you have, you know, a few weeks of footage, a few weeks of like data on some of these teams, you also probably have a good idea of like, hey, you know, we play Kings Row all the time, like, because it's safe, but we're actually probably a little bit better at Hollywood. Like, we kind of want to play that, right? Or we kind of want to play Blizzard World, like these different types of maps. So I think now you're going to start to see like a much different kind of series outlook compared to, you know, what we saw throughout all the groups. Because even like we saw a lot of you know, Coliseo even in groups, and we're seeing like Esperanza most exclusive today. So 2 subs here for Timeless. It'll be Riker coming in there for Icy, and then Chopper will come out.
Yeah, Sunjin is in, Riker in, like you said, and this is something that we talked about at the top of this series as well. Timeless is number 1, like rank 1 in using their substitutions right now. They're more than happy to swap players in and out, regardless of the role, to get people play time, but also to kind of fit their needs too. And in an ever-evolving meta, after the small hotfix of Mauga, it makes the most sense because the meta is a little bit in flux. Then have a deep bench that utilize a lot. Every player's going to be warmed up, and everybody's getting numbers in officials and in scrims too, and it's a real boon to Timeless, and I'm glad we're seeing some switches here. Also, fresh faces and looking at the game as well. You're only down a map. You're not coming in for that, like, oh, they're on match point, like we have to now reverse sweep. Like, you're getting new faces in, and you're getting new leadership as well, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think there's a larger conversation about large rosters,
sure.
in that, like, especially in this, you know, in this type of ecosystem, right? I think players are going to want to play and want to play often. I think it's like going to be harder to keep like bigger rosters as time goes on, because like some people on this roster probably could start on some other rosters we'll see here this weekend, right? And play all of the time. So we'll see kind of how the year develops. That's why I also think like a team like Toronto Defiant, right? Having players who are so versatile in all of these roles, right? Where like you don't really feel the necessity to have to sub and move around. Like, you know, thinking about some of the stuff that happened with Overwatch League at the start, right? Like, you know, there were teams that had somebody who literally just didn't even bother learning other heroes, was literally just one-tricking Lucio. Just archaic style of thinking at this point. As someone connects with a rock out the gate, this will have Timeless. They're going to be playing the Winston-based composition here. So I like this. I think you can play like the Orisa, try and you know, make an impact for the backline, but this time it's going to be Riker playing the Winston.
Yeah, I really like dive. Very greedy backline like we saw in Hollywood a little bit earlier on, Matt. with Vega on the Zen. But Sugar Free
took like 2 Winston right clicks, and then Sunjin finished him off.
Easy kill for the Sojin, just for sure. Yeah, you don't want to take high ground. Get Vega and RuPaul looking straight at you. Ain't no way. You need some frontline presence. So Reich is there to provide. Still tough to really cap the point. They're taking a lot of spam damage here, but they can kind of jostle in the low ground because only someone can really peek his head over. So they've already got a tick here. Nice little dive too. Forces the lamp. Lamp down. Good rock, but instantly Suzu'd there by CJ. So Riker doesn't take any follow-up damage. And with someone dead, like, there's no front line to fight. Who touches? It's really up to Sugar Free and Merit to try and come up with kills. Merit does find one, but where's the next? Sugar Free definitely cannot find it. Not with an angle like this. Looks like Merit wants to try and get out of dodge too. Ends up just dying on point. That's a good push from Timeless. They end up capping the point.
And I really like the way they played that. Like, a lot of times we've seen teams play this type of style with the Sigma, where they kind of like, you know, hold that position, let the supports do damage. You have the Tracer and the Echo that can, you know, contest, get on the point, whatever. Typically, sometimes we see the Winston jump up, go a little bit too deep, get picked, and then things fall apart. That time, Timeless played it perfectly, though, right? Riker would jump up, put down his shield, do some damage, go back down, and Rocket is the one, like, underneath, like, putting lots of pressure on the backline.
Over to the Diva now as someone. They're still playing this a little bit more of a greedy comp, but that is a nice bit of movement there from someone pushing Riker towards the window as he was trying to jump back down. Too scared of the window, and you should be. Feel the Winston instantly blown up. And someone just perma-holding payload. And now this is where the Toronto Defiant comp really does shine. They can have someone perma-hold this. Vega's on the high ground. If they do get jumped, they've got the lamp, they've got the Transcendence to use too. And now they just hunt for kills, or at least their DPS do.
It's going to be a dupe here. Sugar Free gonna take the Tracer. I believe he was quite low. As Riker in the back line, he's gonna get primal here. So keep an eye if he decides to use that as such a
good response.
Takes out Sugar Free.
Sugar Free dashing away high in the sky, tries to get away after the duplication did end up getting killed. Sunjin only finding one kill might be good enough here as Riker tries to contend with the high ground, and Merit peeking his little head out a little bit too soon by the looks of it. Gets it torn clean off. A Primal Rage, and Vega surviving to the last possible second there before popping the Transcendence. Is going to meet the rest of his team, but this payload's walking away from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a force on the Transcendence, and you have Rush and Sound Barrier here to use if you're Timeless, as I believe that was actually a Pulse Bomb that connected from Merit. Suzu'd off. So just trying to basically cycle out players here on the point as Toronto is desperately trying to hold on.
Self-destruct available too. There's the Sound Barrier, hits all 5 at a time. Let's self-destruct in the skies. Well, you got to look at somebody. I mean, Sunjin looking at Vega. Vega ends up taking him out. Sugar Free was up in that sky the whole time, and no one's paying attention to him. No one can really fight Sugar Free right now, who's really just the main damage dealer coming out from Toronto to fight. Now Merit is dead. Rocket does take down the Tracer, of course, here, with high ground control almost permanently in favor of Sugar Free. It's hard for Timeless to do much on the ground when Sugar Free can just farm them for damage.
Oh, I mean, that is such a massive fight for the Defiant to win. Double support ult on the other side, and just nobody to deal with Sugar Free. He gets a kill early on the Sunjin, and there's just no answer. And the high ground just controlled by Toronto Defiant during that last fight. As you see this time they try to put more pressure. He just gets anybody just to get out.
Yeah, 50, 60%. Okay, free Sound Barrier coming in. He's trying so hard to get a beat in. He's trying to get up there. Lucio Mechanics, all good. There's the boot, there's the beat. Oh, he's not going to be able to use it anyway.
Doesn't get it up.
Nah, all good. 2 minutes to go, though. Nice ultimate force, though, by Timeless. Now they try and make their insertion into this fight. And an insertion they do. Surgically precise. Merit and Vega instantly dead. RuPaul all on his lonesome. Chased down by Rocket. A double kill for the Tracer and someone with no self-destruct. And that is point B. A much closer affair now for Timeless. Very much warmed up.
It feels like the DPS from Timeless are coming alive, right?
Oh,
it feels like Rocket, you know, every single fight picking up a kill. That time Sunjin able to find one as well. It's now over 3 minutes. Although in the last series we saw LFO versus Defiant. I know the last series we saw Defiant play. You know, LFO could have actually taken that second checkpoint. So defense here for Defiant on Hollywood seems to be something they may have a little bit of a hole in that you can actually complete the map, have a chance to. Is someone will go over to Winston, so we're gonna almost get him here outside of this Echo still.
Uh-oh, time to run. Sunjin's got the railgun. Merit trying to dodge out the way, although trying to take it to Sunjin somewhat, but it is Rocket just demolishing Toronto Defiant right now. 2.5 minutes to go. Warmed up. I mean, whatever he drank in the break, Matt, I don't know if it was like a quadruple espresso or something, but timers are locked in.
Jack, are you also locked into this like damage dealing comp if you're the Defiant? Because if you were going to play Sojourn Tracer, you'd probably have Sugar Free on the Tracer and then Merit play the Sojourn, right? I mean, Merit's such like an insane hit scan player where Sugar Free feels like he plays a little bit more of like the Echo, Genji, Tracer types of roles.
Feels like I just want to have perma. Oh, wait, where'd that pulse go? Hit the bubble, then drop, then attach to someone by the looks of it, but it didn't end up getting a kill. That sound barrier from Opener helping them sustain through that damage. Looks like Toronto Defiant just going to fall flat here on this defense. A minute and 40 seconds to go, and someone with a hope and a prayer and a dream and a primal, but it didn't work. Well, Riker, don't worry about using your ult this time, buddy, because you end up getting the cap. 1 minute and 34 seconds for Timeless, finishing with over a minute. Toronto Defiant looking a little lost there by the end of it. A little bit of a snowball.
Didn't even feel like we were watching the same two teams.
Right.
Obviously, some subs that come in there for the Toronto Defiant, not for the Timeless team, right? With Riker coming in for Icy and Sunjin coming in for Chopper, but they're coming in here, playing the Winston, playing that pretty much throughout the entire map. I'm curious how Toronto now answers on offense, right? Do you play a Winston-based composition of your own? Do you continue to play like Echo? Do you try and match with like Sojourn Tracer? I think a lot of different kind of questions here to answer potentially for the Defiant. At least, obviously, extremely early, just spawn opened up. It looks like, if someone's going to play the Winston, you're going to see Riker play actually the Div on the other end with Kariko Brig. An interesting setup here. A little bit more defensive, right? Defense matrix, and then obviously Brig to be able to protect the Kariko and the Sojourn if the dive comes in. And then Toronto looks like they're still kind of going to hover around this Echo.
Yeah, I really like this Brig and the Diva. You do need Lucio, but you're so confined in this point, and you're probably going to be playing Cafe at least somewhat, especially with the Sojourn. Oh no, Opener did end up switching. Okay, switch to Lucio in the end. But I still really like the Diva. Diva's access to high ground is a little bit better than Winston's. Obviously, you can kind of use the jets, but it looks like Toronto Defiant also switching up. They see the Diva out of spawn, switch from Winston to Zarya, and now Riker's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Definitely attacker's advantage in that sense.
Yeah, they want to punish that Diva, right? Like, Riker is not going to be able to kind of like stand here in these positions against that Zarya. It's going to be a little bit tougher to get the Zarya in position, but, you see how fast they're able to chunk down that Diva.
Yeah, Riker trying to push onto the back line there, but it's really tough. I mean, you're also dealing with Lamp and then Lucio Boop as well if you're the Diva, and then you have to deal with the bubbles. Someone not being too greedy either, would much rather use the bubbles to help the team. Does see a wave of incoming damage, and so at least gets a little bit of ult charge along with that energy. Someone in trouble. Oh, apparently not. Apparently his Opener that was in trouble. Nice little Lamp there, saving someone who didn't have bubbles, but he should have one back up yet again as Riker tries to push his way into the back line. The only person diving right now is Riker, because Rocket has also been shut out. A lot of damage coming from Rocket. That pulse bomb nearing Matt, but it's been so hard to stop RuPaul from just getting away with murder almost. Nice pulse bomb onto Merit, and this Riker once again trying to get into the backline and cause RuPaul some hell, but completely ineffective as someone is there for backup. Same with Sugar Free, you can just run it down the Diva after that Matrix has been expunged. Nice little Lamp too, matching the rush on the point, but with someone just kind of existing in the front line, this is looking almost impossible. Only Rocket can do it apparently, takes down RuPaul, Matt, but still somewhat just alive and well.
Yeah, but I mean, you still have Rocket on the point here to contest. This is going to actually be sound barrier comes out from Vega and the Defiant as they feel they absolutely need to win this fight.
Someone still
so
dies.
heavily, and they actually
How does Rocket get away with that? Okay, finally he ends up going down, but someone got focused out completely. Oh, the point ends up getting flipped. Oh, Sunjun thought they could make a hero play, but no, it was a hero's downfall at Merit's hands.
And I feel like now for Timeless, you probably just swap Winston, right? Like, I don't think you want to consistently play this Diva into the Zarya. Although possibly could be wrong. Maybe you want to get self-destruct use. Like,
you can still take control of the high ground if you push the Zarya off repeatedly. Like, that's the aim of the game. There is just have Opener or Riker just perma push the Zarya off the high ground, like literally boop her, and then they just kind of waste a lot of time. But yeah, with an overclock and them just kind of marching over the bridge, a little bit more difficult. Opener, you really messing with the best? Yeah, die like the rest, son. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. I mean, no Lucio, no
Riker's gonna get staggered out here too.
Yeah, that's a little stagger. Not the worst stagger in the world, but you'll take it. A couple of extra seconds and 3xing the point. It's going to be a rapid second checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, they're still on the Diva, so still going to commit to the Diva coming out of the spawn now. I mean, defense matrix, maybe trying to, like, you know, can you eat a grab that comes through, right? You still have sound barrier for it, right? But probably a little bit more just to try and continue to try and fight for this high ground. Is someone, thankfully, for Timeless, doesn't have any charge, right? Has not been able to build up anything.
Yeah, they're definitely thanking themselves for that. I mean, ideally, like I mentioned before, once you use those bubbles defensively, so no energy for the Zarya for the majority of the fights. Graviton Surge is going to be hard to get around Riker, but you only need to catch one. Lucio would be nice, Sojourn too. Graviton Surge thrown out, where'd it go? That is the question. Looks like it went out into the back line. Sound barrier comes in, but Vega! Oh, that was an AJ again. I believe a second one off today. Vega hitting that sound barrier and unfortunately getting taken out by a railgun. They're going to try to go to the high ground. They did end up missing the lift there, but with 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go and without a sound barrier, a little bit worse for wear.
Hey, look, Timeless finishes with 1 minute and 34 in the time bank. Like, any way you drag this out here for Timeless is a huge dub, right? They know right there, it was like 2:30 when that fight kicked off. You know, it kind of now we're down below 2 minutes. Like, obviously you're trying to win at least another fight here, and then you feel great about your chances on this map.
I like how fast Diva flies in the rush. It looks so ridiculous. Same with how fast she flies too, mind you. And yeah, like you said, just eking out every single possible second. Just getting Toronto Defiant into an OT position as they near third, if they even get second, to be fair. There we go. Onto the high ground. Nice little rotation. Here's the double here on the Kiriko, but didn't end up finding the kill. Still trying to click some heads, but this rush on the point, that is an aggressive push there from Sunjun, but he ends up coming up with 2. What? Okay, he gets 2 kills. He just slid into 4 people. They end up capping the point in the end, but I mean, the cojones on that man.
Crazy play.
Oh my god.
Yeah, just uses the overclock, decides to just slide into everybody. Use the railgun as a shotgun, pretty much. Yeah. And now Riker over to Winston. So I like this call. I think, you know, you kind of stuck on the Diva for a while there. You got some value out of it at the end, being able to control the high ground. I think, though, ultimately against Zarya, you would not want the Diva. So I think coming in here for the Winston, this should actually give them a little bit of a compositional advantage.
But easy access to the backline as well. Oh, the Winston just get bullied though, Matt. Yeah, Riker has to retreat. It's a big problem there when the enemy Tracer's also playing defense. As Sugarfree's kind of hanging around his backline. Oh, Rocky does force the recall on Sugarfree. Does he want to go for it? No, he doesn't. Not with the... That's Overclock being ripped from Merits. Sojun almost taken to the skies there and almost taken back to spawn as Opener the first to fall in this fight, but that bubble is good from Riker. Stops that healing coming through onto someone. But they still got a touch, mind you. Surely they don't C9. No, 1 meter and 38 to go, but Sugarfree still coming out with big kills. Sunjun is super low too, not receiving any heals. That's to rely on the passive almost there. And now it's Sugarfree's chance to take over the game. No tank, no problem. Someone's going to be able to come back, but the rush from RuPaul might just end it all. Sugarfree with another kill, make that almost 5. A minute to go for Toronto Defiant, but they still net the payload. 1 minute and 4 to be precise. Time to speeding them out by 30 seconds there. But even with someone going down with close to a grab, Matt, they still managed to make it work with the RuPaul rush.
Yeah, I mean, Riker was so low, they end up losing him. He kind of pushes forward to maybe throw down a bubble there in like the choke point. You know, deny maybe some healing or some damage coming on through there, and ends up actually falling. And that's when the payload's like basically across the line. And once you lose that tank, someone coming back off the respawn, you're in a pretty good spot to get a map completion there if you're the Defiant. So Timeless still with a little bit of a better time, you know, minute 34. I was going to ask you, do you think they play the D.Va? I think you come out on the D.Va, this is going to quickly have, I feel like, someone potentially just go back to spawn and play that Zarya here, but...
Yeah, I mean, that makes the most sense to me, I think. I mean, Timeless is kind of like gambling in a way where you're just like, okay, I'm going to gamble playing the D.Va here, or maybe I just go to the Winston instead, but then you just lose. The house always wins in this case, and the house being Toronto Defiant, where you're like, you just peek your head out the spawn doors, okay, we insta-switch, and then we're going to play the Zarya, or we're going to play D.Va or Winston, or whatever we so choose. I mean, Timeless still with a better time bank here, Matt. Toronto have to make something work in 1 minute and 4 seconds. We'll see if they do want to insta-switch. I can imagine you're right, though. Probably a quick switch to Zarya as soon as they see it. Yeah, instantly someone swaps back straight to Zarya. Boom.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of the advantage of, obviously, you know, seeing the defender comp, and then, you know, the defenders have to just kind of choose, like, okay, like, what is potentially the safest? Like, what can we run here? But Timeless did put up a really good fight on defense, even playing this D.Va against Zarya. So it'll be Toronto trying to take this high ground. Someone just going to uses both of his bubbles here. The other one coming back off a cooldown here in a second.
Yeah, I like that. Disrupt shot comes out, just quickly soak all the damage. Get a nice little bit of ult charge. Oh, Sunjun knows there's someone potentially on the flank here. As we can see on the X-ray, there's no one there just at the moment, at least. RuPaul in a little bit of trouble. Insecurity, taking a lot of damage as Sunjun ends up swapping sides with Toronto Defiant. Now he's on the high ground, and Toronto have control of Cafe by the looks of it. Opener going extremely deep. Someone lobbing the right clicks through. No ticks can be afforded here by Timeless, and RuPaul is a good start. A good kill from CJ, and someone gets isolated. And that should just be the defense right there and then. 1 minute and 4 seconds, not enough. Toronto Defiant fairly slow on the rotations, but you have to be with the Zarya comp, but they don't get anything back. Timeless in a very good position here to take a map off Toronto Defiant, where when they did beat in Swiss in round number 7 before, Timeless didn't take a single round. So trying to rewrite history a little bit here with Toronto not getting a single tick.
Yeah, and I don't know if you caught it, but like Baptiste, RuPaul playing inside a server room, gets pushed by Rocket and has to use like the immortality field straight away, which is getting pestered from the back. And then once they saw that big cooldown come out, that's when you were like, oh man, they're going deep. They all committed on trying to get that Baptiste out. Huge to being able to kind of keep that Zarya alive. And then right after that, who's the next target? Opener and Rocket right in someone's face. Take out that Zarya. So nice plays from Timeless there on defense. Now just need 1 tick on offense. Not a ton of time to do it still.
Yeah, 1 minute and 34 seconds. Still enough for like 1.5 attempts, depending on how quick you go, of course. It looks like Toronto Defiant, they just want to go to the Orisa. And I think Orisa, Matt, is more of the safe play in this kind of situation. Where, well, nice little dance party to start off the, start off the map. Or start off this round. But I think Orisa in general is the safer bet. Because if you are going to the D.Va, they pick Zarya. If you go to the Winston, they can pick D.Va. So there's a lot of factors you can kind of eliminate just playing the Orisa. We'll see if Timeless want to end up swapping out here, or if they just run with the Monkey.
Yeah, you know, Orisa or Sigma probably in this situation. Right. Probably like just kind of like the best, you know, overall kind of like, you know, you can't really get hard countered, so to speak. Type of tanks as Riker will play the Winston here. He's already through the choke.
Oh, nice.
They want to take control of Cafe. Toronto doesn't even fight for it.
Yeah, they end up kind of getting out-rotated there a little bit, but Riker does end up dropping back down. Let's have a listen to Timeless comms, though. 60 seconds to go.
Carry on TV, carry on TV, carry on TV. top.
I'm living. We need to live.
Yeah, live. Where's the gold? Oh, live.
I might die.
Live, Sanjin.
I need
Shoot Ursa. Yeah.
you're good.
Where's the low? I'm going to. 3, 2, 1.
I've killed 25. Okay. Slide.
Tray low. Shoot Ursa.
Oh, I'm with you. Hero 5.
Yeah. Pocket beast.
2, 1.
So.
Turn it to P.
3 point. When you want to touch it, I bubble. 3, 2. Try on point. Bubble now. We're still good. Where's nothing? Bubble 3. Live opener. Nice. Rest of one. Bubble here. 3, let's go!
Fuck it, Rocky, you're the best racer in the world, bro.
I'm invisible right now.
The best tracer in the world. I mean,
let's go.
That was really good, Matt. That was a really good impression. That was really nice.
That was sounded like we're playing Black Ops 2 or something there. I was like, oh man. I was like, we're getting into it.
Don't get Matt behind the sticks, please. Timeless take a map off of Toronto Defiant. What people are calling the kind of the kings of North America, and one of the strongest teams out there right now. They end up going down like, oh, we've seen them lose a map. Oh, this is crazy earlier on, right? 2 maps now? Okay. Maybe they're not infallible. That was an incredible push there by Timeless. And yeah, Rocket putting in absolute legwork.
Dude, he's been sick the first 2 maps, even in a map 1 loss. He's been awesome. But I do think if you can get like Toronto, right, like I think they did a really nice job there, Timeless, like playing those Winston based comps, right? Like I think if you can get Toronto off of what seems to be like their comfort, right, like playing that Echo, playing the Tracer, right, I think that's when they start to become a little bit more vulnerable. I think you saw it in the last series as well, right? When you started to like get them just kind of like having to play a lot of different things, right? No, that's when LFO had some success as well.
It's looking real good. No wonder now, Matt, we go on to map number 3. Riker, Sunjun, are they going to stay in or are they going to be departing? Of course, they have been the team that's used their substitutions the most, but coming off a hot streak like this, I mean, especially playing more of these dive comps, feels like they want to stick with what's kind of working, right? With the Winston, with
Look, it's the hard part about Overwatch subs is that, like, 2 players come in, they play awesome, and then you're like, well, they don't really play this game mode, so now they have to come out. But the other, you know what I mean? Like, where, look, I believe all of these players, regardless of if you didn't get scrim time on Esperanza, like there's a really good chance you know how to play Esperanza. It's not like it's not like you've never seen the map before, or played the map before. Like I think all these players are talented enough to like be able to do it. Like, hey, if you play Winston Dive on this map, like, and we go into the next map and we play Winston Dive, like there's a good chance you're going to be able to continue to succeed. I don't know what they're going to do in terms of subs. I also don't know, like, if subs is really kind of like the key to the map, right? Like, I don't know if you had like Icy and Chopper in to play there and they play those same exact comps, it's like, a different result or something like that. I think Timeless just did a really nice job throughout the entire map of making those adjustments constantly to what Toronto is doing.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, hey, keep that momentum going. And Esperanza, you can play Winston, you can play that dive. Like, I don't think they're going to be too shy about that. Nice stats on your screen, of course. Damage dealt. Toronto Defiant dealing a little bit more damage. A little bit more damage overall. Okay. But time is still coming away with the dub. And a high KDA too, which is always quite nice.
Well, Toronto did play Echo. They did play Zen and Baptiste, right?
You expect more damage,
like
from those.
You should be you should be doing more damage if you're playing those characters. I mean that would be more alarming if they didn't.
Yeah. Only 1,000 more though. Time has ended up taking that map. Esperanza is up next. Can they continue the run? We'll find out after this.
Our victory is at hand. ashes.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of a cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
All right, welcome back. Esperanza up next. Timeless taking down Toronto Defiant on Hollywood. If you've only just joined us, oh my word, listen to the comms at the very end of that map. They were something spectacular. Esperanza, though, Matt, yeah, Toronto, that's their selection as a Timeless band, New Queen Street.
Those comms, what you love to hear, though, right? A lot on the line for these teams. In this series, Timeless, a team who a lot of their players probably want to, make a big name for themselves, an even bigger name for themselves, going up against like a really, one of the holdover teams from Overwatch League, like championship players from the Overwatch League, right? Like this is an opportunity in front of probably the most people they played against, in front of to make a huge statement, right? Not awesome in map number 1, but map number 2 goes a completely different way. I think the consistency over the first 2 maps, so for Timeless, is that Rocket is just going crazy on Tracer, right? And we have seen in Overwatch history, if you have a really good Tracer player, you're going to be in a lot of games. So if you can continue to get that type of play, anything can happen.
Yeah, and I think Timeless got that in spades to Rocket. King in the making, that is for sure. Currently just a Prince. Timeless, sticking with the same roster, by the way. Matt, just different comp. No dive, just a Rissa. Riker and Sunjun still in. Toronto Defiant, on the other hand, Doomfist. All right, see someone play Doomfist a little bit earlier on. So against the same kind of composition as well, Matt. Worth keeping in mind. Really like the Doom on Esperanza.
Yeah, but when we saw them play the Doom against the Orisa, I believe that was, when LFO was actually getting things going.
Yeah.
So I think someone in Toronto just needs to be really careful how they're going to play around this. As someone goes right out. Ooh, they get Sugar Free really low.
Yeah, someone too. Everybody's kind of hurting right
move
now.
With a bot here for a little bit though.
Yeah, they can juggle on this corner. Pretty easy to do so, as you can hide behind that small wall, but it's hard when Riker can just insta-spear you into that small little alcove. And you can't, like, perma hold the bot either from the bridge. Oh, what a pick, though. Sunjun just way too far up. Not taking cover beneath that archway. As Riker just... that was close. Riker almost ends up going down. Here's the recall just in time. Good little spear onto Sugar Free. And now they shall fall.
Yeah, I think Sunjin had like a dash like queued up and was actually trying to go back towards like the choke. May have just like gotten like hit by a plant, but
They do
Rocket's
not know
actually
what...
still there. He had gotten one.
They are very confused at where CJ is. I think CJ, that was really strange. I think CJ hit Swift Step and it didn't play the audio cue of when he landed because the character he was teleporting to died. I could be wrong, I just didn't hear the Swift Step noise go in, but regardless, he's out now. All good, Swift Step, pretty short cooldown. That was a weird, might have been a frame thing, but there you go. There's the rush coming through. RuPaul still got his, but they end up playing back. Don't really want to fight the Orisa on that in a 1v1, but Sugar Free and Merit both have pulse bombs. Yeah, double tracer again. All pulse bomb does end up landing too. Riker saved by that sound barrier, plus going gold. Almost back to full HP, mind you, as well, but now Merit has got another pulse bomb to deliver. First class on top of Riker by the looks of it, but doesn't even need it. Ends up just chasing them down with a sound barrier in their favor. Later B almost always wins, and Vega proving it right there and then.
Yeah, I mean, you see how vulnerable the Orisa is once you get that armor off. There's a few times there they're able to get Riker from basically dead all the way back topped up, but just have to use so many of their resources to do it. And then Toronto has a Kitsune Rush, ends up winning it in the end. So pulse bombs for both sides here, and then Sunjin also with that overclock. I think that'll be massive.
Terror Surge available from Riker too. Nice little spear. Yeah, you got to know he had the Meteor Strike with that one. Overclock used. Can they actually find the kills? Doesn't quite land the second shot on Sugar Free as he does fly away. Bot's been stolen though. Not the worst trade in ultimates, but Rocket not finding much with that pulse bomb is rather unfortunate as they back to the mid fight.
They're not far behind here though, Timeless, right? You know, 24 meters and where the bot is, it's really one fight. In this type of scenario, just a fight that they're taking, like they're just so split around this pillar and it's kind of where they're forced to fight, but that's a huge pick.
Massive pick. I heard that spear from a mile away land on someone. So a little stun indicator as well. It's as good as dead for that. Ideally get a clean wipe here. Oh, pulse bomb thrown out at Sunjin's feet, but just walks right past it. They're still managing to juggle the bot here. Merit going pretty low, no recall. Someone should be back in just a moment's notice, but with Merit dying, that's a late kill. Riker does end up falling as that rush was pulled on top of that high ground, and Sugar Free making good use of that, speeding on forward and chasing open, almost matching the speed against the Lucio. Hard to do, but with the rush and the echo shift, it looked pretty easy for Sugar Free there. They managed to recontrol that bot. Even losing someone at the very start of that fight didn't really phase them whatsoever. Knew how to juggle, and they managed to push timers off.
Yeah, they get a few kills there, Timeless, and then they actually kind of like back out. That's another huge pick there from Sunjin at the start. They decide to actually wrap the go and try and take high ground as opposed to like try and continue to move the bot, and then that's when they end up having players fall, right? Trying to push out there towards the high ground, and then Toronto can get back at full strength.
Sugar Free backing off. Don't think they're going to be able to get pulse bomb. I mean, 4% you will, but you can't use it. Now they're back to the mid again. They just need another big kill, but here comes the sound barrier. Sunjin saving that dash to try and get away. Power sliding out to the line of sight is Sugar Free, but still trying to find some heads. Just everybody from Toronto is just surrounding them right now, and Timers can't pick a direction to all look at once. The boys still pushing the barrier here, Matt, but Toronto have this high ground. They can descend when they choose to, and they're going to refuse to give up that lead, at least for the time being, as Sugar Free tries to find a dive bomb target in the back line. A nice little punch onto the wall, and Opener bites the dust. Someone, oh man, just diving in. There's no chance, especially without your Orisa right next to you there. It's really tough to dislodge the Doomfist and stop him from executing on the back line.
Yeah, as they just kind of push into that back corner. That's also probably why in the fight previously you saw them try and obviously take high ground there, Timeless. And that time they don't have it, and Toronto able to kind of dictate the pace of the fight, just drop down. But looks like you'll have another fight here where both teams just almost basically tied. I mean, Toronto's going to get a little bit of a lead now, as that's going to be someone going in the back line. Rush here for RuPaul.
Meteor Strike. Doomfist gets healed now, of course, in that Meteor Strike, but decides not to go in with it. More than happy just to take the checkpoint here. They might end to go for a small reset up onto the high ground. Looks like it. Oh, Rocket Not sure where he was appearing from. Maybe from that mega health pack, potentially. To see a lot of sticky bombs on his body, so that's one dead Tracer and one dead Sojin as well. Spear spin away for the Orisa. Pulse bomb in hand for Merit, just peering over the battlefield, but Timeless just backing up, going for a reload, and Toronto Defiant getting their bot going.
Yeah, and it feels like they have not been able to punish someone as much as they would have liked, right? I think, you know, when he goes in, you have to really make him pay, and you have to do it fast. Otherwise, you're going to have the Tracer in the backline, you're going to have the Echo there as well.
Oh, patience is a virtue, and Merit's got a ton of it. That Suzu was nicely timed to stop with that damage coming in, but Merit just waited it out, hit the pulse, and of course he lands the stick. Easy as you like. 95 meters now and counting. Free little twirl, little pirouette in the Orisa form there from Sugar Free as they get the bot moving almost at that final corner.
And this is brutal for Timeless. I mean, what do? You have to invest into this. Sound barrier in the other end. Punch there at the start there from someone. He gets quite low. That's how you have to have these fights. It's not going to happen every single time, right? But I mean, you're going to have to punish someone. Like if he's going to get in with a slam or a punch and then live, I mean, it's just going to be enough damage that Sugar Free and Merit are so good they're going to clean up the rest of the crew. That is a huge fight win for Timeless as well because they don't have to use anything to do it. Now they have 5 ultimates. Really, you're looking at 5 ultimates to win 2 fights. That's kind of what you're looking at here. That is massive.
God, he wasn't around the corner for like half a second.
Yeah, I think he was stunned. He had to have been stunned. There was the Orisa kind of like assist there, and it looked like just kind of like push back into the wall in that hallway.
That's it, Suzu on someone. Ready to rock the beat though. There's the checkpoint. Oh, right down from the high ground. Hello, someone. All good though. Power up punch available, but someone does use it to punch away from. Maryland's yet another sticky, this time on opener. The rushes for both teams have been used here. A little bit more beneficial for Timeless as they're standing right on top of it, as it's just covering the bot pretty much. But Riker can't use the speed to get away. Not with how fast Toronto Defiant's comp does end up moving as Sugar Free cleans up the rest. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, Matt, but still just a ginormous lead from Toronto, almost double their meterage.
Yeah, the brutal death there is losing opener, right? He's got sound barrier. That would have been enough to probably, you know, put them over the line, right? I know you had the double rush going there. You had lots of other ultimates. Now Timeless with a little bit of like a huge change of pace in terms of what they want to do, right? Zarya with Cassidy. It's actually gonna say maybe earlier, like the Cassidy would have like paid off in like some of these more like medium fights, as this is not really super long range.
Look at the target.
You're gonna need the Zarya though to protect in a big way.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, Merit's definitely got a pulse bomb for him, that is for sure. Although not anymore. Rocket says hello. Gets a little blink smack melee kill there on Merit. All right, just go for dying on the payload. That is all you need. Charge ult, star on the payload. You've got one more fight here for Toronto Defiant at least. Timeless of about, I don't know, 17 more. It's rough. 50 meters and more to go, Matt. It's there is still in a decent spot with the pulse bomb and the beat, but the dupe could go nasty.
I mean, you got Pulse Bomb, you're gonna have Deadeye, double support ultimate. You got some stuff to work with here if you're Timeless. I think if you're Toronto, you're probably looking at someone going in, doing big damage, and then forcing out some of these ultimates. They're going to speed boost this around.
I like this.
Try and see if they can find one. Just buy some space.
OT fast approaches. Sugar Free, there's the dupe on the Zarya. That's a whole lot of protection, a whole lot of free charge too, but they respond in kind with a rush. This duplication can't last longer than this. I'm not sure they're going to be able to kill it though. That Graviton Surge is almost free. No, Sugar Free dives in a little bit too deep. Can't get the grab off. OT around the corner. That meterage closing in on them. A charged up punch does end up missing. A bubble onto Sunjin to keep him alive. With a pulse bomb from Merit, it's been good thus far. Can it continue? It does, but Opener lands the perfectly timed beat. And a kill onto Sugar Free and onto Vega is going to be good for Timeless. Very much still in this fight as someone takes the skies with this Meteor Strike, but RuPaul contending with Rocket and just takes the crown right on top of his head as Toronto Defiant shut them out as they take map number 3.
a lot closer at the end than probably it should have been, right? Deadeye buys space. They do have, Sugar Free comes in over the top with that duplicate. Lots of pressure there from Toronto. They're not able to find anything with it. They do end up getting double support ultimates, which is massive there towards the end, but still really close. Which makes you think maybe if they were to switch a little bit earlier, maybe we see a little bit something different from Timeless, but switching a little bit towards the end there to that Cassidy with that Zarya, where they cannot do enough in the end to come out on top.
Yeah, the cast was definitely paying dividends for them just immediately out the gate, because then Sugar Free's checked a lot more. It's nice when you can land the rail on the from the Soj onto the Echo, but the consistent damage and making sure Sugar Free's just not getting away with everything. Like, dude was just free farming a lot of the time. That was a close map yet again. I mean, Toronto Defiant right now, Matt, they're really getting pushed their limits, it feels like. The DPS from Timeless putting up big numbers, but also Riker coming in, fresh face on map number 2, really feeling it on the Orisa. The Zarya was working out in terms of like bubble usage against, especially against the Doomfist, who was trying to get to the backline. Much easier to protect Sunjin, but at the very end they just fell. Rocket was so close to clutching that, man, but RuPaul shuts him down.
Well, you also, like, if you're going to be playing the Sojourn, right? Like, if you're Timeless, like, who are you building rails on? You're not going to be doing it on the Doomfist, because then you're just powering up the Doomfist to just go crazy in the back line, right? Where, let's say if they were running Orisa, right? It's a pretty easy target to build rails and nail them onto. So the Cassidy there ends up paying off towards the end. Both these teams so evenly matched. I mean, KD's going to be swayed because somebody's going to win more team fights than the other, right? But in terms of damage dealt and then healing done, I mean, these two teams are neck and neck.
2-1 so far in the series. New Junk City up next. I can't imagine Timeless sub anybody out here. There's just no way. After taking Hollywood and then having a very close game on Esperanza, I think this is the roster you're going to want to run with. Circuit would be an interesting one. Haven't seen that. I feel like I haven't seen that in a hot minute. That's Toronto's pick. But New Junk City, with Sugar Free probably running the Echo again, and then Merit on the Tracer, who's also been kind of sick with the pulse bombs, I will say. Opener almost managed to clutch it out too with that sound barrier, saving the Zarya. Yeah, there's a lot of star power on both teams. It's really coming to shine, honestly. And with New Junk City flipping it up a little bit, there's a lot you can do with him, Matt. And I think what we saw from Toronto Defiant before with the Sigma, that could also rear its head too. A lot of different ways you can play this map.
Yeah, in a Game 5 scenario, though, if you can get there, if you're Timeless, right? Like, probably just going to see a lot of, like, Sigma play from someone. And you feel like you've done a decent job at countering that thus far. So, really, if you're Timeless, you're probably discussing right now, like, hey, we've played them, the 2 maps we lost, first map, maybe just kind of getting in the flow of the game, right? But the last map, you had a really good chance of winning that one. Kind of comes down to the wire, maybe you make a change a little bit earlier. You win this one, you feel like you have a great idea of what they're going to run in Game 5 and how you can go about it.
Yeah, New Junk City. And with the ability to play the Orisa, Monkey, literally anything they want to kind of throw out. I can't imagine we're going to see Zarya again. That's just, I think that's more just like in the moment, like we need to switch to kind of help the DPS out, help the cast, help the Sojourn, etc. Why did... yeah, I mean, probably just Orisa, if I had to guess. Or honestly, Monkey. Yeah. And I think if someone ends up running out the Orisa, Riker's definitely going to have a bit more of a hard time. But it does look like we're going to a quick break, though. Just making sure every player is ready in the lobby and give them a small break, too. We'll be right back just after this.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Welcome back. New Junk City is the map selected by Timeless. Pretty close series so far. I mean, map number 1, a little bit more lights out, what you kind of expect from Toronto. Sparks from Timeless from them on their first map, and then Hollywood was theirs, and they ended up swapping out a couple of players going into map number 2, and it looks like we're swapping out some more players going into map number 4. New Junk City means Icy's coming in, and Riker is stepping away.
Yeah, just the one sub here for Timeless, so they'll keep Sunjin in. Is look really good on the Sojourn, so we'll see what you bring Icy in for, right? We saw play some of the Ramatra early on, potentially something we can see them go back to.
Yeah, Ram, Sigma, kind of anything like that. If you want to play a little bit more low and slow, maybe some Orisa. You have to see what flavor they're going to bring to the table. I mean, Rocket too. I mean, Rocket's been standing up to Merit, and that is a hard thing to achieve, which is really sick for an up-and-coming, a rookie against a champion like that. He's putting on a performance and then some.
Yeah, not many players like throughout the history that we've seen at the top level of like Overwatch have been able to do that, right? So even if you don't win this series, you still feel really great. You're like, hey, how are some of these players going to fare against like a team like Toronto? More than holding their own, I would say. I also wouldn't be surprised, like, if this is something that a match that we see again, like, whoever, loses this series, right? Obviously, Timeless on the brink, needs to win 2 maps straight to take it out. But I could totally see this being like your, Sunday rematch, so to speak. It would not shock me at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Timeless going to be able to make it rather far, regardless of how they do in today's game. Just making sure everybody's ready and loaded up into the lobby. But I hear the music in my ears, so that should mean we're going into the map in just a second. Here we go, loaded in. New Junk City, map number 4. Not map 5, Matt. I know. Can't count. Don't do broadcast on maths. I mean, don't do maths or broadcast. Wow, I actually flipped that around.
I mean, you can't speak either. I mean, this is everything.
English isn't my first language, Matt.
Jaws. That's a lie.
No, I speak Kiwi, New Zealand.
If you have to say I speak and then go for like 30 seconds.
Have you heard yourself,
guys?
No, I cannot be taking this from you. Where's Mitch? I need to call.
Yeah, but I'm not here like, oh yeah, I speak French on the side. Like I
You barely speak English. We both barely speak English, man. But it's working out.
Yeah.
We're here now. This is
what combined we do.
Exactly.
Which is what's important.
2 halves make 1, and then exactly 1 whole human. That's good stuff. Speaking of 1 whole human, I don't know where I'm going with that. Icy playing the Orisa versus someone Sigma. So yeah, looks like Toronto want to take this a little bit more slowly with Sig. Don't mind Sig at all on this map, Matt. I really don't. This point is a little bit awkward, especially when you lose your Tracer that early on to Rocket. Capping that point as the Sigma team, you need that first so you can hold forward. But losing your Tracer, you lose all that point presence, and that's an instant reset.
What I love about the way that Rocket is like playing as well is like, sometimes when you're an up-and-coming player going up against like a team of all, known players, top of their game, right? There could be a little bit of like hesitancy or fear. Like he gives no, you know the word I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
And he's on the point.
Yeah.
And he is, the word that you used a few times on the broadcast.
Okay,
like,
that was once, buddy.
He does not give at all, where he is like, you know what, I'll take this 1v1 on the point, why not? And feel so confident that he's going to be able to come out on top.
Yeah, it's almost like he's hit the names, right, on the enemy team. Very much feels like that, especially dueling Merit. So he's kind of contending with him right now, and this is what the Tracers are going to be doing, at least for the majority of this. Both forcing the recall too. Rocket doesn't want any of that smoke for the time being, as Merit does take control of the point, or at least tries to. Kiriko duplication from Sugar Free. This could be nasty, actually. Nice little boof onto Icy, forcing him away from the rest of his supports. Over in CJ, not long for this world, I'd imagine. He just managed to get out with the help of that Suzu, but there's the flip from Toronto.
Yeah, but still, you get to 95% here for Timeless. Like, really good opening start. They're forced to use some ultimates. You come back now. What, Flashpoint, you get 2-3 fights, right? To get the point back. Like, you think even if you lose this one, you invest some ultimates, you still have at least one more maybe after, but Rocket takes some shots from Sugar Free directly above. You're going to have plays all 5 ultimates. It's going to be CJ kicking things off there. using the Kitsune Rush.
Oh, what a snipe onto Merit.
Oh,
not having the,
saw him.
Not having the best of rounds so far. Timeless with the flip. There's the flux. There's the sound barrier from both sides as well. Where's it going to land? Sojourn trying to find Sugar Free, and eventually Icy 180s and just skewers him with his spear. I mean, this is Timeless taking this point for sure. 63 to 99. So onto Defiant just falling over. Rocket and Icy, to be fair too, just having such a good opening to this map. Oh, nice kill.
Yeah, gets Merit on the exit there as well. So we'll see the next point pop up on board with Rocket of kind of like how what the route is they want to take it. So what they're gonna Toronto Defiant probably like speed in, maybe try and take some of this high ground, fight another point. You do have the Terror Search here for Icy. See it like used in multiple different fashions, like offensively or defensively. I think right now you're trying to like maybe like they use the rush, you use it while in the rush, it like gets a Suzu out, does some damage, like then you probably are looking for follow-up from the rest of the team.
There's Flashpoint unlocking. Icy playing Doorkeeper right now, but doesn't want any of that. As the rusher. Oh my god, I thought I killed somebody then. Merit pancaking that one on the floor, and Icy a little bit vulnerable to the damage, the stickies, the beams, everything that Sugar Free's got to throw at him. There's the cap for Toronto Defiant now. Oh, good stickies. God, Sugar Free's tracking sometimes is just a thing to behold. Rocket is still just kind of demolished.
Still here.
How is he still here? He's got a recall advantage for Merit here. It's just a 1v2. Merit does end up winning that one out with the help of Vega.
Damn, bro.
Man, Rocket's
That's
nuts.
so cringe, dude. You should have let him do a 1v1 on the point. I can't believe Vega came back.
The honorable 1v1.
So, no, I mean, just so crazy that he's even able to live so long, picks up 2, and then like makes it like a 1v2 on the point, but not able to come out on top. But here's an opportunity, right? Overclock. Although, I mean, look at how much percentage Toronto's already earned here, Jack. 60%. I mean, you win this fight, it's probably, this point's done.
Yeah, with CG already dead, they're in big trouble at Timeless. Nice sound barrier, trying to keep Icy in the fight, and on the point 2 to contest. Duplication for Sugar Free was just too much, though. Too much pressure. Pressure makes diamonds, but it is all Toronto that are glistening right now. Is Timeless going to have to back off and reset, Matt. This is a point for Toronto.
Yeah, this is you just got to give this up, right? I mean, no shot of fighting that one there towards the end. So starts off with Sugar Free doing some damage from the high ground, dropping down, using a duplicate, getting a pick on the Tracer, and then things really just kind of fall apart. So Icy now over to the Sigma. They were having like, maybe not like saying having, like keeping him alive was like a difficult thing, but he was just taking so much damage there in a lot of those fights. It was difficult to get into position to really make an impact. So Sigma, a little bit more sturdy, can kind of do, control the high ground, put some damage down at range, and also be a little bit more self-sufficient in terms of keeping himself alive.
Got a really nice tool as well against the enemy Sigma, using that accretion. Although you can do the same thing with the spear, to be fair, but the poke battle. Rocket. Nice opening kill onto Vega. I mean, someone doesn't have anything in this fight, really, and they're going to make sure he knows it too. A full chase out. I think you get another one. Yeah, it doesn't like RuPaul even attempt to try and swift step there, just wanted to go for a reset. But Rocket just on fire currently.
I mean, yeah, it's just kind of silly. Like, you could just see from his POV that, like, some players, like, they make it look easy at times. Like, he is just, in some of these fights, like, making it look so easy as comes up with a big stick there onto Vega. Vega had a sound barrier there at the opening, and Toronto obviously probably knew they had a little bit of a sound barrier advantage. Probably could have even used it early on. So that pick was massive.
Pulse bomb. Oh, Merit is trying to jiggle peek there, away from that railgun. The opener already finds the stray kill onto Sugar Free. Must have been a railgun or something. Suzu, yeah. Oh, just a swift step. No Suzu used there, just swift step to the sides. Drop that pulse bomb. Rock on the high ground. Sunjun in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get healed up as opener jumps in the way. Oh, Hugo's having a ball as well. I mean, there's just no way Rocket doesn't get this kill.
He only usually gets excited for Dragon Blades, but I mean,
he's getting excited for Rocket, and so am I. You step in Rocket's domain, you are going to get slaughtered. Another point to Timeless. They're on. We're about to go to a map number 5, Matt, if they can take this next one.
Yeah, and that is one where Merit lands a big pulse bomb, right? CJ, whether it's the Suzu or the Swift Step, able to kind of deny the pulse bomb from going off. And now Timeless, they set themselves up perfectly here, Jack, right? You win these first fights in a flashpoint, you can get like 50% like right away. And they have just about everything to work with to win this fight.
Duplication could be the tool that they need. There's a dupe on the Tracer. I think there's nothing better right now than having double Tracers. Unless you're copying one of the tanks, that can provide a lot of sustain. Oh, nice dodge of the rock there by Sugar Free. Pulse bomb lobbed. Went a little bit wide, but might be able to earn himself another one. Not quite. Only a couple of seconds left. As soon as that fades away, they end up pulling the rush. Time is trying to shift the course now. They still have Force ults in their old bank as well. Vega lays down the sound barrier, and a later one from Opener as they just continue to push forward. Icy responds in kind with a flux. There's also a railgun going off too. Sugar Free clipped wings out of there. Timeless trying to gain control of this fight. Merit is so low, so can't see himself back into this one. Couldn't receive any heals as all the heals were just getting pumped into someone in the front line, and Timeless end up taking control of that point.
Massive, and everybody pretty much just dumps everything into that fight, and that's gonna have someone making a switch, right? Doesn't want to do this Sigma head-to-head anymore. This is like, we're gonna be playing hyper aggressive, right? Probably making a play for Sunjin, and you're gonna be running here with this Winston Echo, constantly trying to make a play for that back line, but Rocket with a pulse bomb yet again.
I mean, Rocket versus Merit right now, who can get the better stick? This could be a decider round as well, or a decider fight. Rocket, gets in the back line, doesn't manage to find anything. Merit's still patiently holding on to his. Doesn't find an avenue of entrance just yet as the rush comes out from RuPaul. Pushing them forward, there's the stick, goes wide again. Doesn't matter though, that beam going through the suck there from the Sigma, and that will be the flip.
Yeah, they were playing for that Kitsune rush there, letting RuPaul just kind of like farm that up. And then you just kind of, there's really nothing they can do at that point. So, okay, so now we're starting to get our first like real kind of like counter, you know, pick swapping here. So Icy looks like he will be coming out on Ramatra. So this will be good against the Winston and the Echo. I know a little bit of the slow dragging these players, I know, back down to earth can also be really strong if they get control or fight on the point.
Yeah, you really only need one fight here, Matt. But it's going to be a tough one, especially when Sugar Free dupes the Tracer. Oh, and Sunjin's already dead. Okay, reset for Timeless, quick, sharp. Go for the reset. Don't want to mess around. You don't want any of this smoke. Just get out of here. Go for one more, but people dying super late, and yeah, Toronto Defiant know it too. Staggering Icy to his last breath as Toronto guarantee themselves this point as we're going on to map point now. 2-2 on New Junk City.
Yeah, I mean, now Ice is going to switch over and play the Queen. So a lot of changes here coming out here for Timeless. As,
good skin.
Look, I mean, the Queen, yeah, I mean, the phenomenal skin. But the Queen, pretty decent against, like, Winston. You know, you could have even played Diva here, right? Right. Even, like, a Diva pick would have been interesting. So, this, though, like, they're going to have to punish someone, right? He's got Primal, so it's going to be very difficult to punish here.
Yeah, those knives can really halt the Monkey's progress, especially if you knife them as they're jumping in. It'll be pretty tough. There's the rush as soon as someone tries to get into that fight. Actually pops the Primal Rage. Doesn't want anything to do with it, of course. He just pops it to survive. Ult trade there, rush for Primal. You take that any day of the week, honestly, if you're Toronto Defiant. They got a rush of their own, but they did end up losing the point there, man.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very worth trade if you're Toronto, right? He jumps in, then they end up using the rush, and that's going to be a kill. Cross-map RuPaul on a Rocket, that's huge.
Icy boot down to the low ground too. Soundbar only hits Opener and Icy, and now they're in trouble. That rush and Soundbar, that's a guaranteed fight win, you got to imagine. Toronto still lose RuPaul, shouldn't matter though, but the flip is here. 41% Toronto Defiant here have given them they've given themselves a little bit of room to work with, even if they lose the point. A TP back from RuPaul shouldn't be too far away, but Timeless setting themselves up for success in this next fight. 40% is a hell of a percentage bank.
Yeah, it gives them like a, you know, if you win this next fight, obviously you're gonna have a massive lead, but Toronto should end up taking the lead here very shortly. It'll be Rocky getting on the point just to contest, probably just dragging down Merit. Try and fight this. It looks like just kind of like a mirror setup on both sides in terms of where these players want to position.
Trying to force out Merit's recall here. Merit, yeah, has to back out. Actually gets forced there. So now you have to commit someone else, and it is Vega. Shout coming in for Sugar Free. He's the queen now, trying to run at Icy. Might get a free rampage. He's careful too. Knife does end up landing, but Sugar Free's got the ejector button there. Echo manages to get out alive, but someone not quite so lucky. Rocket with a pulse bomb in hand. Toronto Defiant just want to last this, get this fight to 99% and then some if they can. Looks like they're going to be able to do so. 98, close enough.
I mean, yeah, close enough that it's going to be one fight territory, as Timeless did a really nice job disengaging from that when Sugar Free was getting really aggressive going on in, and you're able to find that kill onto someone. This next fight is probably what determines the map. I mean, a huge fight here is it looks like Toronto wants to go low.
Yeah, different approach here from Toronto Defiant, Matt. You're not wrong. Low ground, now up to the high ground. They spotted Rocket out. Nice couple of right clicks. Can Merit chase up this kill? Waiting for maybe Rocket to recall there, but no, Merit ends up backing off. Doesn't want to go down either. Rocket has got the pulse bomb, of course. Here's the rush on the point. OT approaching as Toronto Defiant. They got a couple of ultimates, but they just need to survive. A rampage from Icy could end it all, but Toronto Defiant just need to continue to touch. Icy going pretty low, but the Zeus are there to save him, but Sugar Free's already the first one to go down. A rampage onto 3, and there's nothing Toronto Defiant can do. A 3-man sound barrier is going to be all they can really hope for, as Timeless should just have the better beat. A primal rage to get back to the point to cause OT to tick up once again, but that is it. Timeless take us to a map number 5.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if the Suzu was used a little bit earlier there, because I believe RuPaul is one of the players actually hit by the rampage, and he cleanses himself. So I don't know if he actually like swift step, or maybe he Suzus, but everybody else just like is not in line of sight or something, not able to do so. But man, that is a huge map win there for Timeless, as we are going to get a game 5. And I mean, look, if you're a Timeless, right, you force this game 5. They looked pretty good in this Sigma head-to-head in this map, right? So a map like Circuit Royale, you probably see Toronto pick that because Sigma, no, right? You could play like Merit on the Widow, like 6 stuff if you wanted to. You think you're still, I mean, you're very, very much alive in this if you're Timeless, is they have played great.
They are punching up right now, but they are landing like almost knockout blows. Like, Toronto being this far deep into the series, like, I don't think anybody really expected them to be here, but this is Timeless really just showing up huge right now. Even with all the subs coming in and out, they've got the tools to, you know, picklock the door that Toronto Defiant are trying to force shut. Like, this is a really tough spot to be in if you're Toronto Defiant too, because like you said, I think the Sigma head-to-head is a lot closer than it might seem, and Circuit, you have to run the Sigma, bro. Like, there's not really another choice, but this is a complete comp differential here. Not differential, sorry. It's a complete comp difference when you jump over to this map, because it's about long-range hit scan, and it's about the slow poke style of Sig.
There's also something to be said, and I'd love, you know, to hear just like Johnny and, you know, Jake's takes on this of like, if you don't play like a competitive game, right? Like we talked about how Toronto just kind of like blew out everybody, whatever.
Right.
When you don't play like a game that's like close or competitive, like I'm sure they obviously have scrims that go back and forth, right? Like, but it's not the same as like a, you know, a game scenario. Like, you know, having one that starts to get a little bit closer is definitely like a wake-up call that a lot of people probably not like you're just not expecting at the moment, right? So there's something about kind of like Timeless playing up to the competition, and then also Toronto, like this is their first time as a team, as a unit, dealing with some level of adversity, right? You lose a map to LFO, but the series was never really like kind of in doubt. And then after that, you directly go into another series that also you're going to find some adversity in. So everything is smooth sailing, right? When you're dying like 3 times in group play, right?
Right.
You know, anybody can win in those types of scenarios. It's like when you get these really close games and really big moments, like, okay, now you need to kind of like you know, pick things up, pull it together.
It's crunch time. It's quite literally crunch time. Map number 5. don't think they expected to be there. And yeah, maybe that is playing on the mental a little bit, but still champs on the roster, so you're expecting that mental not to be frayed in any way. Toronto Defiant and Timeless going to Circuit as our last map. And Circuit, like you said before, it's going to be Sigma. I want to see a little bit of Widowmaker. I would like to see Merit jump onto some crazy long-range hit scan, but we are going to jump to a quick break, just making sure every player is ready in the lobby. Give them a small breather as well. We definitely need it. Go get yourself some water, a snack, whatever you need. Timeless Toronto, map 5 after this.
Enemy in sight.
Our victory is at hand. Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of a cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
We're going all the way. Map number 5 on the cards. Toronto Defiant and Timeless taking us all the way. Back and forth, back and forth. One team takes one team takes the other. I mean, this is ridiculous. Like, a Toronto Defiant and a map 5, they were dying like 3 times in group stages and stuff, Matt, but like, this is insane. Timeless just really showing how much tenacity they've got.
Yeah, it was like, oh, can this team play up to this level? Can they contend? I think we know, regardless of outcome, 100% they can, as Chopper will come back into the game. So we saw Chopper in map 1. Now we'll get Chopper back in here in game 5.
Poke comps, I'd imagine. Icy staying in makes a whole lot of sense. Don't want Riker, don't want that dive. Small sub for Timeless. We'll take it, we'll take it. Sunjin, I'm kind of surprised, although you can play a lot of Sojin here, so we'll see what Timeless end up wanting to run. It's probably going to be slow, low and slow, but hey, you never know. You never know. If you're going this far, especially if you're Toronto Defiant, maybe you haven't prepped anything too crazy here. We'll see if Timeless can push them off kilter.
Well, this is a Toronto Defiant map pick, right? So you'd fully expect them to have something game planned here. But maybe they felt like coming into this is like, hey, our fallback, our default is going to be like this Sigma look, right? And yeah, we feel pretty good that nobody's going to, and we may end up losing some Orisa matchups or like Winston, whatever, right? But in the Sigma, I don't think there's a chance we lose, where that has not been the case throughout this series, where Timeless has, matched them in that type of look.
Yeah. I mean, there's something to say as well for the point you made a little bit earlier on about, you know, picking maps that aren't necessarily picked a whole lot now. Like, most of the last, I feel like it's been ages since we've seen a circuit game. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, we don't see many game 5s, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
there's been a lot of 3-0s. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
All right, even smaller sub change.
So Rocket comes out here for Chopper. Okay.
Okay, Chopper
Sunjun stays in. Look, Rocket's been tremendous throughout the series, right?
Yeah.
I think, like, you know, player of the match, like, you know, even in a loss, I think you could still make a real good argument. Like, you know, hey, Rocket's been the player in the server. But maybe you don't want to play Tracer here. Like, that is like a potential thing. We'll see.
Yeah, Tracer's really tough to make work, especially on like first point. So not too much of a surprise, like not playing the Tracer, but yeah, dude's on a tear. We'll see what time has got in store for us as we load into sunny Circuit Royale. I wonder what kind of hit scan we're going to see, because we've seen a little bit of Ashe too. I think Ashe has been pretty decent in terms of meta picks, but Widowmaker has always been the go-to. And it looks like, at least on the defense here, Merit on Widowmaker, no shocks, Sugar-Free, Genji, another very, very good hero for himself. And I like the greed with the Zen, although you could argue it's not greed on circuit, but Lucio is just still super strong. And it looks like Timus kind of want to do the same thing here, Matt. We'll see what opener wants to play, if he wants to play the Zen or Lucio.
Yeah, Genji is, like, historically been really good on this map, right? Being able to contest high grounds, being able to close gaps. So Sunjun goes over, fires a shot as looks like we will get a Widow head-to-head.
Oh, yeah.
No real differences outside of opener playing the break, so a little bit more of a defensive setup. Wants to protect CJ and protects Sunjun from Sugar-Free coming in on the Genji. So that should deter Sugar-Free from going on in. You see, that's an immortality field already used there from the Defiant.
Timus end up losing opener though, which is not good. Oh boy. Wow, that was a really quick. Sugar-Free did not expect Sunjun to go for that repeat.
No, and it's like over the shoulder with like a kinetic grasp, it looked like, as well, as right when the deflect runs out, the shot connects. So even though you lose a few players early here for Timeless, this shouldn't move the payload.
Yeah, the honest opener, and you're so close to spawn anyway. You're losing out on a lot of damage not having the Zen, plus the Discord on the Sig is just so frustrating to deal with. Nice little short. Oh no! Mary just killed RuPaul! Oh, Chopper with a perfect deflect. Oh, that is a team kill if I ever did see one. I mean, that's point. Like, there is no... Oh, someone's not getting a team dinner after this.
You love to see it if you're a Timeless, and I mean, that is a sick play.
That's rough. I mean, I mean Merit,
that's gonna be. Ooh, someone. I mean, they just burn him down, right? They just invest everything there.
Goodbye. That's rough.
That is huge.
Merit now get invited to team dinner.
Those are two fights, right? The first fight, Toronto, they end up getting first blood, right? They get opener. And then it's just a 6-shot from Sunjun, and then the next one, Merit going to land the shot gets deflected into RuPaul, and that's the only 2 fights in first point.
Yep, that's done.
I mean, you didn't even really have to do that much for Timeless, right? I mean,
yeah, you literally did that. You hit reflect, like that was it. You hit reflect and won the point. That is ridiculous.
And a Widow shot, and a deflect, pretty much was what. One did have taken it there.
Confidence shocked a little bit if you're Toronto Defiant, you'd imagine. Flux. Oh, that rock dodged out perfectly. Nice follow-up too. You see Sugar-Free taking to the skies. Vega just cleaning up. That is a late rally. Another deflect kill from Chopper though. You're feeling pretty good, but yeah, Vega is still on a tear. I mean, the damage difference there from the Zen and the Brig really showing up. That was a very late rally from opener.
I mean, someone with just a sick play, though, right? I mean, the Flux dodging the accretion, then landing an accretion of his own. I mean, just, you know, making it look easy there on Sigma, but
Oh, nice sights.
The
Oh, that
walls
was
here?
cheeky.
No one can hide.
All right, later walls really like it.
Merit will pop his as well.
Just waiting for the grapple shots. Yeah, and seeing the Venomite. Don't want to get caught out by that. Blade for Sugar Free. Dashes straight to the back line. Oh, nice movement. Does force out the lamp and isolates Icy too. Those all the healers were cowering in front of Sugar Free. All right, now here's where the defense will make their claim. 3 minutes to go now.
Yeah, I mean, you have Transcendence here, so you have it for either the Blade or the Flux, right? And then you also have the Amp Matrix. So, see how they decide to layer these. Is Chopper's got to try and get in position, maybe get a Blade off. I think it's probably, I mean, it's easier to probably maybe get the Flux and then you know get one of those ultimates out and then Blade on the land, but we'll see. Someone gets quite low.
Lamp available. Lamp very nicely placed too, right on the edge, making sure it can't get insta destroyed either.
Yep, it actually lets Timeless get back up into this position though, right? Like they would not have been able to get back here. There was a high ground. Oh, Sugar Free in the back line.
Yeah, he pretty much just dashed through him, jumped over him kind of deal.
It's like an insta-kill.
Yeah. Nice little kill though from Chopper. Trying to settle the score. Blade coming out from Chopper. He's looking to the skies. Nice rock onto someone. Icy just knocks him straight out of the skies, cancels the Flux. And Toronto Defiant wondering what just happened.
Yeah, Sunjun off the spawn, right? He ends up falling at the hands of Sugar Free, but then gets a respawn and actually from the spawn, actually able to just shoot someone in the back. Are you going to be able to contest
He got
this
touched,
here?
but
Toronto.
Transcendence from Vegas going to have to be the thing that sticks him on here. And the problem is, Opener's got the rally. That overhealth is building for everybody. Sugar Free's close to the Blade, but she gets sniped by Sunjun through the window. I mean, there's no shot you take this point back. I mean, someone's just getting bullied. There you go. No need to call the cyber police. And that will be point B.
Yeah, and with how volatile we see Circuit, right? Like, anything here feels awesome if you're Timeless, right? You kind of get it around that final corner. I think, like, getting it around that corner and then getting it down that home stretch, like, even if it's not a full map completion, getting it close is a huge win, feels like, where you have Inforesight here, but probably just kind of counter each other, right? You know, Merit pops his, Sunjun will pop his as well.
Exactly that. I love seeing the Widow head-to-heads. Yeah, so insta counter from the sights. Just kind of baiting the other Widow to do so. Decent positioning though from Toronto Defiant. Quick deflect, just Chopper ends up going down. Icy made the cross as well, Matt, and he is alone currently. Still in the LOS, or would have been a moment ago. Should be an easy kill. As Opener looked like they were trying to save Private CJ. Oh my word. What a shot from Merit.
That is a filthy shot.
All right, 1 minute and 44
on the way up, just nails it.
I love it.
But, so, a minute 44 to go here, right? What, you have Flux inside here, no support ultimate. Like, when Sugar Free blades, it's not like, you know, the other side for Toronto, right? They have that Transcendence. I mean, you can rally, but, like, also there's still a threat of death here. Is someone plays quite close to the door here, tries to put some pressure and split them from even getting in.
Goodbye, nice headshot.
Huge headshot.
Dragon Blade pulled from Sugar Free. I mean, Blade isn't what it used to be. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, do not die to the Widow challenge. We've already got 1 kill in the Sigma. Love his positioning for RuPaul too, but still has to back off. Doesn't want to get checked there by Sunjun.
And how do you win this if you're Timeless, right? I mean, you're looking at, obviously, a Widow shot kind of, you know, wins you a point, so to speak, at times, right? But other than that, I mean, you can have a Blade you can send up there, right? To the high ground, as they are getting some payload progress at the moment. Shot there, that's going to be deflected out from Sugar Free.
Flux isn't really going to do all too much apart from ascend Icy to high ground, but Icy is super low. Just constantly getting bullied out, Matt. Again, a lot of it's to do with the Zen, the Discord is just so strong. With 20 seconds to go, the Flux, it doesn't even need to drop him back down. Sunjun just dies on the upward draft. Icy falls. I mean, this rally is just way too late here. 15 seconds. And Timeless, I think this is where they're offense is going to end. There is the plate. Oh my god, someone just punches his lights clean out. Doomfist, but against the Sigma and against all the damage, there's no chance. Toronto Defiant on what was quite of a shaky first couple of points there. They do manage to hold just on that last final stretch, although being Circuit Royale really can go anyone's way. It's a very fickle map to finish.
They were also never able to punish the Zen, right? Like, Vega was able to kind of sit in the back and, you know, just put down some damage, you know, get the Discord orbs, right? They were never able to kind of like put loads of pressure on that back line, maybe get like a immortality field out early, right? It felt like pretty comfortable there from Toronto Defiant. I think if you were looking at positives from Timeless, right? You did get the payload like around that second corner, you know, not really deep down that hallway, but you did get it, you know, into the hallway, right? So could be pretty difficult to do, you know, get that far. See what Toronto cooks here on offense, as Timeless will be on D. It looks like right now, potentially a pretty similar comp. Don't know if you'll see the Lucio on defense.
Yeah,
they'll actually run the Lucio here. It looks like
hopping around. Looks like they're still deciding what they want to run.
Yeah.
I mean, I would love to see.
Like
Open is not a Zen player traditionally. More of a Lucio Brig, kind of like classic key main support kind of picks. Although Brig was kind of picked up by everybody, to be fair. Looks like it's going to be Lucio. Okay. Yeah. Brig not finding all too much on the offense, they feel like. So just the Lucio, just having the ability to kite is really nice, but looks like Toronto Defiant going to kind of run the same thing in terms of Lucio, but it's going to be a Ram instead. So they're very willing to just run into Timeless right now, completely shift this one up.
Yeah, and they're not going to run that Widow as well, as Chopper gets that first pick. So
nice kill.
Toronto wants to run nice railgun shot. They want to run like a pretty like brawly, like mid-range style of comp, right? Where you get kind of someone in the mix brawling out, put a lot of pressure onto Icy.
Yeah, extremely unconventional, Matt, to say the very least. Lamp's already been used, and yeah, the brawl is just so good against Sig. Oh my god, just got clotheslined. Easy kill on the Genji as well. Yeah, the brawl into the Sigma. If you're playing that far up and Icy switching over, it's like, okay, you're playing brawl, we play brawl too. Like, we have the Lucio player, so we might as well. This is actually working in their favor somewhat because they were losing out versus the Zen, especially on that third point. So you're playing Lucio with a Ram, we'll play Lucio with a Ram. That's fine by us. And no more Widows, Matt, either. Just Sojin versus Sojin. So.
Yeah, it's gonna somewhat like reset the ultimate, you know, of Icy and Sojin with the switches, but still, I think you would have been a little bit of a disadvantage, right? Playing that Widow, playing that Sigma here, where you can put your Ramatra toe-to-toe against somebody.
Sugar Free just trying to build up that blade as quick as possible. It's actually Merit that's closer to ultimate. 20% towards that overclock. Oh, Icy almost got one shot through that window. I mean, I don't think Icy's long for this world, especially at this angle that Merit's got so low. Sound barrier from Open is just a little too late. Got to come up with some big kills now. Merit has got the perfect line of sight onto the back line, so they end up scattering. Still a deflection available for Chopper. There's still some trades kills coming in as Chopper picks up Sugar Free. No more deflect as Merit is just taking that into full effect as he basically runs into them, but the blade has been pulled. 80 HP, has to go for the back line. Lands one, lands another one, gets the reset, but Merit is there to find the kill eventually. And I saw Lucio play there from Opener jumping over the head of Merit, boops him back, and somehow Timeless managed to survive and hold the point.
And the respawn advantage is so good for Timeless, right? Yeah, you just have players flooding on in. It seemed like Opener and Chopper are able to live forever. Here's a huge fight, though. Someone with the Annihilation and then Sugar Free getting close to a blade here. If you can withhold this, we're down to a minute.
It's almost a surely they can't do it, but Sunjin does have that railgun in 5%, that overclock. Could lead to a win if he just snipes someone out. Snipes RuPaul out, snipes Sugar Free as he's sailing through the air, right? Anything's possible with an overclock, that is for sure. Looks like they're going to try and make their push in.
Advantage here for Timeless.
Sunjin's going to pop it, has to get back. Power slides away, Blade has been pulled. Annihilation on the point, but where are the kills? There's one onto Icy. Sunjin tries to make it even though as the beat comes through, dives into the backline, but the Annihilation just too strong, even against that sound barrier. Just ticks everybody, their health bars, that overhealth just fading away in almost an instant as Toronto Defiant cap the point. 3 minutes to go now as they ascent onto the hill.
Yeah, as you just kind of dump some ultimates in there for Timeless, get Toronto to just invest as well as you hold them to 20 or so seconds. So I think what you're talking about for Timeless here is like, can we win 2 fights? 2 fights gets you to about what, probably like 40 seconds, 30 seconds or so on the clock, going towards this high ground. And then if you lose there, like let's call it OT, they have a minute or so there at the end. That's where you feel pretty good if you're Timeless.
Oh, but look how fast he's punching. Doesn't matter though.
Oh my god.
Doesn't matter. That window juice used to full effect. Sound barrier invested from Toronto Defiant. Not confident in their ability to finish this fight. CJ ends up taking care of Merit. They're still getting that payload going. Even Sunjin coming back at the very end there to get the final touch. Toronto, Timeless, sorry, they're really pushing Toronto to their limits. They didn't really feel confident enough to not use the beat, and they're going to now run into this Chopper Blade.
Yeah, that's what you need to do here, Timeless. You're like, okay, we got a lot of ultimates out. We need to make sure we get a contest here and then get Chopper back with this blade. Put him in position, but a lot of damage comes out early.
That Disruptor shot was
a lot of this up.
Massive from Merit. Disruptor shot is just the cherry on top as he just takes the high ground with the overclock. That looks so winnable there for Timeless, Matt. You're right. They just run over them. They had to just walk through all of that damage. They couldn't heal it up quick enough, and especially with the DPS passive as well, so much less heals for the team. And Toronto Defiant, clearly extremely mad in how point A and B went for them. They are determined to make it sting for Timeless as they move on to point 3.
Yeah, huge advantage here because now Sugar Free has a blade, right? So blades here for both sides, no sound barriers available, and someone though has that annihilation, right? So if Chopper goes in, tries to make a play, you can have someone actually just pop that annihilation, just get all that ticking down on the Genji. Be difficult to keep Chopper up.
Oh, Sugar Free already dead though. All right,
Matt, you needed something like that.
Oh yeah, you need to just reset the tempo, right? But someone determined to just force his way in there. Okay, Annihilation should run out in just a moment, but look who they've isolated. It's Icy on the sidelines, and this overclock from Sunjin or the Chopper Blade's going to have to come out ASAP. They cannot lose too much ground here, Matt, but it's just almost an inevitability that they're going to do so. Timeless resetting, 4 ults in the bank as Toronto Defiant and nearing that final corner.
Yeah, you absolutely couldn't invest into that.
The blade.
You would have been in that horrible scenario. Sound barrier connects with just both.
Open is dead. Open is dead. Open to die. Sound barrier out. It didn't mean anything. A sound barrier from Toronto Defiant as they push on forward. Icy ends up falling over. Toronto Defiant just making this a speed run as Timeless. They're going to be able to pull the blade short, but where's the damage? Where's the follow-up? There's nothing left in the tank. What 0.01 meters, and Toronto Defiant, they take us all the way to a map number 5, and they finish it out. Timeless with a valiant effort on defense. With nothing in the comparison to the Kings. Toronto Defiant, my word, they made that personal at the very end. Timeless making the series close overall though.
Yeah, an incredibly back and forth series between these two teams. I think just some timely kills, right? Being able to get those first bloods. I think probably Timeless's best shot was contesting that second point with the blade, but just so much damage on the way in. That disruptor shot, like in the choke, some of the Sigma damage, and they're just so weak they can't exactly like pop that blade and just rush on in. They have to kind of hesitate for a second there, and things just kind of spiral. You win that fight or keep it close if you're Timeless, right? You're below a minute for Toronto to have to take that checkpoint. They probably have to use it. It's a completely different game, right? Taking that there, giving themselves 3 minutes to get around that corner. That's the game.
It's rough. Like someone pulling that annihilation there and isolating Icy from the rest of the team, like that is so heartbreaking. Like the DPS was struggling to get much done. They didn't want to pop ults because they thought they could maybe get a refight, they could get another fight, but just slowly but surely the pieces just fell from their tower. Like it was rough at the very end, and they just couldn't get a better fight. Like, it was just all Toronto Defiant. Very much felt like an experience game there at the very end where they just knew how to play it and they knew when to pull their ults. And yeah, someone at the very end, I think
we see this series again.
For sure.
I mean, with the way that we just saw Timeless play, like, I would not be surprised if we turn around on, you know, Sunday and see this kind of in a rematch. I mean,
I'd be down for it.
Timeless is going to be difficult to beat in the loser bracket.
100%. We're going to jump to the desk, though. They're going to break down that series and then some and round out the day for us. Guys, take it away.
Jack, thank you very much. That was some crazy things
best
that we
series
saw.
of the
That
day,
was so
honestly.
good.
You got out here.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've been told that in Toronto Defiant, they were sort of undefeatable coming into the main stage. And, I mean, they lost their first map, and then Timeless today almost beat Toronto Defiant. Man, the stuff that Timeless pulled were insane.
I do think Toronto is an incredibly good team. I think they are the favorites, but I don't think you can call them unbeatable with the competition we're seeing in the North American region. I really feel like, having looked at the tournament so far, it feels like this top 5, top 6, they're more closer than I realized. Even Pip looking impressive in the lower bracket. So for me, anybody can come away with the win here, and Timeless showing that they are a very, very serious contender. Love some of the coaching decisions using a big roster on Timeless to great effect here. I mean, and I've got to talk about Rocket. This guy was an absolute monster. Merit on the Sojourn, to go toe-to-toe with Merit time and time again. And honestly, in the Tracer duel, I feel like Rocket kind of had the edge this series. I don't know about you guys, that's how I felt. So for me, very, very impressive stuff to put on the resume. You would have loved to make it a win, though. As much as we can give Timeless the credit, the real winners here, it is the Toronto Defiant. They do come away.
Yeah, it's honestly one of the maybe points you'd argue for Toronto Defiant. You know, they are a favorite. They got to pick all these players, of course, in the offseason. That maybe their Tracer game is not up to par. You got Sugarfree, who's this flex player who can specialize on all these different heroes, right? But when you're playing against some of these incredible Tracer players in OWCS, you know, you need to be on point. You need to be able to win these Tracer duels reliably, right? And Rocket really gave Timeless the edge many cases throughout the series. They were just competitive in it. You could see, we're listening to the communication on Hollywood when they won Hollywood. I mean, they were fired up. They were gassed up for this series. And so they were able to bring it so close. It was really fun to watch. And I really do think it's a top three here in NA. You know, we got Timeless, we got Toronto Defiant, but also M80 waiting on the other side of this bracket. They'll be playing Luminosity Gaming tomorrow. So this upper bracket is going to be real close. For the Toronto Defiant specifically, it is worth keeping in mind that we had a bit of a patch change a couple days ago. A lot of these teams were playing Mauga last week. Now you're seeing all these different compositions. I mean, someone flexing over to the Winston. We're seeing Junker Queen, Sigma comps. I feel like Toronto Defiant throughout the day have been maybe just one swap behind in some of these. They've been, you know, playing their ways. They did prefer playing some of these style compositions. Sugarfree, a lot of Echo today. Some Doomfist as well. And this was really smart right here. You know, on defense, Zenyatta is going to be a really good hero. Even though Lucio is meta, you can afford to play Zenyatta because of the high ground. But then on the offense, you swap over to the Brawl. You know that you have to utilize Lucio to really step forward, because otherwise you're just going to get dove on by the defensive side. So there were some smart things by Toronto Defiant, but I don't feel like they're playing their peak right now. I still feel like Toronto Defiant, they have one more step to go, and maybe some of these patches are just throwing them off their game a little bit.
They're still evolving. But
they are still evolving.
They're still evolving.
You can say that for all teams.
Yeah, true.
But I think Toronto Defiant is like, everyone is really looking at Toronto Defiant in particular because of the players they picked up, because the pressure of performing for the organizations. Everyone has a swimming glass on Toronto Defiant. So it's tough. You got to perform.
Yeah, the way I'd put it, though, is just that quick patch before these matches is a bit of an equalizer, right? It makes the games a little more chaotic. Things are a little more uncertain because teams haven't workshopped through, okay, this counter and that counter, and where do the responses lead us, where they just go straight to it, right? They're solving that here live for us, and I think it makes it really fun to watch. But it is also, I think, more upset potential where maybe some of these teams, if they've got everything ironed out to a T, they could look better. But at the end of the day, I mean, comp-wise, I thought there were great moments for both teams. I didn't feel like the comps defined this match at all for me. I think it was about individual play, about team play coordination. And those are things that, yes, you get a little bit better at that, but so can Timeless. And so, honestly, for Toronto Defiant, I feel like you definitely have to take this series. And, I mean, it's good that they've been humble, right? I don't think I've been talking them up, so have other people. But them, you listen to the players, the coaches, I don't think any of them is thinking, we can't lose maps, we're the best team ever. It's like, no, they're approaching this with humility. And that's how you actually go the distance into international events. You will take losses.
I mean, you have to approach it with humility, but at the same time, there's pressure on you. because you got to handpick some of the best players in the world.
I mean, when they lose a series, believe me, when they lose a series, we'll start to worry.
Sure. I mean, they did win, but I mean, it was very close against Timeless. Do you guys feel like this is sort of like a wake-up call for Toronto to be like, okay, we got to focus up? You know,
well, maybe I think Timeless is one of the top 3 teams in NA. So for me, going to map 5 is like shows that NA is very tight.
Well, on the coin flip though, yes, I agree with you that NA is really tight. But, and also, I don't think it's a wake-up call for it, because I do think that Toronto Defiant, they invest time, effort. They're already on top of their game. But as Jake said, these patches are neutralizer. The thing about Toronto Defiant, though, is they're not comparing themselves to Timeless necessarily. You know, Timeless, they have up-and-coming players, a lot of talent we're finally getting to see. But Toronto Defiant, they're looking to compete with Falcons Esports in Korea, right? Yeah. They're looking to compete with WAC, you know, with some of these roster with like Fearless, or not Fearless actually. He's the only one up there.
We love you, Fearless.
That was a good guess. It was a good guess, bro. If you had to guess an Overwatch player on the top.
Proper, Shio, Fielder. Some of these guys, right? They're comparing to those teams, WAC and Falcons Esports, right? They're not necessarily looking at Timeless. And so I think some viewers, some observers are seeing these results, Toronto losing maps in NA, and thinking to themselves, oh, Korea is by far my favorite.
I personally, I give them a pass. Which I'm hard on these teams. I'm hard on these players. I give them a pass because it's a very recent patch, and I think that level of chaos allows some of these scrappier teams where, like, you know what, just like let's play our best comps, let's play our confident heroes. It can give them like more of a chance there. So in time, let's see if people can keep replicating these results in NA against Toronto Defiant.
I mean, this was just the first day of main stage, so we got way more, and all those questions are going to be answered as we see more of these teams play. And of course, right now we're seeing the updated bracket from all the matches that are being played that has been played today. Any surprises? Is it anything that you're looking out for tomorrow, guys?
I mean, for North America in general, I think it's just about enjoying it. And like, really?
Yeah.
Because, like, how often is it that you have this stiff competition where like 6-7 teams could really upset and really bring their A game, right? So nothing is for certain in this tournament. And so for me, Jake, it's all about just enjoying all these teams going head to head.
Yeah, I feel like the top 3, top 4 are looking strong. But honestly, even this lower bracket, I think a lot of these teams can come back and put some serious fight. I mean, Timeless in the lower bracket, you have to expect after that performance, they'll be the one leaving the lower bracket. But that still leaves you with 5 teams still competing in a very, very real way for the title here at the OWCS qualifier number 1.
Yeah. All right, I've been just told that we're going to take a look at a quick tweet. This is from Seeker.
LFO disband. All right, guys, did I or did I not call it, Johnny? You lose in this thing, you reform, you make something stronger, because they didn't win any points, right? If they won some points, okay. But you go 7th, 8th. Am I wrong about that? You don't go any points, I believe. On 7th, 8th.
Got it, right? See, Jake, this is why.
Now you're finally using that the paper.
This is my guy.
Actually, I forgot to extend it.
Just kidding. It's not useful. All right. But you go 7th, 8th. You take the Reformation. You come back with maybe a different group, bring it back stronger. And with the qualifier number 2, double the points. You can put this qualifier behind you, even if you're eliminated, as teams are. We know there's incredible individuals on LFO and more individuals throughout the scene. So reforming or maybe joining in with some of these teams that have had more success,
team, right?
Like, who knows? There's a lot of teams that would be looking to recruit some of these guys.
No second points. There you go.
No second points?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, stage 2. I mean, these guys really want to be. They really want to keep on going. That's why they're putting out these tweets. They want to compete even more.
Especially for Seeker. Because no shade to like LFO, but who do you think about when you think best hit scan players in North America? Hydron?
Seeker does seem a little bit out of place. I think Seeker would be in that top 2.
He deserves to compete in the main event, like the rest of the main event.
Although I think now we have to be talking about people like Chopper and like Sanjan in the same conversation.
Yeah, totally. But Seeker is up there.
Seeker's up there. So
you're not wrong. But I think we saw great stuff from a lot of the players on Alpha. From an individual perspective, their team chemistry maybe wasn't on the same level as someone like Toronto Defiant, but individually, I think there's a lot of hitters on that team.
All right, now we're gonna move on to our next final segment. We saw a lot of great games, and some of them we weren't able to see, but there were a lot of an amazing plays. An amazing plays. No, you guys don't like it? Hey, but hey, it was definitely they were very amazing, guys. I mean, we're seeing something from Rocket, and we're gonna see a lot more. But yeah, talk us through all these plays, guys.
It is fun seeing some of these.
Rocket Tracer is this is a serious player hero combo that if you didn't already know, now you know. This guy is probably the best Tracers prospect we've seen out of NA in years. I don't think there's really, I don't know if that's even controversial at this point. One of the best, if not the best Tracer prospect out of NA in years.
Yeah.
Very, very excited to see what this guy can do in a meta where this guy's like locking Tracer, and even one, honestly, I don't think this is like the most optimal Tracer meta where Lucio Kiri can fight back against you well. When you go into a meta as Tracer with like Widows and Zens, and the Tracer can really start to feast in the backline, that's when players like Rocket can, I think, really hit a new peak and really carry the team in a way that historically we have seen Tracers do in Overwatch history. It just depends on, you need that right meta to sort of, hit your true potential.
Truly an amazing play.
Oh my God.
An amazing Overwatch.
It's just day one, Danny.
It was an amazing day of Overwatch. Hey, we got more coming up.
In reserve.
Tomorrow, Friday, March 22nd. These are the matches that are going to be played on EMEA and also NA as well.
God, bangers after bangers.
Wow.
Which one are you, if you guys have to pick one,
All
which
right.
match?
Waking
I
up.
want one per region.
I'm going with ence against Space Station Gaming. Waking up with that first thing in the morning, gigabanger.
Wake up, have your coffee, put this on the monitor, take a nice chill morning. It's going to be a good series. And then I think LG versus MAD
yeah.
is going to be really, really exciting. Who knows? I mean, Timeless showed such a strong performance. I'm a little worried to the students of the game, but I still believe in those guys. I still think they can put up a good fight.
Infected looked cocky on the Orisa.
Oh yeah.
Rolling out this.
Love was emoting with 2 minutes on the clock. I don't know if I've seen that. That's different.
They look confident.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of plays, a lot of exciting Overwatch being played tomorrow. So check us out tomorrow. We're going to be back tomorrow. Did I miss anything? Anything else? Anything else you guys want to add?
You did great today.
Danny, you did really good today.
Thank you.
You know what?
I'll try my best to make you guys say that again tomorrow. But that is it for today's show, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to be rating Oblivion, so stick around and show your support. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
Bring out the sound barrier unless you delay it in hopes that the Kitsune Rush gets peps antsy. That'd be good! The sound barrier gets canceled by the Dragon Blade of Kevster.
Guys, I'm fired. They're telling me my ear I'm fired, but they can't get me off because we're on camera. So.
Out of their hair, and that helps ExoDL win the range duel too. And pulse bomb, oh what a turn! And I think not only with the pulse bomb in that case, ExoDL is online and he's doing great. But also a Lucio. Now with the problem out of the way, Team Peps set their sights forward, pin Exo against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Say it one more time. Say it louder.
You never know what's going to happen, Daddy. You never know. Anything could happen.
Everyone should mugger.
Reaper, can we not take Reaper on?
Yeah,
Can we not take the inside?
Okay. Wait. Let him push. I'm kidding.
Can Reaper coming back as well?
Yeah. It's Cuckoo. Nice, guys.
Cookie.
And you also have an overclock from Quartz where you hide if you are Oblivion, and they're also behind you.
It's a big old wall. Some big old shots from Quartz. Woo! That is the World Cup Quartz I've been waiting to see.
Oh, nice. This is the first map they've lost.
Yeah, I mean, Hugo is just hyped. Anytime he sees a Dragon Blade on broadcast, he is absolutely nuts. He also goes absolutely nuts if anyone is vicinity of, the home. He also goes nuts because Hugo's just kind of like standing in the. He was like face in the monitor. He was glued to his seat.
There's the kill. I mean, even in this one-off PG, not quite on the cards for you, unfortunately, even with the overclock in the backline. Aspect finding some value there on the ultimate, but Infected still claiming kills. Infected still claiming kills. How does Infected kill 3 at the end of that fight? Like, how?
I give up.
Oh, yeah.
Jump point. Better now. Live opener. Rest of one. Bubble here. Doing some let's go.
He ends up falling over. Toronto Defiant are just making this a speed run as Timeless. They're going to be able to pull the blade short, but where's the damage? Where's the follow-up? There's nothing left in the tank. What, 0.01 meters, and Toronto Defiant, they take us all the way to a map number 5, and they finish it out.